David Wayne Schroeder, nicknamed Dave, was born on August 5, 1967, and lived in Onalaska, Wisconsin. He grew up in Bangor, Maine, and graduated from Bangor High School in 1985. He was married to Carla and had 3 sons and a foster adult daughter. On September 22, 2012, while at church, Dave was not feeling well, so his wife took him home early around 2:10 p.m., where he planned to try and get some sleep. His oldest son arrived home within about 15 minutes, and strangely, Dave was gone. He had apparently left on foot without his money, wallet, cell phone, or identification. Dave had many health problems, including high blood pressure, high cholesterol, sleep apnea, and poorly controlled insulin-dependent diabetes. He was 45 years old, weighed 300 pounds, and stood 6 feet 5 inches tall. He was on medication and wouldn't have been able to survive very long without it. Yet his medicine was also left behind in the home. When Carla returned home from church, she asked her son where Dave was. He told her he hadn't seen him. Within an hour, Carla reported him missing, but because he was an adult, police waited 5 days before conducting a search. A tracking dog picked up Dave's scent, leading across the street and then for a mile along nearby railroad tracks before losing the trail. Authorities deployed helicopters, tracking dogs, and cadaver dogs, with the Department of Natural Resources assisting. They also searched a nearby swamp with quicksand-like mud, but found nothing. Dave was described as a devoted parent, especially to his youngest son, Jacob, who was severely disabled, wheelchair-bound, and required around-the-clock care. Dave was also active in his church, where he played guitar during Sunday services. He disappeared a week after his 16th wedding anniversary, and Carla confirmed they had no marital problems. However, she noted that before his disappearance, Dave had been acting as if something was bothering him. His family believes he is deceased and had him declared legally dead in 2014. Tragically, his youngest son, Jacob, passed away in November 2015 at age 13, never learning what happened to his father. Dave has never been heard from again, and as of today, his case remains unsolved. Rosemary Blee was born on September 16, 1987. She was a 22-year-old wife and mother of 2 daughters, both under the age of 2. She was last seen in St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, at 7 p.m. on August 21, 2009. She left her home in the 2300 block of River Road to travel 5 miles to Cushing, Wisconsin, to meet a cousin at a bar. Her husband stated that sometime that night, Rose contacted him and said she would be home by midnight. However, she never arrived in Cushing to meet her cousin and has never been heard from again. 5 days after her disappearance, her 2001 Pontiac Grand AM was found strangely in the parking lot west of the post office in downtown Grantsburg. The lot is normally used by semi-truck drivers to park their tractor trailers. The car was undamaged. There was no evidence of foul play, and the keys were missing. Grantsburg is about 30 miles from her home in St. Croix Falls and 15 miles from Cushing, where she was supposed to be going. A few weeks after the car was found, the village drained Memory Lake to make sure her body wasn't there. It is approximately a 5-minute walk from where her car was found to the lake. Rose has family in Grantsburg, and she graduated from Grantsburg High School. Rose didn't have any credit cards or debit cards, and she left home with very little money. Her marriage was troubled, and police were called to the home at least once to intervene in a domestic violence incident. Her husband had previously filed for divorce in June 2009 but withdrew the filing after reconciling. He passed a polygraph test and isn't considered a suspect in her disappearance. His divorce petition was granted in 2010, and he now has sole custody of their daughters. Rose had fallen off a horse a week before her disappearance. She told her mother she was having headaches after the accident, and her mother advised her to see a doctor, but there's no evidence she ever did. Her mother speculated that she may have become disoriented due to her injury and wandered away. Since her disappearance, the Polk County Sheriff's Office has received over 200 tips and has interviewed more than 150 people, hoping to find answers. However, she remains missing, and the case is unsolved. Gerald Strag, nicknamed Jerry, went missing on October 2, 2002, from Waponi, Wisconsin. He was last seen at the Dodge Correctional Institution, where he had worked as a prison guard for 25 years. He loved to golf and was scheduled to participate in a golf tournament the weekend of October 5, 2002, and was looking forward to it, but he never showed up. He was reportedly one of Wisconsin's best amateur golfers at the time. He was supposed to return to work on October 8th, but he never showed up and never called in. Jerry's father went to his apartment on October 11th to find out why his son wasn't answering his phone. He found the apartment unlocked with all his son's personal belongings, including his cell phone, wallet, ID, car keys, and golf clubs left behind. The lights were on, and the television was tuned in to the Golf Channel. Not knowing where his son could be, he reported him missing to police. Investigators found no signs of a struggle in the residence. His car and his motorcycle were in the apartment garage, and the only thing missing from the apartment was his gun. Extensive searches of the Waponi area have turned up no clues as to Jerry's whereabouts, and there has been no activity on his bank account since his disappearance. He is described as a quiet, focused man who is divorced and has no children. It is important to note several things regarding Jerry. He was having personal problems at the time of his disappearance because he had been arrested for drunk driving for the 4th time and feared losing his job because of it. Strangely, he disappeared at about the same time inmate Thomas Deering escaped from the prison where Jerry worked. Another guard was disciplined in connection with the incident. However, Deering's escape is not thought to have anything to do with Jerry's disappearance. In 1983, nearly 20 years before Jerry's disappearance, he was held hostage during a prison riot by inmates who tortured him and threatened to set him on fire. His father stated his son was never the same after the prison riot in 1983. Jerry reportedly was traumatized by the incident and was believed to have suffered from PTSD because of it. But it's unclear what, if anything, it had to do with his disappearance nearly 20 years later. Investigators are still not sure what happened to Jerry, and his friends theorize he may have taken his own life. Others have suggested that he went to Harkon Marsh to check his deer stand but became injured and died. There is no evidence to substantiate these or any other theories, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Kayla Mayberg was born on August 29, 1993. She loved gymnastics and was part of the dance team at school. In 2007, her friend Megan introduced 15-year-old Kayla to the party scene in Wausau, Wisconsin. She and her friends had started leaving the small, quiet town of Antigua, Wisconsin, and venturing out further to other parties in Wausau. They were telling their parents they were staying the night at each other's houses, but they were actually staying the weekends at Kayla's 19-year-old boyfriend, Miguel Maruro's party house. They would eventually break up, but she continued to party at his house, and they were reportedly trying to mend their relationship on August 11, 2009. Kayla went to her grandparents' home, where her father, James, was living at the time because he was ill with cancer. She had called her mother, Hope, and told her she might go see some friends later. Her father, who has since passed away, had stated that the last thing he heard from his daughter was her yelling through the house that she was going out, and then she left. She had told him prior to that she was staying the night with her friend, Natasha. It should also be noted that Kayla didn't own a cell phone, and getting in touch with her after she left would have been very difficult. She was picked up that evening by her older brother's friend, 24-year-old Kevin Kilchecki, who drove her around her hometown of Antigua. They stopped at McDonald's, and Kayla went in to speak to her friend, Beth, while Kevin stayed in the car. She told Beth that the two were going to ride around and smoke. That was the last time she was seen, and it would be 6 days before her parents would realize she was definitely missing due to miscommunication between her parents and brother. Also, her mother, Hope, was apprehensive about filing a missing persons report because a day or two before she went missing, she and another girl's mother had filed a missing person report, and while at the police station, found out that Kayla had stayed overnight at an outside party in town and was safe. After finding this information out, Kayla promised her mother that she would try to get her act together. So her mother didn't want another false alarm by filing a missing persons report again if she wasn't sure Kayla was actually missing. The night she went missing, Kevin Kevin claimed that he dropped Kayla off at her ex-boyfriend Miguel's home, which was about 40 minutes from Antigua. He stayed at the house, which was located at 1017 East Wausau Avenue, across the street from the Colonial Manor nursing home. The house had all the lights turned off and looked as if no one was home. Kevin also claimed that he never saw Kayla go inside the home. It is very strange that he would claim to drop her off there because a week earlier, her ex-boyfriend Miguel had moved into another home due to that home being condemned and in desperate need of repairs. Also, the house was boarded up, and Kayla had already been to Miguel's new home and knew that he had moved. So why would she ask to be dropped off at an empty house? He stated he dropped her off somewhere around 10:30 p.m. and went straight home to Deerbrook, where his mother gave him an alibi, stating that she saw him in the hallway around midnight. Police would search Miguel's new home and conduct an interview with him, and he would say he did not see Kayla the night she disappeared, and that he hadn't seen her since she was at a party at his house the weekend prior to her disappearance. Kayla had seen her brother earlier that night, and her friend Beth had talked to her friend Natasha, and they all had no knowledge of her having plans to go to Wausau that night. Authorities initially believed Kayla was a runaway, and they stated her friends appeared evasive, as if they were trying to conceal her whereabouts. Police began to reconsider the runaway theory as weeks passed without any contact. They searched Miguel's previous home and noted that it was still boarded and locked up, with no evidence of anyone entering the home. They searched the surrounding woods with dogs and a small lake in the woods with divers. Nothing was found. In October 2009, Kevin was arrested and charged with second-degree reckless child endangerment, a felony related to substance use with Kayla on the night she was last seen. However, the charge was eventually dismissed in July 2011. After the case was dismissed, Kevin stopped cooperating with investigators, citing that he felt harassed by Kayla's family and the police. Investigators received assistance from the larger police department of the neighboring town of Madison in December 2009. They had a team of highly trained dogs that could only locate scents from human decomposition. They had a lineup of 10 vehicles, including Miguel's and Kevin's. The dogs would only alert on Kevin's vehicle. Kevin's cell phone records also indicated that he had called Kayla prior to picking her up that night, and all activity then ceased until 2 p.m. the next day. So either his phone died coincidentally, or he purposely shut it off. While Miguel's records corroborated the story he told police, it was discovered that an old cell phone of his had pinged off a tower in Lincoln County, about 40 miles north of Wausau, on the night of Kayla's disappearance. 2 calls were made, but a search of the area near the cell phone towers uncovered nothing. This prompted police to want to re-interview Miguel, but he denied their request, citing, like Kevin, that he felt harassed by both them and Kayla's family. There were 12 searches done in and around Antigua with hopes of finding Kayla. Cadaver and search dogs alerted on 2 separate locations during these searches, with both areas being connected to Kevin. One was a parcel of land owned by his parents, and the second was at the potato farm that Kevin worked at. However, they were unable to uncover enough evidence to link either scent to Kayla. On October 8, 2016, a YouTube video from October 2009 was sent to the Antigua Police Department, which featured a male subject who had tied up a girl in his basement. It had been anonymously uploaded to YouTube, and the girl strongly resembled Kayla. It hadn't reached the eyes of detectives until it went viral in 2016. The FBI got involved to track down who had created the video, and it was shared by numerous news outlets. While the renewed coverage of the case led to numerous tips being called in, 3 days later, it was proven to be a hoax, with those involved being actors who hadn't even heard about Kayla's disappearance. Kevin refused to take a polygraph test offered by the FBI and instead later took one from a private firm, which he claims he passed. The nature of the test and the questions that were asked have never been publicly released. He has never been charged in her disappearance but remains a primary suspect. The case remains an open and active investigation, and as of today, remains unsolved. Ashley Love graduated from Pius Catholic High School with honors in 2009. She was living with her parents and 2 brothers in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and working at an Arby's at the local mall. On the evening of October 9, 2009, She returned home to North 64th Street from work and spent time with her family as they watched a football game between the Green Bay Packers and the Minnesota Vikings. Later on, 19-year-old Ashley took a shower and went to bed for the night. According to Ashley's family, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Her mother, Tammy, suddenly woke up around 2 a.m., unsure what had caused her to wake up, and then heard footsteps outside her door as if someone were running down the stairs. She opened her bedroom door to see a man with a bandana on his face holding a shotgun. The man ran out of the house and through the backyard. Ashley's father, Joe, ran upstairs and sadly found his daughter had just been shot and did not survive. Nobody in the house, including her two brothers, heard the gunshot. Her mother also thought she saw a second person running from the scene as well. Milwaukee detectives quickly discounted burglary as a motive after learning nothing was missing from the house, but they suspected she had been specifically targeted. Tammy described the gunman to detectives as a Hispanic male, about 20 years old, of average height and build. He had short, spiked black hair and was wearing a dark zippered sweater or jacket. Detectives received reports that Ashley had been seen secretly meeting a mystery man on several occasions before her murder. Her lifelong friend, Joey, stated she was surprised Ashley didn't confide in her about the secret boyfriend. The man, according to Villarreal, is believed to work in construction. Ashley's parents and investigators pleaded for the man to come forward, but the mystery man has yet to be identified. There were reports that Ashley was seen entering a blue pickup truck with an unidentified man in the months before the tragedy, but investigators couldn't confirm the accounts. Investigators reported that evidence was collected from the home, but they have been unable to disclose that information. The suspect or suspects have never been found, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. The horrible James Bulger case. On February 12, 1993, a Friday afternoon in Bootle, England, specifically at the New Strand Shopping Centre, Denise was with a friend and her son, James Bulger. James had recently stopped using a stroller, as he was 2 years and 10 months old, so he was walking alongside his mother. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Denise's friend took a different path, leaving Denise alone with her little James. At one point, Denise went to a store with her son, bought what she needed, and when she realized it, she saw that James was not with her. It was only a momentary distraction for a few seconds as she checked her purse, but this oversight would change their lives forever. We all have memories of getting separated from family members in a shopping center as children, so the response here was quite common. When Denise left the store, she reunited with her friend, who had just passed by the front of the shop, but she didn't see James anywhere. They assumed he had wandered off, so they began asking the mall security guards and anyone they encountered if they had seen the child. Soon, announcements were made over the mall speakers, inquiring about James, and as desperation mounted, several police patrols came to the area until nightfall, yet there was still no sign of James. The next step for the police was to review the shopping center's security cameras, as it was their only hope of discovering what had happened that afternoon with James. It was 1993, and security cameras had limited resolution at that time, and this particular shopping center didn't have many of them. However, one camera happened to be pointed at the store. The footage showed James leaving through the door, and Denise's lapse in attention was indeed brief, as within a minute, she could be seen searching for James at the door, but by then, it was already too late. The next trace of James was captured by one of the overhead cameras, showing him following two individuals. What was unusual was that these two individuals appeared to be teenagers, seemingly between the ages of 14 and 18. In the final image of James, he was seen leaving the shopping center with one of these boys holding his hand. Initially, there was hope, with the authorities thinking that these young boys wouldn't be capable of harming little James. However, 2 days later, the truth would come to light. More than 4 kilometers away from the shopping center, while playing, some teenagers stumbled upon the remains of a child on the train tracks who had apparently been struck by a train. This discovery immediately set off alarms, and they contacted one of James' uncles, who unmistakably identified the child as James Bulger. It was clear that this was no accident. In fact, all evidence suggested that James had died before being struck by the train. His body bore so many injuries that investigators couldn't determine the exact cause of his death. There were two more unsettling details. He had a pair of batteries in his mouth, and his left eye had been eerily painted blue. It was as if his young body had been subjected to inhumane experimentation, and the crime scene would remain etched in the memory of all the officers present as one of the most horrifying scenes they had ever encountered in their careers. The local community was in shock and outrage over the tragic incident. Many expressed their heartfelt condolences to the family, particularly Denise. While she had a momentary lapse of attention, it was a mistake anyone could make, and those with empathy could understand the immense pain she was going through. She replayed in her mind daily the haunting thought that she might have saved her son had she been more vigilant at that moment. In addition to the sympathy, there were some individuals, including her own husband at one point, who angrily confronted her and blamed her for not being attentive enough, asserting that the tragedy could have been prevented with more careful supervision. The potential key to identifying the culprit lay in the shopping center's security cameras, but their image quality was so poor that even determining the suspects' ages was impossible. Various media outlets attempted to enhance the images in hopes of identifying the individuals, but their efforts proved fruitless. The last glimmer of hope rested on someone coming forward to confess to the crime. On February 16th, just 2 days after James' body was discovered, the police received a crucial call. The caller accused a 12-year-old boy named Jonathan Green of being the perpetrator, and shockingly, this accusation came from his own parents. They claimed that their son bore a resemblance to one of the suspects captured in the security camera footage. A grave accusation indeed when it comes from one's own parents. Law enforcement took this accusation seriously and subjected Jonathan to nearly 23 hours of relentless interrogation before eventually declaring him innocent. In a subsequent interview, Jonathan revealed the profound psychological trauma he endured during this time, spending countless sleepless nights. The intensity of the questioning even tempted him to falsely admit guilt at one point. The parents, however, did not hesitate much before making the accusation, even though the images they based it on were captured just days earlier. Furthermore, Jonathan was a mere 12 years old, and giving him the benefit of the doubt should have been a priority. The only evidence against him was a vague resemblance, which wasn't particularly strong given the poor image quality, akin to images taken through a blur. The media, driven by the pursuit of attention, without much consideration, broadcasted Jonathan as the prime suspect. This prompted people, fueled by a thirst for justice, to attack the vehicle in which he traveled with his parents and to vandalize their home by pelting it with stones until all the windows were shattered. The harassment was so severe that the Greens had to abandon their home and relocate to another city. Just 6 days after James' disappearance, a television program showed all available information about the case up to that date, hoping that a viewer might provide a clue to apprehend the culprits. The program was immensely popular at the time, and following its broadcast, the police received several calls, with one call standing out as particularly valuable. It came from a woman who firmly believed that the real culprits were Robert Thompson and John Venables. These boys were known for their mischievous behavior, which had escalated into criminal activities such as theft. They had gained a notorious reputation at their schools and were frequent truants. However, a significant conflict arose when the police suspected that the culprits were at least 14 years old, while these potential suspects were just 10 years old. Due to this discrepancy and the fact that there were several other suspects of similar age, the police decided to pay a visit to the homes of these young boys, although their expectations were not high. Initially, they observed some peculiar behavior, but it was challenging to draw definitive conclusions from these observations since the police had very little experience dealing with child offenders of this age. Subsequently, it was confirmed that both boys had skipped school on that particular day. Additionally, there was a noticeable detail. One of John's shoes displayed clear stains of blue paint. This piece of evidence led the authorities to consider them as prime suspects, and they were promptly taken to the police station. Unlike the previous case with Jonathan, this time the authorities handled it discreetly to prevent the young boys from enduring the extensive hours of questioning in a single session. Consequently, the interrogations were spread out over multiple days. The initial day of questioning proved to be challenging, given the boy's age of just 10, and the authorities couldn't subject them to the same scrutiny as adults. As a result, both boys steadfastly denied any involvement in the crime, and their age and emotional state played a significant role in this response. However, as the interrogations continued into the second day, a marked contrast emerged between Robert and John. Robert remained composed, displaying little emotion, not shedding a tear, and maintaining a stoic demeanor. On the other hand, John's emotional resilience began to waver, and he eventually confessed to the crime. John revealed that on that fateful afternoon, he and Robert had decided to skip school as they often did and ventured to the shopping center. Their initial actions upon arrival included stealing various items, among them a pair of batteries and a can of blue paint. Growing weary of their theft spree, a sinister idea took hold in their young minds, the idea of kidnapping a child. They planned to take the child onto the street and push them in front of an oncoming car. To execute this plan, they first signaled to another child to approach them. Fortunately, the child's vigilant mother intervened in time, preventing any harm. Continuing with their disturbing plan, as they passed by a butcher shop, they signaled to James Bulger through the window. Tragically, James responded to their call and left the shop, unbeknownst to his mother. The two boys quickly whisked James away from the shopping center to carry out their dark scheme. However, James, with his remarkable balance, made it challenging for them to push him far enough onto the road for a car to strike him. Undeterred, they decided to take James to a nearby canal, intending to push him in and drown him. Upon reaching the canal, they pushed him from above, but instead of falling into the water, James tumbled and struck his forehead, resulting in a visible bump. His cries for help filled the air. It is estimated that approximately 38 individuals witnessed these two boys with James, and a few inquired about their actions. Initially, one of the boys falsely claimed that they were brothers, which caused frustration among those who witnessed the incident. It is important to note that the onlookers faced a challenging situation involving children who appeared innocent, making intervention at the time more complex. However, what remains alarming and subject to criticism is the false explanation provided by John and Robert to one individual, stating that James was a lost child and they were taking him to a police station. At that point, an adult had to be held accountable because this tragic incident could have been prevented. It's clearly irresponsible to entrust the care of a lost child to two 10-year-olds. After walking for more than 4 kilometers, the boys took James to a remote railway track, devoid of any witnesses, and carried out unspeakable acts that are too gruesome to detail. They utilized whatever items they could find, including bricks, stones, and even a hefty 10-kilogram metal bar, inflicting unimaginable suffering upon James. When he lay lifeless, their intentions were unclear, whether to stage it as an accident or to inflict further harm on this young life. They left his lifeless body on the railway track, concealed beneath debris, to remain unnoticed until a passing train. Even the police found it difficult to comprehend such a horrifying reality, and they believed that there must have been prior signs or indicators. Consequently, they decided to delve into the backgrounds of these two young boys. As the police investigation continued, it became evident that both boys had experienced remarkably similar childhoods. Robert Thompson resided in a dysfunctional household where he and his 6 siblings suffered constant abuse from their father. His mother grappled with severe alcohol-related issues and had once attempted suicide while setting their home on fire. Robert had earned a reputation as a thief, displaying violent tendencies and compulsive lying. John Venables, on the other hand, came from a fractured family where his parents were divorced, and he received minimal attention and affection. Coupled with his short temper, John often engaged in mischief and fights to garner attention, eventually leading to his expulsion from school. It's widely believed that Robert took on the role of the ringleader during their terrible actions. Throughout the interrogations, both boys attempted to shift blame onto each other. Robert, displaying a shrewd demeanor, would acknowledge his presence but claim that he left when he saw John beginning to torment James on the railway tracks. When confronted with questions that cornered him, he would feign tears without shedding a single drop. However, the presence of blood and strands of James' hair on his clothing, particularly his shoes, served as irrefutable evidence of his involvement. Consequently, on February 20th, both were declared guilty, identified only as Boy A and Boy B to circumvent potential issues similar to those faced by Jonathan Green. It was known only that they were two 10-year-old boys residing in Walton. This case was a recipe for turmoil. The brutal murder of a child as innocent as a 2-year-old had shaken the community, evoking tears and profound anger. The sentiment was so intense that it practically condemned the perpetrators to a life in hiding if they ever ventured into the public sphere. Yet, these culprits were merely children of 10, making any sentencing decision the subject of heated controversy. There was a significant divide in public opinion regarding the appropriate punishment for John Venables and Robert Thompson. While some called for the death penalty, others believed that a regular prison sentence would suffice. The debate also centered around the issue of anonymity. Why should these boys be shielded from public exposure when other murderers were not afforded the same privilege? Revealing their real names would effectively have been a death sentence, erasing all the efforts invested in their psychological rehabilitation. However, some may argue that if they didn't afford James a chance to live, why should they be allowed to live freely? When the trial started, the parents of the accused were moved to different parts of the country and assumed new identities following death threats. The full trial opened at Sessions House, Preston, on January 1993, conducted as an adult trial with the accused in the dock away from their parents, and the judge and court officials in legal regalia. The boys denied the charges of murder, abduction, and attempted abduction. James's mother, devastated by the loss of her son, could only muster the strength to attend the day of the verdict. It wasn't until the sentencing that the judge permitted the media to publish the faces of Robert and John, who had shown no remorse throughout the 17-day trial. The evidence presented indicated that both boys understood the difference between right and wrong. John's tears seemed to stem from the anticipation of their impending fate, while Robert remained emotionally detached. With this knowledge in mind, on November 24, 1993, John Venables and Robert Thompson, initially facing a minimum of 15 years in prison, received a different sentence. They were to be held in a juvenile detention center until they turned 18, avoiding a real prison experience. This decision disappointed the public to the extent that riots erupted, and vehicles believed to be carrying the boys were vandalized. However, these vehicles were decoys, and the boys were transported discreetly in other vehicles. From that point onward, they were granted new identities shrouded in secrecy, known only to the authorities tasked with monitoring their lives. Initially, public outrage soared when news broke that the government had allocated £1,500,000, roughly equivalent to $2 million, for the rehabilitation of these young boys. This sparked a moral dilemma, as many argued that this substantial sum could have been better spent on saving innocent children, providing them with essential medications and sustenance. After all, this money came from hardworking taxpayers who weren't keen on supporting these boys financially. Some demanded a minimum prison sentence of 15 years for the young offenders, and this demand held some validity. Despite the expertise of psychologists, it's well established that by the age of 18, an individual's brain hasn't fully matured, and latent issues may surface. Allowing potentially dangerous individuals to exit psychological support at this age was seen as a considerable risk. In June 2001, both boys were released, and their anonymity would only be lifted if they committed another crime. Interestingly, Robert, who initially appeared more problematic, managed to stay clear of criminal activity. On the contrary, John's behavior took a different turn, becoming a focal point for those questioning the efficacy of the system and how such individuals could be allowed to reintegrate into society. John's criminal history began with a brief jail sentence in 2008 for instigating a bar brawl and being found in possession of drugs. In 2010, he faced arrest for possessing indecent images related to child abuse. Subsequently, he was convicted and sentenced to 2 years in prison after confessing to downloading and disseminating such content online. Although he was released in 2013, he returned to jail in 2017 on the same charges. This time, he received a 40-month prison term after admitting to possessing over 1,000 explicit images. The exact details of his release and subsequent actions remain unclear, as authorities, seemingly regardless of his actions, continue to shield him from public scrutiny. Even 2 decades after the initial crime, John managed to claim another victim, 36-year-old Scott Bradley. Scott, a family man, fell prey to false rumors that he was, in fact, Robert Thompson. Over several months, he endured relentless harassment, insults, and threats directed at his family, and most importantly, his beloved son. During one phone call, he confided in his mother, expressing his unbearable distress and a desire to end his own life. Regrettably, she didn't take his words seriously, assuming the situation would eventually subside. Tragically, on August 10, 2012, Scott Bradley's mother discovered her son's lifeless body hanging from a noose. When authorities arrived at the scene, they determined it was a case of suicide. The mother of James Bulger, along with countless others, couldn't help but wonder if this tragedy might have been averted had the true identities of the original perpetrators been revealed. In late June 2019, it was reported that British officials had considered, reportedly spent, £65,000 in legal fees to keep Venable's identity a secret. Adele Jensen, who went by the nickname Addie, was a graduate of Dunwoody College of Technology and worked as a radiology technician. She had a beautiful 2-year-old daughter with Joshua Dow. She had lived with Joshua and their daughter, but after breaking up following a violent encounter, she moved in with her parents in Carver County, Minnesota, and had taken her daughter with her. She was saving up money to get her own apartment and enroll her daughter in preschool. On the night of November 17, 2015, she and Joshua, along with his brother, had gone to the downtown cabaret. For unknown reasons, after the club closed, he and his brother saw her walking down the street. They asked her to get in the car with them and go back home, but she refused. This was the last known time she was ever seen again. A few days after her parents reported her missing, Joshua was arrested on suspicion of her murder. The arrest happened after his brother went to police and gave a statement saying Addie was dead and he'd helped Joshua move her body. He said that Joshua had forced him to do it. Joshua's brother, who lived with him at his duplex, said at 5 a.m. on November 18th, he'd been asleep when the sound of a gunshot woke him up. Joshua told him he'd dropped a gun and it had gone off accidentally, and his brother went back to sleep. At about noon, Josh's brother woke up and found a friend who is now deceased in the duplex, helping his brother remove a blood-stained sofa. He also said that Addie's body was wrapped in plastic, like the plastic used at the warehouse where both Joshua and his brother worked in the 2500 block of North 2nd Street in Minneapolis. Cell phone records show that Joshua had been at the warehouse at 7:20 a.m. that morning. He told his brother that Addie had taken her own life. He allegedly held a gun to his brother's head and threatened him, and their mother telling him he had to help move the body, clean up the crime scene, and go along with the story that she was missing. The 3 men loaded the couch into the friend's van and later cut it in pieces and scattered the pieces in various locations. Joshua's brother then got rid of the .38 caliber revolver used in the crime, but police were able to recover it later. Joshua put her wrapped-up body in a box and taped it shut, and he and his brother painted over the blood-stained walls at the duplex. They moved the box with Addie's body to the warehouse. On November 19th, after she was reported missing, the brothers moved the body to a storage closet in the warehouse. Police went to the warehouse and couldn't find a body there, but they could smell decomposing flesh. On the morning of November 22nd, one of Joshua's co-workers at the warehouse had seen him there washing off plastic sheeting and putting boxes in a cart. About 20 minutes later, another witness saw him pushing a box from the warehouse loading dog into a Chevrolet pickup truck matching the description of the truck Addie had rented for Joshua's brother prior to her disappearance. When the police spoke to Joshua, he said he had tried to break up with Addie and she died by suicide afterwards, shooting herself on his couch, which he also disposed of. He said he thought she was going to get the last word by sending him to prison for her death. And he also didn't want their daughter to know her mother died by suicide, so he decided to get rid of her body. He admitted he'd dismembered it at the warehouse and dumped the parts in different garbage cans in the city. By then, the cans had already been emptied. According to text messages on his phone days before her disappearance, he and Addie had been fighting and the arguments had turned physical. When Addie threatened to buy a plane ticket and leave the area, Joshua told her he would get custody of their daughter and she would never see her again. The initial arrest had been for murder, but Joshua was instead charged with second-degree assault with a dangerous weapon and interference with a dead body while concealing evidence. In February 2016, he pleaded guilty to interference with a dead body as well as an unrelated drug charge. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison. In December 2019, Joshua pleaded guilty to second-degree unintentional murder and admitted he had caused Addie's death and improperly disposed of her body. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. As of today, it still remains a mystery as to what really happened to Addie. Also, authorities sifted through 60 to 100 tons of garbage trying to find her remains, but their search has been unsuccessful and as of today, her body remains missing. Nathaniel Williams, who goes by Nate, was born in 1983. His parents were scientists and moved around a lot, so therefore he spent time as a child in the Bolivian Amazon, Colombia, Mexico, and New York. He attended high school in the Washington, D.C. area and would later move because of his love for water to Minnesota because of the many lakes, forests, and having the world's largest freshwater lake. He loved water so much he was given the nickname Fish in high school. His goal was to get a job in wildlife management or maybe as a game warden after he graduated. When he was deciding on schools, he would choose the University of Minnesota at Morris because of the many options for hunting and fishing nearby. Nate also had dyslexia and UMM was very helpful to students with this diagnosis. 21-year-old Nate was last seen on September 28, 2004, leaving his residence on campus in the 400 block of East 10th Street in Morris, Minnesota. He told his college roommates that he was planning to go on a fishing and hunting trip in Two Harbors, Minnesota. He said that he would be gone for 2 weeks and would return on October 10th. All he had with him when he left were 2 fishing rods and a single-shot 12-gauge shotgun in case. He saw a grouse and a blue-down comforter from his bed. Nate had told friends in the past that he dreamed of living off the land, disappearing into the wild and living by his own means, like a Special Forces soldier. 2 days later, sheriff's deputies found his teal and white 1966 Ford F-150 pickup truck north of Two Harbors on the Cowichan Lake Road in Lake County, Minnesota, near the Boundary Waters canoe area. However, there was no sign of Nate or any of his fishing or hunting gear. His parents, who lived in Silver Springs, Maryland, and his roommates reported him missing about a week later when the fishing trip seemed to be lasting longer than usual and he had not contacted anyone. He was not known to have any camping gear or believed to have purchased any during his trip. None of the items he was known to be carrying have ever been found. From credit card receipts, law enforcement was able to determine he had made stops in Brainerd, Grand Rapids, so this was his likely route. Several reports indicate the truck was actually stuck, leaving investigators to think he could have tried to walk out of the area or accepted a ride. Walking out would have been difficult since the area where he went missing is very dense. In 2012, a pilot, Michael Bradley, went missing in the area somewhere around Silver Bay and not even his plane had been found. Though it is not known exactly where he crashed, it gives you an idea as to how dense the area is and how hard it is to search. However, many people believe that due to all the fishermen and hunters that trek through the area, that someone would have found him after all this time. Therefore, it is speculated that he accepted a ride with someone, was hurt by an animal, or took off on his own. However, his parents do not believe he purposely left on his own, but they also don't believe that he is still alive. Authorities also do not believe he committed suicide and he was very close to his family. Both Morris and Lake County authorities are investigating his case, but as of today, it remains unsolved. Abdul Ciset was born on October 16, 1992 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and was the son of Senegalese immigrants. He was the first of his family to be born in the U.S. and was brought up in Minnesota until the early 2000s when his family returned to Senegal. After completing his education in Senegal, he moved to Beijing, China to attend college. He would then return to Minnesota where he would later join the Minnesota National Guard in 2014. Abdul was highly intelligent, talented, and multilingual. He was fluent in French, Mandarin Chinese, and Wolof, a language from his parents' home in Senegal. His fellow soldiers described him as a natural-born leader who knew how to draw the best out of people. He already had overseas experience living with his parents for a time in Senegal and studying in China. Colleagues say he had plans to attend the Defense Language Institute, the military's premier language school in Monterey, California, to train as a human intelligence collector, and that his language skills and ease with people made him a perfect fit for it. On his 27th birthday on October 16, 2019, he had spoken to his parents on the phone. His father would say it was his birthday, so we sang along happy birthday to him. And like a soldier, like a very happy man, he was chanting and chanting with us over the phone. Sadly, tragedy would strike on his birthday and he would succumb to a very senseless act. Police officers would find him lying in the road in the 500 block of 7th Street, near the apartment he shared with his sister. His family believes he was walking home around 4:30 a.m. in the Marcy Homes neighborhood when he saw someone breaking into someone else's car and tried to intervene. That is when he was stabbed to death. He was taken on his birthday to the Hennepin County Medical Center, the same hospital where he was born 27 years earlier, but would not survive. In the days after his death, shocked neighbors and police launched a safe walk. Officers were canvassing door to door for information. It led to no motive or suspects. Minneapolis police say there have been no arrests in the case and that detectives continue to investigate. Abdul's body was flown to his family's home in city of Touba, Senegal, where he was then buried. His family still seeks answers, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Corin Leonairstad was born on February 17, 1987, and lived in Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota. Sadly, Corin's home life was very troubled. Her family moved frequently, their only income came from welfare payments, and her mother had been treated for cocaine abuse and emotional problems. Corin and her brother had spent several months in foster care in 1987, shortly after Corin was born. On June 1, 1992, 5-year-old Corin was dressed in a white sundress with green and pink watermelons on it as she went to play in Skyview Park near her home around 7:30 p.m. Only a few minutes later, her mother and stepfather sent her 2 older brothers to go get her from the park. However, she was nowhere to be found. 2 hours later, her mother reported her missing to the police. A boy playing in the park told authorities that he believed he saw Corin talking to an unidentified man that evening. The boy said that he saw a girl matching her description petting the man's dog. It has never been verified that the girl was in fact Corin. Robert Quivara was a longtime friend of Corin's mother, Mona Williams. Authorities viewed Robert as the main suspect in her disappearance quickly into their investigation. He often stayed overnight at the family's home when he was too intoxicated to drive home and was there the night Corin went missing. He reportedly left the home immediately after Corin went out to play. Police dogs tracked her scent to his home after her disappearance. Shockingly, witnesses told authorities that Robert often slept in the same bed as Corin when he stayed the night. Corin's mother stated that her daughter had accused Robert of molesting her on the day of her disappearance. Strangely, Mona did not tell the police about this until several days after her daughter disappeared. She actually claimed that she had forgotten about the incident until then. Authorities discovered a dress identical to the one Corin was last seen wearing in a pair of girls' underpants inside Robert's locker. The items of clothing had been stained with blood and semen. Blood stains were also discovered on a shower curtain inside Robert's trailer. DNA testing showed that the fluids could have come from both Corin and Robert. He was charged with her kidnapping, rape, and murder on June 5, 1992, for days after Corin disappeared. His brother Jerry Quivara was also arrested in the days after Corin's disappearance on suspicion of aiding and abetting his brother, but was released from custody without charges. Defense witnesses argued at Robert's trial that his locker and trailer were not secured, and that the evidence could have been planted there to frame him for Corin's disappearance. In 1992, Minnesota law did not allow the full use of DNA evidence at trials, although that has since changed. As a result, Robert was acquitted of all charges in connection with Corin's case. He has continued to maintain his innocence throughout the years and is unable to be charged for the crime again due to double jeopardy laws. Sadly, Corin's body has never been found, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. 50-year-old Rachel Anthony would meet a terrible fate on February 27, 2001. Up until this day, she had been a hardworking grandmother who worked in Pine River, Minnesota, a town of less than 1,000 people where everyone knows everyone. Pine River was a ghost town and not many people were out and about because it was 19 degrees Fahrenheit below zero that night. Rachel was working alone at Ultimate Liquors, where she had worked for a year and a half, preparing to close up shop for the night. She apparently went out and started her car parked in front of the building to warm it up and lock the front door behind her. Pine River Police Officer Sean Bennett was on patrol that night when he saw her Ford Escort running in the parking lot at 10 p.m., which was the closing time of the liquor store. Hours later, between midnight and 1 a.m., Officer Sean would pass by the liquor store again and see the car still running, sitting in front of the business. He stopped to check it out and determined no one was there. However, police would find Rachel's purse, glasses, and coat still in the store. Reports state that the back door was unlocked and it appeared she took the garbage out and had possibly encountered someone. The parking lot was a full sheet of ice, so there were no tire tracks, which made it very difficult for police to collect evidence. There were also no tracks found in the surrounding thick snow. Robbery was ruled out because no cash or merchandise appeared to be missing. There was also no signs of a struggle inside or outside of the store. The security cameras were unfortunately not recording that night. Investigators would suspect Rachel had been taken from the store against her will. Her daughter Jessica, her son-in-law, and grandchildren lived with her, and Jessica was the first person police notified. Authorities checked out Jessica and her husband's alibis, as well as Rachel's ex-husband, who was living in Princeton. However, their alibis checked out. Investigators looked at who was traveling along Highway 371 that night, looked at receipts made at the liquor store and what type of alcohol was purchased. All the people who made purchases from the liquor store during her shift cooperated and were eliminated as suspects. The last purchase rung up that night was at 9:56 p.m. and the transaction was never completed. This led detectives to believe this partial purchase was that of the suspect. While investigators and agents looked for clues, extensive searches were ongoing in Pine River and the surrounding area by air and land to find Rachel, but there were no signs of her anywhere. 6 weeks after her disappearance on April 13th, 4 teenagers were riding horses on the side of a narrow paved road in Breezy Point. One of the teens looked down in a ditch off Nelson Road and saw a female's body. That body was later determined to be the body of Rachel Anthony, located about 10 miles from where she was taken. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxia. Detectives said it appeared the suspect threw her body over the high-packed snowbank off the road and into the ditch, which was 20 feet down. Detectives stated, "Is just another indication that the person who did this was from this area. No one from out of this area would even know about this road. This is a back road between Pequot Lakes and Breezy Point, and only someone from this area would be able to find this road." Authorities couldn't determine an exact time of death, but believe it was right after her abduction. Many people speculate that the suspect didn't choose Rachel at random. It is in a very secure and rural area where you can go miles without seeing anyone or anything other than trees. The extremely low temperatures that night leads you to believe that no one would be out without purpose. It is believed that the suspect is someone from the area that knew what time she closed the store and is familiar with the rural area in which her body was found. The suspect has never been found, and her family continues to seek justice, but as of today, this case remains unsolved. Juliet Lramagat, affectionately known as Juju, was born on May 2, 2013. Her parents are Paraguayan Lilian Zapata and Frenchman Stefan Lramagat, who gave the little girl both nationalities. Charlotte, the couple's firstborn, completed their family. Eventually, the spouses divorced and Lilian joined Rainer Oberber, a German citizen who had arrived in Paraguay just a year before to settle in the country. It was known that he had worked on projects or campaigns related to human rights in Europe. Juliet had microcephaly, a neurological condition that causes motor disabilities and cognitive developmental delays. The girl was described as a cheerful, affectionate, and lively child who enjoyed playing outdoors. From mid-March 2020, Juliet had been living on a farm in the city of Ambascada with her mother, sister, and stepfather. According to reports about the case, Reiner convinced his partner to settle there when the quarantine was imposed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Everything seemed tranquil and almost idyllic in this corner of the country, but that calm was unexpectedly and dramatically shattered on April 15, 2020. On that day, little Juliet disappeared without a trace while on the property where, in addition to her family, there were 2 workers. According to information released by the Paraguayan newspaper ABC on the morning of April 16th, when the local school director realized that one of his students had been missing since the previous morning, he notified the authorities. Immediately, officers from the police station of Ambascada went to the residence of the family. It was at that moment that the mother reported her daughter's disappearance. Lillian said that the 7-year-old, who had difficulty moving and the cognitive development of a 3-year-old, had gone missing at around 9:30 in the morning the previous day while playing in the gated complex where they lived, along with a pair of goats that were also missing. She explained that, as time passed without her daughter returning, she asked for help from some neighbors to search the property, but they were unsuccessful. The search operation was immediately launched, involving police officers with trained dogs and the participation of local residents. As the hours passed, fears for the safety of the young girl grew. No one could believe that something like this could happen in that peaceful place. Additionally, on April 17th, a team accompanied Lillian to check 2 properties in different parts of Ambascada where they had lived, but they found no traces of the child. On the same day and in the following days, alongside search efforts, various law enforcement agencies conducted interviews with the mother, stepfather, and workers at the location. They also requested information from the telephone companies of the adults responsible for the minor and individuals connected to the case, as well as reviewed security camera footage from nearby businesses. Some witnesses reported seeing the child for the last time on April 15th at 10 in the morning. Initially, the hypothesis was that the child had gone missing while following the goats. However, investigators considered this version unlikely since the child had difficulty moving and the goats were pregnant and did not typically stray far from the area. The property covered about 30 hectares and included several buildings. With no traces of the child found on the property, the investigation was reinforced on April 20th with the addition of prosecutors from the anti-kidnapping unit. Day later, the goats with which Juliet was said to have been playing were found. They were found in good condition, for kilometers in a straight line from the house, passing through a densely wooded area. Due to her motor disability, it was impossible for the girl to make that journey with the animals. The next day, the police expanded the search nationwide. During the first 2 weeks of the investigation, the prosecution team conducted several searches on the family property. These inspections resulted in the discovery of blood traces in various places, including in a van driven by Reiner. In his initial statements to the prosecution, the German citizen claimed to have left the house twice in the mentioned vehicle on the day Juliet went missing. However, the police investigation would later determine that he had actually left the property a total of 3 times. In addition to the forensic and technical work being done to determine Reiner's possible involvement in the disappearance, officials in charge of the case obtained relevant information during their interviews with various witnesses. Juliet's nanny and one of the workers on the property told detectives that Reiner easily lost his patience when it came to the younger of his daughters. On the other hand, Juliet's sister, who was 10 years old at the time, made a statement using a special system, which is used to interview minors to ensure their safety and comfort. Day later, the young girl left the country as a protective measure to reunite with her biological father in Switzerland. The prosecutor in charge of the investigation detailed that a sports shoe, a sheet, a towel, and a carpet had been seized, all of which reacted to the blood detection reagent. He also stated that tests would be conducted to determine the origin of the blood residues. The representative of the public ministry reported that new searches had been conducted at various addresses and that 2 vans owned by Reiner had been seized as well as electronic devices. He explained that although they were investigating the case as a missing persons case, they did not rule out any hypotheses from an intra-family matter to the involvement of a third party. It was also reported that a computer had mysteriously disappeared from the location. When questioned about it, Reiner stated that he had sent it for repairs but couldn't say where it was being examined. As the investigations continued and knowing that the authorities considered them as suspects, Reiner and Lillian made a video offering a reward of approximately 10 million Paraguayan guaraníes, approximately $1,400 at that time's exchange rate, for any valuable information that would help them find the child. In the message, they expressed that they were deeply affected. The mother spoke directly to her daughter, saying that she missed her as did her sister. She also explained that they were under restrictions because they were being investigated. As the days passed, Lillian and Reiner changed their initial version, which pointed to Juliet having gone missing. Instead, they now claimed that Juliet may have been abducted from the property and deprived of her freedom, a change in position that also raised suspicions among the authorities. While the prosecutors had this hypothesis on the table, it seemed unlikely because there were 200 meters from the property's entrance to the place where the child was last seen. This implied that, to take the child, the perpetrator would have had to get out of a vehicle, open a wooden gate, enter with the car, take the child and the 2 goats that had also disappeared, close the gate again, and leave. However, it was not credible that the 3 people in the house at that time did not hear the sound of a vehicle. Based on the findings during the investigations, the prosecutors charged the mother and stepfather of the child with failing in their duty of care and education, as well as abandonment. On May 4th, the public ministry searched the residence and arrested Lillian, 33, and Reiner, 55. The prosecution announced that both had declined to provide an interrogatory statement and were in preventive detention. One of the figures who appeared in the media and pointed to Reiner as a suspected person was Rufino Zapata, Lillian's father and Juliet's grandfather. During a radio interview, he stated that the family had strong suspicions that his daughter's partner could not stand the little girl. While he clarified that he could not accuse, the information they had made them think that the German citizen could be linked to his granddaughter's disappearance. Furthermore, the young girl's grandfather said he believed that his daughter knew something about what happened to her granddaughter and was under pressure not to give details about the case. He also expressed that Reiner was a horrible person and he feared what he might do. In mid-May, during a video call interview, Juliet's biological father expressed his trust in the detectives and requested that a complete investigation, especially Reiner. He mentioned that since Lillian joined the German citizen, she had distanced herself from her family and only associated with his circle. He said that he did not distrust Lillian, whom he considered a loving and careful mother, especially with Juliet. Additionally, he mentioned that his other daughter had told him about a very serious matter. He said that further investigation was needed and that he had some suspicions about what might have happened to the little girl, although he didn't know who was responsible. He was certain that it wasn't an accident. According to him, his elder daughter told him about the day her little sister disappeared. The girl said that while she, her mother, and other people were searching for Juliet, Reiner remained seated in front of his computer the entire time. He added that during that day and into the night, Lillian and the little girl were searching for Juliet, but they didn't have the help they needed. While defending his ex-wife, he also suggested that, in his opinion, she was a victim and had no idea what had happened. The father of the child appointed a group of lawyers, including Oscar Toma, to represent him. The attorneys filed a series of complaints against Juliet's stepfather, accusing him of deprivation of liberty and taking the life of his daughter. Oscar Toma had collaborated several times with an organization which had been working since 2013 for the protection of children in Paraguay, especially those declared missing. Reiner insisted on his innocence, stating that he had nothing to do with Juliet's disappearance. On May 18th, the police once again searched the Juliet family's property, but found no trace of the child. The police and the prosecution had already conducted a series of inspections, especially in places where German citizens who were part of Reiner's circle stayed. Electronic devices, closed-circuit recordings, and documentation were seized. A more intense search was also ordered, considering the possibility that the child might be found deceased. Some buildings were examined and floors were lifted, but none of these efforts yielded results. The media covered the case, especially the differences of opinion between Juliet's father and his lawyer, Oscar, who announced in early June that he was stepping away from the case. According to him, his job was to find the truth, but his client's demands would not allow it. When asked about it, he added that Stefan's decision to side solely against Reiner went against his convictions. The lawyer took the opportunity to explain that, in his opinion, all the pieces of evidence pointed to both of them as responsible for the child's disappearance. Despite intense efforts, the lack of results from the various actions undertaken caused frustration among both the investigators and the child's grandparents. However, as time went on and based on information contained in various seized devices during searches, detectives made discoveries that changed the course of the investigation. On July 23rd, the prosecution expanded the charges against Juliet's stepfather to include possession of child sexual content. In a press conference, the investigators revealed that, after analyzing 80,000 photographs contained in the seized electronic devices, they found adult material and intimate images of Juliet and her sister. According to the prosecutor, they had indications that the stepfather of the minors had captured the images. The established truth concept dictates that the person who took the photograph is considered the alleged perpetrator. This was articulated in the reasons for the charges against Reiner, as the images were found on his cell phone. Early the following year, the prosecutor in charge of the case declared that the investigation into Juliet's disappearance was getting closer to the truth. However, 2 months later, the case remained unsolved, and a decision by the main suspect came as a surprise. On March 17, 2021, the child's stepfather offered $350 million Paraguayan guaranis, approximately $44,600 at the exchange rate of that time, for information about Juliet's whereabouts. Through the lawyers who made the announcement, Reiner insisted on his innocence and claimed that he or the kidnappers of the child could have entered the property through the rolling gate or from the neighboring property. On that occasion, he defended the mother of the missing child, who was also being held against her will, and criticized the justice system, stating that he never imagined that the truth could be suppressed for so long and that judges and prosecutors were trampling the law. The following month, just before entering a hearing to provide an interrogatory statement, the German man made statements pointing to Rufino, Juliet's grandfather, and urged journalists to investigate his partner's father. If you want to investigate a bit, I'll give you a clue. Approach or ask Juliet's grandfather, who always says he knows more. And maybe he does know more than he says, and all I can tell you is that angels will become demons, and demons will become angels, he said. Rufino reacted to the accusations made by the main suspect in the case, stating that these accusations were part of a strategy by the lawyers. He also called on the prosecutors to follow him wherever they wanted and reiterated that his family was available for cooperation. In that context, he also mentioned that he had lost contact with his daughter months ago and emphasized that, in his opinion, she must know something about what happened to his granddaughter. While awaiting trial, an appeals court granted Lillian limited freedom of movement. On September 24, 2021, Lillian Zapata was sentenced to 6 years in prison for failing in her duty of care and abandonment of her daughter. Despite the guilty verdict, she remained free pending the confirmation of her sentence. In the case of Reiner, unlike his partner, he was acquitted of these same charges. The court believed that he had no involvement in the act of abandonment. However, he still faced charges related to the possession of sexual content involving minors. Only 2 months later, on November 9th, Lillian was once again sentenced. She was given an additional 2 years of imprisonment with the suspension of the sentence's execution after being found guilty of contempt of a court order. The November ruling came in response to her refusal to undergo a DNA test, which was intended to determine if the blood traces found during the investigations matched the child. She also rejected a toxicology test that aimed to determine if she consumed narcotics. I don't know. The prosecution never informs me of anything. They never communicated with me. From jail, I did everything for them to investigate, even sent a letter to the French embassy. All I ask is that they search for and find my daughter. Lillian refused, arguing that it was her body and she wouldn't give consent for the tests. Before the end of 2021, the court revoked the decision to keep Reiner in preventive detention. The verdict established that the public ministry did not find sufficient evidence to incriminate him, absolving him of all guilt and penalty. In an unexpected turn of events, a video posted on a popular social network on May 31, 2022, showed a girl on the streets of Ecuador who appeared to have the same characteristics as young Juliet. The recording was apparently made in public by two foreigners. When asked about it, officials from the public ministry confirmed that the girl in the video seemed to be Juliet, but provided no further details to protect the ongoing investigation. Nevertheless, it was announced that a technical verification of the content and origin was being conducted. This information led Stefan to request a copy of the Swiss documents to travel to Ecuador to verify if the girl in the video that circulated on social media was Juliet. His request led to an incident at the airport, during which his older daughter, after visiting her mother in Paraguay, was detained by airport authorities when she was about to return to Europe. It was reported that officials found her missing sister's documents among the girl's belongings. As a result, the girl missed her flight, but there were no other reported consequences. In a new chapter of this case, Judge ordered the capture of Lillian to enforce the prison sentence imposed in 2021 for the charges of violating her duty of care, and on August 16, 2023, Juliet's mother appeared before the court and requested the postponement of her imprisonment, invoking a provision in the penal code that allows the postponement of the sentence for mothers of children under 1 year old. However, on August 17th, the court ruled against her request and ordered her immediate confinement at the National Women's Penitentiary, where she will serve her 6-year sentence. The judge mandated that her baby must receive pediatric care, social assistance, and all necessary care to ensure the well-being of the child and his mother during the breastfeeding stage. 3 years have passed since Juliet's disappearance and many loose ends remain. One of the hypotheses being considered is that the girl disappeared on April 14th, a day before the date the parents reported to the authorities, following an incident inside the house, and was subsequently moved to another location with the goats. To this day, it remains unconfirmed whether the blood found during the investigations belongs to Juliet, among other reasons due to the refusal of Lillian and the biological father to provide the necessary samples for DNA comparative studies. Nevertheless, Steifen remains vigilant for any progress in the investigations and has offered a reward for information leading to Juliet's whereabouts. Juliet's grandfather, Rufino, also refuses to give up. On several occasions he has expressed his concern about the lack of results in the investigation and has requested the collaboration of the public to report any information or suspicions that could lead to Juliet's discovery. National authorities assure that the investigation is ongoing and the police are following several leads. All that remains is to hope that the responsible party or parties for Juliet's disappearance confess, or that someone provides credible information that leads the authorities to the truth. Megan Renee Fogelong was born January 20, 1994. Her parents divorced when she was about 6 years old. At 9 years old, she moved to Oneida, Illinois to live with her father and stepmother. Years later, she moved back to Alden, Kansas to live with her mother. Pam is described as having a wild lifestyle and having a somewhat competitive friendship with her daughter. At some point, her mother would unfortunately introduce her to David Madden. David was her mom's ex-lover and he was 14 years older than Megan. David was a former Marine, but was described as paranoid and violent with hatred towards law enforcement and the government. She began having a tumultuous relationship with David and the couple were on and off again. David was very physically and mentally abusive and once placed her in a straitjacket at gunpoint and threatened to end her life. Frustrated with the abuse, she briefly moved back to Illinois to be with her dad and stepmom, but she would unfortunately again return to Alden and reconnect with David. In December 2014, David and Megan were at her friend's Kelly Starnes' home when Kelly made a frantic 911 call. Even after this, they would make up and continue dating. On November 30th, 2015, Megan would register her last activity on Facebook when she replied to a message from a friend and said she was at David's house. The next day, David would text his neighbor, who was also the local sheriff, and say he caught Megan stealing from him, which led to an argument and she left. On December 7th, Megan's phone sent a text to a friend saying, "I'm fine." However, her friend is not sure whether she sent the message herself or not. Due to her lifestyle, 21-year-old Megan was not reported missing until February 10th, 2016, over 2 months after she was last seen. She was spontaneous, but had never gone for an extended time without contacting her loved ones. She had a prepaid phone and the carrier doesn't keep records for it after 10 days. So authorities were unable to use phone records to help with their investigation. Megan told two friends that if she ever disappeared, David would probably be the one responsible. In February 2017, David, who was wanted for questioning and the disappearance of Megan, would lead police on a high-speed chase through Rice County and Barton County, Kansas, and was arrested later that day. He was charged with aggravated assault in that case and sentenced to probation. Searches of his property turned up 2 crates containing 24 metal pipe bombs, 2 live military ordnance projectiles, 12 containers of smokeless powder, a railroad torpedo, a .45 caliber pistol, and an AK-47 machine gun. He said he'd found the machine gun in Iraq while serving there with the Marines and brought it back to the U.S. In April 2019, he was indicted on 1 count of illegal possession of a machine gun and became wanted on a federal warrant. Later that month, he and his girlfriend Erin and her 7-year-old son were pulled over by an officer. Erin was driving and her young son was in the back seat. David then shot the undersheriff 5 times out the window. After the shooting, Erin claims David forced her to drive at gunpoint. She drove to his home where he then loaded a laundry basket with guns and ammunition. Then she drove him to his father Tom Madden's home in Raymond, Kansas, where David fatally shot him. When police arrived at the scene that evening, David shot the sheriff and exchanged gunfire with other officers, and then after a 6-hour standoff, David fatally shot himself. His girlfriend Erin was then arrested for obstructing apprehension of David and aggravated endangering of a child because she knew he was a felon that carried a gun. A mutual friend of David and Megan's reported that after her disappearance, David said to them, "No one else will have to worry about her again." There is an overwhelming amount of information in this case, which could be speculation, rumors, or just hard to prove, so I won't be covering it all. What we do know is Megan has never been found, but foul play is suspected, and sadly, as of today, this case remains unsolved. Rachel Geraldine Pratt was born May 8, 1979. She had 7 siblings and grew up in Garden City, Kansas. At the age of 14, she began sneaking around with an 18-year-old boy. When she was 15 years old, she was caught shoplifting a pregnancy test from Walmart. Her mother became very upset, demanding to know who she could be pregnant by, not knowing that she had been seeing the 18-year-old. Rachel eventually admitted to having an older boyfriend and gave her mother his name. Her mother Jan went to the boy's home and spoke to his father. Then the boy's mother called Jan and told her that her son was not involved with Rachel. In the meantime, she took Rachel to the health department to verify her pregnancy. After this, she took Rachel to the police department to file a report because of their age difference. A few weeks later, the boy went to the police department and confirmed that he was indeed Rachel's boyfriend. He was then charged with aggravated and indecent liberties with a child on December 31, 1994. 2 weeks later, Rachel would go missing. She was last seen watching a movie at home with her brother around 1 a.m. on January 16, 1995. Jan came home from work at 2 a.m. and realized Rachel and her coat were gone, and her son had fallen asleep during the movie. She stayed up all night waiting for Rachel to come home and claimed that at 5 a.m. she heard a car driving near her house and recognized it as Rachel's boyfriend's. Although her family reported Rachel missing to the police, they didn't actively start investigating until 5 days after she disappeared. Around the time the police started their investigation, a group of girls claimed that they had seen Rachel talking on a payphone and her boyfriend was with her. They claimed that after they finished the phone call, they left the phone booth and then asked the girls for a ride. The couple then went into Dylan's grocery store. This witness sighting is uncorroborated and the boyfriend denies this incident even took place. The boyfriend claims that he had not had any contact with Rachel after her disappearance and that he had no part in it either. Rachel was scheduled to be a witness against her boyfriend who was being prosecuted for unlawful sexual relations with her. Because Rachel disappeared before she could testify, the charges were dropped. Rachel's father now lives in Illinois, but her mother has stayed in the same house and keeps the same phone number in the hopes that Rachel might someday return. There is no evidence to indicate that Rachel has given birth. There's also no record of her ever receiving a driver's license, a copy of her birth certificate, or a social security card. There have been no sightings of her in many years, but authorities remain hopeful that she is still alive. To this day, the boyfriend has not been ruled out as a suspect, but the police say there isn't much to indicate foul play, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. 13-year-old Beverly Ann Ward was born and raised in Junction City, Kansas. On July 4, 1978, at her home on 227 West 11th Street, she and a neighboring 9-year-old girl who was in town visiting a relative across the street had come over to have a sleepover. There were 2 beds in Beverly's room, and she was sleeping in one and the 9-year-old girl was in the other. In the early morning hours, Beverly's family were awoken by a commotion outside. Someone had thrown a brick through an apartment window, and everyone had gotten up to see what was going on. At this time, the family assumed Beverly had woken up as well and was watching the commotion with them. Once the disturbance was over, they realized Beverly was not with them and was missing from the home. Her mother, Bernia Ward, would report her missing at 5:30 a.m. Beverly was scheduled to go to summer camp that day and had her bags packed along with $12 she had saved for the trip. Upon investigating her room, they found none of her clothes were missing and the $12 was still there. They also found the window screen directly above her bed was cut and removed. At this point, investigators believed that someone came in her room between 3 and 5 a.m. and took Beverly. Also, it was a hot night and investigators believe the window may have already been open and the person who took Beverly only had to deal with the window screen. The 9-year-old girl who had been sleeping in the same room said she never heard or saw anything. The police spoke with neighbors and friends at the time to find some leads, but were unsuccessful. Information was entered into the National Crime Information Center computer system, and they notified the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. In 1978, Junction City had a reputation as a transient area where people used it as a community to pass through or to temporarily reside in. There were a few suspects questioned in connection to Beverly's disappearance, 2 of whom were seen in a vehicle by neighbors, but the sighting wasn't around the time Beverly went missing. A 3rd person who was in the area was also named as a person of interest, but no evidence could tie them to the case. Also, none of her family members are considered suspects in her case. Beverly has never been found, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Vincent Moore was born March 3, 2015 to Michelle Mendez and Gary Moore. On June 5, 2015, Michelle dropped off 3-month-old Vincent and his 2-year-old brother at their father Gary's home for visitation. Gary took both children to Texas sometime in mid to late June, and they stayed there until July 9th before he returned to Wichita, Kansas. During this time, Michelle made repeated attempts to get in touch with Gary and see the children, but she was unable to reach them, so at the end of the month, she notified police. Vincent was last seen with Gary in the early morning hours of July 11, 2015, leaving his house near South Hydraulic Avenue and Tulsa Street in Wichita, Kansas. Gary was carrying a blue and black floral print diaper bag. Gary was arrested at a traffic stop in Wichita on July 29th, 18 days after Vincent was last seen. He was arrested and jailed on unrelated warrants for probation violations and failure to appear in court. When he was arrested, he had Vincent's 2-year-old brother with him, but not Vincent. Gary claimed he gave Vincent back to Michelle when he returned from Texas, but she says that is not true and she doesn't know where her son is. Michelle would pass a polygraph test backing up her story. Soon after his disappearance, police searched along railroad tracks in a wooded area near the Wichita suburb of Derby, Kansas, but turned up empty-handed. In 2014, before Vincent was born, Gary was sentenced to probation for misdemeanor battery on Michelle. He was ordered to pay court cost, report to a probation officer, wear a GPS tracking device on his ankle, and have no contact with Michelle. Despite all this, Michelle and him would marry in February 2015. After Vincent went missing, Gary was sentenced to a year in jail for violating his probation by failing to pay his court cost. Also, before he traveled to Texas, he had cut off the GPS tracking device on his ankle, which led to an additional charge. In May 2016, He would plead guilty to this charge for tampering with electronic monitoring equipment and was sentenced to additional time in prison. According to court documents, Michelle was concerned for the safety of their children when they were in Gary's care. She filed for a protective order on June 18th, 2 weeks after she last saw the boys. In her application, she wrote that Gary had never intentionally hurt Vincent and his brother, but stated Gary was rougher than he intends to be, and that he tried to use the children to control her. She said she thought it was only a matter of time before he heard them. In August 2015, Kansas Department of Child Protective Services removed Vincent's brother from Michelle's custody and placed him in foster care. At a hearing held in October, DCF officials said there was clear and convincing evidence that Vincent is deceased. Vincent has since been declared legally dead. However, Gary's family has stated they believe Vincent is still alive. Gary states that he believes Michelle stashed him somewhere and he hopes that he is still alive. As of today, no one has been arrested in connection with baby Vincent's disappearance and his case remains unsolved. On February 23, 1999, 39-year-old star Gail Boomer was visiting Uncle Mike's bar, now called Nobody's Business, in Kansas City, Kansas with her roommate Carolyn Marshall. Carolyn stated while they were in the bar, a male stranger walked up to Gail and for no apparent reason threw her off the bar stool. She then got up and insisted she was all right and her attacker was forced to leave. Carolyn would leave the bar after finishing her drink and ask the bartender to keep an eye on Gail, whom she planned to pick up later. When Carolyn returned to the bar, she was told that Gail had already left with 2 men. 5 days later, with no word from Gail, Carolyn reported her missing. Witnesses at the bar told authorities that she was involved in an altercation with another patron during the evening. The individual is believed to be a career criminal with a history of violent behavior, particularly towards women. He allegedly knocked her to the ground and beat her, causing her to lose consciousness. According to the witnesses, Gail had not left the bar with 2 men like her roommate was told. In fact, she was dragged out of the bar by the 2 men. She has never been heard from again, and authorities believe she may have met foul play inside the bar and her body hidden in another location. In October 1999, William Eugene Gino Spradlin and Robert Franklin Butchhorn were charged with second-degree murder in Gail's case. Both suspects have extensive criminal histories and have served time in prison. The charges were later dismissed because over a dozen witnesses to the alleged crime refused to testify against the defendants because they were terrified to cooperate. Authorities believe that several people have information related to the case, but the individuals have not come forward. One of the bar patrons who was a witness in Gail's case was Sean Pernis. Sean's wife Renee disappeared in 2009 and he was later convicted of her murder, although his wife's body has never been located. However, he isn't considered a suspect in Gail's case and was only questioned because he was a witness to Gail being assaulted the first time. He said in an interview from prison that he was a medic at the time and bandaged her arm. He then goes on to say that the 2 suspects returned to the bar later that night without Gail and covered in dust which they assumed was from a local rock quarry. Investigators reopened the case in 2017 and began to do more searching for her body. They ripped up tiles and baseboards at the bar looking for bloodstains. They are trying to locate a possible witness named Edward who may have worked as a mechanic. Authorities don't believe he was directly involved in the suspected murder, but they think he has information on it. He used to frequent the Turner section of Kansas City, Kansas, and possibly lived or worked in the area, but has since moved out of state. Over the years, detectives have searched caves and tunnels looking for Gail, but have found nothing. In 2019, police got a tip that she was buried beneath the concrete of a house where her boyfriend lived at the time. A cadaver dog indicated it smelled something and radar showed something below the foundation, but her body was never found. Also in 2019, the empty lot near the bar where Gail lived at the time in the 1700 block of South 49th Street was searched and dug up over several days, but again, nothing. Gail's sister, Cynthia Hurdy, became a private detective and trained with search and rescue dogs. She has personally confronted the suspects and searched for her sister's body. Her family hopes that the witnesses will reconsider and agree to testify one day. She also states that the police were unable to search a truck owned by one of the suspects. Another vehicle owned by the bartending girlfriend of one of the suspects was found burned either to destroy evidence or to intimidate her. Gail left behind a 3-year-old son who was raised by his grandparents after her disappearance. As of today, this case remains unsolved. The case of the Shelter of Terror. Rosa del Carmen Verdesco was born in 1934 in Zamora, Mexico, into a wealthy and well-positioned family within the community. She and her 4 siblings received a good education due to their status. Money was not a concern for the Verdescos, but something about this privileged reality troubled Rosa's mind. While she and her family could afford anything they wanted and enjoy a good life, thanks to her father's ability to run commercial businesses, other children faced harsher realities. This seemed unacceptable to her, and from the moment she became aware of it, a compelling need to make a change about the issue that bothered her was born. Even at a young age, she understood that it was up to her to make a difference. However, this task would not be easy, as she came from a strict family and she knew it well. It was rumored among the inhabitants of Zamora that in her pre-teens, Rosa had fallen in love with a laborer, and her parents did everything possible to stop the progression of that relationship. At that time, Rosa had no choice but to accept her parents' order to distance herself from Fatman. Outraged by what she had to endure, she swore she would never marry, but she would have children. One day, while walking through the streets of her city, she met a boy slightly younger than her, who was 13 at the time, living in the open. Rosa felt she could not turn a blind eye and had to remedy the terrible situation the boy was going through, rescuing him from poverty. She took him to live in her house with her family, so he could finally rest under a roof and have a meal on the table. Her parents refused, considering her too young to face such a responsibility, but they eventually agreed to receive him due to her persistence. For time, this activity became a habit for Rosa, or rather, her passion. After a few months, the number of children living under her care had multiplied. Amidst this turmoil in the Verdesco household, her father passed away. Although this terrible event deeply affected Rosa, she saw it as an opportunity to fully pursue her dream. So then, she convinced her mother to buy her a house where she could shelter and help more children. On one hand, Rosa was just as young as her rescued children and also needed adult care, but on the other hand, she would no longer have to occupy her own space. This was how Rosa settled in her first home, but she experienced firsthand what it was like to live without money or food. Far from being an impediment, she went out to walk the streets of the city with the other children to earn their daily food. Her dream was coming true as more and more children arrived at the home under her wing. The shelter began to receive donations from residents and prominent personalities who were moved by Rosa's altruism, allowing her to gather the necessary funds to buy a larger plot of land and build a shelter with much more capacity. The same shelter that years later became known as La Gran Familia. Rosa Verdesco's work was quickly recognized by the population, who were inspired by her commitment and devotion to the care of minors, and consequently, donations soon appeared. Food, school supplies, cleaning products, and money, among other things, made it possible to maintain the place that Rosa and her children built with their own hands. In 1947, La Gran Familia opened its doors, but it was in 1973 that the establishment became a civil association, not only receiving street children but also those whose parents could not maintain them due to various difficulties, or who were affected by substance abuse. Keeping them under a roof was one of the objectives, but the priority of the shelter was to provide them with the necessary education to allow them to be professional and independent individuals in the future. For this reason, they had an educational program including primary, secondary, high school, and even university extension careers recognized and validated by the government. In addition to conventional training, the minors attended physical education classes, sewing workshops, and many more categories. However, one of the most outstanding and proudest for Rosa was musical learning. The children residing in the establishment had to learn to play an instrument or sing. Thanks to this, a large orchestra was formed that did not miss a celebration without presenting their musical number. La Gran Familia gained great popularity, reaching the ears of many politicians who decided to support and get involved in the project. Governors like Vicente Fox and Felipe Calderon, to name a few, became great admirers and allies of Rosa Verdesco. The work carried out there was so recognized that even during a visit by Queen Elizabeth of England to Mexico, she requested to meet Rosa Verdesco in addition to donating a bus for transporting the children and money to build a gymnasium. Rosa agreed to the meeting but added a condition to the Queen's request. She was willing to receive her if the children could be present at the venue and share a meal with her and the prince consort, as well as offer them a musical number. Rosa Verdesco made it happen. It was known that, with her undeniable determination, she could achieve everything she wanted, and she had already proven it over decades. Thanks to that defining character, over the years, hundreds of children were welcomed into that home. All were received. However, as often happens in such cases, not everyone was very happy with her way of being. Rosa Verdesco faced controversies from the beginning of her project. One of the first reasons she was criticized concerned the location of the shelter, as it was located in an affluent area of the city. Her neighbors were not willing to share space with an establishment that, at first glance, looked deplorable, as it had been built by inexperienced hands, and occasionally some walls would crumble and had to be rebuilt. However, there were more terrifying reasons to judge what happened at La Gran Familia. Amid so much kindness and generosity seemed to hide a secret that only those behind those doors seemed to know, or at least someone that no one dared to tell, for fear of Rosa's reprisals. It was very common among the neighbors of the city to see her in the streets with a group of children. Some were sent to beg for money or sell newspapers to collect money. Meanwhile, others, the more privileged or at least chosen by her, accompanied her to have a chocolate she invited them to, but it was on these occasions that Rosa's authoritarian character became visible to those outside the shelter. In popular celebrations, when the town gathered in the streets, Rosa sent the children to ask for toys and authorized them to bite people who refused to give them anything. On the other hand, merchants or anyone who crossed her path were obligated to make some type of donation that Rosa demanded. The woman had the freedom to do and undo. It was evident that she had a power that exceeded her good intentions of running a home for children. Soon, the inhabitants of the city realized who this popular personality really was. She was greatly admired to the extent that parents threatened their misbehaving children with sending them to Rosa's place, as if that was the worst punishment they could receive. Everyone was aware and divided between those who praised her and those who hated her. However, what seemed unnoticed by the authorities was the actual happenings at the shelter, as no one dared to even visit the place occasionally to ensure it was operating according to governmental regulations. For 60 years, Rosa operated with perpetual impunity, aided by a corrupt system that delegated to one person the work others were incapable of doing. But the truth hidden beneath her kindness and generosity was unmasked in July 2014. After receiving more than 50 complaints from people external to the shelter and survivors of that hell, the Attorney General's Office of the Republic intervened at La Gran Familia to begin an intense search. Families of people who had been through the place and those who had experienced the mistreatments recounted to authorities about extreme conditions of insalubrity, carnal abuses, physical punishments, and deprivation of freedom. During the search at La Gran Familia, the police confirmed a huge amount of spoiled food that was provided to the children, which consequently led to severe cases of malnutrition. Among the testimonies, a survivor recounted being forced to eat flies just to get something in his stomach. Furthermore, other horrifying confessions reported that an endless number of crimes occurred there, threatening the integrity of the children, with numerous cases of abuses perpetrated by the same teachers or caregivers of the shelter. Some stated that within the establishment, there were many pregnant women who, after being forced to give birth, had their children taken away and registered under the Verdesco surname, thereby depriving the mothers of any rights over their babies. Thousands of children were adopted by Rosa Verdesco, despite its illegality, and worse yet, nobody stopped her from committing the crime. On the contrary, it was allowed. What Rosa did next with those children is even more heinous. Having legal custody of the adopted people allowed her to keep them away from their families until they reached adulthood. Whenever their relatives tried to visit them, they were violently expelled from the institution. But later, when they were supposedly able to finally go out into the world as restored individuals, Rosa demanded an exorbitant sum of money in return as she had authority over them, effectively finding under that excuse a way to traffic people. It was impossible for these families to gather the demanded sum, so some never managed to leave. Moreover, if they tried to escape, they faced brutal beatings and confinement in cells, to the point that one of the victims reported that after a failed escape attempt, their ears were cut off as punishment. What had once been a shelter had ultimately become a prison. Long list of testimonies exposed the tortures and crimes committed within La Grande Familia. At the time, the Attorney General's office witnessed firsthand the deplorable state of the facilities. Children sleeping in broken bunk beds, among trash, rats, and bed bugs, completely dirty bathrooms, and terrible infrastructure. The nauseating odor emanating from the place could be felt from the street, with excrement, urine, and decomposing food, revealing the reality that was lived there. It was evident that the place was neglected and the money from donations was not being used for improvements. These findings cast doubt on the benevolence that had positioned Rosa Verdesco as a legend, a saintly figure in Mexico and the world for decades. Thus, finally, on July 1534, the 81-year-old woman and 6 of her assistants were arrested. Meanwhile, more than 600 people living there, including minors and adults, were rescued from the precarious conditions. Despite all the evidence against her, Rosa Verdesco was released without any charges due to her delicate health condition. The burden of pre-existing illnesses, such as diabetes and heart problems, led to physical and cerebral deterioration, requiring her to be hospitalized. While outside the building, a crowd gathered to pray for her speedy recovery. Others protested against the justice system's decision for not acting in accordance with the reported evidence. Finally, 2 years later, at the age of 84, after being hospitalized again for 20 days, Rosa del Carmen Verdesco passed away due to a sudden stroke. As for the other accused, out of the 6, only 2 were charged with the crimes committed. The others were released just like Rosa. In 2016, 2 years after the discovery of the truth, the Attorney General's office declared itself incompetent to follow up on the investigation into the case, deciding to leave it in the hands of the state. To everyone's surprise, the case remained unresolved, without any resolution and much less any detainees paying the sentence they deserved for the committed crimes, including deprivation of liberty, the abuse suffered by the children, and the trafficking of them, among other horrific acts. The nickname "the Boss" was not given to Rosa randomly. It was her political contacts who called her that, due to her decisive character, her authoritarian personality, and her ability to run a business of such magnitude. What never became clear was how a person with such a strong vocation for service from an early age turned into such a sinister figure, forgetting the true reason why she was there. Some theories suggest that she was involved with Mexican cartels and that La Grande Familia was an ideal place for money laundering. Others believe her ties with politicians personally benefited her, and in exchange for those favors, she forced people to vote for her allies. Indeed, there were those who claimed she was an ambitious woman, extremely strict, who enjoyed others' suffering and having control. The reality is that today, the population is divided between those who choose to believe in her good intentions, considering her a saint in life, and those who assert she was one of the most evil people in Mexican history. This contradiction has sparked discussions even among renowned personalities in culture and politics. What cannot be forgotten is that once again the judicial system has been incapable of providing a certain response to a population that for years hoped the truth would be revealed, and that when it finally happened, nothing changed. The case of the Whitaker family. The Whitaker family was a family like no other. The father, named Kent, owned a business in the construction field, which he had also inherited from his parents. It was a well-established business of several generations, doing very well economically. Patricia, the mother, was a school teacher but decided to retire from work when she had her first child and dedicated herself to taking care of her son. Their first son, the eldest, was named Bart, and a couple of years later, they had another boy, Kevin. These 2 children were quite privileged. As their friends saw them, they were given everything they wanted, attended the best schools, and their house always seemed to be the place where everyone wanted to gather because they always had the latest toys and the latest movies. Their mother, Patricia, was always there taking care of them, and having been a school teacher, she had a lot of empathy with children, so the kids felt very happy at home. As money was never a problem for them, they focused more on their children doing what made them happy, what fulfilled them. Bart, the eldest son, shared his passion for cycling with his father from a very young age, which meant they spent a lot of time together, always fixing their bikes and going on rides. The relationship between the two brothers was also quite good, quite close, although everyone described them as polar opposites. The older brother, Bart, was more extroverted, more of a joker, somewhat more rebellious. Kevin, on the other hand, was much calmer. Everyone said he seemed more attached, more thoughtful, sensitive, and generally more considerate. This difference, instead of separating them, seemed to bring them closer together, complementing each other. Since both were quite popular with their respective groups of friends, there didn't appear to be any competition between them. Life for them seemed almost perfect. Their parents never fought, at least not in front of them. They had no major problems. Both children were well-educated, well-fed, and didn't suffer any violence or abuse at home. Their neighbors said they were the kind of family you set as an example for your own, the kind of family you aspire to have one day. In February 2003, Bart, the eldest son of the Whitaker family, was 23, and his younger brother, Kevin, was 19. Both were university students. On December 10th, Bart excitedly called his parents. He had aced his final exams and was graduating with honors. Overjoyed, the family decided to dine out for a special dinner. They gathered at their home first, where Bart received a coveted Rolex watch as a graduation gift. The family then piled into the father's SUV and headed to Bart's favorite restaurant. The evening was filled with joy, captured in photographs taken by Bart's father, but the cheerful atmosphere was short-lived. Upon returning home, Kevin, the youngest, was the first to step out of the SUV and head towards the house. Just as he reached the stairs inside, he was shockingly shot in the chest. Patricia, standing in the doorway, was also shot in the chest. Kent, following behind, was hit in the arm, causing him to fall outside the house. Meanwhile, Bart, who had returned to the SUV for his cell phone, heard the gunshots. He hurried into the house and encountered an assailant in a balaclava, whom he believed to be African American, fleeing through the kitchen's back door. In the ensuing chaos, Bart was shot in the arm but managed to avoid more serious injury. The attacker escaped. Bart, now in the living room, frantically dialed emergency services, not realizing a neighbor had already called them. By the time of Bart's call, the entire family had been attacked. As police and ambulances were dispatched, a concerned neighbor, hearing the gunshots, rushed over. He found Kent outside, gravely injured but conscious, and quickly fashioned a tourniquet from his shirt. Approaching Patricia, all she could utter was, "He shot us," before succumbing to her injuries and being unable to speak further. The neighbors stayed by their side until help arrived. Tragically, young Kevin was pronounced dead at the scene, a heartbreaking end to what began as a night of celebration. In the wake of the tragic shooting, Patricia, gravely injured, was airlifted to the hospital. Sadly, her injuries were too severe, and she passed away before they could reach the hospital. Meanwhile, Kent and Bart, the eldest son, both wounded in the arm, were rushed to the hospital by ambulance. Thankfully, they were conscious and alert, their conditions not life-threatening. The crime scene was a hive of police activity as investigators tried piecing together the events of that fateful night. Initially, it looked like a robbery gone horribly wrong. The lone glove lay outside, a haunting clue, and inside, a gun, the instrument of the night's horror, was found on the kitchen floor close to where Bart had been shot. The story took an unexpected turn the following day. A reporter, delving deeper into Bart's claimed university graduation, made a startling discovery. Bart was not enrolled at the university and was far from graduating. This revelation, once passed to the police, added a complex layer to the investigation. In the hospital, detectives confronted Kent with the news of Bart's academic deception. Surprisingly, Kent's reaction was one of calm acceptance rather than shock or grief, despite the tragedy that had struck his family. The police then turned to Bart, seeking an explanation for his lies. Overwhelmed by academic pressure and fearful of disappointing his high-expectation parents, Bart confessed to fabricating his educational success. Amidst this turmoil, the community gathered to mourn Patricia and Kevin's passing. The funeral service, attended by over 1,000 people, reflected the family's standing in the community. Friends of Kevin shared heartfelt tributes, painting a picture of a generous and beloved individual. Bart, too, was a focal point of these tributes, often hailed as a role model by his younger brother. As the investigation progressed, the initial theory of a burglary unraveled. Despite the presence of cash and valuables in the house, nothing was missing, steering the investigation towards more personal motives behind the tragic incident. The detectives, piecing together the chilling events at the Whitaker home, noticed something odd about the master bedroom. The drawers were all slightly open. It was as if someone had peeked inside but didn't rummage through. Curiously, nothing seemed missing, and there were no signs of forced entry. It was as if the attacker knew exactly when the family would return, a suspicion further fueled by the precise nature of the shooting. For shots were fired in the dark house, each hitting a different family member, with 4 shell casings found at the scene. It seemed the assailant either knew the layout of the house well or was an exceptionally skilled shooter. The gun used in the shooting, found on the kitchen floor, bore no fingerprints, just a partial palm print, not enough to identify anyone. When they traced the gun's registration, it was linked to Kevin, the younger son who was already deceased. He had kept the gun in a safe in his room, which had been forcefully opened. Intriguingly, the master bedroom, where valuable items were stored, was left untouched. Instead, the focus was on Kevin's room, where the safe was cracked open to retrieve the gun. This indicated that the assailant was searching for something specific and knew exactly where to find it. The only item missing from the house was Bart's cell phone, which he had dropped during the chase and the assailant had picked up. The investigation took a turn when a friend from Bart's past reached out to the police. This friend revealed a shocking plot. 2 years earlier, in February 2001, Bart had solicited him to murder his family in exchange for payment. The plan detailed by the friend mirrored the actual events that unfolded. Although the friend, Adam, had an alibi for the night of the murders, the police were intrigued by the striking similarities between the planned and executed crimes. Adding to the complexity, Jennifer, another friend of Bart's, had overheard him and his roommate discussing a similar plot. Alarmed, she confronted Bart, who ambiguously brushed off her concerns. Despite Jennifer's subsequent report to the police and their conversation with Bart's parents, the matter was not pursued further, partly due to the parents' trust in their son. Following their discharge from the hospital, Bart and his father, Kent, returned to live in their house. Despite the police's concerns for Kent's safety, he remained steadfast in his belief in Bart's innocence, noting Bart's exemplary behavior and newfound religious devotion since leaving the hospital. The mystery deepened around Bart's involvement in the crime. Detectives couldn't shake off their suspicions, especially recalling his previous attempt to plot a similar crime with his friend Adam. They started digging into Bart's current circle, zeroing in on 2 names: Chris, his roommate, and Stephen, a neighbor. Both young men were known for their carefree lifestyles, lacking stable jobs and clear future plans. When the police questioned them, both Chris and Stephen staunchly denied any involvement in the crime. In an unconventional move, the detectives asked for DNA and sent samples from the duo. They used a sterilized gauze soaked in distilled water to capture their scents. These samples were then lined up alongside others, including the suspected ones. A scent detection dog was employed, first introduced to the scent of the gun, drawers, and glove from the crime scene, and then to the lineup of scent samples. Remarkably, in all 3 tests, the dog matched the scent on the crime scene items to Chris's scent. However, this type of evidence wasn't enough to hold up in court, and detectives knew they needed more to build a solid case. As they delved deeper, detectives found that the robbery scene didn't add up, and Bart's lie about attending university only cast more doubt on him. They even tapped the phone lines of Chris and Stephen, hoping to catch something incriminating. Bart, for his part, seemed cooperative during police interrogations and even participated in a reenactment at the crime scene, but his accounts were vague and unconvincing. In a twist, the police got Adam, the friend who had revealed Bart's 2001 murder plan, to call and blackmail Bart. In that call, Bart neither confirmed nor denied his involvement but agreed to pay Adam $20,000 to keep silent. Later, Adam received $250 in cash from Bart, and the police found Bart's fingerprints on the envelope, further linking him to the crime. 7 months after the murders, in July 2004, Bart told his father, Kent, he was going out with friends. The next morning, with Bart nowhere to be found, a worried Kent contacted the police. They discovered Bart's truck abandoned outside some apartments, far from his home, with the engine still running. This strange occurrence, coupled with the fact that Bart had stolen $7,000 from Kent, started to turn Kent's belief in his son's innocence. The police, not letting up, increased pressure on Chris and Stephen. They conducted extensive interviews with their families and acquaintances, keeping the investigation active. Their persistence paid off a year later. Unable to live with the guilt, Stephen came clean to the police, confirming their suspicions. He confessed that Bart had orchestrated the murder of his family, motivated by the prospect of inheriting everything if his younger brother was also eliminated. Bart had promised a share of the inheritance to both Chris and Stephen, though he never specified an amount. Stephen revealed that while he didn't enter the house and only acted as the getaway driver, Chris was the one who went inside and executed the shootings. Stephen also admitted that he was initially reluctant but was coerced into the plan. The final piece of evidence surfaced when the police, 18 months after the crime, discovered a backpack thrown into a lake by Stephen and Chris. Inside the backpack were items linking them to the murders: a chisel with blue paint matching the forced-open safe, bullets identical to those used in the crime, a matching glove to the one found at the crime scene, a partially empty water bottle with Chris's DNA, 2 cell phones registered in Bart's name, used for communication during the crime. After the shocking confession from Stephen, the police quickly arrested Chris and Stephen. But the saga took another twist 8 days later, on September 15, 2005. A Mexican man named Rudy Rios, lured by a $10,000 police reward, made a call that would crack the case wide open. Rios confessed he had sold his identity to Bart for $3,000 and had even helped him escape to a small town on the Mexican border. There, Bart, funded by the stolen money from his father, blended into the local life. He rented a room, became a regular at the local church, made new friends, and even found a girlfriend. Her family, owning a furniture business, unsuspectingly welcomed him, believing his fabricated tale of being an injured military deserter from Afghanistan. Rios, eyeing the reward money, gave the police detailed information on Bart's location, leading to his arrest by Mexican authorities for illegal residency. He was then handed over to the U.S. police to face trial for the grim events of December 10th. On that fateful night, Bart had orchestrated a dinner outing under the pretense of celebrating his false university graduation. He needed his family to leave and return home together, setting the stage for the planned attack. At the house, Bart casually took photos with his family, even making an obscene gesture in one, a haunting detail given the impending doom he knew was coming. Bart maintained a calm face at the restaurant, later describing himself as feeling numb. Meanwhile, Chris, waiting in Bart's truck, accidentally dropped a glove, a critical piece of evidence later found by the police. Using the key and alarm code given by Bart, Chris entered the house, avoiding any signs of forced entry. He retrieved the gun from Kevin's safe and lay in wait. As the family left the restaurant, Stephen, stationed outside, gave Chris the signal. Stephen discreetly followed the family home, parking a block away to await the aftermath. Chris, following the plan, shot the 3 family members inside the house and then Bart in the arm to disguise him as another victim. Bart's subsequent call to emergency services included a misleading description of the attacker, further complicating the initial investigation. After the horrendous act, the 2 drove to a lake, their mission to dispose of a bag containing the damning evidence of their crime. Back at their homes, Chris and Stephen waited anxiously for Bart's call, expecting to discuss their payment for the grim deed. Yet, the call never came, and Bart failed to deliver any form of compensation for their involvement. March 2007 marked the beginning of Bart's trial, where a series of startling admissions came to light. Bart confessed to plotting the murder of his family, not once but 3 times. His first attempt dated back to December 2000 with a couple of friends. Their plan failed when an attempted break-in triggered the house alarm, sending them fleeing. A few months later, Bart designed another plan with his friend Adam, which never materialized beyond mere talk, thanks to their friend Jennifer overhearing and reporting them. The third attempt, tragically successful, was executed with Chris and Stephen, even after his parents uncovered the second plot. Bart, driven by a deep desire to see his family dead, did not deter from his fatal intentions. During the trial, friends involved in the earlier unsuccessful plans were granted immunity in exchange for their testimony against Bart. Despite Bart's claims of guilt and remorse, Stephen's testimony painted a different picture, revealing Bart's cold request to finish the job by killing his father in the hospital. Bart's duplicity extended even to his girlfriend, Stanley, in Mexico. He spun a web of lies, claiming he was an only child, unloved, with a mother who was a prostitute. Living under a false identity, he felt emboldened to fabricate this false narrative. In a disturbing revelation, his girlfriend testified that Bart, in a twisted attempt to comfort her during a family dispute, suggested they could kill her parents, a suggestion she thankfully did not take seriously. The trial, lasting a mere 7 days, concluded with the jury needing only 2 hours to declare Bart guilty. With the death penalty looming over him in Texas, Bart took the stand in his defense, pleading for his life and arguing against capital punishment. The prosecution grilled Bart on the potential danger he posed to society. His defense? He claimed to have harbored hatred only towards his family. After 10 hours of deliberation, the jury sentenced him to death. Bart's case was peculiar. There was no history of abuse from his parents. They were loving, supportive, and provided him with every opportunity, including luxury cars and a house for university. Despite receiving everything materially, Bart testified he felt unloved and blamed his family for the person he had become, seeking revenge for a life he resented. Bart's journey through the justice system was a tumultuous one, marked by repeated attempts by his lawyers to overturn his death sentence. Yet, each appeal hit a dead end as the courts consistently denied them. Throughout this ordeal, Kent, Bart's father, remained a steadfast pillar of support. Despite the gravity of his son's crimes, Kent publicly forgave Bart, professing belief in his son's remorse and vowing to stand by him until the very end. As the years in prison passed, the inevitable drew closer for Bart. 11 years after his sentencing, his execution was scheduled for February 22, 2018. With the clock ticking down, Kent ramped up his efforts to save his son. He appeared on television programs and passionately pleaded with the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, hoping for a miracle. In a dramatic turn of events just 2 days before the execution, the board, moved by Kent's unwavering advocacy, unanimously recommended clemency for Bart. However, the final word was in the hands of the Texas governor. On the day destined for Bart's execution, as the grim procedures commenced, a glimmer of hope emerged. Bart had his last meal and precious moments with his father, perhaps for the last time. But fate had a twist in store. 45 minutes before the execution, the governor granted Bart clemency, sparing his life on the condition that he would never challenge his new sentence: life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Meanwhile, Chris, the triggerman in the tragic saga, received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 30 years behind bars. Stephen, the getaway driver who aided the prosecution, faced a relatively lighter sentence of 15 years due to his cooperation and has since been released from prison. The case of Robin Doan. This story takes place on a remote farm in a small town called Pampa in Texas, USA. 10-year-old Robin Doan was the daughter of Michelle Conrad. She lived with Michelle, her stepfather, Brian Conrad, and her older brother, Zach. The family owned a farmhouse in the area where Brian successfully managed a farming business. The children were raised in a peaceful rural environment. After divorcing the children's biological father, Michelle met Brian, a kind and pleasant man who quickly formed a strong bond with her children. Life improved for Michelle, and she eventually married Brian. The family had been living happily together for several years. By September 2005, Michelle was 6 months pregnant, and the whole family was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the baby. Brian, in particular, was thrilled at the thought of becoming a father. Meanwhile, Robin, a determined and resourceful 10-year-old, was living the typical life of a schoolgirl. She shared close relationships with her mother, brother, stepfather, and even her biological father, who occasionally visited her. Robin also spent some summers with her biological dad. On the evening of September 30th, 2005, Robin went to bed as usual but was suddenly awakened in the middle of the night. At first, she thought she was trapped in a nightmare when she heard her mother screaming and the explosions. Quickly became clear that this was no dream. Something terrible was happening downstairs. Overcome with fear but driven by curiosity, Robin got out of bed and moved to her bedroom door to listen. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway, stopping right outside her room. The door creaked open, and Robin quickly leaped back into her bed, her heart racing. She lay perfectly still, trying to suppress her rising fear. Suddenly, the explosions shattered the silence. 2 bullets narrowly missed her, one passing just inches from her left leg and another near her left arm. The 3rd bullet hit a nearby piece of furniture. In the darkness, the attacker didn't realize they had missed her. They then moved to the next room, where Robin's brother, Zach, was asleep. Moments later, more explosions echoed through the house, followed by a faint, heartbreaking cry from Zach. Then, everything fell eerily silent as the attacker left. Robin was frozen with fear, her body paralyzed. She pretended to be dead, using every ounce of willpower to stay perfectly still, too terrified even to breathe deeply. Terrified that the attacker might return and notice she was alive, she remained in that state of panic for 2.5 hours, unable to process what had just happened. When she finally managed to summon the courage to move, there were no signs of the intruder. Summoning her strength, Robin cautiously got up. She grabbed her phone and called 911, though every step and movement was filled with dread that the assailant might still be nearby. Her voice trembling, Robin identified herself as a scared 10-year-old girl seeking help. Through tears, she told the operator she was cold and frightened. Between sobs, she explained that she had heard her mother screaming and explosions, but had been too afraid to leave her room to check on her family. She feared the worst, knowing hours had passed without any sound or sign of life from her loved ones. Robin eventually went to the kitchen and gazed out the window, anxiously waiting for the police to arrive. As soon as she saw the flashing lights of the patrol cars, she rushed outside to meet the officers. The little girl, visibly shaken and distressed, was escorted to one of the patrol cars for her safety. Meanwhile, several officers prepared to investigate the house, anticipating the possibility that the attacker might still be inside and ready to confront them. Inside the house, the police discovered a horrifying crime scene. The entire family had been brutally murdered. Brian had been shot 3 times, Michelle and even the family dog had been shot twice. Robin's brother, Zach, was killed in his sleep, and one of the bullets struck him directly in the head. Michelle, who was just 2 months away from giving birth, was also tragically killed, and her unborn baby did not survive. Shell casings found at the scene matched a rifle, which was typically purchased through special orders or produced in limited quantities. Throughout this time, Robin remained in the patrol car, waiting for news about her family. She held onto a thin hope that someone had survived. When an officer returned and confirmed that the perpetrator had fled the scene, Robin felt a brief moment of relief. However, the devastating truth about her family's fate was soon revealed to her. Robin began crying again as she fully grasped that her loved ones had been killed. The police informed her that she needed to go to the station to speak with detectives. However, before leaving, Robin asked the officers to help her feed the animals so she could try to calm herself. During this time, she appeared detached from reality. While feeding her goats in the barn, she spoke as though nothing had happened, reminiscing about how she and her brother had won prizes in a competition. But then, she suddenly broke down again, crying as she grabbed one of the officers by the shoulder and desperately asked when her loved ones would come out of the house. The officer had to gently remind her once more that she was the only survivor of the tragedy. Robin was first taken to a nearby medical center for care. Psychologists were assigned to work with her, but this would take time. Doctors examined Robin and confirmed that she was physically unharmed. As a result, the police brought her to the station both to speak with her and to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, detectives understood they were dealing with a dangerous criminal and needed to act quickly to prevent another attack. Robin cooperated with the detectives and provided information to the best of her ability. However, Robin did not witness the events firsthand. Detectives initially suspected that her stepfather or mother might have had a serious conflict with someone shortly before the incident, but this theory was ruled out. Robin denied any such conflicts. Another possibility emerged that someone in her family might have been involved with dangerous individuals or illegal substances, but Robin dismissed this as well. She couldn't think of anyone who might hate her family enough to attack them with a weapon. Although she described what she heard in great detail, she couldn't identify the attacker. She hadn't gotten a clear look, only catching a glimpse of a dark silhouette. As a result, she was unable to provide any useful description. The only thing she was certain of was that the attacker had light skin. One critical piece of information did stand out. Robin distinctly remembered hearing 15 gunshots and confidently reported this number. She later revised her statement slightly, noting that there were clearly more than 10 gunshots. When the crime scene was examined, investigators found shell casings confirming that exactly 15 shots had been fired. It seemed surprising that a 10-year-old girl, especially under such terrifying circumstances, could recall this detail so accurately. The situation remained unclear. No motive for the attack had been established, nor had the perpetrator's intentions. It was possible the attacker wanted to eliminate everyone in the household and leave no loose ends. There was even a risk that they might return to target Robin, the sole witness, to complete their plan. For Robin's safety, she was placed in a specialized center for victims of violence. There, Robin was under the care of her biological father, stepmother, and stepsister, with police officers also stationed at the facility. Now, her father was the only person able to support and help her. He arrived in the middle of the night to pick Robin up, and after her interrogation was completed, they were immediately escorted to the center. Robin was informed that these precautions were necessary for her protection, and she was not allowed to leave the facility. She understood this as she herself feared another attack. Despite the restriction on leaving, Robin had to attend her family's funeral. She was allowed to go, but only under police escort. The funeral drew a large crowd from the nearby town, as many people knew the family and spoke about them fondly. In this small, agricultural town in Texas, everyone was deeply saddened by the tragedy. For Robin and the mourners, the sight of the 3 coffins at the memorial was unbearable. No one could have imagined that these kind people could die so tragically. Detectives saw the funeral as an opportunity. The time and location of the service were not kept secret. In fact, the police hoped the attacker might show up. If the perpetrator planned to strike again, the funeral would have been the perfect moment. Law enforcement was fully prepared to act, closely monitoring the crowd while keeping a watchful eye on Robin, who was accompanied by her father, stepmother, and stepsister. But the event passed without any suspicious activity. By this point, forensic experts had finished examining the crime scene. They uncovered evidence that might assist in identifying the perpetrator, but no solid leads pointed directly to the murderer. Still, the findings were notable. Inside the house, they found shoe prints, and outside near the house, they discovered tire tracks. The experts collected all the prints and carefully analyzed the tire tread patterns. Unfortunately, no fingerprints or DNA belonging to the attacker were recovered. The lack of fingerprints led investigators to believe the attacker had worn gloves. The only blood found at the scene was that of the victims, suggesting the perpetrator was uninjured. It seemed the family was caught off guard and had no opportunity to resist or fight back. The back door of the house had been forced open, indicating a break-in. However, despite the presence of valuable items, including a wallet with cash, nothing was stolen from the home. Detectives determined that robbery was not the motive behind the attack. The assailant's behavior didn't match that of someone acting impulsively or under the influence of banned substances or alcohol. Instead, the killer acted with intention and precision, methodically eliminating the family members one by one. The police thoroughly investigated Brian, Michelle, and Zach but found nothing suspicious. No one had a motive, and everyone appeared to be kind, peaceful, and conflict-averse. Robin's biological father had been with his family in a nearby town, and his wife confirmed he was home asleep that night. Eventually, all leads came to a standstill, as no one in the family circle seemed to fit the profile of a suspect. However, such a violent act targeting both adults and children suggested the possibility of a strong motive, such as jealousy, revenge, or resentment. The day before Robin's family was murdered, in the small town of Pineville, Missouri, relatives of the McCool family had attempted to contact them without success. By evening, worried relatives had arrived at the McCool family home. To their shock, the house was empty and surrounded by police tape. A neighbor informed them that a terrible crime had occurred. The night before, Orly McCool and Don McCool were killed by an unidentified attacker. At that time, forensic investigators were still processing the scene. They also questioned the relatives who arrived, but no one could provide any helpful information about a possible suspect. Inside the house, investigators found some unusual shell casings of an uncommon caliber, rare and difficult to obtain in the U.S. The following day, another incident in the same area provided a key lead. A local resident, Mr. King, returned to his home after being away for several days on a work trip. He discovered that his house had been broken into. His weapon safes had been forced open and emptied. Among the stolen items was a rare firearm in the U.S., along with ammunition. This strongly suggested a connection between the burglary and the murder of the McCool family. The assailant had likely stolen the weapon from King before committing the crime. Mr. King was thoroughly investigated, but he had a solid alibi. He was out of town at the time of the attack. However, several members of his family could have had access to the weapon. Among them, one person stood out, Levi King, the son of Mr. King. Levi was on the run, and family members suspected he was connected to the McCool murders. Thanks to Mr. King's report, detectives had a photo of the suspected killer. At just 20 years old, Levi was already well known to authorities due to his criminal history, which included serving time for burglary. A few years earlier, Levi had broken into a neighbor's house, stolen valuables, and set the property on fire. For this crime, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Just weeks earlier, Levi had been scheduled for transfer to another correctional facility. Desperate for freedom, he escaped during the transfer. Authorities in Missouri were certain Levi was extremely dangerous, armed, and ready to use his weapons at any time. Citizens were alerted through the media, and people were advised not to approach Levi if they encountered him, but to immediately contact law enforcement. Meanwhile, relatives of the McCool family reported several items stolen, including their Dodge Dakota pickup truck. The truck's details were entered into a police database, and a warrant was issued for Levi King's arrest in connection with the crime at the McCool residence. Although Levi King did not know any of the victims personally, he was on the run and needed resources, particularly a vehicle, to leave the state. Eventually, a suspicious young man was stopped by Border Patrol in El Paso, Texas, near the Mexican border, likely attempting to flee the country. During the stop, the young man calmly admitted to having a weapon in his trunk. This led to a more detailed search. During the investigation, they discovered that the pickup truck he was driving was the McCool family's stolen vehicle. Levi was taken to the police station for further investigation. Law enforcement officers decided to question Levi further, and from the start, his behavior seemed odd. Within just 15 minutes of talking to detectives, Levi confessed to the double murder of Orly and Dawn McCool. Levi admitted he couldn't explain why he committed the murders. He said he broke into a random house on the outskirts of town to steal a car, driven only by an overwhelming and uncontrollable desire to kill. When Levi entered the house, he was unexpectedly noticed. A door opened, and a woman appeared, politely asking what he wanted. Levi claimed he was startled and panicked, so he grabbed his weapon and attacked her. Hearing the noise, a man came to investigate, and Levi, paralyzed by fear, also attacked him. After the killings, Levi fled in the pickup truck. Levi was soon extradited to Missouri, where local law enforcement questioned him further. During the interrogation, Levi once again confessed to the murders. Levi made an even more shocking confession. He admitted to murdering the Robin family in Texas. His confession matched evidence from the crime scene of the Robin family's triple murder, including matching shell casings found at both crime scenes. Levi described how he had attacked defenseless members of the Robin family and, upon hearing noises upstairs, discovered others in the house. Among them was Robin, who awoke to the explosions. Driven by uncontrollable bloodlust, the killer showed no regard for the victims' ages. Levi went upstairs, entered the bedrooms, and attacked the occupants in their beds to eliminate any witnesses. After committing these horrific acts, Levi fled the scene. After Levi confessed to the crimes, the police quickly contacted their colleagues in Texas to verify the details he had provided. Once again, his account aligned with the evidence. With this confirmation, Robin was finally able to feel some relief. She had been under immense stress for days, unable to sleep. The next day, investigators from Texas arrived to take Levi into custody. During the transfer, showing no remorse, Levi openly described his emotional state before, during, and after the murders. He admitted that the feelings he experienced during the murders were more intense and pleasurable than any banned substance. Even hours after committing the killings, he claimed he could still smell gunpowder, which gave him a sense of euphoria. In a formal video-recorded statement, he detailed his actions, starting with the murder of the McCool family. Levi explained that his urge to kill coincided with his need for a vehicle to escape toward the Mexican border. Along the way, he felt another uncontrollable desire to kill and randomly chose the isolated home of the Robin family as his next target. Levi admitted that he did not know any of his victims, including the McCools or the Robins. Realizing the severity of his crimes, he understood he was now facing the death penalty. In an attempt to avoid this, he fled toward Mexico, hoping to disappear. In Missouri, Levi was charged with the double murder of the McCool family. Following his lawyer's advice, he accepted a plea deal to avoid the death penalty and was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. At the same time, hearings for the triple murder and attempted murder in Texas began. Unlike in Missouri, Texas prosecutors took a firmer stance, refusing to rule out the death penalty or consider any plea agreements from the defense. The prosecutor was confident in securing a conviction that would ensure Levi could no longer pose a threat to society. However, death penalty cases often involve lengthy trials and require extensive preparation. Levi spent several years in jail without bail while awaiting trial in Texas. By the time the trial began, Robin, the sole survivor of the Texas attack, was over 14 years old. The hearings took place just before her birthday. On the eve of her 15th birthday, Robin was furious as she realized how senseless and brutal Levi's attack on her family had been. He had no motive and acted purely out of a desire to kill. Understandably, she strongly advocated for him to receive the death penalty. However, Levi's lawyer fought to save his client from execution. Opinions were divided. Some believed Levi did not deserve to live, while others argued that life imprisonment without parole was a harsher and more fitting punishment for his crimes. The defense attorney sought to present Levi King as a more sympathetic figure to influence the jury's decision. He emphasized that Levi had struggled with bipolar disorder since adolescence. Over the years, he had also been diagnosed with depression, psychosis, and schizophrenia. Levi was one of 7 children in a family where he reportedly received little to no love or care. His antisocial behavior was linked to an abusive, alcoholic father and a neglectful, indifferent mother. From as early as elementary school, Levi engaged in troubling acts, including arson, substance abuse, and killing animals for amusement. These behaviors seemed to reflect the dysfunctional environment he grew up in. Levi's abusive father was the first to frequently harm him and expose him to alcohol and banned substances. When police visited Levi's home, they were shocked by what they found. One wall was covered with ceremonial knives, swords, and weapons. Strangely, despite often struggling to afford food, Levi always managed to buy ammunition and weapons. Levi's obsession with violence contradicted the defense's claim that he was a good person shaped by an adverse childhood and environment. The prosecution painted a different picture, portraying Levi King as a predator waiting for his chance to strike. They described him as someone who took pleasure in the smell of blood and gunpowder. The prosecution's main witness was Robin, the sole survivor of Levi's attack. The trial was a deeply traumatic experience for her. She was determined to confront the man who had destroyed her family. Up until that moment, she had been filled with anger and wished for his death. Later, Robin shared her story with journalists. She explained that when she first looked into Levi's eyes in court, she was struck by how empty and cold he seemed. As she saw his lifeless eyes, she forgave him. Robin realized it was pointless to waste energy on someone so devoid of humanity. She understood that Levi could not have become any other kind of person. After about 8 hours of deliberation, the jury decided that the death penalty was too harsh for someone as mentally unstable as he was. They sentenced Levi to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Levi was eventually extradited to Missouri to serve his life sentence there. For a long time after the attack on her family, Robin struggled with severe psychological trauma. She frequently had nightmares, couldn't sleep well, and was unable to go outside alone. Even years later, the effects of her trauma would resurface. However, thanks to the support of her loved ones, she was able to overcome them. The case of Robin Doan raises many questions about the influence of psychology and deviant behavior. Gaming addiction and the use of high doses of antidepressants may be closely related to a number of factors that cause the psychology of people facing stress or psychological disorders to become unstable, leading to violent behavior. The case of Christina Woods. Christina was born on August 19, 1989 in South Bend, Indiana, USA. Her mother, Mary, was only 18 years old when she gave birth to her. Christina was the first child in the family and later had 2 younger sisters and 2 younger brothers, forming a large family. From a young age, she dreamed of an ideal married life and having many children. However, during her elementary school years, family problems began to arise, ultimately leading to her father's departure. Christina wanted to avoid the mistakes of her parents and build a complete family, but during her school years, she realized the difficulties and realities of adult life. Christina then met an older man and became pregnant, even though she was very young. She decided to keep the baby, and when she was 16 years old, she gave birth. Unfortunately, the father of the baby was a terrible parent because he abandoned her and the baby. Her mother's life was similar. Her father also abandoned the family. Witnessing her mother's struggles and sacrifices made Christina realize how challenging her own situation would be. Despite facing challenges, Christina was determined to be a good mother, and her relatives believed she succeeded, especially considering her young age. At 17 years old, she met Troy, a 30-year-old man who worked at a store near her home. Although she had always liked older men, the age difference made Troy seem very mature. Despite her mother's warnings about the age gap, they connected and began dating. Their relationship deepened, and they married on November 14, 2007, when Christina turned 18. A year later, she became pregnant again. Tragically, on April 21, 2009, Christina experienced her first heartbreak when her daughter, Lillian, passed away due to health complications. During this difficult time, she sought comfort from Troy, but found it hard to connect with him. He was emotionally distant and held conservative views. Ultimately, Christina had 4 children in total: Haley, Sierra, Kira, and Anthony. Friends and family describe her as friendly and cheerful. In contrast, her husband Troy wanted to control every aspect of their lives. He expected Christina to stay at home and manage household chores, but as a young woman, she was not ready for that. She wanted to enjoy life, spend time with friends, attend parties, and escape from constant control. Troy tried to force her into a routine but failed, which frustrated him and led to many arguments. He often lashed out at her, humiliating her over minor issues. One night, during an unexpected conflict, he assaulted her for the first time. Unable to endure the abuse, She reported him to the police. When officers arrived, Troy tried to blame her for the situation, but his excuses fell flat. She had visible injuries which led to his arrest. Christina decided to break up with Troy, but this choice caused more controversy. After his release from jail, his behavior became erratic. He stalked her and issued threats whenever they crossed paths in public. To protect herself, she sought a restraining order against him. Despite this, he repeatedly violated the order and faced multiple arrests, but he did not face any serious consequences for his actions. In the fall of 2017, Christina was diagnosed with cancer. Fortunately, the disease was caught early enough that surgery could have saved her. However, after the surgery, she had to rest in bed. During this time, Troy began to show renewed interest in Christina. He wants to reconcile and live as a family again, but she makes it clear that she only sees him as the father of her children. She wanted him to bond with the kids, but didn't want to rekindle their relationship. While recovering from surgery at home, Christina received frequent visits from family and friends, especially her mother and her two best friends, Gina and Brooke. Brooke often came over with her husband Daniel Lynn. She and Brooke were childhood friends, growing up together and being as close as family. One evening, Christina's mother, Mary, came to look after her daughter and planned to stay overnight. To her surprise, she found Daniel there. Initially, she thought nothing of it. However, as the night went on, his behavior became increasingly odd. First, Brooke wasn't there. Second, Daniel didn't leave even after Mary offered to take care of Christina and told him he could go home. He ended up staying all night, proving that this was more than just a casual visit. The next morning, Mary ran into Brooke, who expressed concern about Daniel's behavior. Mary asked why he visited Christina when she was away and why he stayed overnight. She was surprised and had no answer, as she had no idea what was going on. She was devastated when she discovered that her husband, Daniel, had been having an affair with her best friend Christina for a long time. Feeling betrayed and unhappy, she went straight to confront Christina. She felt deceived not only by her husband, but also by someone she considered a close friend, someone she had grown up with. When Brooke confronted Christina, a heated argument ensued. Christina admitted that for the past 10 years, she and Brooke's husband Daniel had been secretly involved while pretending to be just friends. They had been enjoying their affair without any intention of ending it. This revelation infuriated Brooke. Meanwhile, Christina's ex-husband Troy learned about the situation. He realized that their marriage had been built on betrayal, as Christina had also cheated on him. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to fight for full custody of their children, claiming he was concerned for their well-being due to Christina's irresponsible behavior. However, her family and friends believed that Troy's real purpose in seeking custody was to hurt her as much as possible. Despite this, Daniel's relationships with both Brooke and Christina continued, creating a complicated love triangle. Daniel alternated between living with Brooke and Christina, often choosing one woman while arguing with the other. Both women were aware of this situation but chose to tolerate it, and neither was willing to end the cycle. This led to tensions between them, resulting in constant arguments and even physical fights. In May 2018, Daniel spent time with Christina again. She urged him to leave Brooke for her, but this discussion was starting to frustrate him. Their conversation turned into another argument, which escalated into violence, leaving Christina injured and hospitalized. Despite this incident, she did not end her relationship with Daniel, seemingly holding on to hope for a future with him, even though he was married to her friend Brooke. During this time, Christina was in regular contact with her ex-husband Troy, who was determined to gain full custody of their children. Their relationship seemed to improve, but he remained focused on gaining more custody of the children. She felt relieved to have the chance to take her mind off the complications of her love life and spend quality time with her children. On June 9, 2018, Christina attended a job interview in hopes of finding a job and improving her financial situation. Although she still relied on Troy and her family for support, she understood that this reliance couldn't last forever. It was crucial for her to regain her independence and achieve career success to ensure a stable future for herself and her children. After the interview, Christina called her mother, Mary, to share the good news that she had passed the interview and got the job. While driving, she mentioned that she would call her mother again once she got home. She wanted to discuss plans for a celebration with her mother and sister. The drive would take her about 15 to 20 minutes. Her mother was thrilled and eagerly awaited the call. However, an hour passed, and Christina still hadn't called, which made her mother anxious. She tried to distract herself with work, but she felt uneasy. As this was unlike Christina, Mary decided to call Christina, but she didn't answer. Mary then sent text messages and tried to contact her daughter through various messaging apps, but she did not respond. Throughout the day, she tried to contact her daughter. By evening, she felt compelled to contact the police. Unfortunately, they informed her that not enough time had passed to consider Christina a missing person. Because she was an adult, she had the right to leave without reporting it. The police advised her to wait another day. Mary then went to Christina's house to check, but found no sign of her or the children. It seems she hasn't come home yet, and the kids are with their father Troy. This situation made Mary more worried, but she decided to wait until the next day, hoping that things would become clearer. The following day, Mary still couldn't reach her daughter and decided to contact the police to report her missing. This time, the police took her report seriously without hesitation. The situation was becoming very serious because Christina was a responsible mother with 4 children. She was expected to keep in touch with and care for her children. The strangest thing was that a court hearing was scheduled for June 1238, where custody between Christina and Troy would be decided. However, she did not appear at the hearing, and Troy had to go to court alone. On that same day, Christina's stepfather received a strange message from her. She mentioned having problems and needing help, asking him to come get her. However, 2 hours later, her stepfather received another message from her, saying she was okay and instructing him not to tell her mother, Mary. At that moment, her relatives were finally convinced that something bad had happened to her. During this time, the police were actively searching for Christina, hoping she would show up in court. However, suspicions grew that she was a victim of a crime, as no traces of her could be found. The police began to investigate the complex details of her life and relationships. From the beginning, her ex-husband Troy was the prime suspect, as they often had conflicts. They were in a serious custody dispute, giving him a strong motive to harm her. Despite this, Troy was one of the few who cooperated with the investigation. Meanwhile, neither Brooke nor Daniel was interested in finding Christina, which made people suspicious of them. Eventually, it was established that Troy was not involved. He had an alibi confirmed by several witnesses at the time of Christina's disappearance. He had been with the children and appeared genuinely worried about Christina's situation. Despite their disagreements, Troy did not want the children to grow up without their mother. He was more focused on gaining full custody because Christina's life was chaotic, and he wanted to protect the children from that instability. The second suspect is Daniel Lynn, Brooke's husband. Daniel owned a house in St. Louis County, Minnesota. Investigators analyzed Christina's phone data and discovered that this house was the last place she had visited. It is worth noting that the house had been abandoned for 5 years, and Daniel rarely maintained it. Detectives then went to investigate the area for any sign of Christina. At first, the house seemed normal, befitting its abandoned state. Despite the house being vacant for years, there was a strong scent of cleaning products wafting in from a slightly open window, suggesting recent use. On the kitchen table, they found gloves commonly used for cleaning. Neighbors reported unusual activity around the house, stating that several cars had been parked there from June 11th to June 15th. Investigators later also looked at Daniel's recent bank transactions. They found that shortly before Christina went missing, he bought a significant amount of cleaning products and protective gear similar to what was found in the house at a local hardware store. They asked to see the video from the surveillance camera. On that day, Daniel was not shopping alone. Brooke was with him, and both appeared tense. The store clerk who assisted them confirmed this. He noticed Daniel trying to contain his anxiety with a distracted look in his eyes, while Brooke looked very uneasy. Shortly after, the detectives noticed a large fire pit on Daniel's land. where they discovered several items that had been partially burned by the fire. Among these were fragments of a mobile phone, a bracelet, a button from a pair of jeans, and several other melted items that had an inscription from an amusement park. This was the same park where Christina had spent time with Troy and the children shortly before she went missing. Troy confirmed that all of these items could have been burned. This coincidence cannot be just a coincidence, however. The information needs to be verified. On July 2, 2018, 24 days after Christina went missing, the police conducted a thorough search of the area around Daniel's house. They searched nearly every inch of the area and then discovered a fresh grave. As they dug deeper, they found Christina's body. After conducting an autopsy, experts confirmed that she had been beaten for an extended period and had suffered severe injuries. However, the cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Subsequently, detectives sought an arrest warrant for 40-year-old Daniel Lynn. However, he was not planning to surrender and went into hiding, leaving no clues about his location. Meanwhile, the police tried to locate Brooke and discovered that she had also disappeared. That evening, an anonymous witness contacted the police and reported that Daniel had gone to a trailer park several hundred miles from his home. The witness also indicated that Daniel had likely harmed Christina, as he had confessed to doing so. When the police arrived at the trailer park, Daniel and Brooke had disappeared again. Local residents confirmed that they had been there and pointed out the trailer they used. Detectives later found a receipt from a gas station a few miles away in a trash bin. CCTV footage showed them entering the store together, holding hands. This clearly indicated that Brooke was not a victim of kidnapping. She had been with Daniel willingly. On July 3, 2018, Brooke suddenly appeared and was immediately arrested and taken to the police station. She reported that Daniel had called her earlier that day, the day Christina went missing. He asked her to bring tools and some items from their home, saying that their family farm was flooded and needed repairs. When Brooke brought the items to him, she found Christina there. Brooke admitted that Christina and Daniel had argued, which led to a fight. She said that she just stood by and watched without trying to intervene. In a fit of rage, he hit Christina so hard that she fell and lost consciousness. He then took Brooke outside and returned to the house with a shovel. Brooke went to the car and waited for him to return. When Daniel finally came back, he appeared out of breath and covered in dirt. Brooke maintains that she had nothing to do with Christina's death, but believes that Daniel killed and buried Christina on their land. However, she could not specify the exact location, claiming she did not witness the events. Brooke mentioned that she had not seen Daniel since that day and was unaware of his current whereabouts. The detectives did not inform her that Christina's body had already been discovered. Instead, they hoped to catch her in a lie or find inconsistencies in her story, but there were very few. After that, they sent her home, but asked her to contact the police if she learned anything new about Christina. However, they began to closely monitor her movements and noticed that she frequently visited a trailer park where her parents owned a small house. Although Brooke had previously claimed she didn't know Daniel's whereabouts, surveillance footage showed them together at a gas station, suggesting they had run away together. It's possible they later separated. The detectives decided to verify her story when she returned to the trailer park. Brooke was already there when they arrived. They entered the trailer and found Daniel inside. Both immediately refused to answer questions and requested a lawyer. There was no resistance, and they were subsequently arrested. Many questions arose regarding Brooke's possible involvement in the murder. While Daniel's DNA was found on Christina's body, this does not necessarily mean he acted alone. His wife, Brooke, may also have played a role in attacking Christina, disposing of the body, and cleaning up the crime scene to the point of leaving no evidence. According to Brooke, Daniel and Christina's relationship was complicated, and he often treated her badly. Despite this, Christina forgave him repeatedly due to her strong feelings for him. She often expressed that she felt like part of his family and was reluctant to end their relationship. Christina believes that once she becomes financially independent, she can work through her issues with Troy and improve her relationship with Daniel. Unfortunately, her hopes never came true, eventually leading to her tragic murder. Daniel and Brooke were questioned. Brooke claimed that Christina had provoked the aggression, as she always did, which made it difficult for Daniel to control himself. However, he refused to cooperate with the investigation. His lawyer argued that the prosecutor's office lacked sufficient evidence to press charges, but this was incorrect. Daniel Lynn was held on $1 million bail, which he was unable to pay, forcing him to remain in jail. To avoid severe punishment, he agreed to cooperate with the prosecution. He confessed to second-degree murder, which carries a maximum sentence of 40 years. As a result of the plea deal, he received a 16-year prison term. Brooke pleaded guilty to assisting Daniel, which allowed her to avoid a jury trial. Christina's mother and those who cared about her were shocked to learn that Brooke was sentenced to only 1 year in prison. Brooke admitted to witnessing the abuse of her best friend Christina without intervening. However, the prosecutor's office could not find enough evidence to charge her with a crime. After serving her sentence, Brooke continued her relationship with Daniel. Christina's family was outraged. Even her ex-husband Troy criticized the leniency of the sentence, but they were unable to have the court's decision overturned. They had to accept the outcome. Although Christina lost custody of her 4 children, her eldest daughter Haley, who was 15 at the time, was allowed to live with her maternal grandmother, while the other 3 children went to live with their father. In an interview after the trial, Christina's mother expressed her desire for her daughter to be remembered not as a victim of crime or violence, but as a loving mother, daughter, and sister. She tried to persuade the court to reconsider the case and increase the sentence, but her efforts were unsuccessful. Sarah Foxwell was born on May 18, 1998 in Salisbury, Maryland. She grew up in a big family with 2 sisters and 4 brothers. Her mother also had 3 more kids from a previous marriage. Eventually, Sarah's parents divorced and her mom faced tough times, having to take care of all of the kids on her own. She had to work a lot, so the kids often stayed with relatives. Sarah was the middle child, always trying to keep the peace among her siblings when they were arguing and fighting. She always radiated positivity and usually succeeded in bringing her family together. In December 2009, when Sarah was 11, she temporarily moved in with her aunt and grandparents. Christmas was coming, and her mom was working extra shifts to buy gifts for every kid. Her aunt lived on the outskirts of Salisbury in a large farmhouse. The kids loved it there because of the vast space to play around. On December 22nd, everything seemed normal. With just 3 days until Christmas, the kids were in high spirits, running around the house, playing and just having fun. Their aunt ordered pizza for dinner, and around 9 p.m., they all started getting ready for bed. Sarah slept in the same room with her 6-year-old sister, Emma, at the end of the hallway near the back door. They chatted for a bit and fell asleep. The next morning, Sarah's grandpa woke up and went to wake the kids. He went into the girls' room but found only Emma there. Thinking that Sarah might have already woken up, he searched the entire house but couldn't find her. He told her aunt about it and they started to search every corner together. Eventually, they realized that Sarah wasn't in the house. Her aunt thought she might have gone outside to play in the snow that had fallen overnight, but she quickly realized Sarah's shoes and jacket were still at home. Then, her aunt noticed something strange. Sarah's toothbrush was missing from its usual spot in the bathroom. After searching the area around the house with her grandpa and finding no signs of Sarah, her aunt decided to call her mother. She rushed over and they contacted the police. The officers arrived within minutes and immediately began searching the house. Sarah's aunt told them that she always checked all the doors and windows every night before bed, and she had done so the previous evening as well. The police couldn't find Sarah anywhere inside the house or nearby. Upon learning about the missing toothbrush, the officers began to consider the possibility of an abduction. Maybe the kidnapper grabbed this item before leaving the house with Sarah, so they decided to check if all the doors and windows were indeed locked. As they approached the back door next to Sarah's room and tried the handle, it opened right away. Sarah's aunt swore the door was locked the night before and hadn't been opened since. However, she remembered they kept a spare key outside near the entrance. She went there and checked it, but the key wasn't there. This further supported the abduction theory. The fact that the perpetrator knew about the spare key suggested that he knew the family quite well. Another unsettling detail was that their dog hadn't made a sound that night, despite usually barking at strangers. Fearing that Sarah might have been kidnapped, investigators immediately initiated a large-scale search. News of her disappearance spread rapidly, and many local residents contacted the police offering their help. The sheriff appealed to the public through the media, asking them to check their properties for anything that might look suspicious. Dozens of local officers were called for the search. They also got help from neighboring towns' departments and even other states. They all hoped to find Sarah alive. Given that the perpetrator had taken her toothbrush, it might indicate his plans to keep her alive, so the police devoted all their resources to the search. Outside the house, they found their lead. There were relatively fresh tire tracks in the snow, indicating that the abductor likely arrived by car. Since all of Sarah's warm clothing was left behind, it was clear that the perpetrator couldn't have taken her on foot. Meanwhile, Sarah's relatives were brought to the police station where something unexpected happened. Sarah's 6-year-old sister, Emma, who slept in the same room with her, tugged at her grandmother's sleeve and whispered that she had a secret. She saw the person who took Sarah. According to the girl, she woke up to this man saying something to her sister. Emma didn't understand what was happening but got scared, so she pretended to be asleep. A few moments later, she saw the man leave the room with Sarah. This story shocked her relatives, but then Emma said something even more chilling. She recognized the man. It was Mr. Tommy. The adults immediately knew exactly who she meant. It was 30-year-old Thomas Legs, the former boyfriend of Sarah's aunt. Although they had broken up a few months ago, he had spent a lot of time at their house and all the kids knew him well. The police were also familiar with Thomas due to his extensive criminal record. Over the years, he had repeatedly come to their attention for crimes involving women and girls. He landed behind bars at the age of 18 for assaulting a 12-year-old girl and receiving a 4-year sentence, but he was released early, just after a few months. Later, he received a 7-year sentence for assaulting another minor. However, he was released early again, this time after serving only 6 months due to his good behavior. Shortly after, he received a 6-month sentence for another assault. Then he attempted to assault another girl on the same day. His wife returned home from the hospital with their newborn daughter. The woman later divorced him and obtained a restraining order against Thomas because he had threatened to kill both her and their daughter. Another incident happened when a woman and her little daughter moved to the street where Thomas had lived. One day, the girl, along with her friend, was sitting on the porch of her house. Thomas approached them and told one of the girls that he had been watching her play in the yard and called her a wild girl. Then he grabbed a stick and began hitting her on the buttocks. The girl ran inside and told her mom about what just happened. The woman saw Thomas through the window and realized she had already seen his face. Before moving to this house, she had checked the sex offender registry in this area, and there was a photo of Thomas. The mother reported him to the police, and the case went to court, but Thomas managed to avoid any punishment for his actions. Before the trial began, the woman was asked not to mention the fact that Thomas was in the sex offender list and had previously been convicted of sexual assault. The reason for this request was the concern that mentioning it would bias the jury, potentially leading to an unfair verdict for Thomas. Just a few months before Sarah's disappearance, Thomas was arrested once again. He had broken into the bedroom of a 24-year-old woman in the middle of the night, undressed, and began pleasuring himself while standing next to her bed. After his arrest, he was released on bail. Thomas successfully hid his criminal history from Sarah's aunt, but she eventually learned about it. Nevertheless, he somehow managed to convince her that all these accusations were false and that he hadn't done anything he was accused of. Considering all of this, detectives had no doubt that Thomas was behind Sarah's abduction. Her relatives also noted that during the time the man was dating Sarah's aunt, he spent significantly more time with Sarah than with the other kids in the house. Back then, no one thought much of it, but after her disappearance, this fact seemed very disturbing. The police wanted to speak with Thomas, so they headed to his place. The man lived just a few miles away, in a shed on his parents' property. Investigators took him in for questioning and also obtained a warrant to search the shed. Inside, There was a mess and horrible living conditions, but no evidence linking him to Sarah's disappearance was found. However, the police discovered a large collection of magazines and DVD discs containing adult materials. The shed was literally filled with them. During the interrogation, Thomas repeatedly denied his involvement in Sarah's disappearance. He claimed that he was trying to deal with his problems, referring to his propensity for committing crimes against underage girls. According to Thomas, during the time he was dating Sarah's aunt, he deliberately avoided being alone with the children, so no one could falsely accuse him of anything inappropriate. When told that Emma had seen him on the night of the abduction, Thomas claimed that the girl had often made up stories before and he wasn't there. Detectives didn't believe a word he said, and it wasn't just because of Thomas's previous crimes. While they were speaking about the disappearance of 11-year-old Sarah, he repeatedly smiled and mocked. The sheriff even thought that Thomas considered his crime absolutely perfect and that the police wouldn't be able to prove his guilt. Thomas also claimed to have a strong alibi. He said he was at the bar with his friend until late into the night. Investigators immediately checked this story, and to their surprise, the alibi was confirmed. Thomas was indeed seen in the bar, but there was a catch. He left around 1 a.m., and since then, no one, including his parents, had seen him until around 7 a.m. During the examination of his phone, they also found that on that night, Thomas had sent messages to several women offering to meet up, but all of them declined. Despite all of this, detectives still couldn't crack Thomas. They hoped that the girl was still alive, so they put all their efforts into finding her. When they seized his pickup truck, the police immediately discovered several significant clues. Inside the vehicle lay Sarah's green toothbrush and a large lollipop. Investigators thought that Thomas could have used the candy to lure her into his car. The tire tracks also matched with the tracks left in the snow in front of the house on the night of Sarah's disappearance. The man himself told detectives that he hadn't been to that house in over a month, and now they had proof that he had lied. Despite the fact that Thomas continued to deny everything, the police still hoped to find Sarah. Hundreds of officers and volunteers continued searching the area, scouring the territory for many miles around her house. They checked abandoned buildings, forests, ravines, and bodies of water. Canine units with search dogs tried to pick up the girl's scent, while helicopters scoured the area from above. The police also received enormous support from the local community. People came to the police station and signed up as volunteers, despite the bad weather and the approaching holidays. Unfortunately, on that day, the search once again yielded no results. But no one even thought about giving up, and early the next morning, they went out to search for her again. Throughout this time, the stream of volunteers not only didn't dwindle, but grew even larger. In total, 3,000 people joined the search efforts. The sheriff even had to relocate the coordination center to the large baseball stadium because the police station simply couldn't fit such a huge number of people. Notably, among the volunteers were not only adults, but also their children. They handed out water, hot tea, and food. Everyone tried to do their best, hoping that eventually, it would help them find Sarah alive. Meanwhile, investigators obtained another piece of evidence linking Thomas to the abduction. As soon as the man was brought to the station, he was given a new set of clothes, and his own clothes were sent to the lab. Experts found foreign DNA on the suspect's underwear and compared it to a sample from Sarah obtained from her belongings. It was a complete match. Considering the fact that DNA was found on his underwear, detectives came to a grim conclusion. Apparently, after the abduction, Thomas sexually assaulted her. The day of the search also yielded no results, and on the morning of December 25th, Christmas Day, thousands of people once again went to look for Sarah. Despite the holiday, none of them even considered giving up. On that same day, investigators received GPS data from Thomas's phone. Unfortunately, there weren't exact locations, but rather just information about his phone connecting to specific cell towers. Police found out that on the night of Sarah's disappearance, his phone had connected to 3 towers, allowing them to determine the approximate triangular area where he must have been. Investigators focused all their efforts in this area, which was located practically on the state border, about 8 miles from Sarah's aunt's house. This area was mostly covered with trees. Hundreds of people combed through every inch of this territory, hoping for a Christmas miracle that Sarah would be found alive. Unfortunately, reality turned out to be much more tragic. Around 4 p.m., police noticed Sarah's body on the ground, almost at the state border. She lay on her back, with her arms raised upwards, pointing towards the sky. When medical experts began examining the body, even they were shocked. They confirmed the victim had been sexually assaulted. They found signs of strangulation but determined that the perpetrator had failed to kill her that way. In Sarah's lungs, experts found dirt, leading them to believe that the killer had attempted to drown her in a puddle. During this torture, the victim lost consciousness. After that, she suffered severe burns. According to the experts, the perpetrator may have left her lying in the forest for some time, went to get gasoline, came back, and set Sarah on fire. Traces of smoke were also found in her lungs, indicating that she was still alive at that moment. This also explained why her hands were raised and pointing to the sky. This sometimes happens when a person is exposed to fire. Such unimaginable cruelty shocked everyone involved in the case. Even the detectives found it difficult to believe that all these atrocities had truly been committed against the victim. But now, when they knew what had happened to Sarah, all they wanted was one thing: to secure the death penalty for Thomas. Despite the fact that he continued to deny everything, there was an impressive amount of evidence against him. After the discovery of the body, forensic experts found several hairs belonging to Sarah and particles of fabric from her pajamas on the front seat of Thomas's pickup truck, further proving his involvement in the abduction. With all the other evidence, this practically ruled out any possibility of him avoiding punishment. The wait for the trial stretched for more than a year, but it never began. In early 2011, the prosecution decided to offer Thomas a plea deal. Under its conditions, he would admit his guilt and receive a life sentence instead of the death penalty. Considering what he had done to Sarah, this deal might seem unfair, but there were a few serious reasons in favor of such a decision. The main one was that Sarah's younger sister would have to testify repeatedly in court in the presence of the murderer. The abduction and death of her sister became a serious challenge for her, and the trial could have affected her even more. Another reason for offering the deal was that the prosecution could not be 100% sure of securing a death sentence. If Thomas's lawyers had achieved a different verdict, he could have the opportunity to be released someday, which was not part of the terms of the deal under any circumstances. There was another problem. The state governor opposed the death penalty at that time, further reducing the chances of obtaining this sentence. In the end, Thomas agreed and told detectives everything they already knew without him. He admitted that he tricked Sarah into leaving her house with him. Then he took her away, sexually assaulted, and killed her. He received 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole and was transferred to a maximum security prison. In the few days, another inmate attacked him with a makeshift weapon during lunch, inflicting several serious cuts. Thomas survived, and prison staff took additional measures to protect him from other inmates who wanted to harm him. Sarah's case sparked outrage because the system repeatedly gave Thomas the opportunities to be released and continue committing crimes. Eventually, the state of Maryland passed Sarah's law, which mandates that anyone convicted of child abuse must serve at least 15 years in prison before being eligible for parole. Rowan Ford was born on April 11, 1998, in San Diego, California. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother, Colleen, moved with her to a small town called Stella in Missouri. Later, her mom met a man named David, and they got married. Colleen had several children from a previous marriage, and soon after their wedding, she and David had a daughter together. Altogether, Rowan had 2 sisters and 2 brothers, and they shared a very close bond. She spent a lot of time outdoors riding her bike around town, enjoying swimming, and indulging in her passion for drawing. She also liked going to Sunday school at the local church, where she always volunteered to help other kids who had some issues with their tasks. In November 2007, when Rowan was 9 years old, she was in the 4th grade at the local elementary school. Her mom worked the night shift at a store while her stepdad spent most of the day on the farm. This left Rowan often fending for herself, which made her very independent. On November 2nd, she stayed home alone as usual. Her mom went to work, and her stepdad hadn't returned from the farm yet. The next morning, around 9 a.m., Colleen came home from her night shift and checked Rowan's room, but her daughter wasn't there. She asked her husband where her daughter was. He said she had asked him if she could have a sleepover at a friend's house, and he had let her go. He didn't even ask the friend's name because their town was very small, and he wasn't worried about anything happening to her. But Colleen started to worry and decided to check with all of Rowan's friends. Since there were only a few streets in their town, it didn't take long. But none of them had seen her, and she hadn't stayed over at any of their houses, which made her mother even more concerned. Colleen searched the whole town, but couldn't find her daughter. She went back home and told her husband that Rowan was nowhere to be found. She asked him to call the police and report her missing, but he reassured her that everything was fine and that she would come home soon. After waiting for several more hours with no sign of Rowan, Colleen took matters into her own hands and dialed 911 herself. The local sheriff immediately organized a search operation. He went to their house to speak with David, as he was the last person to see Rowan before she disappeared. David said that on that evening, while he was working on the farm with his colleague, Christopher, their mutual friend Nathan came by. They all decided to go to David's place to have some drinks and play pool. They stopped by the store, bought some alcohol, and went to David's house where they spent several hours. Later in the night, Christopher asked Nathan to drive him home to the neighboring town where his trailer was, and they persuaded David to join them to continue the fun. Before leaving the house, he checked on Rowan in her room. Seeing that she was asleep, David left with his friends. They stopped by the store again, grabbed more alcohol, and headed to Christopher's trailer where they continued drinking for about an hour. After that, David decided to head home and asked Nathan to give him a ride. Nathan agreed, but chose to take back roads instead of the main highway. By that time, he was quite drunk and didn't want to risk encountering the police. Nathan dropped him off and drove home, while David went straight to bed. Soon after, he was awakened by Rowan, who asked if she could sleep over at a friend's house. Without much thought, he agreed and fell back asleep. Police approached this story with some skepticism. What puzzled them most was the fact that a 9-year-old girl decided to go to her friend's house in the middle of the night, and her stepfather let her go without even asking which friend she was talking about. The sheriff considered that David might be hiding something or directly involved in Rowan's disappearance, but he had no evidence to support this theory. Police searched the town and its surroundings until late at night. Local residents immediately joined the search as they all knew Rowan's family and wanted to help. The population of Stella was only about 150 people, so news of her disappearance spread throughout the county almost instantly. People were used to being able to let their children play outside without a worry, as nothing ever happened in such a quiet place. But now, when Rowan vanished without a trace and the police were unable to find her for a whole day, the residents of Stella were in a state of panic. The first day of the search yielded no results. On November 4th, the police went to the neighboring town to speak with Christopher, who fully corroborated David's story. However, Christopher added that his friend hadn't even contacted him since that evening and he had only just found out about Rowan's disappearance. On the same day, the police expanded the search and involved even more volunteers, but they still couldn't find Rowan or any clues to her whereabouts. The next morning, the FBI joined the investigation. While the local police continued to search for Rowan throughout the town and its surroundings, detectives focused on exploring the possibility of abduction. They strongly doubted the stepfather's story as it seemed highly questionable. Police also checked with all of Rowan's friends and confirmed that she hadn't visited any of them that night. Investigators continued to speak with David and he changed certain details in his story several times, further raising suspicions against him. For instance, he gave conflicting timelines for his absence from home that night and even said that perhaps Rowan hadn't asked him for permission to go to her friend's house and just left without his knowledge. FBI agents also discovered that on the night of her disappearance, David had asked his mother to borrow her car, a fact he had initially not disclosed to the police. As a result, they decided to seize both this car and his own pickup truck for examination, but experts were unable to uncover any evidence. Meanwhile, detectives decided to speak with Christopher and Nathan again, as they were both with David that evening. Police invited Christopher to the station. He repeated the same story as the day before. He also agreed to a polygraph test, which showed no signs of deception. Several hours after Christopher left the station and returned to work, he noticed Sheriff Clark's car and waved for him to stop. Sheriff Clark led the police department in their town called Whitten and had known Christopher for 17 years since his childhood. The sheriff was friends with his foster parents, and Christopher always respected him. He often sought his advice or help in difficult times, such as when his mother passed away. Sheriff Clark approached Christopher and they discussed Rowan's disappearance. The sheriff was aware of the case but had not been involved in it as the search was being handled by the Stella department. During their conversation, the sheriff felt that Christopher's behavior was quite weird, and he suspected that Christopher might be withholding some information from him. Considering that Rowan's life was at stake and her fate remained unknown, Clark decided to share his suspicions with the FBI. He contacted the agents and told them about his concerns. Investigators assumed that Christopher might be withholding some significant information that could implicate Rowan's stepfather in her disappearance. Perhaps he had asked Christopher to lie and change certain details in the story of that evening. And now Christopher feared being implicated as an accomplice if he told the truth. Sheriff Clark informed the FBI agents that he had a close and trusting relationship with Christopher, so he offered to help persuade him to talk. That same evening, Christopher went to Colleen's house to ask her if there was any progress in the search. About the same time, FBI agents also arrived to speak with Rowan's mother again. When they saw Christopher there, they also asked him some questions, and he once again repeated that the events of that evening unfolded exactly as he had previously said. But then he mentioned for the first time that he did not rule out the possibility of David's involvement in her disappearance, and said that he wanted to help them uncover the truth no matter how terrible it might be. He even suggested wearing a wire and going to talk to David to try to coax him into confessing. But at that point, the detectives decided not to resort to such tactics. Instead, they asked Christopher if he had any locations in mind where his friend could have hidden Rowan's body, and he named it several places. The next morning, police set out to search these locations, as well as continuing their search in the surrounding areas of Stella. FBI agents once again brought David for questioning, Sheriff's office to speak with Clark and told him about his encounter with the FBI. During their conversation, the sheriff had a strong feeling that Christopher was still withholding something. After their meeting, he contacted the detectives again and told them that Christopher might be keeping some information that could likely help them prove David's involvement. FBI agents asked the sheriff to continue trying to persuade him to talk. Based on the fact that Christopher had repeatedly contacted Clark to discuss the case with him, they believed he wanted to share important information, but for some reason, he was afraid to do so. The next day, on November 7th, the police called Christopher back to the station. They needed his consent to search his safe located in David's house. Christopher had been living with him for several months when he temporarily didn't have a place of his own, and some of his belongings were still there. Christopher gave them his permission and also agreed to allow the police to search his trailer and his car. He also voluntarily provided them with a DNA sample, and he agreed to answer the detectives' questions again. They began questioning him about that evening and once again asked him to confirm David's story. But this time, Christopher suddenly admitted that his friend's story wasn't entirely true, and the investigators began pressing him to tell them what really happened. But this pressure only caused Christopher to become agitated. He said that if the police were going to treat him like a criminal and attempt to accuse him of involvement in Rowan's disappearance, he would not continue this conversation. After that, detectives had to end the interrogation, and Christopher left the station. That same evening, he went to Sheriff Clark and told him about it. He complained that Sheriff replied that it was his right, but asked him to understand that the police were just doing everything possible to find Rowan. In response, Christopher stated that he would no longer speak with them and that if he wanted to share anything else, he would only speak with Clark. The sheriff continued to persuade Christopher to tell him everything he knew, and at some point, Christopher began to cry. He said that he always loved Rowan and would never harm her. During the time when he lived in David's house, he developed a close bond with Rowan and the other children. They began to treat him like a family member and even called him Uncle Christopher. The sheriff understood that Christopher was on the brink of revealing everything he knew. However, Just as Christopher was about to speak, someone arrived at the police station, distracting Sheriff Clark for some time. Christopher left the office without sharing what he had intended to. Sheriff Clark reached out to the FBI again and told them about this conversation. He explained that Christopher was almost ready to disclose everything he knew, but cautioned that pushing him too hard might cause him to stop talking and get an attorney. Clark suggested to give Christopher some time to think it over, and the detectives agreed. The search for Rowan continued the next day, again with no luck. But everything changed on November 9th, a week after her disappearance. Search groups reached a remote area near a town called Powell, 10 miles from Stella. There, amidst fields and trees, they discovered a large pit in the ground. When they looked there, they found Rowan's body, concealed under leaves and debris. She was missing all clothing below the waist except and asked him to speak with Christopher again, hoping he would now reveal everything. Sheriff learned that earlier that morning, Christopher had visited the station when he wasn't there and informed other officers that he needed to speak urgently with Clark. The sheriff set out to search for Christopher, checking all the places where he might be, but the man was nowhere to be found. It continued until Christopher called Clark himself. He was clearly distressed and asked if he was being followed. He explained that after hearing the news about Rowan's body being found, he drove around town to clear his head and noticed a gray car tailing him. Sheriff Clark replied that he knew nothing about any surveillance and suggested meeting Christopher in person. When they met, Christopher was visibly nervous and expressed concern for his safety. He feared that after Rowan's body was discovered, he might be accused of murder, and someone might seek revenge against him. Clark took him to the station and said that now, when the case had been classified as a homicide, it was time to reveal everything he knew. Christopher began crying again, and the sheriff asked him to tell what David had done to Rowan. In response, Christopher stated that there were too many people at the police station, and he didn't want to discuss it here. He suggested going to a quieter place and mentioned a small bridge located a few miles from their town. Clark agreed, and they drove there together. As they got out of the car, Christopher unexpectedly raised his hands and said that he should handcuff him. The sheriff was surprised and replied that it wasn't necessary, but Christopher said, "After what I tell you, you'll have to do it." After this, he began talking. Christopher repeated the first part of the story he had told the police many times. He, along with Nathan and David, went to his trailer where they continued drinking. Sometime later, his friends decided to head home, and David asked Nathan for a ride. They said they would take back roads to avoid the police and left. But then Christopher started telling something that shocked the sheriff to the core. He claimed that he wanted to sexually assault Rowan and quickly came up with a plan. Knowing his friends would take quite some time on the road through the fields, he got into his car and drove straight to David's house, taking the main highway. He entered Rowan's room, picked her up and carried her to his car, doing it all so that she wouldn't wake up. After that, he took her to his trailer where he assaulted her. According to him, she only woke up at that moment and tried to resist, but she couldn't break free. Christopher didn't turn on the lights or speak to her because he didn't want Rowan to recognize him. After the crime, he planned to take her back home and leave, but things didn't go as planned. When he carried Rowan out of the trailer, the moon was shining brightly, and she saw his face. Christopher panicked, grabbed a rope, and strangled her. When she passed away, he loaded her body into the car and started thinking about what to do next. At first, he wanted to dump her from the bridge, the same one where he stood with Sheriff Clark. But Christopher realized that her body would be found too quickly, so he got behind the wheel and began driving around the county, considering other options. Soon, he remembered the large pit near the neighboring town and headed there. He dumped the body into the pit and tried to cover it with branches, but the pit was too large, so everything fell down. When he returned to the trailer, he found traces of Rowan's blood on his clothes and mattress. Christopher also realized he needed to get rid of her pants, underwear, and the rope he used to kill her. He collected all these items and placed them in a large barrel, intending to burn them. However, Christopher quickly realized that such a fire would definitely attract attention. So he dragged the barrel into the shed, closed the door, and started the fire there. Sheriff Clark was completely taken back by this story. All this time, he thought David had committed the crime, and Christopher was just withholding some information. It was hard for him to believe that the man he had known for almost 20 years was capable of such brutality. Christopher himself had 3 young children, although he didn't live with them after divorcing his wife. He always seemed like a decent man to him, but reality turned out to be way more chilling. After Christopher finished his story, he agreed to voluntarily go to the station, and the sheriff didn't handcuff him. Only after they arrived and the man repeated his confession to the FBI agents, he was arrested on charges of murder. Christopher also signed a voluntary consent to search his trailer and car. Ending his confession, he added that he regretted his actions and said that he cried like a baby all the next day. The detectives immediately went to speak with David and informed him that Christopher had confessed to the murder. Considering David's strange behavior and inconsistent statements, they suspected that he might have been covering for his friend. However, they were met with an even more shocking twist. When David was brought in for questioning, he suddenly changed his version of events. According to him, the night he returned home and found Rowan missing from her room, he realized that Christopher might have taken her, so he took his mother's car and drove to his trailer. Upon entering, he saw the girl on the bed with Christopher, leaning over her. Instead of rescuing Rowan, David decided to join in. He also sexually assaulted her. Then, he helped his friend kill her and dispose of the body. David added that during the ordeal, his brain simply shut off and he remembered nothing about the night for several days. The detectives, who were not expecting such a twist, went back to Christopher to confirm David's words. However, Christopher stated that his friend was not involved and that everything happened as he had told them. This further baffled the detectives, but Christopher's story matched the facts. Medical experts confirmed that the victim had been strangled with a thin rope, a detail only the killer would know. During a search of the trailer, the police found a barrel with ashes. In his car, they also discovered hair comparable to Rowan's. Despite investigators still being unable to confidently determine whose version of events was truthful, both men provided incriminating statements, so David was also arrested, and their cases were sent to court. During the trial, Christopher filed a motion to exclude all his statements from the case materials, claiming he was unaware they could be used against him and that the police violated his rights. But the judge denied this motion since all his conversations with investigators were entirely voluntary. Christopher also attempted to plead mitigating circumstances, pointing out his difficult childhood. From an early age, he was constantly shuffled between biological and foster parents, which greatly impacted him. Christopher also invited an expert who claimed he had signs of developmental issues, but none of this helped him avoid punishment. In 2012, 5 years after the murder, he was sentenced to death. He tried to appeal this sentence, but to no avail. As for David, the situation was much more. He admitted to assaulting and killing Rowan. But there was one serious problem. His version contradicted Christopher's statements. If the prosecution decided to charge David with murder, it could potentially lead to Christopher's sentence being overturned, and David might also avoid responsibility. Considering there was no solid evidence against David, such as DNA, the prosecution could not take such a risk. In fact, they still weren't sure if he was involved at all. The prosecution did not rule out the possibility that David might have indeed committed the crime together with Christopher, but there was no evidence to support this theory. In the end, a difficult decision was made. To avoid the risk of Christopher's sentence being overturned, they reduced David's charges to much lighter ones. He pleaded guilty to 2 charges: child endangerment and obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 11 years in prison with a minimum of 5 years to be served behind bars. This sentence was met with outrage. If David was indeed involved in the murder, his punishment was deemed incomparable to the severity of the crime. However, there's nothing that can be done about it now, and it's unlikely that he will ever be tried again for this case. As for Christopher, he remains in prison awaiting execution. Considering that decades often pass between sentencing and execution, there are no guarantees that the death penalty will ever be carried out. It's quite possible that he will simply spend the rest of his life in prison. The case of Sidney Powell. Brenda Powell was born in 1969 in Salim, Agua, USA. She graduated from high school and then attended Accra University. After completing her studies, she began working as a pediatrician in the oncology department of her local children's hospital. For over 28 years, she has dedicated herself to helping sick children. Brenda oversees inpatient care and is known to her peers and hospital. They were introduced through a mutual friend who worked with her at the hospital. The couple enjoyed a happy life together for 23 years and welcomed 2 children, a daughter named Sydney and a son named Andrew. Since childhood, Sydney has been passionate about sports, especially football. Her family watched football together every Sunday, which helped strengthen their relationship. They also regularly visited the beach and Disneyland. As Sydney grew older, she and her mother, Brenda, began to spend more time together. While her father and brother watched football, they enjoyed shopping, which further strengthened their relationship. Sydney did well in high school, which helped her pass her exams and gain admission to Mount Union University, where she also received a scholarship. In college, she became friends with Lauren and a group of female students while living on campus. She participated in school events and was introduced to many different activities. Friends described Sydney as friendly and easygoing. Sydney's academic journey took an unexpected turn after her first year. Initially, everything seemed fine. She excelled in her classes and was praised by her teachers, ranking among the top students. Sydney began working part-time during the summer holidays to earn extra money. However, during her second year, Sydney faced significant challenges and decided to move off campus. Her friends were initially confused by this sudden decision but later learned that Sydney was struggling academically. Her grades were dropping. Additionally, Sydney began sleeping excessively, often around 16 hours a day. Sydney's friends thought she could handle it all because she was a smart and hardworking student who had previously done well in school. Unfortunately, Sydney struggled and ended up failing 3 out of 4 exams. Due to strict regulations, she received a notice of expulsion from the university, which shocked everyone. Sydney was worried and shared her concerns with her friends. Fortunately, they informed her that she could reapply for admission. At the beginning of 2020, Sydney resumed her studies, attending classes and sorority meetings. She happily told her friends that she had been readmitted to the university and was doing well. In early February, Sydney was notified that she had to leave the school permanently and that her expulsion would remain in effect. She was offered assistance with moving and packing, and the school planned to notify her parents of her situation to help cover her expenses. However, Sydney told the school administration that her family already knew and did not need to be contacted. This was not true, and she was afraid that her parents would find out about her expulsion. During this time, she told her parents that she was doing well in school and had good grades, and that she had even won a scholarship. Her parents trusted her and had no reason to doubt her. After being evicted from campus, Sydney left but did not return home before the February. Instead, she stayed with friends in various hotels, paying in cash to avoid being tracked and to keep her situation at the university a secret. Although she worked part-time to support herself, her earnings were insufficient. Sydney constantly searched for online opportunities to make money but could not find a full-time job that would provide adequate support. She continued to live in hotels or with friends, afraid to go home. She cut back on everything and often did not eat enough. Eventually, she decided to return home, claiming that the campus was closed for renovations. She told her parents that she would stay with them while she went to college and still work. Her parents believed her and thought everything was fine. Sydney has been lying to her mother by saying that she is fine. Recently, Brenda has noticed some strange changes in her daughter's behavior. She discovers that Sydney is spending more time at home and not going to school, which raises concerns. This information later comes to light because Sydney's entire family uses the Life 360 app, a mobile phone location tracking app on a map for safety, allowing family members to know where each other are. On February 25, 2020, Brenda received a notification from the app that Sydney had stayed home all day instead of coming to college as scheduled. This worried Brenda, who was concerned that something was wrong. She contacted her daughter to find out what was going on. Sydney replied that she had a week off because her teacher was absent. She mentioned that students were given assignments to complete at home and were participating in remote learning. However, Brenda began to doubt Sydney's story. She told her daughter that her explanations did not seem right and reminded her of the importance of good grades to maintain her scholarship and graduate, which would affect her future job opportunities. She also emphasized the importance of attending school regularly. Sydney then reassured her mother that everything was fine and that she should not worry. The deception continued. On March 2nd, Sydney texted her mother, saying she was going to school and would be back by 2:30 p.m. Instead, she spent time with a friend, watching TV, while lying about her college situation. During this time, the parents noticed that something was wrong. Their daughter did not receive the scholarship, so her father, Stephen, had to pay her tuition. He tried to send money through the payment gateway, but could not complete the transaction because he had lost access to his account. Initially, he suspected a technical problem and decided to wait. However, when Stephen logged in on March 3rd while working at a metallurgical plant, he was still unable to complete the transaction. He then asked his daughter about the problem. Sydney reassured him not to worry and promised that she would look into the matter and resolve it. Stephen realized he could not delay any longer as the deadline was near and he needed to pay for his daughter's studies quickly. He decided to contact the university himself to resolve the situation. When he called, the staff checked their records and informed him that Sydney was not listed as a student, meaning her access had been revoked. Stephen was shocked and thought there must be some mistake. He requested they verify the information again, and they confirmed that Sydney had indeed been expelled. However, the university staff would not disclose the date of her expulsion, citing confidentiality rules. Stephen used a tracking app to locate Sydney, who was supposed to be in class. Instead, he discovered she was at home while he was at work. He wanted to go home to talk to her, but he feared she might track his movements and run away. To avoid this, he left his phone at work and headed home. Before leaving, he called Sydney to gather information, but she avoided giving clear answers. During the conversation, she admitted that she was struggling at university and didn't like it there. However, she continued to lie, not confessing that she had been expelled a long time ago. Instead, she claimed she had just not been attending classes. Stephen was troubled by his daughter's situation. He believed she was capable and had a bright future ahead, but he worried that her lack of commitment to attending classes could hinder her progress. He wanted to talk to her about the issue so they could find a solution together. On his way to work, Stephen called Brenda to inform her about their daughter's learning difficulties. Although Brenda suspected something was wrong, she hoped it was not true. Throughout the call, Stephen was concerned about Sydney's situation. However, Brenda reassured him. With a background in psychology, she had a skill for helping others and wanted to use her experience to support their daughter. She promised Stephen that she would take time off work, go home, and have a calm and open discussion with Sydney to ensure that they could all make the best decision together. Brenda then tried to contact the school but was unsuccessful. She left a voicemail asking for a call back and then went home. When Brenda reached her private entrance, she told her husband what had happened and went inside. Meanwhile, teachers Michelle and John received Brenda's message and called her back within the hour. At approximately 12:36 p.m., Brenda answered the phone and spoke calmly to the teachers. Everything seemed normal until Brenda started screaming into the phone, followed by a series of noises. Michelle and John, who were listening on speakerphone, were confused about what was happening but sensed that something was wrong. Michelle and John were worried about what had happened and tried calling Brenda again, but she did not answer. After several tries, a woman finally picked up at 12:40 p.m., but it wasn't Brenda. The teachers recognized Sydney's voice and asked to speak to her mother, but the calls suddenly ended. This situation made Michelle and John suspicious. They decided to contact the local police to check on Brenda. Police officer Kenneth Diss, a friend of Brenda's family, heard the call and was extremely concerned about the alarming situation. He personally called Stephen to ask what was going on at their house, but Stephen could not provide any information because he was not home. After thinking for a moment, The Stephen recalled that Sydney and Brenda were supposed to be at home discussing their study problems. He suspected there might have been a conflict between his wife and daughter, but he couldn't imagine the reality of the situation. Stephen then rushed home and called his daughter, Sydney, to find out what was going on. Sydney reassures him that everything is fine and the atmosphere seems calm. However, when Stephen tells her that the police are on their way, Sydney suddenly becomes hysterical. She begins to cry and reveals that a robber has broken into the house and attacked them. The call then ends abruptly. The police had already arrived at the house when Sydney dashed out, covered in blood and screaming. She told the officers a shocking story about a robber who had broken in and attacked her mother. She said she heard glass breaking and that her mother told her to run, so she did. Sydney then hid in the courtyard, anxiously listening. She then found her mother lying in a pool of blood and she tried to help her, which is how she got blood on her. Inside the house, officers found Brenda lying face up in a room. She was badly injured, with a bloody cast iron skillet nearby and a kitchen knife on the floor. Despite the broken glass, officers began to doubt Sydney's story. Her story about a robber seemed very unbelievable. An ambulance arrived quickly and took Brenda to hospital, where she was taken to the intensive care unit. Sadly, 50-year-old Brenda Powell died shortly after arriving. Sydney was also examined by paramedics, but no serious injuries were found. She was sedated, her cuts were bandaged, and she was sent home. Forensic experts who examined Brenda's body were shocked by the brutality of the attack. She had suffered a severe blow to the back of the head, which caused her scalp to detach from her skull. Additionally, she had numerous stab wounds, estimated to be between 20 and 30, mostly concentrated on her neck. There were also multiple bruises and cuts on her arms, suggesting she had tried to defend herself. A preliminary review of the situation led police to believe that Sydney's account of events was fabricated, although Sydney was covered in blood and had several smaller cuts on her arms. They were significantly less severe than her mother's injuries. It was evident that the robbery had been staged, as nothing was taken from the house. Sydney's actions raised several questions. After her mother told her to leave the house, why didn't she run to the neighbors for help or call 911? Instead, she waited in the yard and later went back into the house without any apparent fear. None of the neighbors reported seeing a robber. The blood found on Sydney was tested and matched her mother's, including traces on the broken glass. Police sent the knife, believed to be the murder weapon, and the frying pan for analysis. Brenda's blood was found on these items, and no fingerprints or other DNA were found at the scene. It appears that Sydney injured herself when she stabbed her mother. Sydney Powell was then taken to the police station for questioning. After the initial panic subsided, she refused to answer any questions. By this time, police investigating the attack had learned about recent events in Sydney's university life. They discovered that she had been expelled a month earlier and had lied to her family about her situation, staying with friends in hotels instead. She was so afraid of disappointing those around her that she had lied not only to her parents but also to her classmates and others. Police believe that Sydney was so afraid of telling the truth that she decided to kill her mother when her mother started to suspect something was wrong. Despite this, Sydney chose to remain silent. 19-year-old Sydney Powell was arrested and charged with murdering Brenda. She also faced charges for causing serious injury and for tampering with evidence to mislead the investigation. Due to her mental health issues, she was unable to admit or deny her guilt. Her lawyer argued that she was insane, stating that Sydney had struggled with serious mental health problems since childhood. At the time of the offense, Sydney may have been experiencing a mental health crisis that affected her perception of her actions. Sydney faced several mental health issues that may have contributed to the violent incident, which led police to request a psychiatric evaluation. During the examination, Sydney spoke about her memories of that day but could only recall bits and pieces. She remembered sitting in the basement, anxious about her parents coming home after her father found out about her struggles. She also remembers her mother coming home and their conversation starting, when her mother comforted her and asked what happened at school. She wished her mother would leave her alone. Then she heard the sound of glass breaking, and then she couldn't remember anything else about what happened. Sydney informed her doctor that she had been experiencing hallucinations since she was 11 years old. She had always been very anxious, responsible, and self-critical, setting extremely high academic standards for herself. At times, her anxiety became so intense that it affected her ability to concentrate on tests, leading to multiple psychological evaluations. After extensive evaluation and discussion with Sydney, the psychiatrist diagnosed her with acute post-traumatic stress disorder, schizoaffective disorder, and depression. Sydney reported that she had recurring nightmares of her mother covered in blood. The lack of a clear motive for the murder led the psychiatrist to determine that Sydney was insane at the time of the incident. Another doctor who worked with the Sydney for at least 3 to 6 months before the crime noted that her mental health had deteriorated significantly. She started losing touch with reality and began failing her exams, which ultimately led to her expulsion from university. Her condition was worsened by extreme self-criticism. She couldn't accept that she had failed. The Sydney was also afraid to confess her struggles to her parents. However, the truth eventually came out, causing her immense stress. This culminated in a psychotic breakdown that resulted in her mother's murder. After her arrest, Sydney's bail was initially set at $250,000 but was later raised to $500,000. One of her relatives posted bail, allowing her to await her trial outside of custody. During this time, she received treatment for her mental health issues and felt significantly better by the time the hearings began. The Sydney eventually regained her composure. After Sydney saw Brenda talking to college teachers, she knew that her mother would soon hear the truth from them. In a psychotic state, she attacked her mother. Teachers at the college heard the beginning of the attack. During the trial, her friends and relatives confirmed that they did not notice any significant changes in her behavior leading up to the crime. Although she was upset about being expelled, she was generally cheerful and sociable. The only noticeable difference was that she began sleeping more. The defense acknowledged that Sydney killed her mother but maintained that she was insane at the time. However, many experts disagreed with the psychiatrist's diagnosis. What everyone agreed on was that she suffered from borderline personality disorder, which is characterized by stubbornness, mood swings, and self-destructive behavior. In addition, signs of hallucinations were reported by Sydney to a psychiatrist when she was 11. There was no evidence in the medical records to support Sydney's claims, which undermined the defense's strategy. Several former friends mentioned that Sydney had exhibited unusual behavior even during her school years. One teacher recalled when Sydney was so nervous that she couldn't read anything on a test. However, teacher didn't realize that Sydney's anxiety could indicate mental health issues, so teacher didn't tell anyone. This type of anxiety continued into college, which may have contributed to Sydney failing her exams and eventually being expelled. While awaiting trial, Sydney lived with her grandmother and was prescribed medication to treat her mental health issues. The medication list and dosage were changed several times to find the most effective combination. Sydney's health improved significantly, and she shared any positive changes with her doctor. Her father also noticed the improvement and admitted that Sydney had a strong bond with her mother and loved her deeply. He believed that if Sydney had been in a healthy state of mind, she would never have harmed her mother. Throughout the trial, Sydney cried continuously, and she expressed remorse for her actions. On September 18, 2023, the jury deliberated. Sydney Powell was found guilty on all counts. Sydney was sentenced to life in prison but will be eligible for parole after 15 years. Sydney and her attorney were unhappy with the sentence and planned to appeal the court's decision. Mity Sanchez was born on August 10, 1992 in Vallejo, California. She grew up in a large, close-knit family with 2 brothers and a sister. Mity was a cheerful and bright child. She enjoyed spending time outdoors with her friends and playing with her siblings. From a young age, Mity was quite independent. When she started elementary school, her parents allowed her to walk there with her brother without any adult supervision. The school was located just a short distance from their home, with most of the route lying along a busy road. August 10, 2000 was Mity's 8th birthday. She was excited about the celebration party her family had been preparing for her. Mity asked her mom if she could skip school for the occasion, but the woman said no. Mity was upset about it, and around 7:30 a.m. she left her home with her brother. After her classes, Mity was supposed to wait for her brother so they could walk home together. But when her brother went outside the school, he couldn't find his sister anywhere. Thinking she had already left without him, he headed home alone. But it turned out that Mity wasn't there. Their older sister, who was home at that time, immediately became worried. Since Mity was eagerly anticipating her birthday party, her absence seemed odd. She waited for some time, hoping that Mity would eventually show up, and around 4 p.m., the sister decided to call their mom and tell her about it. Their mom immediately called Mity's school and learned that her daughter had attended all her classes. The mother then reached out to family members and Mity's friends, but no one had seen her after school. Mity's relatives became worried and started searching for her. Many people, from family friends to neighbors, also joined in. Together, they quickly organized a massive search. While some of them walked the streets, others knocked on every door along the route, from the house to school, asking if anyone had seen her. They even started printing and distributing flyers with information about Mity. Despite all their efforts, they couldn't find her, so Mity's parents decided to call 911. The police immediately joined the search, and local media started covering the case on the same day. Mity's disappearance instantly captured the public's attention, since similar incidents had already occurred in their town before. For several years, an unknown perpetrator or multiple perpetrators had been kidnapping kids in Vallejo. The most recent case had occurred in December, less than a year before Mity's disappearance. 7-year-old Ziana Fairchild, who lived just a few miles from Mity's house, disappeared on her way to school. Despite all the efforts by the police and the FBI, she was never found. Now, when Mity vanished on her way home from school, investigators feared the same perpetrator might be involved. Despite the lack of leads at that point, the striking similarities between those cases were already obvious. However, Ziana's case remained unsolved, leaving detectives with little to go on. They began re-examining everyone previously considered a suspect in her case, but it yielded no results. The next day, Mity's disappearance made headlines not only in the local news, but statewide. Everyone feared a serial kidnapper was at large and dreaded the possibility of him getting away with it once again. Mity's relatives gave multiple interviews, trying to draw more attention to the case. Her mom also pleaded with a possible abductor to return her daughter safely. The police received numerous tips, but none of them proved useful. However, everything changed 24 hours after Mity's disappearance when something unexpected happened. A man contacted the police, informing them that he discovered bloodied rags at a landfill. Upon examination, experts determined that the rags were actually bed sheets from a Vallejo hotel. Although they sent the evidence to the lab, blood analysis would take days. Investigators also visited the hotel but were unable to confirm whether Mity had been there. With nothing but waiting for lab results, investigators combed the landfill, searching for any other clues, but it yielded nothing. The following day, August 12th, the police received another call, and it changed the course of this case immediately. At around 11 a.m., a man reported driving through an industrial area in Santa Clara when a little girl ran up to his van screaming that someone was chasing her. She climbed into the van's cabin and the driver saw a man running in their direction. The girl yelled that he had kidnapped her and wanted to kill her. As soon as she was in the van, the perpetrator turned around, got into his car, and fled. Meanwhile, the girl told the driver her name was Mity Sanchez, and he contacted the police. Officers immediately picked her up and drove her to a hospital for examination. They also called her mother and let her speak to her daughter. Soon after, her relatives rushed to the hospital and reunited with Mity. Meanwhile, detectives spoke with the van driver. The man proved a crucial lead. He remembered the license plate of the kidnapper's vehicle because it drove off right in front of his van. Turned out, the van driver was on that road almost by chance. He had a day off, but was asked by his supervisor to cover a shift and deliver a load. If he hadn't been there, the perpetrator possibly could have caught up with the girl. The police ran the license plate and identified the car belonging to a 39-year-old man named Curtis Dean Anderson. He had been on law enforcement's radar before with prior convictions for thefts, kidnapping, and suspicion of other crimes. As investigators focused all efforts on finding the abductor, their colleagues prepared to hear Mitzi's account of what had happened to her. She told them that on August 10th, she was eagerly awaiting the end of school to go home and celebrate her birthday with her family. When her final class ended, Mitzi decided not to wait for her brother and headed home alone. Just a few hundred yards away, she noticed a parked car by the roadside. Inside was a man, watching her intently through the rearview mirror. Mitzi felt uneasy about him, but quickly brushed it off. It was daytime, she was on a familiar street, and being young, she didn't fully grasp the potential danger posed by strangers. As Mitzi approached the car, the man got out and asked her to help him. He said he needed to grab a roll of tape from under the car seat. He also explained that he couldn't bend down himself due to a leg injury from falling off his bike. Despite her uneasy feeling, Mitzi agreed to help. At that time, she couldn't fully comprehend the potential danger posed by the adult man, and her parents had always taught her to help others. As soon as Mitzi reached for the tape, the perpetrator shoved her inside, covered her mouth with his hand, and slammed the door shut. Mitzi tried to scream, but it was too late. The kidnapper drove off in an unknown direction, leaving her to gaze out the window in horror. At one point, they passed Mitzi's home, and she saw her relatives preparing to celebrate her birthday. A few minutes later, the kidnapper pulled into a deserted parking lot. He gave Mitzi new clothes, forced her to change, and discarded her old clothing in a nearby trash bin. He also warned Mitzi not to try to escape, claiming he had a gun and that no one ever managed to get away from him. In the next few hours, he drove Mitzi in an unknown direction. At one point, she asked why he had kidnapped her, and the man simply replied that the same had happened to him when he was a child. When it got dark, he parked again and began covering the car windows with some rags. He then pulled out a chain and secured it to Mitzi's leg with a padlock. Then, the perpetrator took out a bottle of alcohol and forced her to take a few sips. Mitzi tried to argue with him, but eventually complied with his demand. After that, the man grabbed a camera and took several pictures of Mitzi, then lay down to sleep right in the car. Mitzi tried to keep her eyes open, afraid of falling asleep. She was thinking how to escape and at one point saw a police car drive the parking lot, but it was far away, and even if Mitzi had screamed, the officers would never have been able to hear her. The next day, the perpetrator continued driving her around the city. He made her sit on the floor of the car and covered her with sheets to hide her from view. At one point, he stopped and got out for a few minutes. Mitzi tried to free her leg from the chain, but quickly realized it was impossible. She also found a nail file and attempted to unlock the padlock, but it didn't work. When the perpetrator returned to the car and drove away, he claimed he had stopped by her parents' house. The kidnapper pretended to be a concerned citizen and asked for flyers to distribute around town. Mitzi was shocked and overwhelmed. She had been so close to home, yet still remained in captivity. Throughout the next few hours, the perpetrator stopped several times, getting in and out of the car. In the evening, he drove out of town and parked in a deserted area, where he sexually assaulted his victim. After that, the man fell asleep, leaving Mitzi in a state of shock. The next morning, he drove off again, making several stops along the way, mainly to buy cigarettes and alcohol. At one point, when he returned to the car and leaned into the cabin, something fell out of his pocket. He told Mitzi not to look there and left again, but the girl didn't listen to him. She glanced down and saw a large bunch of keys. Mitzi quickly realized that one of them must unlock the padlock on her chain. She was afraid of what the perpetrator might do to her if she disobeyed, but eventually, Mitzi overcame this fear. She grabbed the bunch, picked a key that seemed to fit the lock the best, and attempted to unlock it. To her surprise, it worked. Mitzi freed herself from the chain. Now, only the car door stood between her and freedom. Mitzi opened the window and tried to climb out through it, but she encountered another problem. She was so exhausted that she could barely move her legs. Gathering all her strength, She managed to lift herself and leap out of the car. As she crawled around it, she spotted her kidnapper, who immediately noticed her. The man began shouting for her to come back, but Mity had no intention of giving up. With her last ounce of energy, she ran in the opposite direction. The perpetrator chased after her while Mity tried to flag down passing cars for help. She waved and screamed, but they all drove past. Despite this, Mity kept moving toward her freedom. She had no doubt that if she stopped for even a second, the perpetrator would catch up and harm her. Everything happened very quickly, but for Mity, this moment stretched on forever. Eventually, she spotted a van, ran towards it and jumped right in front of it. The driver quickly stopped and Mity climbed into the cabin. She was shocked, dehydrated and hungry, but her life was no longer in danger. At the hospital, doctors provided her with the necessary assistance, and soon her entire family arrived to reunite with her. Mity's miraculous rescue instantly became the main news story in the city. When she was brought home, thousands of people gathered on her street. They applauded her and shouted birthday greetings, which she had missed. Meanwhile, the police were hunting down the kidnapper, whose whereabouts remained unknown. When they showed his photo to Mity's mother, she realized she had actually seen him twice. The first time was before her daughter's abduction, when he stood on their street and looked towards their house. The second time was the day after Mity's disappearance, when the perpetrator came to her home and asked for flyers. The search for Curtis continued until late evening. Police set up surveillance at all known places he frequented, and eventually it paid off. He came to a trailer park and was apprehended without resistance. Curtis was booked in jail, awaiting trial, and detectives began investigating his possible connections to other crimes. The man himself told Mity she wasn't his first victim and no one had managed to escape him. Investigators simply couldn't imagine this being his first crime of its kind. All his careful and likely premeditated actions suggested he had significant experience in committing such atrocities. It's worth mentioning that Curtis had been previously imprisoned for kidnapping a woman in 1991. He was released in November 1999, and now the police were confident that after his release, he had killed at least one girl, 7-year-old Ziana Fairchild, but we'll get back to that shortly. There was also no doubt that he intended to kill Mity. Moreover, one specific fact directly indicated that it was supposed to happen on the day of her escape. Police learned why Curtis had stopped in the industrial area. He used to work there at one of the companies, and that day he visited his former colleagues. He had asked them for a large bag, and detectives immediately realized he planned to dispose of a body in it. After Curtis's arrest, Mity struggled to recover for a long time. However, she soon learned that the police were suspecting him of kidnapping Ziana, which made her even more uneasy. While Mity was glad she managed to escape, she also worried about the fate of this 7-year-old girl. More than 8 months have passed since her disappearance, and there was no news about Ziana's fate. Mity wanted to help find her, so just days after her own rescue, she participated in a search operation along with other volunteers. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any new leads on Ziana's possible whereabouts. This continued until January 2001, when a human skull was found in the mountains near the city of Santa Cruz. Forensic analysis showed it belonged to Ziana, and she was officially declared dead. Mity took this news very hard, but ahead of her was another challenge: the trial. It began in April of the same year. Mity had to testify before the full courtroom and recount in every detail what Curtis had done to her. He was also present there, but despite all of this, Mity managed to fulfill her task. In the end, Curtis was sentenced to 251 years in prison, but that wasn't the end of his story. Detectives repeatedly visited him in jail and asked him questions about his possible involvement in other crimes. At one point, they learned that Curtis had confessed to a fellow inmate about kidnapping and killing 8 other girls. The inmate agreed to cooperate with the police and repeated Curtis' words in detail. But Curtis himself wasn't ready to reveal all his secrets. He didn't deny anything, but tried to negotiate various privileges for himself, speaking with detectives in riddles. Eventually, the man hinted that he had indeed murdered Ziana Fairchild and that he had killed at least 13 other girls and women. It wasn't until 2005 that he gave full confession in Ziana's murder, and for that, He received an additional 50-year sentence. As for Mity, her challenges didn't end with Curtis' trial. Just a few weeks after her rescue, she returned to school, where she faced bullying from other children. They called her the kidnapped girl, said she should have died instead of being saved, and generally behaved extremely inappropriately. As a result, her school years became a heavy burden for her, and along with the tragedy she had experienced, it didn't help in her recovery process. Mity also repeatedly joined the searches for other missing children, but more often than not, it ended with the discovery of their bodies. Each time, she felt this tragedy as if it were her own, and ultimately, she couldn't cope with this pressure anymore. Alcohol became her only way to cope with the stress, and with each passing day, Mity turned to it more and more frequently. Eventually, she stopped seeing even the slightest chance of returning to a normal life. But one day, everything changed. Mity was involved in a serious car accident after a party with friends. She broke her neck, arm, and spent 2 weeks in a coma. When she woke up, doctors informed her that she is pregnant and would have a daughter. This news turned her life upside down, and Mity found the strength to change it for the better once again. She decided to dedicate all her time, not only to her daughter, but also to other children who became victims of various crimes. She founded a non-profit organization that continues to provide assistance to those in need to this day. As for Curtis, he died of illness in February 2007, just 6 years after being sentenced. The only reason the detectives regretted it was the fact that they had not managed to obtain full confessions from him regarding other cases he was suspected of. Although they still haven't been solved, the police continue to consider his involvement highly probable. It is worth mentioning that Curtis had a son who followed in his father's footsteps. He was convicted of murder, and in 2019, his own life ended in prison. Vincent Moore was born March 3, 2015 to Michelle Mendez and Gary Moore. On June 5, 2015, Michelle dropped off 3-month-old Vincent and his 2-year-old brother at their father Gary's home for visitation. Gary took both children to Texas sometime in mid to late June, and they stayed there until July 9th before he returned to Wichita, Kansas. During this time, Michelle made repeated attempts to get in touch with Gary and see the children, but she was unable to reach them, so at the end of the month, she notified police. Vincent was last seen with Gary in the early morning hours of July 11, 2015, leaving his house near South Hydraulic Avenue and Tulsa Street in Wichita, Kansas. Gary was carrying a blue and black floral print diaper bag. Gary was arrested at a traffic stop in Wichita on July 29th, 18 days after Vincent was last seen. He was arrested and jailed on unrelated warrants for probation violations and failure to appear in court. When he was arrested, he had Vincent's 2-year-old brother with him, but not Vincent. Gary claimed he gave Vincent back to Michelle when he returned from Texas, but she says that is not true and she doesn't know where her son is. Michelle would pass a polygraph test backing up her story. Soon after his disappearance, police searched along railroad tracks in a wooded area near the Wichita suburb of Derby, Kansas, but turned up empty-handed. In 2014, before Vincent was born, Gary was sentenced to probation for misdemeanor battery on Michelle. He was ordered to pay court cost, report to a probation officer, wear a GPS tracking device on his ankle, and have no contact with Michelle. Despite all this, Michelle and him would marry in February 2015. After Vincent went missing, Gary was sentenced to a year in jail for violating his probation by failing to pay his court cost. Also, before he traveled to Texas, he had cut off the GPS tracking device on his ankle, which led to an additional charge. In May 2016, he would plead guilty to this charge for tampering with electronic monitoring equipment and was sentenced to additional time in prison. According to court documents, Michelle was concerned for the safety of their children when they were in Gary's care. She filed for a protective order on June 18th, 2 weeks after she last saw the boys. In her application, she wrote that Gary had never intentionally hurt Vincent and his brother, but stated Gary was rougher than he intends to be, and that he tried to use the children to control her. She said she thought it was only a matter of time before he heard them. In August 2015, Kansas Department of Child Protective Services removed Vincent's brother from Michelle's custody and placed him in foster care. At a hearing held in October, DCF officials said there was clear and convincing evidence that Vincent is deceased. Vincent has since been declared legally dead. However, Gary's family has stated they believe Vincent is still alive. Gary states that he believes Michelle stashed him somewhere and he hopes that he is still alive. As of today, no one has been arrested in connection with baby Vincent's disappearance and his case remains unsolved. The case of the Lisi family. This story takes place in Modo Visconti, a small town between Milan and Pavia, Italy, with a population of just 6,000. It is a classic, picturesque village where many seek a peaceful life away from the chaos of larger cities, making it a popular place to safely raise children. Typically, crime rates are low in such areas. However, even this peaceful Italian village can harbor horrors. On June 14, 2014, a horrific event unfolded here. Around 2 a.m., a local man ran into the street, screaming for help. He managed to reach a neighbor who had been awakened by the noise. In shock, he explained that his family had been attacked. He told the neighbor that their home had been robbed and everyone inside had been killed, while he had miraculously managed to escape. Appearing to be in a state of shock, he was unable to call emergency services himself, so the neighbors took it upon themselves to make the call and handed him the phone. When neighbors understood what had happened, they realized that the attackers had killed Lisi's wife, his 5-year-old daughter, and 1.5-year-old son. Lisi, 31 at the time of the tragedy, had been watching a football match between Italy and England with friends. When Lisi left his home, everything seemed peaceful. However, when he returned after the match, he was horrified to find his house covered in blood. First, he discovered the body of his wife, Catherine, then went upstairs and found the bodies of his children in their room. Despite his best efforts to save them, he was unable to. The dispatcher instructed Lisi to check on the victims and assist them, but Lisi outright refused to touch the bodies. The rescue service operator didn't find anything unusual in Lisi's behavior. He was panicking, shocked, crying, screaming, and speaking nonsensically, but his reactions were generally typical for someone in such a situation. Emergency services were dispatched to the scene before the police arrived. Meanwhile, Lisi called his father to talk about the incident. When the police arrived, he and his father were already meeting on the porch of the house. Doctors confirmed the deaths of 38-year-old Catherine and her 2 children. Police arrived at the scene around 4 a.m., where forensic experts were already examining the house for evidence. Initially, it was thought that a gang of robbers had broken in, especially since they had attacked another family a year earlier with knives and had not been caught. However, police quickly ruled out the robbery theory because there were no signs of forced entry or theft. Even a wallet containing money, which was left in plain sight, had not been disturbed. It seemed unlikely that the intruders could have entered and exited the house without leaving a trace unless they were familiar with the victims. The house was unusually clean, with hardly any bloodstains that should have been there after an attack. It raised concerns that the criminal had cleaned the entire house. With suspicion naturally falling on Lisi, statistics show that the people closest to a victim are often the ones who commit the crime. Lisi had fresh, deep cuts on his hands that he couldn't explain. He also discovered the lifeless bodies of his family members, which were already cold, suggesting they had been murdered hours before he went to see his friends. The police observed that he was acting oddly. Lisi struggled to show emotions. He couldn't cry, no matter how hard he tried. He seemed very anxious, glancing around nervously. Since he couldn't produce tears, he stood there in silence, doing nothing, even though his entire family had been brutally killed. It appeared as if he didn't care at all. This behavior aroused suspicion, and as police began questioning him, Lisi's fears became clear. He began pacing the room, scratching his hands, and banging on furniture. While this could have been a sign of stress and distress, police suspected something much darker. Doctors recommended treatment for Lisi's arm wound. Later, he was asked to strip down for examination. When he removed his shirt, police discovered drops of blood on his lower back, but his clothes were clean. The police spoke to the neighbors, who reported strange noises and a woman's screams at around 11 p.m., just before Lisi left the house. However, the noises quickly disappeared, and the neighbors did not think to call the police. Had they acted sooner, it could have saved the children's lives, as they did not die immediately but bled out over a long period of time. The police observed that the mess in Lizzie's house was unusual for a typical robbery. Usually, thieves leave items scattered and broken, but in Lizzie's case, many things were untouched and arranged neatly, as if someone had staged it. This raised suspicions about Lizzie's involvement in the triple murder. Experienced police pieced together the evidence like a puzzle and brought Lizzie in for questioning. During the interrogation, Lizzie acted unusually. Instead of responding to questions, he requested pizza, sweets, and soda. He denied any connection to the crime and stuck to his version of events. After his arrest, Lizzie was locked in a cell, where he promptly fell asleep. The next day, he remained calm and even carefree, which was evident in his demeanor. The police decided to investigate Lizzie's colleagues, who revealed that he had recently developed strong feelings for an attractive girl named Maria. Lizzie became increasingly focused on Maria and made the firm decision to end his relationship with Catherine. During his interrogation, Lizzie tried to create an illusion of love and devotion for Catherine. The police were concerned about his mental health. They decided to manipulate his emotions. The police informed Lizzie that his new colleagues despised him even more after the deaths of his wife and child, and this tactic worked. It threw Lizzie off balance. He lost his temper and exploded in anger. 20 minutes later, he began confessing, after which Lizzie was formally charged with murder. The police began gathering information about his family in preparation for the trial. Lizzie was born in Kazara as the first child in the family and later had a younger brother. Their father was a strict and demanding man, clearly favoring his youngest son over Lizzie, who was often scolded. Lizzie felt deeply hurt by this treatment and never found the courage to confront his father. He followed his orders without question, and if he was in a bad mood, Lizzie would immediately retreat, knowing that it could lead to more trouble. During his teenage years, Lizzie grew fed up with what he had been through as a young man. By the age of 20, he began to show his true character and no longer wanted to hide his feelings or follow his father's orders. At school, he faced bullying and was influenced by his family's expectations, but he persisted in trying to make people happy. This desire to please became a painful struggle, as Lizzie often put the needs of others before his own. Lizzie faced psychological issues but avoided addressing them, instead choosing to let events unfold naturally. Occasionally, Lizzie would engage in arguments, but he was easily overpowered by others. To prevent worsening the situation, he believed he was making the right choice by avoiding any conflict. He felt certain that he would lose in any confrontation, so he chose to remain silent and endure everything. He had been conditioned to value others' opinions over his own. He would laugh when others laughed and felt sad when they were sad. Lizzie always tried to present himself well to avoid criticism about his appearance. He started going to the gym to fit in more socially. He was terrified of social rejection, but he hid his insecurities by portraying himself as altruistic and helpful to others. Lizzie's father forced him to study economics at university, leaving him with no other choice. He pursued this path and graduated at 21, securing a consulting job at a large firm in Milan. However, he did not enjoy the job. Despite his dissatisfaction, he stayed in the job due to the high salary and good working conditions. He spent all his free time focused on his career, and while it seemed he was successful, he still did not find fulfillment in it. Feeling the pressure from those around him, including friends who constantly asked when he would find a girlfriend and get married, Lizzie began searching for a wife. After 2 years of unsuccessful dating, he finally met his future wife, Catherine. Lizzie, 23, and Catherine, 30. Their age difference didn't seem to pose any problems. She was more mature and experienced, often guiding him through their relationship. Catherine saw their relationship as the perfect foundation for starting a family. Catherine was determined and possessed a strong personality that made her difficult to manipulate. She had been independent since she was a child. By the age of 20, Catherine supported herself. Although she seemed uncertain about her direction, she was still full of energy. She aspired to pursue acting and further her education. Catherine devoted all her free time to her passion. In contrast to Lizzie, the difference between her and Lizzie was clear. Catherine shared a relationship with her father based on mutual understanding and respect, while Lizzie shared very little with his father. While Catherine was socially active, Lizzie was rather introverted. She became an insurance agent at a company in Modo Visconti. She had a successful career and was highly regarded at work. Catherine chose to stay in this small town because it made her feel comfortable. Her family and friends lived nearby, and she found everything she needed in life without any problems. Catherine loved musicals and performed at the Modo Visconti Oratory. During this time, she also developed a love for public speaking, and it was here that she met her future husband, Lizzie. Catherine was attracted to him immediately, but their initial meeting did not work out because he was too shy. They met again in February 2014. At the time, Catherine was performing on stage, and Lizzie seemed to come alive when he looked at her. His friends noticed a change in him. His usually indifferent expression lit up with excitement. It was love. Before this meeting, Lizzie had never been in a serious relationship, but he seemed ready to start a family. They started dating, and their relationship quickly developed. A few months later, when things became more serious, they introduced each other to Catherine's parents. Catherine's family had mixed feelings about her choice of partner. They had hoped for someone more experienced and outgoing. However, her parents ultimately supported her decision. Catherine felt that Lizzie was the perfect person to start a family with. Lizzie's family was very supportive of his choice. They liked Catherine because she was smart, cheerful, energetic, determined, and capable of taking care of him. His father especially appreciated these qualities, which made Lizzie happy. The father was very happy that his son finally found a girlfriend. His father gifted the couple a house. It was a small but cozy place in the countryside, perfect for starting their family life together. Soon after, the couple got married, and later they welcomed children. However, this story does not have a happy ending. After their marriage, Lizzie's true nature began to emerge in an unusual way. He began to cheat on his wife. His good looks made it easy for him to meet new women without feeling guilty. At the time, Catherine was completely unaware of his affair, as he worked in Milan, far from their family home. Lizzie had affairs with many different women and became adept at being charming and fun, making many of them want to pursue a serious relationship with him. And as soon as the idea of a serious relationship was mentioned, he would end things with his mistress and quickly start seeing someone new. He never revealed to any of them that he was married and had children. He pursued attractive women, often initiating relationships with female colleagues at work. He showed little regard for privacy during his extramarital activities in Milan. His reckless lifestyle was well known to many of his friends and acquaintances. After 7 years of marriage, Catherine welcomed her second child. However, in February 2009, she discovered that Lizzie had been unfaithful and had been acting recklessly in town. Despite this betrayal, Catherine was determined to keep her family together and did her best to strengthen her relationship with her husband. Although there were signs that Lizzie had considered divorce several times, she repeatedly urged him to stay for the sake of the children. In fact, Lizzie cheated on her the first time before the wedding. Just a week before their wedding, while Catherine was volunteering at the Red Cross, Lizzie went out with friends to a strip club, celebrating a bachelor party. During this outing, a woman showed interest in him, and his friends encouraged him to spend the night with her as a last fun before marriage. He finally agreed. The next day, he confessed to Catherine that he enjoyed being single and admitted that he was not ready for marriage or a serious relationship. Heartbroken, Catherine packed her things and moved in with her parents. However, the next day, Lizzie returned, apologized to her and her family, and begged her to come back. Catherine forgave him, and they eventually married. Friends say he loved spending time with his children and playing with them, but he never showed affection. Those who knew him never saw him kiss or hug his son and daughter. His life was filled with lies that were obvious to both him and those around him. When a new employee joined the company where Lizzie worked, he and the girl started a relationship. But the girl did not want to be the reason for the breakup, especially because it would leave the two young children without a father. Meanwhile, Levi was haunted by his unrequited love. This frustration led him to come up with a dark plan. Despite the objections of his colleagues, Levi decided to end his marriage to Catherine. However, he was too afraid to approach his wife and discuss it, fearing that another conflict would arise and complicate things even more. He knew that he would not be able to resist her pleas to stay together for the sake of the children. Therefore, Levi believed that using a knife would be the solution to his problems. Police discovered relevant search queries in his browser. Initially, Levi was looking for a divorce lawyer and also looking for a way to end his relationship quickly without professional help. Levi then began searching for knife murder methods. This led him to a news story about a knife robbery that had occurred in their neighborhood a year earlier, which sparked the idea of staging a robbery to throw the investigation off course. On June 14, 2014, Levi woke up with the intention of killing his entire family. It had been only a week since Levi had started searching online for ways to kill his loved ones, and he had finally decided to carry out the horrific act. Throughout the day, he maintained the facade of a devoted family man. It was a typical day for the couple with children. They went shopping together, went to a store to project an image of a happy relationship, and enjoyed family activities. It seemed like he had planned the perfect farewell weekend for them. In the evening, Catherine prepared a delicious dinner, and they enjoyed it together. Afterwards, Levi planned to visit friends to watch the football match between Italy and England. He chose this date and event as the perfect alibi. Levi staged a massacre. Many people would be out watching the match at parties and bars, making it the perfect time to stage the robbery. After dinner, the couple put the children to bed. Levi said goodnight to them. The couple then had sex in the living room. Around 11 p.m., Levi told his wife that he was going to visit friends. Instead of getting dressed, he went into the kitchen in just his underwear and grabbed the largest knife in the house. He returned to the living room where Catherine was watching TV and talking to him. Levi then approached her from behind and stabbed her in the neck, thinking that Catherine would die instantly. However, she got up and ran away. After a few steps, he caught up with her and continued stabbing her repeatedly without stopping. After stabbing Catherine 5 times deep into her chest and abdomen until she showed no signs of life, he then went into his eldest daughter's room. Despite the noise and the slightly open door, she was still fast asleep. He approached her and stabbed her once in the neck. Next, Levi entered the room of their second child, who was 20 months old at the time. Like his sister, the little boy slept soundly. The little boy also died from a stab wound to the neck. However, Levi's plan was not over yet. He went down to the basement where the bathroom was located. There, he showered to wash away any evidence of the triple murder and got dressed. Unfortunately for him, he made a mistake. He was wearing the same underwear he had worn to kill his children and wife. Levi cleaned up the house and staged a robbery. He threw things around the house, threw a knife down the drain, and then calmly went to meet his friends to watch a long-awaited match as if nothing had happened. When his friends later learned of the murder, they were shocked, not only because Levi's image as a perfect husband and father had been shattered, but also because of his calm and nonchalant attitude while watching the match. He clearly showed no concern or remorse for his actions. To add to his alibi, he sent several messages to Catherine discussing the game score. At 2 a.m., Levi returned to the crime scene, acting as if it were a normal day. He parked his car in the garage, changed into his indoor shoes, and went into the kitchen. There, he saw the chaos he had created and even recorded a short video. In the video, he claimed that he had come home to find a robbery had taken place. In the video, he enters the living room and finds his wife lying in a pool of blood. In shock, he screams and runs outside to get help. However, he does not go upstairs to check on the children. Normally, an innocent person would try to help a loved one, check their pulse, or make sure the children are okay. Instead, Levi avoids approaching his wife and children, which raises suspicions against him in court. Levi calmly explained his reasons for his actions. When asked why he did not divorce his wife to protect her and the children, he said that after the divorce, he would have to pay child support. He believed that his new partner, Maria, would not accept them, creating more complications. He felt that having his daughter and son around would be a burden. In addition, he did not want to deal with the division of their joint assets. Therefore, he decided to completely free himself from these responsibilities. The investigation into Lizzie's family murders was straightforward. He had confessed, his motive was clear, and the evidence was solid. The main issue in the trial was to determine whether his actions were intentional. His online search history suggested they were. A week later, while awaiting trial, Lizzie was taken for a psychological evaluation. It was possible that he may not have been fully aware of his actions. Experts determined that Lizzie was sane and fit to stand trial. During the trial, he chose not to have a lawyer, believing that fighting for his freedom was unnecessary. Lizzie was sentenced to life imprisonment, which he initially accepted. However, after starting his sentence, his feelings may have shifted. He declined legal representation and filed an appeal, but soon after, he sent another letter withdrawing the appeal and stating that he believed the sentence was fair. Although it may seem odd, Lizzie's refusal was not surprising. Throughout his life, he had never been one to fight for anything. Now, in prison, he found himself in an environment where he didn't have to make decisions or strive for anything. He could simply be passive and quiet. Prisoners followed a daily routine and adhered to specific rules, which seemed to suit Lizzie well. In Lizzie's trial, the judge found Lizzie guilty of triple murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. He has been in prison for over 4 years now. Lizzie is considered a model prisoner. His cellmates and guards say that he seems genuinely remorseful for his actions. Helen Brzezinski was a 20-year-old woman from Massachusetts. She was studying at Wheaton College, also in Massachusetts. In January 1980, she went to Colorado and started working as an intern for a Denver radio station. She was really just starting her life. Helen was living with her friend at her aunt's house in Englewood. On January 16, 1980, Helen went to work. After work, she took the bus as usual. She was not seen again after leaving the bus station. Helen's aunt got worried when she did not arrive home and reported her missing. It did not take long for the police to find her. Her body was found the next day in a field. She had been stabbed. Investigators believed that she was abducted right after she left the bus station. DNA from a male was found at the crime scene. Unfortunately, in 1980, DNA technology was not very advanced and they could not identify the man. They did, however, store the DNA so they could one day use it again when DNA technology advanced. Helen did not know many people in the area, since she had only lived there for 2 weeks and did not have any known enemies. Investigators did not receive many leads, and the case went cold. In 1998, the DNA was uploaded to a database after a DNA profile could be created, but it did not match anyone. In 2017, her case was reopened, and investigators tried again to solve it. They uploaded the DNA to gdmatch.com and found a couple of potential family members of the suspect. One of the family members they came across was Rob Deal. Rob was very eager to help. He explained his entire family tree as best he could and gave them a sample of his DNA. The investigators then used the help of CC Moore and Parabon Nanolabs to find a family member who would give them an exact match. In December 2019, they had narrowed it down to James Curtis Clanton. He was a very distant cousin of Rob. James was a truck driver living in Lake Butler. Investigators saw that he had a criminal history and found that he was on parole for an assault in Arkansas after serving 4 years in prison in the 1980s. He was released to live in a Denver home of a former counselor who offered to help him. This meant that he was in the area when Helen was killed and that he had a violent history. Investigators followed James for a few weeks. They retrieved a beer mug he was drinking from at a bar. The DNA was tested and it was an exact match. Early in 2020, James was arrested, but investigators are now also looking into other possible crimes he could be responsible for. Helen's sister, Janet Johnson, is really the only living close relative, and she was ecstatic to hear the news of the arrest. Janet, now 70 years old, said, "I want people to know what a special person Helen was. She was my best friend, and she had a bright future ahead of her." On May 25, 1981, the body of a woman was found at a low river crossing in Pulaski County, Missouri. An autopsy revealed that the woman had been strangled. It was determined that she was Caucasian and had dark hair. It was estimated that she was anywhere from 25 to 40 years old. She was named the Pulaski County Jane Doe and was buried at the Waynesville Cemetery. Investigators followed a lot of leads, but it all led nowhere, and the case would go cold for many years. In 2015, her remains were exhumed in hopes of getting DNA evidence from her body. In April 2019, the Doe and Othram Project got involved. They then tried to find relatives of the victim using her DNA. In December 2019, they reached a man in Alexandria, Virginia, who they believed was the brother of the victim. He said that he did have a sister and had lost contact with his family in the early 1980s. He gave them his DNA sample. The DNA analysis of the two samples found that the man and the victim were 19.4 million times more likely to be biological siblings than unrelated. This now meant that the Pulaski County Jane Doe was finally identified as Karen K. Nippers on May 25th. She was identified exactly 40 years after her body was found on that day. An investigation to find the person who took Karen's life is still ongoing. Anyone with information is asked to call Pulaski County Sheriff's Detective DJ Reno at his number. It is known that Karen was 32 years old when her life was taken and that she was reported missing from St. Louis, Missouri. On February 25, 1957, a boy's body was found wrapped in a blanket in a box. The discovery was made in the woods in Fox Chase, Philadelphia. An autopsy revealed that the boy had passed away due to blunt force trauma. It was estimated that he was between 4 and 6 years old. He was described as a Caucasian boy and stood at 40 inches tall. He had surgical scars on his ankle and groin. There was also an owl-shaped scar under his chin. It appeared as if he had recently had a haircut, as there were some clumps of hair in the box. A young man made the discovery of the boy when he was checking his traps. He feared that the police would confiscate his traps, so he did not tell anyone what he found. A few days later, another young man saw a rabbit running into the woods. He followed it and then came across the body of the boy. He did not want to contact the police, as he felt that he would be a suspect in the case. He did contact them, however, a day after he made the discovery. Investigators took fingerprints from the boy in the box. They believed that they would be able to identify him quickly, but that was not the case. They found no matches for the fingerprints, and no one came forward with any useful information. Close to the crime scene, a man's blue cap was found, as well as a child's scarf and a man's white handkerchief. All of these clues would lead nowhere. The case soon became known as The Boy in the Box and America's Unknown Child. It attracted a lot of media attention. Investigators also looked at the box for any clues. They discovered that it once contained a bassinet sold by J.C. Penney. They were unable to find the owner of the box. The same could be said for the blanket that the boy was found in. As you can imagine, there are a lot of theories regarding this case. We'll only be discussing a few. A man by the name of Remington Bristow spent thousands of hours investigating this case. He found a foster home that was located approximately 1.5 miles from the site of the body. Remington attended an estate sale at a foster home. There, he found a bassinet similar to the one made by J.C. Penney. He also found blankets on a clothesline that were similar to the one in which the boy's body had been wrapped. Remington believed that the boy belonged to the stepdaughter of the man who owned the foster home. Investigators did question the foster family, but were not able to find definite links between them and the boy in the box. In 2002, a woman who we only know as Martha, or M, came forward and told investigators an incredible story. She said that her mother purchased the boy from his biological parents in the summer of 1954. The boy was subjected to extreme physical abuse for 2.5 years. One evening at dinner, the boy vomited up his meal of baked beans and was given a severe beating. His head was slammed against the floor. The boy wasn't given a bath, and during it, he passed away. Martha's mother then cut the boy's long hair to conceal his identity. The two women then dumped his body in the Fox Chase area. The details Martha gave matched information known only to investigators. There were baked beans in the boy's stomach, and his fingers were water-wrinkled. Investigators were unable to verify her story. The boy in the box was buried at Ivy Hill Cemetery in Cedar Brook, Philadelphia. His headstone has the words "America's Unknown Child" on it. People often decorate it with flowers and stuffed animals. The case has been featured on a lot of different shows, such as America's Most Wanted, Cold Case, CSI, Crime Scene Investigation, and Law and Order, Special Victims Unit. The Ghoul Boys also featured it on Season 2 of BuzzFeed Unsolved in 2017. All Hail the Watcher. In 2016, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released a forensic facial reconstruction of the boy. In 2019, the boy's remains were exhumed. They were able to retrieve DNA, which was sent to a lab in Europe. In 2021, it allowed them to create a DNA profile. A lot of DNA companies are now working to find family members of the boy using genetic genealogy so they can identify him. The case of Lorie Sloinski. Lorie Sloinski was born on September 21, 1981 to her parents, Casey and Arlene Sloinski. With her blue eyes and blonde hair, Lorie was cherished by her family, including her older brother, Paul. The Sloinski family originally hailed from New York State but moved to the rural Alabama farmland near Auburn when Lorie was 13 years old. Growing up in the countryside, Lorie developed a strong love for animals. Her friends described her as beautiful, and she enjoyed spending time with them, watching movies, riding her bicycle, and playing video games. Alongside her enjoyment of life, she was quite dedicated to her studies, and her family did their best to support her. After graduating from high school, Lorie decided to attend Auburn University, where she chose to major in psychology and minor in criminology. To help her transition to college life, her parents purchased a mobile home for her to live in off-campus, situated in a well-kept trailer park popular among students. She lived there with her cherished dog, Peanut, a Yorkshire Terrier. Lorie maintained a strong relationship with her family, with her mother calling her every day to see how she was doing. In February 2005, she graduated with honors from Auburn University. Shortly after, she started working at the East Alabama Mental Health Center while continuing to live in the trailer park. She also planned to pursue a master's degree in psychology in the near future. Lorie's family was proud of her accomplishments, unaware of the trouble that was on the horizon. On June 10, 2006, 24-year-old Lorie planned a girls' night at her best friend Lindsey Braun's house. They intended to have drinks and watch a movie. Lorie met Lindsey in their junior year at Auburn University, and they quickly became friends due to Lorie's sweet and outgoing personality. Their friendship strengthened further when they both started working at the same mental health facility after graduation. Around 6:30 p.m. on June 10th, Lorie called Lindsey to say she was stopping at the store before heading to her house for movie night. Unfortunately, she never arrived. Lindsey became concerned when she didn't hear from Lorie that night or the next day. She called Lorie multiple times and left messages on her answering machine but received no response. When Lorie failed to show up for work on Monday, June 12th, Lindsey became very worried. It was unusual for Lorie to miss work without notifying anyone. After Lorie missed work again on Tuesday, June 13th, Lindsey and another coworker decided to check on her at home. When they arrived at Lorie's trailer, Lindsey noticed that Lorie was not there. The door was unlocked, and the air conditioning was running, which was unexpected. Inside, Lindsey saw that Lorie's dog, Peanut, was in his crate. He appeared healthy and content, suggesting that someone had been taking care of him. Remarkably, his crate was clean, despite Lorie being missing for several days. Lindsey sensed something was wrong, as it was unusual for Lorie to leave her pet unattended. She recalled that Lorie had placed 3 rugs on her kitchen floor because the dog wouldn't walk on the tile. However, those rugs were now missing, as well as the outside trash can. Later that day, June 13, 2006, Lorie's mother, Arlene, received a call from her workplace about Lorie missing work for 2 consecutive days. Arlene tried calling Lorie but couldn't reach her. Concerned for her daughter's safety, Arlene hurried to Auburn after informing her husband, Casey, about Lorie's disappearance. When she arrived, Arlene entered Lorie's trailer and noticed something was off. The door was slightly open, and Lorie's bed was neatly made, but Lorie was nowhere to be found. Her car was also missing. Upon further inspection, Arlene saw that several items were missing. Lorie's kitchen rugs, a pillow from her couch, a Galileo thermometer, a green trash can that Lorie used for her rake and shovel, and the phone cord for her landline. A sense of alarm started to rise in Arlene as she understood that something terrible had happened. She officially reported her daughter missing but still held out hope that she would return. The police began their investigation and searched Lorie's trailer home. While they didn't find any clear evidence pointing to a suspect, they did see signs of a struggle and scuff marks on the wall. On the bedsheet, they discovered semen and found traces of blood on the doorknob. A coat hanger and a single golden hoop earring were also collected from the scene. On June 10, 2006, police obtained surveillance footage showing Lorie at an Alabama Walmart, marking the last confirmed sighting of her. After this, no one knew what had happened to her. Later that afternoon, Arlene received a phone call from one of Lorie's friends, a 25-year-old named Daryl Richard Ennis, commonly known as Rick. He claimed he had seen Lorie on the day she went missing and suggested that she might have gone off to make a drug deal. Lorie had met Daryl at the bowling alley where he worked and often spent time there while she was a student. Arlene recognized Daryl because Lorie had invited him to celebrate Christmas with their family in February 2005, feeling sorry for him since he had no family of his own. However, Arlene found it hard to believe Daryl's story. Despite Lorie's friendship with him, she was convinced her daughter would never be involved in drug dealing. Arlene suspected that Daryl was lying but had no idea why he would make such a claim. Daryl provided the police with information about Lorie's disappearance, but before they could act on it, a shocking discovery occurred. On June 14, 2006, just 4 days after Lorie went missing, her car was discovered fully engulfed in flames near the bowling alley where Daryl had previously worked. This shifted the investigation from a missing persons case to a potential homicide. Investigators noted that the fire destroyed any evidence that might have been in the car, but Lorie was not inside when it burned. Nearby, a hand-rolled cigarette was found on the ground, along with a gas can located in the woods. This incident deeply distressed Lorie's family, leading them to believe that something terrible had happened to her. The only lead they had at the time was the information provided to Arlene. When Daryl was questioned, he repeated the same story he had told Arlene but added more details. He stated that he and Lorie had grown marijuana together and suggested that she might have gone off to sell her portion of it. He also mentioned that Lorie could have been involved with some dangerous people. The police searched Lorie's trailer, but despite a thorough investigation, they found no evidence of her dealing drugs. During the interview, investigators noticed several scratches on Daryl's hands and arms, which he said were from his dog. Investigators uncovered troubling information from Lorie's friend, Lindsay. During their last phone conversation on the day Lorie disappeared, Lindsay heard Daryl speaking in the background. Since Daryl was a friend of Lorie's, Lindsay didn't think much of it at the time. When Lindsay texted him to ask about Lorie's whereabouts, he replied that Lorie was fine when he left her. Lindsay also told investigators that before Lorie went missing, she had mentioned that he had written her a love letter, but she did not feel the same way. Lorie had expressed to Lindsay that she was not romantically interested in Daryl and intended to discuss this with him. Investigators later learned that Daryl had informed his friends about his letter and Lorie's rejection. When police re-interviewed him to confront him with new information from Lindsay, he admitted to meeting her just hours before Lorie disappeared. He maintained that Lorie was in good spirits and was getting ready to go to the store when he left her house. However, detectives identified several inconsistencies in his story, which led them to consider Daryl their main suspect. Their suspicion intensified after searching his car, where they found several significant items, including a knife, cleaning supplies, and handcuffs. Investigators started digging into Daryl's past to find more evidence, but they were unprepared for the shocking discoveries. They uncovered that Daryl, at just 12 years old, had murdered his mother and stepfather. On March 3, 1993, only 10 months after their marriage, Daryl killed his mother, a well-liked churchgoer, by first shooting her in the face and then beating her to death with a baseball bat in their trailer in North Montgomery, Alabama. His stepfather, Eddie Joe Flowers, suffered the same fate when Daryl shot him in the face with a shotgun upon his return from work. After the murders, Daryl drove the family car and crashed it into a fence along the highway. Alabama State Trooper John Clark found Daryl walking on the road. When asked about his parents, Daryl admitted that he had killed them. During a search of the backpack he was carrying, Detective Clark discovered a kitchen knife and ammunition for both a 12-gauge shotgun and a .22 caliber firearm. When questioned about his motives, the emotionless 12-year-old stated that he was angry because his parents planned to move and he didn't want to leave his school. Investigators believe that Daryl lived with his parents' bodies while still attending school. He also confessed that he intended to kill his 3 stepsisters, which shocked the investigators. Although his murders were horrific, he was too young to be tried as an adult. As a minor, he received a 9-year prison sentence for the double murder. After his release, he moved to Auburn, where he met Lorie Sloinski. When Lorie went missing, Daryl became the main suspect. However, despite his criminal history and the abundance of circumstantial evidence, authorities could not charge him with Lorie's murder without her body or any direct evidence linking him to the crime. A few weeks after being interviewed by detectives, he left Auburn and eventually settled in Huntsville, Alabama, in February 2007. By that time, Lorie's case had grown cold. After moving to Huntsville, Daryl quickly moved in with a roommate named Abram. Abram noticed that Daryl had brought kitchen rugs with him, which he said were a gift from someone. Daryl also mentioned to Abram that he was in love with a woman from Auburn who had mysteriously disappeared, but he did not reveal her name. Abram thought these conversations were normal until he discovered his troubling past. This prompted him to ask Daryl to leave immediately. When Abram returned to his apartment, he found it in complete disarray. The police later recovered the rugs, and one of them tested positive for Daryl's blood. Abram also recalled seeing a Galileo thermometer in Daryl's room before he moved in, which was the same type that was missing from Lorie's home. Unfortunately, the police were still unable to connect Daryl to Lorie's murder, as the main suspect remained unidentified. The case stayed unresolved, leaving Lorie's heartbroken family searching for answers for years. For many years, there were no developments in the case. Then, in 2016, Mark Whitaker, a special agent with the Alabama State Bureau of Investigation, established a cold case unit to re-examine Lorie's disappearance. He worked with his longtime partner, Agent J.W. Barnes. Lorie's case was their first focus. They revisited the evidence, sent some items to forensic labs for testing, and conducted multiple interviews. As they reviewed the evidence, Daryl became their primary suspect. Agent Mark was aware of Daryl's past and felt strongly that he had harmed Lorie, but he struggled to find enough evidence or a body to prove his guilt. In an unexpected turn of events, Agent J.W. Barnes, who is Agent Mark's partner, discovered a crucial piece of evidence while reviewing old files. He found an unopened report in an envelope that had been untouched for 10 years. After Lorie disappeared in 2006, the police collected evidence from her trailer, but no one followed up until the results were finally analyzed. The analysis revealed that semen found on Lorie's bedsheet and blood on the inside of the front door matched the DNA of Daryl Ennis. With this evidence, investigators were able to build a strong case against him, leading to an indictment in 2018. At that time, Daryl was happily engaged to a school librarian named Elena Atkinson and was living in Pilot, Virginia, where he worked for a company that designed and built portable living structures called yurts. On August 6, 2018, which was his 38th birthday, not 30, based on his birth year implied by his age in 2006, Daryl Ennis was arrested by a U.S. Marshals task force 12 years after Lorie Sloinski disappeared from Auburn. While Lorie's family felt relieved, Daryl's fiancée and co-workers were taken aback by the news. He faced 2 counts of capital murder. The trial finally started on April 1, 2022. The prosecution presented evidence suggesting Daryl's involvement in the crime, including a cigarette but found in Lorie's bedsheet that contained his DNA. In response, the defense claimed that police might have taken the cigarette from Daryl's home and planted it at the scene. They also attempted to undermine Lorie's character, suggesting she was a drug dealer to account for his DNA being on the bedsheet. Daryl claimed he had consensual sex with Lorie before she disappeared, implying that they were still intimate despite her rejecting him. However, his account lacked credibility, especially after two witnesses provided shocking information. One former co-worker from Alabama, Jeremy Brooks, reported that on June 9, 2006, just one day before Lorie's mysterious disappearance, he received a call from Daryl. He asked Jeremy if he could bring him gas and if he could keep the gas tank. Jeremy refused and recounted. He said he had run out of gas and wanted me to help him. Later, after police discovered Lorie's burned car, they found a gas can that matched the description of a can missing from the bowling alley where Daryl worked. Terry Booth, a former co-worker from South Carolina, shared a disturbing experience she had with Daryl years earlier. She recalled asking him why he had moved from Auburn, to which he responded that he needed to get rid of a body. At the time, Terry believed he was joking, but Daryl's later arrest for the murder of Lorie changed her perspective. Despite Daryl consistently denying the allegations and asserting his innocence, the jury reached a guilty verdict after 2 days of deliberation. He was initially facing the death penalty. However, the district attorney decided to remove that option after consulting with Arlene. Arlene expressed that agreeing to a life sentence without parole for Daryl would spare her from lengthy appeals while ensuring he would remain incarcerated permanently. On April 14, 2022, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and is currently held at the William E. Donaldson Correctional Facility in Bessemer, Alabama. For Arlene, this verdict brought mixed emotions. With tears in her eyes, she expressed that it forced her to confront the painful reality that Lorie would never return home, a hope she had clung to in her heart. In reflecting on Lorie Sloinski's tragic story, it's impossible to ignore the heart-wrenching details that unfolded throughout her case. From her vibrant personality and promising future to the chilling revelations of Daryl Ennis's past, every twist and turn serves as a reminder of the fragility of life. The love between Lorie and her family, especially her mother Arlene, paints a poignant picture of loss and longing for closure. The perseverance of investigators and the eventual breakthrough in the cold case remind us that justice, though sometimes delayed, can still prevail. As we honor Lorie's memory, we recognize the profound impact her life and disappearance have had on all who knew her, as well as the vital importance of safeguarding our communities from those with dark histories. Tracy Lynn Hammerberg was born on March 7, 1966 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. During her childhood, her family moved to Saukville, Wisconsin. She attended Port Washington High School. On December 15, 1984, 18-year-old Tracy was babysitting at a house in Saukville. Thereafter, she walked to a grocery store to meet her friends. Tracy and her friends then drove to Quate's Tavern in Port Washington. Then she and her friends went to party in Grafton, Wisconsin. They played a beer drinking game and smoked weed. After midnight, Tracy left to walk home. The walk was about 4 miles. Tracy never made it home. Her body was found dumped on a snowy driveway on Maple Road in Grafton. She had head injuries and had been assaulted. More than 400 men were eliminated as suspects. Using DNA testing, in March of 2019, investigators made use of genetic genealogy to absolve the case. They were able to create a DNA profile from skin that was found under Tracy's fingernails that belonged to an unknown man. The Los Angeles Federal Bureau of Investigation also helped out. Finally, in August 2019, they were able to confirm at Philip Cross to Tracy's life. Philip was a Wisconsin man who passed away in 2012. He was 21 years old at the time of the crime. Those who knew Philip said that he was abusive and aggressive towards others. Tanya Van Kellenborg was born on March 7, 1969 in British Columbia, Canada. In 1987, 18-year-old Tanya met 20-year-old J. Roland Cook, who was also from British Columbia. The two of them started dating. By November, the two of them had been in relationship for about 6 months. On November 18th, Jay and Tanya lived in his father's bronze 1977 Ford Club van. They left for an overnight trip to Seattle, Washington. Their plan was to buy parts for Jay's father's business. It was their first trip together, and they planned a romantic weekend. They took a 4 p.m. car ferry to Port Angeles, Washington. After disembarking from the ferry, they drove south into Hoodsport around 8 p.m. After that, they drove past Allen, most likely on their way to Bremerton, Washington. It is believed that they then boarded another car ferry that went from Bremerton to downtown Seattle. And Tanya were supposed to make it back home on November 19th, but they did not. On November 20th, they were reported missing. 4 days later, on November 24th, Tanya's body was found on a side of a road near Algar in Skagit County, Washington. She had been assaulted, bound with plastic ties, and shot. Jay was nowhere to be seen, so investigators believed that he could be responsible for what happened to Tanya. The day after Tanya was found on November 25th, her wallet and keys were found discarded near the Graham Station in Bellingham, Washington. A few blocks away, the van was found. Inside were plastic ties of the same type used to bind Tanya, plastic gloves, and Bremerton Seattle tickets. Tanya's camera was missing and has never been recovered. On November 26th, Jay's body was found nearly 60 miles away from where Tanya's body had been found 2 days earlier. He had been beaten with rocks and strangled. After some more investigating, DNA could be collected from an unknown man inside a van. Investigators were unable to find a match in any of the criminal databases. It was also believed that the attacker was familiar with the prison system. The lack of a match despite a potential prison background could be explained by the suspect having been incarcerated before DNA collection from criminals became commonplace or technologically possible. Jay Antonius, family members, received a series of greeting cards written by someone who claimed to be the attacker. The cards had postmarks from Seattle, Los Angeles, and New York. It was all written by the same person. In 2010, investigators announced that a writer of the cards had been found. He was a 78-year-old Canadian transient who had mental health issues. It was confirmed that he had no connection to the crimes. On April 11, 2018, investigators asked Parabon Nanolabs if they could help solve the case. They were able to create a composite sketch of the attacker, using his DNA that was found on Tanya's body and inside the van. Parabon also made use of genetic genealogy. They submitted the DNA of the suspect to the public website jetmatch.com. They were able to create a family tree of the suspect. This led investigators to 55-year-old William Tabbitt. He worked as a truck driver. Investigators followed him around and found a paper cup that he had used. DNA was taken from it and matched the DNA found on Tanya's body. On May 18, 2018, the Snohomish County Sheriff announced that William had been arrested. His parents lived just 7 miles away from where Jay's body was found. In June 2019, William was found guilty of taking the lives of Tanya and Jay. He was given 2 sentences of life in prison as he is currently serving in Washington State Penitentiary. "80-year-old Alice Ryan lived in Greenville, South Carolina in 1988. She was known as a wealthy socialite, a widow, and a great-aunt of Greenville Mayor Knox White. On October 8, 1988, Alice left her home for chemotherapy. She had been diagnosed with lung cancer a few months earlier. Later in the day, she made her way back to her home. Alice's daughter decided to visit her that day, and when she arrived at Alice's home, she found her mother's car gone, and a back door was ajar. Inside, she found Alice's body. She had been stabbed numerous times. Her car and a few other items had been stolen. It was a crime that infuriated the community. Investigators were really intent on trying to find the attacker right away. Every lead they had ended up in a dead end, however, and the case went cold for many decades. Recently, investigators reopened the case. They found DNA evidence belonging to an African-American man on one of the items that was collected and stored from the crime scene. It was submitted to the Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS. In November 2017, investigators were notified of a CODIS hit to a matching DNA profile. The DNA profile belonged to 50-year-old man living in Americus, Georgia. After some more investigating and DNA testing, Brian Keithmans was arrested. The motive for the crime seems to be burglary. It was not classified as a hate crime. Greenville Police Chief Kane Miller added to say, "It validates as we should never give up on a case. We should never give up hope. We should never give up our efforts to try and bring justice to those that were harmed, and closure for the families." On December 21, 1987, the body of a female was discovered on the side of a road near Lincolnville in Marion County, Kansas. The autopsy estimated that she passed away somewhere between June and August 1987. She was described as Caucasian, roughly 5 feet and 7 inches tall, and weighed approximately 120 pounds. The woman had light brown hair and a tattoo of a cross on her left forearm. A composite sketch was made showing what she might have looked like. She was named the Marion County Jane Doe. In April 2019, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation worked alongside a DNA Doe project to absolve the case. They used DNA belonging to the victim to try and find her relatives using public DNA databases. In October of the same year, investigators found 2 people who they believed was the parents of the victim. Then in December 2019, after some ordnance testing, it was announced by the Kansas Bureau of Investigation that the identity of Marion County Jane Doe is Michelle Yvonne Carnell Burton. 22-year-old Michelle lived in Wichita, Kansas. She left her family's home in Cherryville in 1986, and her family lost touch with her. Her whereabouts after she left home is still not known yet. Are now focusing on who took Michelle's life. They are looking for information from the public. On March 12th of 1992, the remains of a male was discovered in Sand Canyon in Nevada. After police officers received an anonymous tip, the area the remains were found in is located in Nevada's high desert, about 100 miles away from Reno. An autopsy was done, and it was believed that a man's life was taken in the summer or spring of 1991. It was not possible to identify him, so he was named Sand Canyon John Doe. Clay reconstructions were made to give people nightmares, in hopes that someone would recognize him, but no one did. He had auburn hair, blue eyes, at least 1 root canal, and 8 of his teeth were missing. In a vicinity of where the remains were discovered, a dark-colored hat with the words, "Heavenly Lake Tahoe," was found. Also blue jeans, black underwear, black running shoes, a damaged dog collar, and a blanket. The damaged dog collar is interesting because a resident of the area had lived close to where the remains were found, noticed a dog that would occasionally wander close to his house. It is possible that the dog belonged to the Sand Canyon John Doe. Lieutenant Jerry Pattinson of the Major Crumbs Division of the Lyon County Sheriff's Office recently took another look at a case. He was listening to a crime podcast about advances in technology, combining DNA science with genealogy data. In 2020, he contacted Parabon in a lab. Parabon was able to find relatives of the Sand Canyon John Doe. A DNA sample was taken from a man who investigators believed was the brother of the victim. In May of 2021, it was announced that Sand Canyon John Doe is Vincent Marion Trapp. He was born in Sacramento, California. He served in the U.S. Army in the late 1960s. Vincent was 43 years old when his life was taken. Investigators found that he lived in Irrington, Nevada in the spring of 1991. They also announced that they do have persons of interest, but cannot disclose any names. An image of Vincent was made public by investigators hoping that someone has some useful information. On May 8, 1992, the body of a male was found by irrigation workers in Hidalgo County, Texas. The autopsy revealed that he passed away a week before he was found and he had been stabbed. Investigators were unable to identify the man, and he was called John Doe. He was laid to rest in Hillcrest Cemetery in Edinburgh, Texas. A composite sketch was made of the man, hoping someone would recognize him, but no one did, and the case went cold. Her Melinda Chavez works for the Hidalgo County Major Crimes Unit, and she recently took her never look at a case. They used the DNA sample they had of the John Doe and submitted it to the National Missing and Unidentified Person System to look for any matches. There they found a woman who they believed was the mother of the John Doe. The woman said that she had a son who went missing in 1992. After DNA test, it was confirmed that her son Benjamin was indeed the John Doe. 19-year-old Benjamin Benetti lived in Zion, Illinois. He met a 17-year-old girl from McAllen, Texas in Illinois when her parents worked there. In March of 1992, he went to McAllen and got engaged to the girl. A week after Benjamin's body was found, his mom received a call from a mechanic in a Rio Grande Valley. The mechanic said had Benjamin left his car in the shop to get fixed, but never picked it up. Benjamin's mother then reported him missing to a few local police departments. Sadly, the connection between a missing Benjamin and a John Doe I was found was not made until now. Investigators also talked to Benjamin's fiancée. She said had he received the phone call and had he told her he needed to go to Mexico, and had she never saw him again. She never reported missing because her family made fun of her, saying Benjamin left and used her. Benjamin's mom saved all the documents and letters that she sent to all local law enforcement agencies in hopes to find her son. She never gave up. She was determined to find him. It was because she submitted her DNA to the National Missing and Unidentified Person System that her son could be identified. Benjamin's remains were given to her so that she can give him a proper funeral. He was buried in Maple Park Cemetery. On the headstone is described as kind and caring, a fine young man who his family will always love and never forget. If you have any information regarding this case and might be useful, you are asked to call this number. The case of Hannah Potts. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, an investigation involving the FBI began. The case received a lot of media attention, and the unraveling of the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah grew up in a large family in Gibson County, Indiana, a rural area where many people make a living from farming. Her family owned a small farm, which her parents considered a safe and ideal place to work, live, and raise their children. The summer of 2020 was a turning point for Hannah's family, after which their lives changed forever. On July 23rd, Hannah was struggling with insomnia. She told her mother that she was going to go out for a walk around the farm, check on the animals, and maybe take some pictures. Hannah then took her phone and camera and left the house and headed toward the barn. The next morning, the family was shocked to discover Hannah was missing. Adding to their worries, a disturbing post appeared on her Facebook page, a video, largely black, suggesting it had been recorded in the dark. Hannah desperately pleaded, "Mom, can you hear me? Please talk to me. I really need to hear your voice right now. Something bad happened. I was taking pictures of animals and the man grabbed me. I think he was trying to scare me. He was about as tall as Jerry and had a deep voice. He said he wanted to help me, but I didn't believe him. I'm in a room with 4 walls and a little light. I have my phone with me and I want you to know that they know about this. Please talk. You have to tell the police everything that's going on. They can find me by looking at the videos or pictures on my phone. That man mentioned Ohio, but I'm not sure exactly where. Please tell everyone that I love them, and if I don't make it back, know that I love you all very much." Hannah's parents quickly alerted the police, and given the circumstances and the fact that even minutes can change everything in such cases, the FBI launched an investigation. News of the abduction spread quickly on social media and was picked up by major stations across the country by the end of the day. Extensive media coverage was garnered, with a large number of volunteers joining Hannah's family in distributing thousands of informational flyers. The flyers included a description of Hannah's last known appearance. She was wearing a gray shirt and sweatpants when she was last seen at home around 2 a.m. The abductor's vehicle, a maroon sedan, was also described. Police appealed to the public for any information that could assist the investigation. Hannah's family used every resource at their disposal to find her, including using social media to quickly spread information about the abduction. Hannah's twin sister, Lauren, created a social media post to spread the word and seek support. The post read, "She is reaching out with a heavy heart, and she never thought she would be in this situation. She needs the help of her friends and family. Please share this post and the attached photo. If you have any information about her twin sister Hannah's disappearance, please contact the Princeton, Indiana Police Department or her family. Hannah posted a video earlier describing her kidnapping, and Lauren is desperate for her safe return home. The FBI attempted to locate Hannah by tracking her cell phone. On the day of her kidnapping, a cell tower a few miles from Hannah's family home picked up a signal from her phone. Around 6 a.m., Hannah posted a video to her Facebook page, but by then she was in custody. Her phone continued to pin to a nearby cell tower, indicating that she was likely being held at a location not far from her family home. Meanwhile, police had a lead on a suspect driving a maroon car, but they were unable to find anyone matching the description within a 5-mile radius of Hannah's home. While digging into Hannah's life and trying to find out if anyone she knew could be involved in her disappearance, police discovered that before she went missing, she had been in contact with a 34-year-old woman named Maria Hopper, who lived just a mile from their home. Police arrived to speak with Maria, who confirmed that she knew Hannah but said that she had last seen her a few days before the kidnapping. This seemed like another dead end, but when police obtained a cell phone carrier report and were able to access Hannah's social media page, where she had posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper had lied when she said she had seen Hannah a few days before the kidnapping. Hannah went missing in the early morning hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on July 26th, police visited Maria's home. During this visit, Maria told police that she had no information about Hannah's whereabouts. Maria's boyfriend, Joshua Thomas, 45, was also present and claimed he did not know Hannah. The police asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly agreed but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her house. The police found nothing suspicious inside except for a staircase in the kitchen leading down to the basement. Maria said that there was nothing but unnecessary things in the basement, but the police decided to check the basement themselves. In the basement, the police discovered a strange piece of plywood that stood out among the other dusty items. Its cleanliness suggested that it had not been stored there as long as the other items. Furthermore, it appeared to be blocking the entrance to a separate area of the basement. As an officer began to remove the plywood, Maria interjected with an important statement. Before we continue, however, let's review the recording Hannah made. When shared on social media, many were quick to point out the strangeness and incongruity of Hannah's actions in the video. She recorded a 6-minute video, raising questions about why she prioritized her time filming instead of calling for help immediately. It is also unclear why the kidnapper did not search her and confiscate her phone. The purpose of the video is also puzzling, especially since it was filmed at 2 a.m. on a farm. Additionally, her initial claim of being kidnapped by a man was later contradicted when she mentioned they referring to multiple kidnappers. Despite having internet access and the ability to post on social media, she did not use this opportunity to identify her location and potentially seek help. Police have noted unusual behavior surrounding Hannah's disappearance. However, since people react differently to stress, they initially treated her disappearance as a kidnapping. The investigation was ongoing until police obtained records of communications between Hannah and Maria, which led to a breakthrough. At Maria's home, when an officer asked about a piece of plywood in the basement, Maria confessed that Hannah had been hiding behind it. The officer then pushed the plywood aside and ordered her to come toward him. When Hannah emerged, the officer found her right handcuffed and her legs still working. The woman immediately admitted to the police that no one had kidnapped her and that she was sitting in the basement of her own free will. It turned out that Hannah had planned her own kidnapping with the assistance of Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas. This became clear through their social media exchanges. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like fiction. The three were taken to the police station for further investigation after their arrest. As the police tried to understand the motive behind the incident, Hannah explained that she was an aspiring author writing a book. In an effort to gain inspiration and gain a deeper understanding of the experiences of kidnapping victims, Hannah decided to stage her own fake kidnapping. To achieve this, she enlisted the help of her friends Maria and Joshua, who became characters in her story. According to Hannah, her friends helped her plan and carry out the fake kidnapping by hiding her in their basement, providing her with food and drinks, and deliberately destroying her cell phone to avoid detection by the police. Hana filmed a video of the alleged kidnapping and posted it on her Facebook page, causing great concern and distress to her family and others. Hana rehearsed the video for about a week before making it without telling her family members about her plans. After the truth was revealed, her family apologized to everyone involved in the search and those who were concerned for her safety. Hana's sister, Lauren, took to social media to publicly apologize and express her feelings about the situation. In her statement, Lauren said her family was deeply hurt and embarrassed by Hana's actions, and they felt betrayed. Lauren made it clear that she no longer wanted any relationship with her sister and hoped Hana would be held accountable for her actions. Lauren also addressed her concerns about Hana's story targeting a person of color with a specific description of the car. She prayed that no one would be unfairly targeted or harmed because of her sister's false statements. Additionally, Lauren expressed regret for the pain her family has endured, including her 6-year-old son, who was deeply affected by Hana's dishonesty. Hana Potts kept a personal journal in her friend's basement in which she wrote that she expected her social media post to go viral. As a result of her actions, she is now facing charges of falsely reporting her own abduction. According to Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran, Hana's actions were not only criminal, but also caused significant distress to her family and everyone around her. Furthermore, by providing a false description of her alleged abductor, Hana put innocent people at risk of mistaken identity. Furthermore, the case wasted valuable time and resources as multiple law enforcement agencies were involved in the investigation. In a time of limited resources, these wasted hours can never be recovered. Prosecutor Cochran stressed that such a callous disregard for others will not be tolerated. Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and assisting in the concealment of a kidnapping hoax. During a police interview, Hopper admitted to picking up Hana Potts from her home and lying about hiding her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the staged kidnapping and Hana's presence in his home. All 3 individuals are free on bail and awaiting trial. In September 2020, Hana Potts pleaded guilty to filing a false kidnapping report. As a result, she was sentenced to 1 year of probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper were also sentenced to probation. Some people who know this story believe that Hana Potts faked her kidnapping to inspire her book and to attract attention to herself, which she hoped would boost her book sales. 91-year-old Leola Jordan lived in Picayune, Mississippi in 1998, had raised 7 children and was well loved in the community. Neighbors said she would do anything for anybody. She would look out for kids when it got on and off the school bus. She was an all-around good lady. Sadly, her life would not come to a peaceful end. Leola's body was discovered in her home in late June 1998. She had been stabbed numerous times. It was baffling to investigators as someone would want to take her life. There were no signs of forced entry, and nothing seemed to be stolen. For more than 2 decades, investigators have worked to solve the case. Finally, in May 2021, Sergio Williams was arrested in connection to the case. He is Leola's grandson. His DNA matched DNA found on items an attacker had touched, is currently being held in Pearl River County Jail. The DNA, along with witness statements, led to the arrest. It has not yet been revealed why Sergio did what he did. In January of 2021, 20-year-old Henry Williams was arrested in Jacksonville, Florida. In August 2015, when he was 14 years old, he assaulted an 8-year-old girl. The little girl was looking for a cat when she encountered this monster. She was not able to identify her attacker. She only said that he was a black male. In October 2020, Henry was imprisoned for a fatal 2017 carjacking. His DNA was taken and it was realized in January 2021, and he was involved in an attack back in 2015. He is currently incarcerated at Lake City Correctional Facility. "46-year-old Holly Simmons lived in Larno County, Texas in 2006 with her 17-year-old daughter. On November 27th, Holly dropped off her daughter at a school bus stop. It would be the last time anyone saw or heard from her. The next day, her daughter reported her missing because Holly never made it home. Her house was examined for evidence, and neighbors, co-workers, and associates were interviewed by investigators. The Llano County Sheriff's Office and the Texas Rangers worked this case for years, but she was not found. Then in 2009, a recreational diver found a submerged aluminum boat at the bottom of a lake close to Holly's home. Her body was discovered at the bottom of the boat, with concrete bags placed over her. In 2016, the Texas Rangers' Unsolved Crimes Investigation Program began to review the case. They named Jimmy Wolfenbarger as a suspect. He was Holly's landlord and lived nearby in an RV park. In May of 2021, 57-year-old Jimmy was arrested and sent to the Lappi County Detention Center. Holly's brother Paul Wishman had us to say, hopefully he doesn't get away, and hopefully they've got a good case, and justice will be served for her, her kids, her grandkids, and the rest of the family. It is not yet known what led to the arrest or why he took her life. In the middle of the night, on March 17, 1983, a Montgomery County Sheriff's Office deputy saw a fire burning in a wooded area of Interstate 45 in Conroe, Texas. When he investigated, he discovered the body of a woman had been set on fire and was still burning. In the autopsy that was done, it was revealed the woman had been assaulted and strangled. Investigators were unable to identify the woman, but they were able to collect male DNA from her body. In 1986, a few years after the woman's body was found, the FBI ran her fingerprints and was able to positively identify her as Laura Marie Purchase. She was listed as a missing person from Houston, Texas. Henry Lee Lucas confessed to taking her life, and he was convicted for the crime. Case closed, right? Not yet. Henry Lee Lucas is notorious for confessing to crimes he did not commit. This was one of them. In 2007, investigators resubmitted the male DNA found on Laura's body for testing. It was discovered that the DNA did not belong to Henry Lee Lucas. It also did not match Otis Stull's DNA. Otis and Henry committed a lot of crimes together. The two of them enjoyed confessing to crimes, so they would gain more notoriety. In October 2019, investigators submitted the DNA evidence for genealogy testing. This led investigators to Thomas Alvin Darnell. On March 17, 2021, Montgomery County cold case detectives traveled to Kansas City to collect a DNA sample from Thomas. His DNA matched the DNA found on Laura's body. On May 11, 2021, was arrested at his home and taken to Montgomery County. He is currently being held in the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office jail without bond. He has not yet entered a plea. It is unclear if he has an attorney who can speak on his behalf. The case of Samadhi Fonseca Fernandez. Samadhi was born in Costa Rica in February 1975. Information about her family and childhood is limited. She grew up in the Cuban with her mother, Sonia Fonseca. From a young age, Samadhi attended a local school and showed a complex personality. Samadhi stood out for her beauty and knew how to take advantage of her appearance. However, due to her ambition and vanity, she put material and personal interests first, disappointing many people. She was also very jealous and aggressive when she was young. Thanks to her doll-like appearance, Samadhi Fonseca worked for many years as a Barbie in a large bookstore of the Universal Company. The nickname Barbie stuck with her ever since. After graduating from high school, Samadhi began a relationship with Osvaldo Fernando Bulier, a successful journalist working for a local television station. Osvaldo was 16 older than Samadhi. This was Samadhi's longest and most serious relationship, but Osvaldo never proposed to her. In 1996, they had a son, Christopher, and a year later, a daughter, Christina, was born. Due to scandals and jealousy, Samadhi and Osvaldo divorced in February 2012. In February 2013, Osvaldo died at the age of 53 without leaving a will for Samadhi. Not accepting this, Samadhi decided to take matters into her own hands. She went to Osvaldo's old house, occupied it, and changed the locks to prevent his family and heirs from entering. In addition to seizing the property, Samadhi also took some of Osvaldo's valuables. Osvaldo's family was extremely angry and immediately sued Samadhi for theft. The police forced Samadhi to leave the house, but no criminal proceedings were initiated against her. Samadhi had several relationships, most notably with Miguel Angel Perez, with whom she had a third daughter, Maria. Some sources claim that they were married but divorced after a few years. However, other sources claim that Samadhi was not married, but simply gave her youngest daughter her lover's surname without his consent. Many strange events have been discovered. Some Barbie lovers have gone missing or died under mysterious circumstances. However, this has not been noticed for a long time. For example, one of Samadhi's lovers went missing after breaking up with her. To this day, this person has not been found. Many suspect Samadhi's involvement, but there is no concrete evidence. Another case is Diaco, also Samadhi's former lover. He was murdered after breaking up with her. The case looked like a failed robbery. The perpetrator was never caught. Again, people suspected Samadhi was involved, but there was no clear evidence. The most famous victim believed to be linked to Samadhi was Gerardo Cruz. Gerardo Cruz, a Costa Rican native, was born in December 1992 in San Jose. He did not know his biological father because he left the family before he was born. Gerardo's mother, Ana Patricia, later married a man named Hermes Rodriguez. Hermes adopted Gerardo and loved him as his own son. A few years later, Gerardo had a younger sister named Milena. His childhood and youth were quite peaceful. He attended a normal school, loved motorbikes, and soon found true love with a girl named Carol. At the age of 23, Gerardo, his wife and 4-year-old daughter Genesis Cruz, moved to live with his aunt and uncle in the suburbs of San Sebastian. He worked at a local bakery to support his family. Gerardo and Carol was happy and were expecting a second child. In the summer of 2015, Gerardo met Samadhi, a regular customer at the bakery. Samadhi was 40 years old but still attractive, liked to dress provocatively and flirt with men. Notably, she started having affairs with much younger men, probably because she enjoyed the attention they received. Despite the age difference of nearly 20 years, Gerardo quickly became infatuated with this beautiful woman and began dating her secretly. She often came to the bakery, almost every day, to meet her young lover, attracting the attention of other employees. Samadhi was often accompanied by his eldest daughter Christina, who was 19 at the time. Initially, Gerardo skillfully balanced his family life with his secret meetings with his mistress. Both women were unaware of each other's existence. However, Gerardo gradually became careless and began telling his friends and colleagues about Samadhi, praising her as a great mistress and giving him gifts. Rumors of Gerardo's relationship soon reached his mother, who tried to convince her son to leave his mistress. However, Gerardo and Samadhi's relationship only lasted a few months and ended in October 2015 when Samadhi discovered that Gerardo had a pregnant wife and a young daughter. Samadhi was furious and began calling and texting Gerardo's wife, Carol, insulting her and threatening to kill Gerardo if he did not stay with her. Gerardo begged his wife for forgiveness and wanted to keep the family together. He did not take Samadhi's threat seriously, thinking that she would quickly cool down and find a new boyfriend. He did not expect how vengeful Samadhi would become. Just a few days after the breakup with Samadhi, while walking on a downtown street, Gerardo discovered an older man secretly filming up a young woman's skirt. Gerardo was angry and decided to record the incident with his phone. He then approached the woman, explained the situation, and advised her to call the police. Next, he chased the man for about 2 minutes, trying to capture his face. Finally, the man fled in a taxi. That evening, Gerardo posted a video of the incident on his personal website. After just one night, the video went viral online. Netizens quickly identified the elderly man in the video as Luis Solmano Delgado, a former finance ministry official. The video quickly spread across media, turning Gerardo into a national celebrity. He was repeatedly invited to interviews in newspapers, on television, and on radio to recount the incident, condemn the former official's actions, and affirm that he had no regrets about what he had done. Meanwhile, a team of talented lawyers hired by Luis began to legally attack Gerardo. They accused him of violating the law by distributing the video and were preparing to sue him. Gerardo was surprised and confused by the situation, not knowing why he was being tried instead of the man who had committed a depraved act with an innocent girl. On October 7th, Gerardo gave his final interview on a local radio station. He was confident in his views and did not feel nervous. The next day, Gerardo planned to meet his friend Oswald after work, but canceled, citing an emergency. It was later revealed that Gerardo had received a text message from Samadhi that day. In the message, she had lured him to the park that evening with the promise of another interview. Gerardo trusted his ex-girlfriend completely and did not suspect anything. After work, he went to the meeting place, but instead of meeting the journalist, he was attacked by two strange men. They robbed him of his bag, beat him and stabbed him several times in the chest and stomach before running away. Before losing consciousness, Gerardo called his friend to tell him the news. The friend immediately called the police and an ambulance. Thanks to timely treatment, Gerardo was taken to the hospital. Doctors tried to save his life for 42 days. During this time, Gerardo underwent many surgeries, but ultimately did not survive. On November 19th, Gerardo passed away in the intensive care unit. Since Gerardo had just become famous before the tragedy, the news of his condition attracted national attention and was not exaggerated. Gerardo's family gave interviews, asking people to pray for his recovery. They did not understand why someone would attack Gerardo. Many people attended the funeral to express their condolences to the family. People hoped that the police would soon catch the culprit and give him a fair trial. There were initially many theories about the case. One theory was that it was a robbery murder because Gerardo was attacked in the park in the evening, his bag was stolen, and he was stabbed with a knife. However, a few days before, Gerardo released a shocking video involving a famous former official, which could be related to the case. Therefore, the second theory was that it was a revenge murder. The media reported that Luis Solmano Delgado may have hired a hitman to kill the young man who had damaged his reputation. The case caused a heated debate in the press and people protested to demand the arrest of the culprit. The police began to investigate various theories and look for Gerardo's enemies. The investigation went dormant for months until May 2016, when a security camera video was discovered. The video showed two men running away from the crime scene. They immediately became prime suspects, but the police needed to identify and arrest them. The video became crucial evidence and, when released, helped move the investigation forward. The video was repeatedly shown on the news, urging viewers to look out for dangerous suspects. Police sketched the suspects and their physical features. Not long after, one suspect turned himself in and cooperated with the investigation, hoping for a reduced sentence. Thanks to his information, the investigation quickly identified other accomplices and the masterminds. All those involved were arrested, including Samadhi and his daughter Christina, the masterminds Ronald Arce Barrientos, the taxi driver, Cesar Chavez Cerdas, who acted as an intermediary, Omar Costa, the young minor who directly participated in the attack and followed the victim. The roles and connections of the participants in the case were determined through phone calls and text messages. Samadhi was the mastermind, who planned the entire incident in detail and recruited his daughter Christina to participate. They asked their friends Ronald and Cesar to find an assassin to kill Gerardo, disguising it as a robbery in the park at night. Omar also participated with the task of ensuring that the victim arrived at the right location. Samadhi chose October 7th as the date of the murder. On that day, she contacted all the participants several times, assigning roles and ensuring that everyone followed the plan. The young woman also asked them to bring her some of her ex-lover's belongings as evidence after the crime. Gerardo, after finishing his shift, went straight to the park. He thought he was going to an interview, so he tried to arrive on time. However, at the meeting place, he was attacked and stabbed multiple times. The attacker took Gerardo's handbag and jacket, then gave these to the Samadhi as evidence. The most important evidence against Samadhi were text messages detailing the murder plan and the roles of each participant. She was so confident that she did not delete these messages. The motive for this serious crime was jealousy. She did not want to share her lover with his wife and decided that if she could not have him, no one could. She carefully planned and executed the criminal conspiracy with the help of her daughter. They were immediately arrested and denied bail due to concerns that they might flee the country. The other co-defendants were also detained before trial except for Omar, the supervisor, and the youngest participant was handed over to the Juvenile Justice Department. The investigation lasted about a year and a half. It was not until December 2017 that the trial of all those involved in the criminal conspiracy began. Samadhi has a criminal record and was once arrested for falsifying documents to receive state benefits, but was only fined. She assigned the surname of a former lover to the child without his consent. She then used the court to receive child support from this man for more than 3 years, until the fraud was discovered. Samadhi was sentenced to 3 years in prison and fined a large sum. However, because she has a young child, her sentence was reduced to 5 years of suspended imprisonment. At the trial, the victim Gerardo's wife confirmed that she knew about her husband's relationship with Samadhi. She also said that Samadhi had threatened to kill Gerardo, but he was not too worried about these threats. The main motive for the case was Samadhi's jealousy and hurt, as she could not accept that her young lover wanted to stay with his wife. Through phone records, police discovered that Samadhi and her daughter Christina had planned the crime together. After the security camera footage of the murders was released, Christina had a mental breakdown. She called her mother in tears and wanted to turn herself in, but Samadhi reassured her that the investigation would never lead to them. The verdict was announced on January 23, 2018. The court sentenced Samadhi to 30 years in prison, Christina to 25 years, Ronald to 25 years, and Caesar to 25 years. Of the killers, one was sent to a juvenile detention center, while another was still at large at the time. Omar, who had been stalking the victim, was acquitted. The victim's family received $140,000 in moral compensation. After the trial, they expressed their gratitude to the court for giving Gerardo's killers a fair sentence. Samadhi and Christina's lawyers appealed to the Court of Appeals for a reduced sentence. The appeal hearing took place in November 2019. At the same time, according to the testimony, Ronald participated in the massacre but did not know the details of the plan. Ronald and Caesar also appealed in hopes of having their sentences reduced. As a result, each participant in the crime had their sentence reduced by 5 years. Samadhi is currently serving a 25-year sentence in a women's prison in Costa, currently serving a 25-year sentence in a women's prison in Costa Rica. In the summer of 2020, she registered her marriage to a woman named Lindsay Diaz Lopez, whom she met in prison. At the time of the registration, Lindsay had been pardoned and released from prison, while Samadhi still had to continue serving nearly 2 more decades of her sentence. In 1996, Janet March lived in Nashville, Tennessee, along with her husband Perry, their 5-year-old son Samson, and a 2-year-old daughter, Zipporah. The family lived in a large house on a 5-acre lot in Forest Hills, which is an affluent suburb in Nashville. Janet's parents bought the house for Janet and Perry. Her parents, Lawrence and Carolyn Levine, were extremely wealthy. Lawrence was one of the most prominent lawyers in Nashville, which made him socially prominent in the city's Jewish community. Janet and Perry met while they were studying at the University of Michigan in the early 1980s. Lawrence paid Perry's tuition so that he could study at the Vanderbilt University Law School. Janet and Perry got married in 1987. The year after that, Perry graduated and took a job at Bass and Sims. Their son Samson was born in 1990, and Zipporah was born in 1994. Perry did not last long at his work. He sent a lot of notes to one of his co-workers. Perry praised their body and said it captivated him. The co-worker then let management know about all the notes that she had received. Perry was caught in the act of delivering one of these notes and he was fired. He also had to pay the woman $25,000 to avoid a lawsuit against him. The payment and what he did, he kept as a secret from Janet. Perry then started to work for Janet's father, and he told everyone he got fired because of a conflict with a coworker. Even without Janet knowing, the two of them started to argue a lot by 1996. Janet even got a book about divorce. On August 14th, the children's nanny, remember, had Janet was not her usual self, and had she spent the whole day on her computer. The next day, Friends of Janet who saw or talked to her also noticed had she seemed distracted and afraid of Perry. On August 15th, 2 cabinet workers installed 2 countertops in Janet and Perry's home. They would be the last people outside of Janet's family to see her alive. That evening, according to Perry, the 2 of them argued again. Then announced that she was leaving for a 2-week vacation. She packed a couple of things, gave him a list of things to do while she was away, and left the house just after 8 p.m. Janet's parents believed what Perry had told them, even if it was unlike their daughter. On August 25th, it was Samson's birthday party. When Janet did not appear, it raised some red flags. On August 29th, Janet's parents finally notified the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department that Janet was missing. This was now 2 weeks after she was last seen. Detectives looked at local hospital admissions and Janet's credit card and bank accounts, but found no trace of her. The first break in the case came a little over a week later, on September 7th, when Janet's Volvo was found packed into a parking space at an apartment complex roughly 5 miles from the house. Inside was Janet's handbag, a suitcase with clothing and a small bag. It appeared as if the items inside the car was carefully positioned by someone. Investigators who interviewed Perry also noticed had he talked about Janet in the past tense, indicating had he knew she was not alive anymore. He also did not allow anyone to search the house. On September 16th, investigators got a search warrant, however, and made their way inside. They found that a computer's hard drive had been forcibly removed and could not be found. Investigators also found that a week after Janet was last seen, went to local tire store to get new tires for his Jeep. The owner of the store told him that his existing tires were in excellent condition, but Perry said that he wanted a different brand. After the search, Perry took his children and went to live in Chicago. He made a very incriminating remark to one of Janet's friends. He asked her what would she think if he took Janet's life and exposed her body while the children were sleeping. By this time, investigators did not believe Janet was alive anymore and Perry was their main suspect. They used Army helicopters, divers, and cadaver dogs to look for Janet's body. In November, also denied to Janet's memorial service, and he did not allow the 2 children to go. The next few years were just filled with lawsuits between Perry and Janet's parents. They now believed that Perry took her daughter's life. They wanted custody of the 2 children, and they also wanted to make sure that Perry did have a right to any of Janet's possessions. Carolyn Levin found an envelope in a Forrest Deal's house. Inside were copies of the notes Perry had sent to his co-worker. Investigators and Janet's parents believed that Janet had discovered these notes and demanded a divorce, and that Perry then took her life. In 1999, Janet's parents were given visitation rights. When they went to pick up the children in Chicago, they learned that Perry went to Love in Mexico with his father. His father lived close to Guadalajara in Mexico. In 2000, Janet's parents went to Mexico. They picked up the children from their school and took them back to Nashville. Unfortunately, this was seen as kidnapping under Mexican law, and they had to take the children back to the man that they believed took their daughter's life. Janet's parents continued working hard to prove that Perry is guilty, even though nobody had been found. Finally, in 2005, Perry was arrested and taken back to the United States. Janet's parents also got full custody of her grandchildren. Perry told detectives that he would plead guilty if he would be given a sentence of 7 years or less. He also wanted to know what evidence was against him, but investigators told him nothing and took him to the county jail. Perry immediately approached Russell Ferris, who was another inmate. Perry said that he would pay Russell's bond if he would take the lives of Janet's parents. Russell pretended to go along with the plan, but he was also telling everything to his lawyers and investigators. Perry also said that his dad would help with anything that he needed. His father explained to Russell exactly what they need him to do. His father was then taught by Russell that he did what they asked for and needed a place to stay. The father then arranged to meet Russell at a Guadalajara airport. But when he got there, FBI agents detained him, who take him back to the United States. In June 2006, Perry's trial began. This was now almost 10 years after Janet was last seen. It seemed like it would go either way, but then a video was shown in a courtroom. It showed Perry's father confessing and telling everyone what happened. His father said that Perry did take Janet's life, and the two of them took her body to Bowling Green, Kentucky. Perry's father then buried her in a large pile of brush he found. He was not able to take investigators to the exact location, but I found his account to be credible anyways. On August 17, 2006, a jury reached a verdict after 10 hours of deliberations. Perry was found guilty of taking his wife's life. He was sentenced to 56 years in prison. His father was sentenced to 5 years in prison, but passed away just a few months later at the age of 79. Perry will not be eligible for parole until 2040. His daughter Zipporah still sometimes has contact with him, but Samson, who is now an engineer, wants nothing to do with him. An art gallery at Nashville's Gordon Jewish Community Center was named for Janet as a memorial. The case of Tanya McKinley. Tanya McKinley was born on January 25, 1961, in Milton, a small town in Florida, USA. She grew up in a loving family and had a close relationship with her older sister. As children, they often played outside, skateboard, and went bowling. After graduating from high school, Tanya decided to move to Pensacola, about 25 miles away from her hometown, to explore the medical field and become a medical transcriptionist. To become a medical transcriptionist, Tanya did not need a medical degree but only had to take special courses. She moved in with her cousin, Venita, to save on rent. In Pensacola, Tanya met a boy named Tim, and they began dating. They later moved in together, and in 1983, their son Timothy was born. However, Tanya's relationship with Tim was not perfect. They argued frequently, and about a year after Timothy was born, they decided to separate. At the end of 1984, Tanya temporarily moved in with her cousin, Venita, who was now married and had 2 children. Tanya planned to find her own place and move out as soon as she could. One day, Tanya, her sister, and Venita's husband decided to go to a local bar to celebrate New Year's Eve. Venita and Tanya dropped their children off at daycare and decided to enjoy the night. At the bar, they had a night full of laughter and music. As the clock struck midnight, they welcomed the new year, 1985. Venita and her husband were about to go home, but the daycare they had left their children at closed at 1 a.m., so they needed to pick them up in an hour. However, Tanya wanted to stay at the bar a little longer because, for the past 2 years, she had been focused on work and taking care of her children. Tanya asked Venita if she could pick up her son from daycare, and Venita agreed since they lived together and needed to pick up her son anyway. Before Venita and her husband left the bar, Venita asked Tanya how she would get home since they had gone to the bar together by car. Tanya told Venita not to worry and assured her that she would find a way home since she had many acquaintances at the bar. On the morning of January 1st, Venita woke up and was surprised to find that Tanya had not returned. Normally, Tanya would have been home by then, so this delay was unusual. At first, Venita was not too worried, thinking that Tanya might have stayed at a friend's house. However, things quickly changed when Venita's mother-in-law knocked on their door with a shocking announcement. Tanya had been found dead in the early hours of the morning, around 3 a.m. A Pensacola resident had taken her dog to the vet for an urgent medical issue. While the woman was out, her daughter saw a strange object on the road. She thought it was a mannequin, but when she told her mother, the woman decided to take a closer look. She was horrified to realize it was actually a human body. She immediately returned home and called the police. Police arrived at the crime scene and found the body of a 23-year-old woman named Tanya McKinley lying in a vacant lot near the road. When they arrived, they found her pantyhose pulled down, her skirt pulled up, and her shoes missing. Police also found a blue scarf with a red stain that looked like blood next to the victim. Her shoes were found a few blocks away, along with a wallet containing identification in her name. To clarify the cause of Tanya's death and the development of the case, the police handed over the victim's body to medical experts for an autopsy. Investigators also continued to collect and analyze traces at the scene. After the initial investigation, it was discovered that the victim was likely killed elsewhere, as there was no blood near the body except for the blue towel stain. Furthermore, traces on the ground showed that the body had been dragged to the side of the road. On the blue towel and the victim's body, the police found some suspicious traces. These were human hair and pubic hair along with dog hair. They suspected that these hair and pubic hair samples might belong to the killer and that this person might have kept dogs. After the autopsy, medical experts determined that Tanya suffered a head injury from being hit with a heavy object. However, the main cause of her death was strangulation. Furthermore, experts also confirmed that the victim had been sexually assaulted. Experts collected a semen sample from the victim's body, but at the time, DNA analysis was not widely used in forensic science. Therefore, they could only determine that the suspect had type B blood. Since these clues did not help the detectives find the killer, they began to develop a list of suspects. The first suspect they focused on was Tim, the victim's ex-boyfriend. Through talking to Tanya's relatives and friends, the police discovered problems in the relationship between Tanya and Tim, as well as constant arguments both before and after the birth of their son. When Tanya decided to break up, Tim objected and continued to try to convince her to come back. Tim kept calling Tanya, visiting her, and acting as if he could not accept the breakup. The police suspected that Tim may have followed Tanya to the bar on New Year's Eve, leading to a confrontation that ended in murder. They questioned Tim, but he denied any involvement. Tim also agreed to provide a hair sample for comparison. Although experts were unable to extract DNA from the hair, they were able to compare the hairs under a microscope. The results showed that Tim's hair was significantly different from the hair found on the victim's body and the towel. As a result, the police temporarily eliminated Tim as a suspect. After collecting clues at the scene, the detectives turned their attention to the people who were at the bar on New Year's Eve. They questioned Vanita about whether she had noticed anyone acting strangely or aggressively toward Tanya. However, Vanetta said the evening had gone smoothly and without incident. Investigators also learned that Tanya had briefly dated a man named Kurt, who worked as a bartender at the same bar. So they interviewed Kurt, who denied any involvement in the murder. Kurt claimed that after finishing his shift, he attended a New Year's Eve party with friends. However, after questioning Kurt's friends, investigators discovered something interesting. Kurt's friends confirmed that he was at the party, but not immediately after finishing his shift at the bar. Based on this testimony, police believed that Kurt had enough time to theoretically commit the murder. Through interviews with many people who were at the bar, detectives determined that Tanya was last seen alive at 1:15 a.m., but no one witnessed her leaving the bar. Investigators also interviewed residents in the area near where the body was found. One family said they drove by around 2 a.m. and they were certain that no body was visible at that time. Investigators determined that Tanya was killed within an hour and a half of her last known sighting. During this time, Kurt had no solid alibi. He agreed to take a polygraph test, but the results were inconclusive as he gave several false answers. However, blood tests eliminated Kurt as a suspect because his blood type did not match the killer's blood type, which was determined from a semen sample. The police continued to search for other potential suspects, but their efforts were hampered. The killer's semen could not be analyzed, and the lack of significant evidence or witnesses left the case at a standstill. However, investigators were almost certain that the killer must have lived in the area near where the body was found. The area was on the edge of a large residential area and was isolated from major roads. Police suspected that a stranger would not have come there with the body without knowing anything about the area. To this day, the case remains unsolved. Sadly, Timothy lost his mother when he was 18 old and was taken care of by his father and Tanya's family. They decided to keep the death of Timothy's mother a secret. As he grew older, relatives told him that his mother had died in a car accident. This truth was kept secret until Timothy turned 14. At Christmas, he was curious about the gift his father had prepared. While rummaging through the house, Timothy stumbled upon a letter written by his father, addressed to famous TV host Montel Williams. Tim mentioned Tanya's murder in the letter, hoping that public attention would help expedite the investigation. Through the letter, Timothy discovered the true fate of his mother because it contained specific details about the case. In February, the police department reopened Tanya's case, hoping that advances in DNA analysis would help identify the killer. To investigate, they sent all available evidence to a lab for analysis. After testing, experts concluded that the blood on the blue towel found near the body belonged to an unknown man, not Tanya. They took a sample of the man's DNA and uploaded it to the FBI database, but found no match. The case went cold again and wasn't reopened until February 2015, exactly 30 years after the murder. Detectives had to try a different approach when the killer's DNA had not yet appeared in the FBI database. With modern technology, they could search not only for exact matches but also for partial matches. They believed the database might contain information about the killer's relatives, which could lead them closer to solving the case. After searching, they focused on one specific person in the FBI database. His DNA had some similarities to the DNA sample of Tanya's killer, although the similarity was not strong. The police investigated his family extensively and even contacted his relatives. They agreed to assist and provide their DNA samples for comparison. After analyzing the samples, experts discovered that the family had no connection to the suspect, leaving detectives without any significant new clues. In February 2018, journalist Tony Adam took an interest in the case. Although he was not a criminal expert, his personal interest in the subject drew him to Tanya's unsolved murder. He wanted to help and contacted the investigators working on the case. The detectives initially viewed his willingness to help with some skepticism. Although an experienced journalist, Tony had no background in criminal investigations. However, as the case dragged on without any progress, the police accepted his help. During the investigation, Tony established a relationship with Tanya's family. They could see his genuine interest in solving the case and the considerable effort he was putting in. He worked to get media coverage of the case, bringing additional attention to it. This also contributed a new perspective to an investigation that had lasted for more than 3 decades. Detectives decided to renew their efforts to find the suspect's relatives. This time, they partnered with Parabon, a company specializing in genetic genealogy. In the previous effort, investigators had only searched for killers' relatives through the FBI's database. However, Parabon expanded the search to include public genetic databases where anyone can upload their DNA samples. Experts worked diligently to find the killer's relatives, carefully examining family trees to identify someone matching the suspect's characteristics. They were looking for a man who was of age at the time of the crime in 1985 and lived in the area. The process took nearly a year. But in February 2020, experts finally identified a man who could be a suspect, Daniel Wells, 57, who lived in the same city where the murder occurred. As detectives learned more about Daniel, they discovered he had previous run-ins with the law, having been arrested for assault and for indecent exposure in the late 1980s. As of 2020, Daniel continued to live and work in Pensacola with his family. However, to establish a connection between him and the case, investigators needed to collect a DNA sample from Daniel due to a lack of concrete evidence. The police had been monitoring Daniel closely, concerned that he might flee once he learned he was a suspect. The opportunity presented itself when Daniel discarded a cigarette but near his workplace. Investigators collected it and quickly sent it to the lab. There, experts isolated DNA from the saliva on the butt and compared it to the DNA sample from the crime scene. The results showed that the two samples were a perfect match. 35 years after the murder, the police finally identified the culprit through DNA evidence. Daniel was arrested that same day. Despite the DNA test results, the investigators wanted to hear Daniel's confession. They planned to conduct the interrogation carefully, not revealing all the evidence at once. The investigators deliberately withheld information to encourage honesty during Daniel's interrogation. They gradually shifted the conversation to Tanya's murder and asked about Daniel's whereabouts on the night of the crime. At first, he denied ever knowing Tanya. The detectives then revealed that they had found his DNA at the crime scene. Although Daniel continued to deny everything, he appeared to become more nervous with each question. The detectives emphasized the importance of the DNA test results, making it impossible for him to avoid the questions. They told him that the only way to alleviate the situation was to confess. And it worked. Daniel began to tell his story. Initially, he tried to justify the presence of his DNA by suggesting that he might have had sex with Tanya that night. But the detectives didn't believe him and continued pressing for the truth. Daniel eventually confessed to killing Tanya on that New Year's Eve. Daniel's story raised serious questions. He admitted that he met Tanya at a bar and offered to take her home. They then went to Daniel's house, drank, and had consensual sex. However, an argument broke out, and Daniel couldn't remember what it was about. In a fit of rage, Daniel picked up a heavy wooden cutting board and hit Tanya over the head. When he realized she was dead, he panicked and took her body to another location to dispose of it. On the way back, he discarded her belongings and returned home. However, Daniel's story had many inconsistencies. When asked about the dog hairs on Tanya's clothes and towels, he explained that his roommate had a black Labrador. But this did not explain why Tanya would willingly have sex with him only to have a violent argument that led to her death. Furthermore, Daniel claimed that Tanya died from a blow to the head, but medical experts determined that the actual cause of death was strangulation. This made Daniel's story unreliable and suggested he was trying to minimize his responsibility. A more plausible scenario is that Daniel attacked Tanya, but she fought back. When this failed, Daniel struck Tanya's head, but then realized she was still alive, so he strangled her. Although Daniel's confession did not completely match the facts, detectives had enough evidence to arrest him. Daniel was arrested for murder and taken into custody. Investigators then contacted Tanya's family, including her son, to let them know that the killer had been caught. Timothy was emotional and thanked the police for finding his mother's killer. However, Daniel did not face trial or serve any prison time for his actions. Just 2 weeks after his arrest, Daniel's body was found in his cell. An autopsy revealed that he had committed suicide. Although Tanya's family was disappointed that the killer had committed suicide in prison, they finally received justice after 35 years. 18-year-old Natalie and Holloway lived in Mountain Brook, Alabama. In May of 2005, she graduated from Mountain Brook High School. Natalie was a member of the National Honor Society and a school dance squad. The next year, she was scheduled to attend the University of Alabama on a full scholarship. On May 26, 2005, Natalie and 124 of her fellow graduates of Mountain Brook arrived in Lramagat, Aruba for a 5-day unofficial graduation trip. 7 chaperones from the school went along, but as you can imagine, they were not able to track the whereabouts of all the students. Natalie was scheduled to fly back home on May 30, 2005, when she failed to appear for her flight. Her family was immediately worried. Her mother and her stepfather flew to Aruba by private jet to find out what was going on. In Natalie's hotel room, her bag and her passport were found, but no sign of her. Some of Natalie's classmates said they last saw her at 1:30 in the morning on May 30th. She was last seen leaving a nightclub called Carlos and Charlie's. Natalie lived in a car of 17-year-old Joran Vandersloot and 2 brothers, 21-year-old Deepak Kalpo and 18-year-old Satish Kalpo. Natalie's parents and 2 Aruban policemen then went to Joran's home to look for Natalie. He initially denied knowing Natalie, but quickly changed his story. He said that they took Natalie to the California lighthouse area of Arashir Beach because she wanted to see sharks. They then dropped her off at 2 a.m. at her hotel. Joran claims had Natalie fell down as she climbed out of the car as she was very drunk. Joran also claims as they were driving away, Natalie was approached by a dark man in a black top, similar to those used by security guards. Joran's story was corroborated by Deepak, who was also in the house. It is not known if the story is true, however, as Natalie was not seen on the nighttime surveillance camera footage of the hotel lobby. It was possible for Natalie to reach her hotel room without using the hotel lobby, so it cannot be determined if she made it back to the hotel that evening or not. Hundreds of volunteers from Aruba and the United States joined in the effort of searching for Natalie. The Aruban government gave thousands of civil servants the day off to participate in a search effort. This included 50 Dutch Marines who conducted an extensive search of the shoreline. Was also raised to provide support and aid to the volunteer search teams. On June 5th, Aruban police arrested Nick John and Abraham Jones on suspicion of kidnapping. The 2 men were former security guards, known for cruising hotels to pick up women. The 2 men were released a few days later, however, On June 9th, Joran Dybak and Sadish were all arrested for suspicion of kidnapping and taking the life of Natalie. They were interviewed and all of them changed their stories multiple times, especially Joran. They said that they dropped her off at a hotel and later they said that they left her on a beach. It was just a confusing mess. Despite investigators believing that these men were involved, they had to be let go as there was no physical evidence. A local man told investigators that he saw Joran Deepak and Sadish at a small pond near the hotel Natalie was staying in, about an hour after she was last seen. The pond was drained on July 27, 2005, but no signs of Natalie was found in the pond or the surrounding area. Another man claimed he saw a man burying a blonde-haired woman in a landfill on the day Natalie was last seen. The FBI used cadaver dogs in a search at the landfill, but they were not able to find Natalie. Natalie's family offered $175,000 for a safe return. It was later increased to $1 million. As time went on, however, it was changed to $250,000 for any information leading to Natalie's remains. Jordan had a lot of media interviews, including interviews on Fox News in 2006. He then claimed, and after they left Carlos and Charlie's, the four of them went to Joran's home because Natalie wanted to see if he had a big house. Deepak and Sadish then dropped off Joran and Natalie on a beach where the two of them stayed until after 3 in the morning. Joran claimed that Sadish went to come pick him up and they left Natalie on a beach as they felt she would be able to get back to her hotel on her own. In April 2007, Joran published a book called The ZOG Natalie Holloway, which is Dutch for the case of Natalie Holloway. In a book, he admitted that he had lied to the media and investigators many times regarding the case, but he also maintained his innocence. In January of 2008, a Dutch crime reporter by the name of Peter de Vries claimed he had solved the case. He said that he would explain it all on a Dutch television show, which he did a few weeks later. He showed footage taken from hidden cameras and microphones in a car owned by Patrick van der Iem. In the video, Joran can be seen in a passenger seat smoking weed and confessing that he was involved in exposing of Natalie's body. In the video, Joran claims that he was sitting on the beach of Natalie when she began convulsively shaking and then became unresponsive. He claimed that he attempted to revive her, but of no success. Joran said Adi then called a friend who told him to go home while the friend would dispose of her body. In November 2006, he changed his story once again and claimed Adi had sold Natalie into slavery and that she was taken to Venezuela. In March of 2010, Joran contacted the Holloway family's legal representative. He said Adi would reveal the location of Natalie's body if they gave him $250,000. After contacting the FBI, the family agreed to make the payment. Joran then made up some more lies. On May 30th, 2010, exactly 5 years after Natalie went missing to the day, Stephanie Flores Ramirez was reported missing in Lima, Peru. A few days later, her body was found in a hotel room and was registered on Joran's name. He was arrested and taken to Peru. He then confessed that he took her life. He has said that he had lost his temper when she accessed his laptop without his permission. On January 11, 2012, he pled guilty to taking Stephanie's life and he was sentenced to 28 years. This shows that he is capable of taking someone's life and made even more people believe that he is responsible for Natalie's disappearance. The case of Jake Wagner. Hannah Mae Roden, 13, and Edward Jake Wagner, 18, met at a dance and quickly became lovers. As a result, the Roden and Wagner families began to spend time together, sharing weekends and parties, and Hannah Mae and Jake's love continued to grow. When Hannah Mae turned 15 years old, she revealed that she was pregnant. Jake was delighted with the news and hoped his family would be too. The Wagner family placed great emphasis on tradition in family lineage, and they adored children, viewing them as a continuation of their traditions. In fact, they often passed the name down from generation to generation, as seen in Jake's family, with his father being George Wagner III and his brother George Wagner IV. On the other hand, the Roden family had a more practical approach to family life. Even though they were divorced, Christopher Roden Sr. and Dana Roden remained close and devoted to their 3 children, prioritizing their happiness above all else. Unlike the Wagner family, the Rodens lived modestly, with Christopher working odd jobs and Dana as a nurse's assistant. Despite economic limitations, the Roden family instilled strong traditional values in their children, including Christopher Jr., Hannah Mae, and Clarence, Frankie. The family was overjoyed when Hannah Mae gave birth to a daughter named Sophie, and they threw a big party. However, when Jake asked Hannah Mae to move in with him and his family, she refused. She became increasingly wary of Jake due to his increasingly controlling and aggressive behavior. Hannah Mae was initially attracted to Jake's caring and thoughtful nature, but over time, she realized that Jake was trying to limit her independence. Jake's aggression repeatedly caused Hannah Mae's feelings for him to cool. Her refusal to move in with Jake created tension with him. Jake believed that Hannah Mae was preventing Sophie from growing up in a safe and healthy environment. Despite Hannah Mae's denials, Jake became increasingly controlling. Hannah Mae finally ended the relationship in March 2015, tired of Jake's aggressive behavior. At that point, the Wagner family wanted sole custody of Sophie. Jake had to put in a lot of effort to convince Hannah Mae to sign over custody of the child to him and his brother. However, Hannah Mae refused. In a heated exchange, Jake angrily sent a text message saying that if necessary, he would use force to gain custody of Sophie. This revelation confirmed the Wagner family's willingness to use coercion and intimidation to achieve their goals. To protect herself and her daughter from this unscrupulous family, Hannah decided to distance herself and raise her child alone. She chose to work as a nursing assistant, continued her studies, and took care of Sophie herself. The situation escalated when Hannah became pregnant again. Although Hannah confirmed that the child was not Jake's, he still had doubts and tried to discover the truth. In December 2015, Jake logged into Hannah's social media accounts but found no evidence of an affair. A trial ensued, involving repeated interactions between the Wagner family and Hannah. In one text message, Hannah asserted that the Wagner family would have to get rid of her before they could gain custody of Sophie. Jake shared this message with his family, angering them. His grandmother, Rita Newcomb, 65, retaliated by forging an important custody-related document. During the custody trial for Sophie, Christopher Roden and George Wagner III had a heated argument. This incident caused a complete rift in the relationship between the two families. The Wagner family soon came up with a terrible idea. They believed that Hannah Roden was uncooperative and decided that the only solution was to eliminate her and the entire Roden family in order to gain custody of Sophie. By Christmas 2016, this twisted idea was the start of a terrible crime. While everyone focused on love and celebration during the holiday season, the Wagner family had other intentions. They held a family vote to decide whether to continue with their evil plan or not. After everyone agreed, they assigned each person roles and began preparing. The Wagner family spent 5 months researching the Roden family home, including surveillance cameras, daily habits, and work schedules of each Roden family member. Each member of the Wagner family was assigned a specific task. Angela Wagner purchased a communications blocking device and planned to secretly install it on the Roden family's phone to prevent anyone from being able to contact the police. George Wagner III offered to build a homemade silencer and handle transportation the night of the crime, securing a truck and not attracting attention. Meanwhile, Sophie was safe at home with Angela because the court had awarded Hannah and Jake joint custody of Sophie. The Wagner family chose the time when it was their turn to care for Sophie in order to keep Sophie safe. It was clear that the Wagner family had meticulously planned every detail to carry out a perfect execution. At approximately 8 a.m. on April 22, 2016, George Wagner III visited Christopher Roden under the pretense of offering Christopher a job opportunity that could improve his family's financial situation. However, the job offer was just an excuse to get into the house. A moment later, Christopher Roden Sr. opened the door. A while later, as usual, Bobby Jo Manley arrived at Christopher's house to take care of the Roden family's animals. While outside the house, she noticed someone was inside, which was unusual for that time of day. Every member of the Roden family usually went about their work and was not at home. However, when she entered the house, she found Christopher and his cousin Gary, 38, lying in a pool of blood. Horrified, Bobby grabbed the phone and called emergency services, reporting what she had seen and asking for assistance. Still shaking, Bobby went to other relatives' houses and knocked loudly on one of their doors. A 3-year-old boy, the son of Clarence Frankie Roden, appeared, and Bobby asked him where his parents were. However, the boy did not respond but just pointed toward the bed. When she entered the house, she witnessed another horrifying scene. Clarence and his wife, Hannah Hazel, lay motionless. Lying between them was their 6-month-old baby, still alive but covered in the blood of Clarence and Hannah Hazel. After Bobby's 911 call, police quickly arrived on the scene. As the officers approached the Roden property, a neighbor intervened, sensing worry. He requested that the officers check 2 additional addresses of family members. His concern was justified, as police found bloodied bodies in the house. The victims were identified as Dana, 19-year-old Hannah May, and 16-year-old Christopher Jr. The attackers had spared Hannah's youngest child, a baby girl only a few days old. Later, another victim was discovered, 44-year-old Kenneth, the elder Roden's brother, who lived a 15-minute walk from the others. By 2 p.m., 8 victims had been identified: Christopher Sr., Dana, Clarence, Hannah Hazel, Christopher Jr., Hannah May, Kenneth, and Gary. The only survivors were young children, a 3-year-old, a 6-month-old, and a 4-day-old newborn, along with 2-year-old Sophie, who was at the Wagner home at the time of the incident. After examining the bodies, police concluded that all the victims had been killed in their sleep by gunshot wounds. Detectives later reconstructed the events of that day. Christopher Sr. was awake when the attackers burst into the house, as evidenced by a wound on his right arm. Christopher Sr. attempted to defend himself but was hit with 9 shots to the head, torso, and limbs. In addition, 5 bullets were removed from Dana Roden's neck and head. The rest of the family died from gunshot wounds to the head. Gary was shot 5 times, Christopher Jr. 4 times, Clarence and his wife Hannah Hazel 3 times each, and Hannah May twice. Kenneth was the only one shot once. In total, the assailant fired 32 shots, with some shots fired after the victims were already dead. Some bodies also showed signs of physical abuse. Since no one in the area heard anything, investigators believe the perpetrators used silencers, indicating a carefully planned and executed act. It was clear that the victims were targeted, and someone wanted revenge on the entire Roden family. During the search, police found 5 Remington shell casings of different types and an unused bullet from a different gun model. The scale of the case shows that this was a case with multiple murderers. Leonard Manley, Dana's father, claimed that the criminals must have known the family well, or the dogs would have been barking loudly. The question of who committed this act kept police officers busy. The Attorney General's office provided over $20,000 for the Roden family's funeral. The Roden family were buried in several stages. On April 28, 2016, Gary was the first to be laid to rest in South Shore, Kentucky. Hannah Hazel's funeral followed on May 1st in the village of Atway, Coteau County, Ohio. The remaining members were buried on May 3rd in West Portsmouth, in the same county. Many local residents attended to pay their respects to the family. The surviving children were placed in the care of relatives. The neighborhood was gripped by fear. Police advised relatives of the victims to take precautions and warned all residents of Pike to stay in their homes at night. The brutal mass murder outraged residents across the state, who demanded that the investigation's findings be made public and the perpetrators be caught as soon as possible. As part of the investigation, the murdered family's 3 homes had been searched, followed by several more vehicles the following day. Forensic experts had participated in the investigation and had meticulously examined the homes, but no DNA evidence of the suspects had been found in any of the homes. Cameras had been installed in the houses, but they had not provided any useful information because they had been disabled. It seemed the culprit had planned every detail carefully, leaving no clues behind. However, detectives eventually discovered a key piece of evidence that had helped solve the case. An important detail was that marijuana plants were discovered at 3 crime scenes. At one location, around 200 plants were found. The police believed the cannabis was grown for sale, rather than personal use. This led to speculation about the involvement of Mexican drug traffickers. However, the amount of cannabis found was too small to suggest an attack by an entire cartel. In January 2017, a close relative of the Rodin family was arrested for drug trafficking. This was considered a coincidental circumstance. Leonard Manley stated that his daughter, Dana, had no involvement with the cannabis operations. Some family members confirmed that the older brothers, Christopher and Kenneth Rodin, grew marijuana, but they were unaware of any large-scale cultivation. Specialized equipment for breeding chickens for fighting, as well as cages with roosters, were found at the Rodin's house. However, it soon became clear that illegal cockfighting was not the cause of the homicides either. Months went by without uncovering the true motive behind the crime. On April 13, 2017, local authorities announced they lacked sufficient evidence to make any arrests. Nevertheless, Prosecutor Rob Yum stated the investigation was ongoing, suggesting they had some leads they were not yet ready to disclose. Another year had passed since the mass crime occurred, and its memorial service went largely unnoticed. There was no coverage in the local press, and neither the sheriff nor the prosecutor attended the memorial service. This led the community to believe that the investigation had stalled. However, on May 12, 2017, a special weapons and tactics team unexpectedly raided a home in Pike County, about 10 miles from the crime scene. Initially, they were searching for suspects, but it was later revealed that they were gathering evidence. Detectives also searched a house in Adams County that had once been owned by Jake Wagner, although he had sold it by then. The investigation took a dramatic turn on June 20, 2017, when the focus shifted to the Wagner family. The investigation included 26-year-old Jake, 27-year-old George IV, 47-year-old George III, and 48-year-old Angela, who lived approximately 15 miles from the victim. The Wagner family moved to Kenai, Alaska, claiming they were struggling to stay in the area. The Wagner family expressed their love for the Rodin family, saying their deaths had devastated the Wagner family. The investigation indeed had a breakthrough. Authorities were seeking information from the public about the Wagner family's dealings in guns, ammunition, vehicles, and other related topics. According to the investigation, every family member was involved in the crime. That changed on November 13, 2018, when the Attorney General announced that the Wagners and their sons had been arrested and charged with planning and carrying out the murder. Rita Newcomb, the 65-year-old mother of Angela, and Frederica Wagner, the mother of George Wagner III, had also been arrested for perjury and obstruction of justice. In February 2019, Rita Newcomb had undergone handwriting analysis to confirm her role in forging guardianship documents for Sophie. To avoid going to jail, she had entered a plea deal. As a result, the charges against Frederica Wagner were dropped in June 2019. 2 years later, on April 22, 2021, Jake had reached an agreement with the prosecution. In exchange for revealing details of the crime, all family members would receive life sentences instead of the death penalty. Jake had admitted to killing 5 of the 8 individuals and had received 23 criminal charges, including 8 felonies. The remaining charges had included theft, conspiracy, illegal possession of ammunition, forgery, interception of messages, unlawful use of property, obstruction of justice, corrupt activities, and unlawful intimate conduct with a young woman. Jake had explained that he saw eliminating Hannah May as the only way to ensure custody of his daughter. He believed that if he did not kill the entire Rodin family, they would seek revenge and refuse to give custody of Sophie to him. Angela was next to face trial on September 10th. She pleaded guilty to conspiracy, aggravated robbery, and tampering with evidence. In exchange for her testimony against the other defendants, the murder charge was dropped. Angela received a sentence of 30 years in prison. The trial of George Wagner IV had begun on August 28, 2022. Although he denied any involvement in the crime, the prosecution presented evidence of his participation in the planning, execution, and cover-up. Ultimately, George IV was found guilty on 22 counts and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. George III's trial was scheduled for February 2024. Despite the convictions of his family members, he maintained his innocence. The once harmonious family's descent into madness was baffling, and their actions were unforgivable. The actions of the Wagner family left 3 children orphaned, depriving them of the love of their parents, relatives, and a peaceful life. One couldn't help but wonder what Sophie would be like when she grew up and realized what had happened. A 29-year-old mother of 2 named Mary Mathis Davis vanished without a trace in Lexington on May 30th, 1987. The news of her disappearance devastated her family and friends. The following day, her body was discovered behind a nearby supermarket, and the discovery shocked the neighborhood. Despite the police department's best efforts, the case remained unsolved for more than 30 years before a breakthrough in 2023. This case takes us to the city of Lexington in North Carolina. The city of Lexington has a rich and diverse cultural heritage, and its well-known barbecue has earned it the title barbecue capital of the world. Beyond its delectable cuisine, Lexington has a charming downtown populated with interesting stores and eateries that reflect the city's warm and welcoming nature. Popular with tourists, the city's historic uptown Lexington neighborhood has beautifully preserved early 19th century buildings. On February 12, 1958, Mary Mathis Davis was born in Lexington, although little is known about her early years. She had a sister named Lisa Hinkle, whom she grew up with. Mary and Lisa had a tight-knit bond in such a way that nothing could separate them. Lisa described her sister as a lovely, compassionate person who never failed to brighten up a room with her contagious smile. Mary was also said to have had a talent for putting people at ease. When the two came of age, Mary met a man named Richard Davis. A spark began to develop between them as they got to know one another, and before they knew it, they were engulfed in a passionate relationship. As their relationship progressed, Richard Davis knew he wanted to spend the rest of his life with Mary. Mary was overcome with joy when he one day suddenly asked her to be his wife. Without hesitating, she said yes to his proposal. Following the proposal, Mary and Richard started to eagerly make plans for their future as a couple. They talked for hours on end about what their future held, sharing their goals and aspirations for the life they were about to begin. The big day quickly approached, and the couple exchanged vows in a charming and private ceremony. Following the wedding, Mary and Richard began a new chapter in their lives and eagerly anticipated the journey that lay ahead. The years passed quickly, and Mary and Richard soon had 2 lovely children. The first child was a boy, and the second, Tracy, was a girl. Mary's heart brimmed with love, and she cherished every second she had with her kids. Later on, she accepted a position at Lexington's Lanier's Ace hardware store to support her expanding family. Mary didn't mind the fact that the work wasn't the most glamorous. She was appreciative of the chance to earn a consistent income. Even though Mary didn't make much money, it was still enough to pay the bills and put food on the table. Mary was determined to give her family the best life she could despite the difficulties that came with balancing the demands of motherhood and working a job. Life went on at a good pace as the days turned into weeks, then weeks into months. Mary's family was doing well, and she was happy inside. But tragedy was lurking around the corner, ready to strike when least expected. On May 30th, 1987, Mary left her house as usual to go to work. Though it seemed like any other Saturday, she had no idea that it would be her last day on Earth. When Mary got to work, she smiled and said hello to her colleagues before starting her day. She eagerly got started on her tasks. But as the hours passed, she noticed that she was growing hungry and restless. By noon, her stomach was grumbling, and she painstakingly waited for lunchtime. When the time finally came, she was relieved to have the opportunity to leave the 4 walls of her workplace. She anticipated treating herself to a nice meal. She checked her purse to see if she had enough cash to get herself lunch, and when she was certain she did, she left her store and went to a nearby restaurant. No one would ever again see Mary alive after this. She didn't go back to work. Once her lunch break was over, her absence became more obvious with each second that went by. Her coworkers couldn't help but wonder what was taking her so long. Their confusion turned into worry as the minutes felt like hours. They knew they needed to find her quickly because there were no indications of her return. One of them offered without hesitation to look for her at the eatery where she went to have lunch. The coworker hurried to the eatery as her heart raced, but Mary was not there. The staff at the restaurant was of no assistance either, and the situation was getting worse. When the coworker went back to the hardware store, she reported that she could not find Mary at the eatery. As soon as they heard this, the hardware store employees started to feel afraid and realized they needed to act more decisively. They picked up the phone and dialed the emergency number without delaying further. After providing details of what had happened, the police arrived almost immediately. The coworkers also called Mary's husband and parents to inform them of what was happening. Police started looking for Mary right away that day, but at first, they found nothing. She was completely out of sight. As word of her disappearance spread, a sense of fear and uncertainty overcame the neighborhood. On the other hand, Mary's family was left to struggle through the pain of not knowing where she was or what had happened to her. But they hoped and prayed that their dear Mary would be found alive and well. That night, Richard had a hard time falling asleep. His thoughts kept him up at night. He had a gut feeling that a serious problem had befallen his family. He realized that Mary's disappearance was not a straightforward case of getting lost in the city because it did not make sense to him. His mind wandered to their kids and how he would look them in the face the following day. Unaware of the potential danger to their mother, the innocent kids had been asking Richard about their mother. The idea of breaking the news to them that she might never return was too painful for Richard to bear. But he was aware that he needed to be there for his kids all the way. The next morning, as the sun rose, the search for Mary persisted, but it seemed like all the efforts were in vain. Mary's family and the police were anxiously searching for any information about her sudden disappearance. As the day wore on, the police abruptly received a call reporting the discovery of a dead body behind the building of a nearby supermarket called Winn-Dixie. After the call, a small group of police officers rushed to the scene right away. After seeing a small crowd forming around the body's discovery, the police officers moved in to quickly secure the area. The body had clearly been there for some time, as they could see. It was already starting to emit a slight odor of decay. They were able to recognize the body as belonging to Mary Mathis Davis after closer examination. The officers' faces showed shock and disbelief, but they also knew they needed to get to the root of the investigation. There was no immediate indication of the cause of death, so the police started looking around right away for any possible clues. They also questioned the supermarket staff, but none of them appeared to be particularly knowledgeable about what had happened to the victim. The body was then removed for an autopsy after that. One of the policemen showed up at Mary's family's house the day her body was discovered. As the atmosphere was tense, the officer broke the heartbreaking news to her family. He offered his condolences and shared what little information they had about Mary's case. The news was indeed tragic, as Mary's family was left broken and inconsolable. After a few days, Mary's autopsy results came out, and it was discovered that she was strangled to death. It was also found that she had been sexually assaulted. As a result, Mary's death was classified as a homicide. The authorities started investigating Mary's death as her family was left to mourn and stay strong. The investigators were determined to find the answers to the many unanswered questions they had. Investigators had DNA samples that had been gathered from the crime scene as pieces of evidence. Though there wasn't much that could be done with this due to the lack of advanced DNA technology at the time. Regardless of the shortcomings, detectives diligently pursued every lead and tip that came their way, working day and night. At one point, they appealed to the general public for assistance, hoping that someone would come forward with information that would help solve the mystery behind the case. But all efforts proved futile. The detectives felt defeated because it appeared as though the murderer had vanished from the face of the earth. As the days dragged on, becoming weeks and then months, the murderer seemed to have eluded capture. However, Mary's family never lost hope and held on to the belief that justice would eventually be served no matter how long it took. They made an effort to move on with their lives, but the scars from their loss never completely healed. Nearly 25 years after Mary's murder, Lisa, her sister, spoke to the media about the tragedy and pain that she and her family members had to go through when Mary was snatched from them. She spoke candidly to the press about the pain they had experienced and how difficult life had been without her cherished sister by her side. The family had never given up hope that they would one day find the closure they so desperately sought. As Lisa reflected on the happy times they spent together with Mary, despite the pain and loss, she revealed that the family was not interested in exacting revenge and that she was prepared to offer Mary's killer forgiveness. A new group of detectives working on Mary's murder case in 2022 made the decision to examine the evidence at hand. They knew about the developments in DNA technology and were confident that, compared to 1987, they now stood a better chance of cracking the case. After that, the detectives delivered some tangible evidence to the North Carolina State Crime Lab. The North Carolina Bureau of Investigation was contacted to look into the case based on the encouraging results of the analysis of the evidence. From that point on, things accelerated. The Texas-based private forensic genealogy laboratory called Othram was contacted by the State Bureau of Investigation. A DNA piece of evidence was then sent to Othram, where scientists were able to create a genealogical profile for potential suspects. The unidentified male suspect was finally identified after months of diligent work. Russell Grant Woods was the name given as the murderer of Mary Mathis Davis. The detectives felt relieved after making the discovery because they were certain that the case had been solved. There was a problem, though. There was no way to bring the murderer to justice because, according to a background check, he had passed away in 2013 at the age of 58. Russell Grant Woods had previously been named as a suspect in the case, but detectives were forced to focus their attention elsewhere at the time due to a lack of sufficient evidence. Not only that, but it was also learned that Mary and Russell Grant Woods had known each other before her death, although it is unclear what kind of relationship they had. If Russell Grant Woods had still been alive, the state would have moved forward with indictments and accused him of first-degree rape, kidnapping, and murder. Mary's surviving family learned of the case's breakthrough on February 3, 2023. They thanked the detectives for their commitment to the investigation. "We prayed that one day we would find the person who violently murdered our beloved Mary. We now have some answers. Although that won't bring Mary back, it does give us a sense of closure," Lorie Martin, Mary's niece, told the press. On February 12, 2023, Mary's family held a memorial celebration at Forest Hill Memorial Park in Mary's honor. If she was still alive, that day would have marked her 65th birthday. Mary was a light in this world, and we were blessed to have her as long as we did. She was a loving mother, wife, sister, and friend. We know she is resting easily in the arms of our Lord and Savior, Lorie Martin said. There are still many questions that we will never have the answers to, even though the mystery surrounding Mary's death has been solved and the murderer has been found. What sort of connection do you think Mary and Russell had? Post your ideas in the comments section to share with us. Laura Ann Huizar was born on the 10th of May, 1972 to Judy Marie Huizar and Jose Luis Huizar. She was a 6th grader at Chester Moore Elementary School and was just 11 years old when she was kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and then brutally killed. Laura vanished on a Sunday afternoon at around 1:30 p.m. on November 6, 1983, as she was making her way home from a friend's house in St. Lucie County, Central Florida. She was last seen at 2G's Market. She had been sleeping over at a friend's house and was walking home with an armful of clothes. When her parents realized that she hadn't returned home, they contacted the friend she had been with and were told that she had left hours ago. Her parents feared the worst. It was unlike Laura to stay on the streets for long. They searched the area, and when they could not find her, they made their way to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office to report their daughter missing. At the time, officers did not take the little girl's disappearance seriously because to them, adolescents who do not return home on time are often playing with their friends and have simply lost track of time. Back then, authorities generally did not take reports of missing adolescents seriously until they had been missing for a longer period of time. A massive search was never carried out for Laura, but authorities put up a bolo sheet. Not long, James Howard Harrison, a deputy from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, came forward and claimed to have seen the little girl walking close to a gas station. It appeared that on the day Laura disappeared, James Howard Harrison was out on patrol. He stated the approximate time he last saw her before claiming to have carried on with his patrol. Although Laura and had a small stature for her age. She was feisty and outspoken. Her family claimed she was very street smart and would never have gotten into a car with a stranger. 3 days after she vanished, on the 9th of November 1983, 2 men discovered Laura N's body in a drainage ditch less than 600 yards from the gas station where she was last seen. Her body was sent for an autopsy right away, and asphyxiation was determined to be the cause of her death. She had been raped before being strangled to death. The authorities opened an investigation into the murder case, but they were unable to assemble any tangible proof from the crime scene. After the perpetrator murdered Laura N, he then changed the crime scene by putting the body in a drainage ditch to get rid of all the physical evidence. The murderer's actions suggested that he had prior experience handling evidence and crimes. On Laura's body, the police discovered male DNA traces. Since there was no one to match the DNA with at the time, it was kept in a sexual assault kit. The criminal database and DNA technology weren't developed enough back then to give the police any leads about the murderer. The St. Lucie County Police Department's files on Laura N's murder case eventually became cold. The St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office created a special cold case squad in 2020, and the team decided to re-examine Laura N's case. The investigation was being led by Detective Paul Taylor. The initial investigation had a lot of gaps, which were quickly identified. One of the men who had initially found Laura's body was interviewed by Detective Paul Taylor, who was surprised to be the only officer other than Deputy James Howard Harrison to speak with him. The man remembered that day and the crime scene clearly because, according to him, it had been a terribly traumatic discovery. "I see that little girl lying there every time I close my eyes," the man said. He went on to give Detective Paul Taylor a detailed account of what he had seen that day, but the detective was shocked to learn that his account didn't match the information in Laura N's file. "I had already been through the crime scene photos, the case file, and what they're telling me does not match what I'm seeing," said Detective Paul Taylor. He discovered through questioning the witnesses that one of their own deputies had turned the witnesses away and then moved Laura's body away from the initial crime scene. According to the witness, when they called the police to report the discovery of Laura N's body, Detective James Howard Harrison was the first officer to arrive at the crime scene. The man claimed that after taking his short statements from them, Harrison sent them away. Since then, they were never contacted by anyone from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office regarding the case. It was discovered that, before other officers arrived, spent 20 minutes by himself at the crime scene. The investigation was quick, no suspects were ever named, and the case was promptly filed away for almost 40 years. After hearing this testimony, Detective Paul Taylor decided to take a closer look at Deputy Harrison's background for the first time, and what he discovered was heartbreaking. In February 2022, James Howard Harrison, a former deputy sheriff for the Lucie County Sheriff's Office, was identified by Detective Paul Taylor as the primary and sole suspect in the murder of 11-year-old Laura N. Weezar. Since the 1960s, Harrison has served as a pastor and worked in 10 different law enforcement organizations. He was the last person to see Laura alive. He kidnapped her when she was walking home, sexually assaulted her, then killed her and dumped her body in a drainage ditch. It was discovered that Harrison was fired from the sheriff's office 5 months after Laura was murdered. At the time, he had been accused of sexually assaulting several young girls in his church. Co-workers at the sheriff's office had also complained about Harrison because they believed he had behaved inappropriately around young girls while performing his duties as a deputy. "I'm actually standing there in front of this victim's family, and I'm telling them that one of our deputies is the one who did it. It's rough," a shocked Detective Taylor said. Unfortunately, Harrison passed away before the police could arrest him for the rape and murder of Laura N. He had died of cancer in 2008, but in the year 2020, the investigators obtained a warrant to exhume his body from the cemetery so that a DNA sample could be taken. However, by that time, the DNA from Laura's crime scene had deteriorated too much to match the sample taken from Harrison's body. However, they are certain that Laura and Weezar's murder was committed by former Deputy James Howard Harrison. The St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office has stated that they are certain that Harrison killed Laura, and based on witnesses' accounts, evidence tampering, and a history of sexual assaults on young girls. Due to his inappropriate behavior with young adults, Detective Taylor claimed that Harrison was forced to resign from both his church and the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office 5 months after the murder of Laura and Weezer. Investigators entered Harrison's DNA into national and state databases in order to ascertain how many more victims he had. His DNA is currently being tested in a number of Florida cold cases. After the Laura N. Weezer cold case was formally closed, her older brother Joe was in total disbelief that his sister's killer could finally be revealed. It naturally was like a disbelief, a dream. After all this time, "You're telling me you're able to tell us who murdered our little sister?" Joe said. The Weezer family expressed their gratitude for Detective Paul Taylor's tireless efforts in solving this case. But they expressed their disappointment with what they perceived to be a poor quality investigation at the time Laura was killed. They also expressed their desire to question all the detectives who were on the case in 1983. "From our perspective, things were purposefully overlooked and not done. There were such humongous gaps in the investigation," said the Huasar family. What do you think, guys? Did the former deputy abuse children throughout his entire life while serving as a deputy sheriff and holding a position of authority in the community as a preacher? How can we protect our women from these powerful men who take advantage of the systems and laws to further their own evil goals? Please share your opinions in the comments section below. "23-year-old Christa Bromlett was residing in a mobile home in New Providence, Tennessee in 1996. New Providence, which was formerly a small railroad community, was taken over by the nearby community of Clarksville. New Providence saw rising crime rates over the ensuing years, including an increase in drug-related offenses and commercial burglaries. Christa Bromlett regrettably fell victim to these problems. Her case remained cold until after 22 years when her killer was finally arrested. Christa Bromlett was born in 1973 in California to Jim Langley and Kim Venable. Christa was renowned for being witty, compassionate, and smart. Despite having a tight-knit relationship with her family, she made the decision to be financially independent and started living alone. She and her mother had shared a home together in Clarksville until in 1995, when her mother moved to Corpus Christi, Texas with Christa's 2 young children. Christa wanted to stay back because she hoped to finish her GED program in Clarksville. She then lived alone in a mobile home while pursuing her high school equivalency, so she could provide a better life for her 2 kids. Although her family described her as warm and loving, her neighbor thought she was distant. In the afternoon of October 28, 1996, Christa Bromlett's landlord, Jeff Pennington, knocked on the door of her trailer in the Sunnydale Mobile Home Park just off Peachers Mill Road. The landlord wanted to discuss with Christa about a recent fire outbreak that occurred a week before, but she never responded. Jeff, however, later discovered something terrible while attempting to contact Christa. In the living room, he saw the shoeless body of Christa Bromlett laying in the flickering glow of a small colored television. A terrified Jeff Pennington said, "Then I called the police." Police in Clarksville, Tennessee were looking into several home killings of women at the time of Christa's murder. Police insisted that the murders had nothing to do with this particle case. When Christa passed away, the Montgomery County Medical Examiner performed an autopsy on her, and the Clarksville Police Department Crime Scene Unit processed the mobile home, looking for any available evidence to pinpoint the killer. According to the autopsy, Christa Bromlett died by suffocation and a rape kit revealed signs of sexual assault. The forensics sent their DNA findings from the rape kit to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's lab, who then loaded the data from that kit into Cody's in the hopes of finding a match. About 6 detectives began the investigation by interviewing between 50 and 60 neighbors in an effort to identify potential witnesses. A neighbor claimed to have seen Christa on the 27th of October 1996, sitting on her porch as she always did. But Christa had a distant demeanor, and people typically left her alone. Police expected to make an arrest within a week after receiving nearly a dozen tips, but the leads fizzled out. No potential suspects were located, and the years passed without an arrest. Detective Michael Ure of the Clarksville Police Department did not receive the news he so wanted until after 22 years in February 13, 2019. It happened that the DNA of the suspect from Christa's rape kit had eventually matched a suspect who was located in Phoenix, Arizona. The DNA on Cody's matched to a 48-year-old man named Kenneth Hudspeth. Detective Michael Ulrey stated that Hudspeth hadn't been mentioned in the investigation up to this point, and no one had noticed him. When Detective Ulrey spoke with the suspect in April, he learned that Hudspeth had indeed lived in the Clarksville at the time of Krista's murder and had left the city in December 1997. Hudspeth didn't deny all the facts presented to him. He claimed to be a friend of Krista, and he allegedly acknowledged being the last person to see her alive. Hudspeth was taken into custody and charged with homicide as a result of the DNA evidence in this interview. He was transferred to Tennessee to await trial after waiving extradition. Investigators learned from Hudspeth's arrest records that he had been detained on multiple occasions for offenses like domestic assault and felony assault. He has served time in jails in Texas and Arizona. His DNA should have been in Cody's years ago, but investigators think the evidence chain of custody may have resulted in lost or ruined swabs. Hudspeth asserted that he had previously done drugs with Krista Bromlett while residing in Clarksville's Sunnydale Mobile Home Park. These allegations were refuted by Krista Bromlett's toxicology report, which revealed a low blood alcohol content. When asked if he had sex with her, he initially denied it, but after seeing the autopsy results and the DNA found inside Bromlett and on her bra, he admitted that he had been so high that he couldn't recall whether or not he had sex with her. "I was on bad dope. Know her. Did I have sex with her? I don't remember that," Hudspeth said in the courtroom. "I just don't see myself raping and killing this woman. I hope I didn't," he said again. As soon as there was a break in the case, Krista Bromlett's family members were informed. "I knew all along that it was just a matter of time. There was never a doubt in our minds that they'd find who had done it," Krista's grandmother said. Finally, after long, painful 22 years, in January 2022, 52-year-old Kenneth Hudspeth was found guilty by the judge and was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Krista Bromlett. The terrifying thing about this case was that an innocent man almost received a false execution. The mysterious death of Gerald Johnson was thought to be resolved for the majority of 2 decades before heartbreakingly resurfacing as a cold case in 2001. 8 a.m. on February 24th, 1982 was a typical day for all school children in Nampa, Idaho. That morning, 9-year-old Gerald Johnson was seen walking 6 blocks from her house to the Lincoln Elementary School. But she unfortunately never made it there. Her disappearance sparked reaction from concerned neighbors and friends who, alongside with her family, came out en masse to search for her in the whole of Nampa. However, the massive search for Darlin ended 3 days later when a couple of fishermen found her body near the Snake River in rural Canyon County. According to an autopsy, Darlin had been sexually assaulted and had blunt force trauma to her torso and head. Male DNA and hair were also taken by the police from the crime scene. Almost immediately, 34-year-old Charles Fain was arrested in September on suspicion of raping and killing Darylund. A hair sample that Charles Fain voluntarily provided to the police, combined with the fact that he lived a block away from the Johnsons' family, led to his arrest. Fain denied having any part in the killing of Darlene after being taken into custody, and he also passed the polygraph test. However, despite his denial and him passing the test, he was still accused of killing Gerald Johnson. During his trial, prosecutors hinted at the possibility that a shoe trail discovered close to Daryl's body belonged to Fain. In addition, 2 informants from the prison said they overheard Fain confessing to the crime. The 2 informants also got a shorter jail term in return for their testimony. Fain steadfastly maintained his claim that he was innocent despite the evidence they mounted against him. He claimed that he was 100 miles away from the neighborhood where Daryl was killed. The other witnesses supported his testimony, but the judge did not rule out Fain as a suspect despite the absence of solid evidence and no reliable witnesses against him. Charles Fain's polygraph results were accepted as evidence in court, and the DNA technology available at the time was insufficient to establish Fain's innocence. Fain was found guilty on November 4, 1983, and was given a death sentence in March of the following year, but he was later imprisoned for nearly 20 years. In the year 1991, he was only 4 days away from being put to death, but surprisingly, his execution date was postponed. It was then acknowledged 8 years later in 1999, when DNA technology was a little more developed, that the hair DNA discovered on Daryl Johnson's body did not actually belong to Fane, but rather to an unidentified man. Fane was then cleared right away. He was discharged from the maximum security facility in Idaho in August 1999. Several years later, in 2019, detectives reopened the case, and by the next year, they used genetic genealogy to identify David Dalrymple as a suspect. He was 64 years old, and his DNA matched the sample discovered at the crime scene. Dalrymple was already serving a life sentence for kidnapping and abusing a child in 2004. He was formally charged for killing Daryl N. Johnson in January 2022. He is still being held in prison and could soon receive a second life sentence or the death penalty. Charles Fane, on the other hand, is happy to be out of bars and is glad that the perpetrator has finally been caught. He was given a sum of $1,400,000 to compensate for his wrongful conviction and the 18 years he spent in prison. Fane recently purchased a truck for himself using part of the money he received for his wrongful conviction. The case of Summer Baldwin. Summer Baldwin, born in 1976 in Washington, was renowned for her kind and vibrant personality. As a bright student with many friends, she aspired to pursue an acting career. Following high school, Summer enrolled in community college but struggled with her studies. Seeking a change of environment and new opportunities, she moved to Texas with her friends, supported by her parents who hoped she could start anew. However, it is uncertain when Summer's life started to decline. She struggled with addiction to alcohol and illicit drugs, but unfortunately did not reach out to her family for support. As her addiction worsened, she lost her job and began associating with people who had a history of crime. Her dreams of becoming an actress were shattered, and she was eventually forced to work as an escort to make ends meet. Summer's parents remained oblivious to their daughter's struggles, believing she was living a successful life. The information provided about Summer's friends was limited. However, a significant detail emerged. A few months before her death, Summer had been a key witness in a major federal counterfeiting case. This revelation suggested that her murder might have been a contract killing by a criminal gang, drawing the attention of the FBI and putting the investigation under intense scrutiny. The investigation led to the first suspects. Rebecca, Summer's best friend, was called in for questioning by the police. She provided insight into Summer's occupation and mentioned several of her boyfriends, one of whom had a history of aggressive behavior, including physical abuse and persistent stalking after their breakup. This man became the initial suspect in the case. Summer's ex-boyfriend was detained and brought to the station on the same day. However, he vehemently denied any involvement in the case and appeared genuinely surprised and distraught upon learning of Summer's death. Furthermore, he had a solid alibi for the night before the tragedy, having been involved in a drunken brawl at a bar and spending the night in a cell with another individual. As a result, the police were forced to release the first and, at the time, only suspect. Another friend and colleague of Summer named Marguerite provided crucial information to the investigation. Marguerite reported that she saw Summer on the evening of September 11th at a convenience store parking lot. They had a brief conversation. Marguerite recalled that a red van pulled into the parking lot, and a young, physically fit Latino man got out to enter the store, likely to make a purchase. While he was inside, Summer exited the van from the passenger side to greet Marguerite. Summer mentioned that the man was a client she had met for the second time in recent days. After the man returned to the van, he got behind the wheel and Summer quickly re-entered the vehicle. Marjorie didn't notice which direction the van took when it left, nor did she know where Summer and the man were headed. She noted that she had never seen the man before and thought he was not from the area. Her description of him was limited due to the darkness, but she remembered that he had very short hair, similar to a military style. On September 13, 2005, a sanitation worker discovered a suspicious suitcase in a landfill in Lubbock City, Texas, USA. When he opened the suitcase, he was startled to see the body of a woman with red hair. The victim's body had many bruises. The victim's leg was tattooed with the word summer. The suitcase, which tragically became her coffin, presented a peculiar appearance. Externally, it was covered in garbage and waste, yet surprisingly, it showed no signs of wear and tear, and its wheels appeared brand new. Upon closer inspection, the interior revealed perfectly intact tags in a lining that seemed untouched, giving the impression that the suitcase was brand new. Notably, the plastic attachment for the price tag remained intact, suggesting that the purchaser had not removed it. Further investigation revealed that this particular brand of suitcase was widely available in numerous stores throughout the city. However, this specific large model was only sold in 2 stores. A crucial breakthrough came when the perfectly preserved barcode led investigators to a Walmart store in the same area where Summer was last seen alive. Records showed that 2 identical suitcases were purchased on the day preceding the gruesome discovery, one in the afternoon and the other around 2 a.m., a timing that raised suspicions due to its unusual nature. Police officers promptly visited the store and obtained the surveillance camera footage. After reviewing the footage, they discovered that an elderly couple had purchased the first suitcase. Initially, they didn't raise any suspicions, but they were tracked down and were able to present the suitcase, explaining that it was bought for a vacation. However, the second suitcase was purchased by a young, athletic Latino man with very short hair, similar to a military haircut. This raised suspicions that he might be the person seen with Summer in the supermarket parking lot, as described by a witness. Additionally, the man bought disposable gloves at checkout, further arousing suspicions. The store's external surveillance cameras provided more information, showing the man leaving the store with the suitcase and loading it into a red van. With too many coincidences, the police believed they had identified the suspect and now needed to confirm his identity, locate him, and bring him in for questioning. The man took extreme precautions to avoid detection, using cash instead of a credit card to prevent leaving a digital trail. However, he overlooked the parking lot surveillance cameras, which clearly captured his vehicle's license plate number. The police quickly tracked the vehicle to a rental car company and identified the renter as Rosendo Rodriguez, a reservist in the U.S. Marine Corps. Rosendo had a clean record and was in town for a brief training stint with his unit. Initially, it was difficult for the police to locate Rosendo, as he wasn't staying at the same hotel as his unit. But with his personal details in hand, the police discovered that he had withdrawn a large sum of cash from an ATM at a different hotel, likely the money used to purchase the suitcase and gloves. Further investigation revealed that Rosendo had checked into this hotel under the name Thomas Rosendo, matching his physical description, on September 11th. It appeared that Rosendo had used an alias for unknown reasons. The investigation got a lucky break. Although Rosendo had already checked out of his hotel room, it hadn't been cleaned yet, and it contained crucial evidence. The carpet, bed, and walls had brown stains and splatters that looked like dried blood. A tag from a new suitcase was found near the bed. The trash had used contraceptives and disposable gloves in it. Forensic analysis confirmed the dried blood belonged to Summer. DNA on the contraceptives and gloves matched both Summer and Rosendo. This proved they had found the killer. However, Rosendo had already left the city by then. With this information, it was easy to track him down. Rosendo Rodriguez was born on March 26, 1980, in Wichita Falls, Texas. He came from a low-income family of Mexican immigrants and had a difficult childhood. His father, who struggled with alcoholism, was abusive to his wife and children. As a result, Rosendo was exposed to violence from an early age. He was aggressive and frequently got into fights at school. However, as he matured, he learned to manage his anger. After finishing high school, Rosendo attended Texas Tech University. He lived on his own and worked various jobs, including at a pizzeria and as an office clerk. Eventually, he decided to join the U.S. Marine Corps. His colleagues in the military described him as calm, disciplined, and reliable. They also saw him as a good friend who was always willing to help. Rosendo was well-educated and physically attractive, making him popular with women. On September 15th, Rosendo was arrested at his home in San Antonio. When the police arrived, He remained calm and seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. During the search, the police found a striped shirt and shorts that matched the outfit he wore when buying a suitcase. This was caught on surveillance footage. The police also seized his laptop and mobile phone. Initially, Rosendo refused to speak and denied any involvement in Summer Baldwin's murder for several weeks. However, faced with overwhelming evidence against him, he began to provide statements on the advice of his attorney. In these statements, he shared his own account of events, which notably diverged from the reconstruction put together by forensic experts. Rosendo initially stayed at a different hotel than his fellow servicemen due to a booking mistake. Although he realized the error after checking in, he chose not to relocate since the military leadership deemed it unnecessary. However, he failed to explain why he used a different name to register at the hotel on September 10th. That evening, Rosendo rented a van to get around the city more easily. He claimed to have met Summer Baldwin by coincidence. According to his account, he spotted a blonde woman sitting on a roadside bench, covering her face with her hands and seemingly crying. Concerned, he pulled over to check on her and see if she needed assistance. They started talking, and after she calmed down, they went to his hotel room, where they chatted, had a few drinks, but did not engage in any intimate activities. The next morning, Rosendo drove Summer home. They made plans to meet again in the evening. At around 9 p.m., he picked her up from the same location and they went to a supermarket. There, Summer ran into her friend Marjorie. Afterward, they returned to the hotel. According to Rosendo, he and Summer engaged in consensual intimacy at the hotel. However, the situation took a turn when Summer allegedly became aggressive and demanded money. This caught Rosendo off guard, as he claimed he was unaware that Summer was a sex worker. When he refused to pay, Summer reportedly pulled out a knife and threatened him. Rosendo managed to disarm her and punched her in the face, causing her nose to bleed. He claimed that he was acting in self-defense and did not intend to harm her. Shortly after, Summer collapsed onto the bed and began convulsing, foaming at the mouth. Rosendo stated that he attempted to help her but was hesitant to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation due to the blood and foam on her face. After a minute, Summer stopped breathing. Realizing Summer was dead, Rosendo panicked. He went to a nearby store, purchased a suitcase and gloves, and returned to the hotel. He then placed Summer's body in the suitcase and disposed of it in a dumpster, knowing it would be taken to the landfill the next morning. Afterward, he checked out of the hotel, returned the rental car, and drove back to San Antonio, pretending as though nothing had happened. Inconsistencies in the suspect's story raised suspicions among investigators. Rosendo Rodriguez's lies were evident due to numerous discrepancies in his account. One inconsistency arose when Marguerite, who met Summer in the parking lot on the night of the crime, stated that Summer mentioned the man was a client she had previously met for a paid encounter. However, Rosendo claimed their interaction was consensual, which contradicts evidence on Summer's body indicating she was taken advantage of. It is possible their initial encounter was consensual, leading Summer to agree to meet him again. Rosendo also claimed he only hit Summer once to calm her down, and she died from a seizure. But the autopsy revealed around 30 fresh bruises on Baldwin's head and body, as well as several stab wounds. Furthermore, evidence indicates she was alive when he packed her into the suitcase, which contradicts his claim that she was already dead. A search of Rosendo's laptop revealed a disturbing information in the days leading up to his arrest. He had been actively searching for information about Summer, including whether she was being searched for and if her body had been found in a landfill. Rosendo also frequently searched for information on Joanna Catherine Rogers, a 16-year-old girl from Lubbock who had gone missing a year and a half prior. Rosendo agreed to a plea deal that included a reduced sentence and no death penalty in exchange for explaining what happened to Joanna. He said he met Joanna, a high school student, in late April 2004. After a few meetings, they went to his hotel room on May 4th, where they got into an argument over money and potential rape allegations. The argument escalated, and Rosendo panicked, covering Joanna's mouth to quiet her, which unintentionally led to her death. In a desperate attempt to dispose of the body, Rosendo put it in his suitcase and threw it into a dumpster. This was the same method he used a year and a half later to dispose of Summer's body. Initially, Rosendo admitted to these events but later claimed his confession was false and that he had been coerced into making it. The police realized they needed to find Joanna's body to build a stronger case, so they launched a massive search of the city dump. Over a year later, they made a miraculous discovery: a suitcase containing Joanna's remains. Despite severe decomposition, DNA testing confirmed the identity of the remains. This new evidence allowed authorities to charge Rosendo as a serial offender with a consistent modus operandi, committing similar heinous crimes. During the trial, the verdict was clear. Rosendo was guilty of first-degree murder. The court decided on the death penalty, largely due to the fact that Summer Baldwin was 3 months pregnant when she was murdered. This aggravating factor was a key consideration in the sentencing. Rosendo was sentenced to death by lethal injection. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Rosendo and his lawyers filed multiple appeals, claiming errors in misconduct by investigators. However, all appeals were rejected. While on death row, Rosendo maintained a blog on criminal justice and policy issues. On March 27, 1938, Rosendo Rodriguez was executed for his crimes at Huntsville Prison in Texas, 1 day after his 30th birthday. This marked the 4th execution in Texas and the 7th in the United States that year, nearly a decade after his conviction. Pamela Jean Shelley was born on the 25th of July, 1969 in Houston, Texas, but she was raised in the quaint community of Ashdown, Arkansas, which had a population of 4,500 at the time. Pamela comes from a family that worked hard. Her mother worked at a nursing facility while her father drove a truck for lodging. She also had a brother and a sister. Pamela Shelley was described as being extremely kind and outgoing with everyone around her. When Pamela Shelley was 16 years old, she met her first husband, Jesse Suggs, who was 20 years old at the time. They discussed their future plans of getting married one day. However, Pamela's father wanted her to complete high school before any other thing. So, following her high school graduation, she and Jesse got married immediately, not long after. They became parents, giving birth to Kayla, their first child and daughter. Just 4 years into their marriage, Pamela and Jesse began to have problems. Jesse frequently used narcotics to get high, and eventually his drug problems caused him to lead a life of crime. Pamela and Jesse had an on-and-off relationship for a while before finally getting a divorce. In the summer of 1991, Pamela Shelley got married to another man by the name of Gary. They conceived a child they named Dustin. The marriage lasted just a year, after which she briefly moved back in with Jesse, her ex-husband, before finally moving in with her parents. Some years later, Pamela Shelley reconnected with Ronnie Hendricks, a childhood acquaintance. She and Ronnie always seemed to click, but they hadn't spoken in over a decade. After they rekindled their relationship, Ronnie proposed to her and invited her and the kids to come live with him in Cuero, Texas, to which Pamela agreed. In the summer of 2000, she and her son Dustin alongside Ronnie then traveled to Cuero by car for 8 hours. Pamela's daughter, Kayla, was to join them few months later. The family of Ronnie Hendricks resided in Cuero, Texas. According to Ronnie's mother, Deborah, everything was going well with them until Kayla moved in. She said, Kayla altered the entire dynamic in the house, making her son Ronnie to frequently get into an argument with her because he would always push her to assist around the house. Deborah and Ronnie claimed that Kayla also insisted on her and her mother returning to Arkansas so she could be with her father. Ronnie and Pamela became at odds virtually every day until horror struck on the 6th of January 2001. Ronnie Hendrick claimed he was on the porch of their home on the 6th of January 2001 when he heard a gunshot from inside. At exactly 5 o'clock, he dialed 911 and not long, the DeWitt County Police arrived the scene. On getting inside, the police and the EMTs found Pamela Shelley unresponsive on the bathroom floor. Her right temple had been shot, the gun was on the counter, and there was blood all over. Ronnie Hendrick was informed by the EMTs that it would take them an hour to reach the closest hospital. Ronnie promised to accompany them and said he knew how to get there more quickly by taking the back roads. Pamela wasn't in a good state, but she was still alive. However, she was declared brain dead in the hospital on January 7th after being put on life support. Arrived at the hospital and picked up the kids to take them back to Arkansas. The medical examiner determined that Pamela's death was a suicide on January 8, 2001. Given that the gunshot wound made very close contact with the skin, it was established that it was self-inflicted. However, Sheriff Carl Bowen, who was placed in charge of the case, rejected the suicide theory. Sheriff Bowen had a conversation with Jesse Suggs, who confessed that he and Pamela's relationship was quite rough because he couldn't get his act right. When asked when he last saw Pamela, Jesse said they had both shared a bed the night before she went for Texas. He further explained that Pamela had intended to return with his children on January 6th, and that he had traveled to Texas to bring them back to Arkansas. Jesse was aware of Ronnie, Pamela, and Kayla's constant issues. As part of the investigation, Jesse agreed to take a polygraph, which he successfully passed. Since Pamela Shelley was shot when Jesse was 800 miles away in Arkansas at his mother's house, he was ruled out as a suspect. The next person the investigators had a chat with was Ronnie Hendrick. He told the police that he had been outside on the porch when he heard what appeared to be a gunshot. He then rushed inside and discovered Pamela lying on the floor, bleeding from a head wound. He claimed to have protected 12-year-old Kayla and 9-year-old Dustin from the gruesome scene. Ronnie further acknowledged that Pamela and the kids had packed up their belongings that morning, preparing to return to Arkansas. According to him, Pamela Shelley had been depressed over going back to Arkansas. However, the relocation was compelled by family matters, particularly because of the discord between him and Kayla. Ronnie told the police that Pamela didn't want to return, but had to since she was afraid of losing her children. Despite the autopsy results, the investigators were bothered with the case contradictions. They wondered why Pamela Shelley packed her whole belongings into a car if she wanted to kill herself. Additionally, Ronnie Hendrick's portrayal of a young woman intent on suicide didn't line up with what authorities knew about Pamela Shelley. According to Sheriff Carl Bowen, a former deputy with the DeWitt County Sheriff's Office, Pamela Shelley's death may have been the result of an accident or homicide. In order to find answers, officials requested that Ronnie Hendrick undergo a polygraph test, to which he agreed, but failed to show up for 3 different appointments. He either postponed or simply failed to show up before completely disappearing. The investigation was concluded and the case went cold after the medical examiner determined that suicide was the cause of death. However, 7 years after Pamela Shelley's passing, Sheriff Carl Bowen decided to re-examine the case because he had never believed it was a suicide. The medical examiner nevertheless was still certain that Pamela's autopsy result was correct. Regardless, Sheriff Carl Bowen retrieved Pamela's medical records for a proper and thorough examination. It was discovered that Pamela Shelley often suffered from stress-induced seizures and she was taking a low-grade antidepressants for it. Sheriff Bowen had a conversation with Kayla, who confessed that Ronnie allegedly attacked her on January 4th, 2 days before her mother was found dead. According to Kayla, Ronnie then attacked her mother and blackened her eyes so bad when she defended her from him. They later visited a hospital. Pamela and the children decided that they would inform the medical professionals that Pamela had fallen into a coffee table. After the incident, Pamela made the decision to take the children back to Arkansas on January 6th, since that was what they genuinely wanted. After this revelation, in 2008, Sheriff Carl Bowen tracked down Ronnie Hendrick at the county jail. Ronnie had been taken into custody after hitting his girlfriend. He was then asked to retell the incident that occurred on the 6th of January 2001. The police noticed inconsistencies with his stories. He was also asked to take a polygraph exam, which revealed that he was being deceptive. The investigators knew something was fishy, but they didn't have enough evidence to prosecute Ronnie for Pamela's murder. The case, however, went cold again until 4 years later in 2012, when a TV show that investigated cold cases chose to look at Pamela Shelley's case. They sought to examine the gun for DNA and fingerprints. The revelation of the results was startling. Despite the fact that the gun was Ronnie's, neither Pamela nor Ronnie's DNA was found on it. Now, the police and TV program thought the pistol had been cleaned of any form of DNA. At this point, Sheriff Carl Bowen was getting assured that Pamela didn't commit suicide. In August 2012, he went ahead to have a second conversation with Pamela's ex-husband, Jesse Suggs, and his mother Shirley. Shirley admitted to the sheriff that when Pamela was in Curo, Texas, she and Jesse had secretly been communicating with a burner phone. When asked if she believed Pamela had killed herself, Shirley declared that she believed Ronnie Hendricks was the one who had shot her. According to Jesse Suggs, he and Pamela had a phone conversation just 30 minutes before she was shot. He claimed to have heard Ronnie enter the room, grabbed the phone, and told Jesse that the only way Pamela would be returning home to Arkansas was in a pine box. These revelations were becoming shocking, and a motive was established. The detectives had what they needed to go to a grand jury. The medical examiner soon changed Pamela Shelley's cause of death from suicide to undetermined after learning about Ronnie Hendricks' abuse towards Pamela Kyler and other women he had dated. This development is coming 11 years after Pamela Shelley had passed away. In the fall of 2012, Ronnie Hendrick was charged with Pamela Shelley's murder. Finally, 12 years after Pamela's death, Ronnie pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 22 years in prison. The case of Adam Strong. Adam Strong was born in 1972 in Cornwall, Ontario, Canada. Very little is known about his family and upbringing. He never got married and didn't have any children. Strong worked at a local gas station and also as a security guard on a movie set. People who knew him described him as eccentric and arrogant, believing he was smarter than others. He enjoyed arguing and trying to prove his point until others agreed, but he wasn't typically aggressive. On September 11, 2017, a fisherman in Oshawa, Ontario, made a disturbing discovery in the city harbor. He found a badly disfigured and decomposed human torso floating in the water. The fisherman immediately reported his finding to the police, who retrieved the remains and sent them to forensics for analysis. Due to the body's severe decomposition, experts had a hard time identifying it. The torso was missing limbs and a head, and its internal organs were gone. The only clues about the victim were that she was a young woman between 18 and 25 years old. Her fingerprints, dental records, and distinguishing features couldn't be used for identification. A partial tattoo on her neck was visible, but its design was impossible to determine due to decomposition. As a result, a DNA analysis was the only remaining option, but no matches were found in the existing database. The police then began investigating cases of young women who had gone missing in recent months. In November 2017, nearly 2 months after the discovery, authorities identified the body as 18-year-old Rory Rush, a high school student who had vanished in mid-August. She was several weeks pregnant at the time of her disappearance. Divers searched the harbor and nearby Lake Ontario shoreline, but no other body parts were found. The time and cause of death remained unknown. Experts examined the body and found numerous severe injuries inflicted while Rory was still alive, suggesting she had been tortured over a long period before her death. This discovery led to a major breakthrough in the investigation. For months later, an unexpected twist emerged. In December, the Wood family moved into a house at 19 McMillan Drive, Oshawa, where they noticed an unpleasant smell. Their downstairs neighbor, 45-year-old Adam Strong, assured them it was just a minor plumbing issue that he would fix soon. The neighbor tried to be friendly and polite, but there was something unsettling about him. When David's wife tried to welcome him with homemade cookies, he refused to let her enter his apartment, instead stepping out into the hallway and quickly closing the door behind him. In that brief moment, she caught a glimpse of his living space, which was in disarray and was overwhelmed by the foul smell inside. Adam took the cookies, thanked the neighbor, and quickly excused himself. Later, when they crossed paths in the yard, he apologized for not inviting her in, explaining that he was about to start renovations, and his apartment was not presentable at the time. Despite his polite demeanor, he seemed visibly nervous. As the Wood family settled into their new home, they tried to ignore the unbearable smell. However, on December 29th, they finally called a plumber to investigate a sewer blockage, which had intensified the stench. Although the issue seemed minor and easily solvable, the discovery the workers made in the pipes was shocking. Even to experienced forensic experts, human body parts had been found. Sean Fenn, a plumber, and his partner were called to the Wood family's apartment to fix a clogged refrigerator drain. However, when they arrived, they were met with an overwhelming stench, which they soon discovered was coming from the apartment below, belonging to Adam Strong. Upon entering Strong's apartment, the smell intensified, becoming almost unbearable. Sean, an experienced plumber, had never encountered anything so foul-smelling in his career. While working to clear the pipe, Strong's behavior became increasingly strange and nervous. He refused to leave the area, constantly asking questions about the process. The plumbers tried to ignore Strong's antics, but what they discovered next would be shocking. As they extracted the blockage, they found over 10 kilograms of entangled flesh, hair, and bone fragments, including disfigured human fingers. Strong remained surprisingly calm, asking how the remains ended up in the pipe. Fenn immediately called the police, suspecting they had stumbled upon human remains in the pipes. When the police arrived, they confirmed the discovery of human flesh. Instead of denying the allegations, Strong calmly admitted that Rory Rush's body parts were stuck in the pipe with additional remains stored in his freezer. A search of the freezer revealed a severed head, limb fragments, and more, all packed in plastic bags. The apartment was in disarray with dirty dishes, rotting food, trash, and empty pizza boxes littering the floor. The police also found numerous adult magazines with sadistic content, as well as intimate toys, gags, whips, handcuffs, and devices for binding and hanging, suggesting a disturbing atmosphere. Adam's social media profiles openly displayed his interest in BDSM practices with explicit photos and videos. Although he didn't have a long-term partner, several former partners accused him of being abusive, leading to their breakups. He wrote reviews of adult films and magazines, indicating he spent most of his free time consuming such content. Behind his calm exterior, he led a secretive life. The police cordoned off Adam's residence, treating it as a crime scene. The initial investigation suggested that they had a lot of work ahead with potential discoveries that could be just as shocking as the head found in the refrigerator. Notably, the evidence found led investigators to suspect that the discovered body parts belonged to Rory Hash, whose torso was found in a water body 4 months earlier. A distinctive tattoo on the neck and DNA analysis supported this theory. In Adam's house, investigators found disturbing evidence of a gruesome crime. Hidden among piles of trash were the blood-stained clothes and shoes of Rory Rush, later confirmed to be the missing schoolgirl. The bedroom, where her bed was found, was covered in her blood with splatters on the walls, furniture, and ceiling. A dissection table was found in the kitchen, suggesting that the suspect had dismembered and gutted the girl there. The entire area was contaminated with blood, skin particles, hair, and bone fragments. The bathroom was equally appalling with dirt, blood, and signs of brutal acts everywhere. It appeared that Adam had attempted to dispose of the body by flushing it down the toilet in parts. But when this failed, he tried to fix the blockage himself. A large collection of sharp weapons was also found in the house, likely used to dismember the girl's body. Rory Hash was born in 1999 to a single mother, Shannon Dion. Despite her father's absence, Rory grew up in a loving environment. Thanks to her mother and grandmother, her family had a unique background, with her maternal grandfather founding a motorcycle club and being a skilled boxer with ties to the criminal underworld. Rory had a peaceful and carefree childhood, excelled in dance, and was an award-winning student. At 13, she received an award as the best cadet of the year in her local army unit. However, her life took a dramatic turn at 15 when she got introduced to drugs by a friend and became dependent. She began associating with questionable individuals, neglected her studies, and eventually stopped attending school altogether. For about a year, Rory's family tried to get her help for her addiction, but she would relapse every time. At 17, she ran away from home and turned to prostitution to support her drug habit. Then, her mother got her into a specialized program for teenagers with addictions, which forced her into treatment. This time, the efforts paid off and Rory was able to get back on track. She got a job, studied remotely, and eventually earned her high school diploma. She started planning for college and began a serious relationship with a boy named Anthony. In June 2017, Rory told her mother that she was pregnant and planned to keep the baby. However, Rory's mother didn't know that her daughter had started using drugs again. Rory met with Constable Christopher Crane at a shopping center in mid-August. He had been monitoring her for 18 months to keep her away from negative influences. During their meeting, Rory confessed that she had started using drugs again and lost her job a month prior, often exchanging sexual favors for money or drugs. Constable Crane was deeply disturbed by her revelation and promised to help. He stepped away to make an urgent call to arrange for her hospitalization. However, when he returned, Rory was gone, and the constable was unable to find her. The next day, Rory's mother and uncle took her to the hospital after finding her incoherent due to substance use. They left her in the emergency room queue and stepped out for about an hour. When they returned, they were shocked to discover that Rory had vanished. And sadly, she was never seen alive again. A review of hospital surveillance footage showed that Rory simply got up and left the hospital on her own. Her family reported her missing the next day. But despite an extensive search effort and widespread social media attention, no one was able to find her. It's likely that her addiction led her to seek out drugs at Strong's house, where she may have exchanged sexual favors for them. After Adam alerted the police to the location of the remaining body parts, an investigation was launched. Investigators expected him to cooperate, but instead, he became unresponsive and refused to answer questions at the police station. He remained calm and denied any wrongdoing. Because there was no direct evidence linking him to the girl's murder, Adam was only charged with desecrating a body. His lawyer's efforts to secure bail were unsuccessful, and he was held in jail awaiting trial. The investigators struggled to find an effective approach to questioning him, trying to elicit an emotional response that might provoke a confession. Strong was evasive when questioned about Rory's presence in his house and what he did to her, but openly discussed his fondness for bladed weapons and extensive knife collection. A thorough search of Adam's house uncovered a dirty hunting knife with dried skin fragments that appeared human in a hidden closet. Although the DNA from the knife didn't match Rory's, it belonged to another individual. It took several months to identify the owner of the DNA. But by July 2017, it was established that the traces on the weapon belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick Rory Rush, who had vanished about 10 years prior. Candace Fitzpatrick shared similarities with Rory. Both struggled with substance abuse and legal issues, grew up in troubled families, and had a history of running away from home for months at a time. To survive, she would live with acquaintances and exchange sex for food and drugs. Born in 1989, Candace was 18 when she disappeared. Her family didn't notice her absence initially and only reported her missing almost 2 years later, by which time all leads had gone cold. Candace's life and social circle led many to believe she could have ended up anywhere. Her parents thought she had run away and held on to the hope that she would return. However, in 2018, the news from law enforcement crushed their hopes of ever seeing their daughter alive again. It's worth noting that both victims of the suspect were the same age and looked almost identical, like sisters. This led people to believe that the police had caught a serial predator. When questioned about the second woman, the suspect Adam unexpectedly agreed to cooperate in exchange for better living conditions. He wanted a private cell, a large TV, internet access, and specific meals. Law enforcement officials were outraged by his demands, but they relented to get the information. Adam began his story by talking about his difficult childhood, including how he was abused by his stepfather from the age of 5. He also described how he started torturing and killing animals from the age of 7, finding physical pleasure in these acts. When the conversation turned to Rory, Adam Strong described in detail how he had dismembered her, seemingly taking pleasure in it, but claiming he only did so because she had died from an overdose. However, the police did not believe him, and he was unable to convince them of his story. When questioned about Candace, who had disappeared 10 years prior, Strong was surprised the police knew about her. He tried to find out how they had discovered his secret, and when told about human flesh stuck to an old knife, he became somber and regretful for not taking better precautions to cover his tracks. Strong admitted to meeting Candace, but denied killing her. However, the evidence gathered did not support his claim. In an attempt to gain sympathy, he inadvertently incriminated himself. The police informed him that Rory was pregnant at the time of her death, which Strong vehemently denied. The detectives realized that Strong would argue endlessly to prove his point, so they decided to provoke him into revealing more than he intended. They insisted that the victim was pregnant, and Strong, trying to prove otherwise, described in detail how he had examined Rory's reproductive organs and felt a pulsation, leading the police to believe that she might have still been alive during the attack. Later, Strong tried to deny everything, but his statements had been recorded on camera and were presented in court. He refused to disclose what he had done with Candace's body, and her remains were never found. The detectives were unable to learn about any other possible victims. During one of the last interrogations, Strong callously stated that he would like his condolences to be passed on to Rory's parents. At the trial, his lawyers argued that Strong was mentally ill and unable to be held responsible for his actions. However, a psychiatric evaluation determined that despite certain disorders, Strong was aware of his actions and could be held legally accountable. The trial began in September 2020, 3 years after Rory's death and 12 years after Candace's disappearance. Strong was charged with 2 counts of murder and desecration of Rory's remains. Although he never admitted his guilt, the evidence and his confessions left no doubt about his involvement in the heinous crimes. 4 of Strong's former partners also testified, describing his cruelty and violent tendencies. According to the prosecution, Strong had lured both women to his home, promising them money for intimate services, and then killed them. Adam Strong brutally murdered his victim, subjecting her to a prolonged and agonizing ordeal. He likely killed her out of fear that she would report him to the authorities. On September 4th, his mobile phone signal was near the city harbor, where he had dumped the victim's torso, hoping the current would carry it away. In April 2021, Adam Strong was convicted of murdering Candace Fitzpatrick and Rory Hash, as well as desecrating Hash's remains. He received a life sentence without parole. However, Strong showed no remorse, stating in his final remarks that his prison cell was an improvement over his previous living conditions. 6 months into his sentence, Strong unexpectedly revealed the location of his first victim's remains. The police followed his directions, and after several months of searching, they discovered human bones. DNA testing confirmed that the skeleton belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick, which was officially announced. Investigators believe that there may be additional victims in the Adam Strong case, possibly including at least one more woman. Notably, when Strong was initially arrested, his personal belongings were confiscated, including a chain with 3 rings. He later requested the items return, stating that the rings held sentimental value. Relatives of Rory and Candace later identified 2 of the rings as belonging to their daughters. However, the 3rd ring remains unidentified, sparking speculation about potential additional victims. Haley Dodd was born in the United Kingdom on November 30th, 1981 to Raymond and Margaret Dodd. She grew up in a fairly large, close-knit family with 5 other siblings. When Haley was younger, in the year 1990, she and her whole family immigrated to Australia, settling in the village of Mandorah. Throughout her elementary, middle, and high school, Haley Dodd was an excellent student. She participated in sports and had intentions to further her studies. She wanted to become either a veterinarian or a school teacher. However, before making a final choice for a career, Haley wanted to go on an adventure exploring the whole of Australia. For this reason, at the age of 17, when she obtained her high school diploma, she and her best friend Lisa left on a trip to Western Australia. Their goal was to spend a few months away from home rather than just driving through nearby towns and tourist hotspots. The two friends planned to look for temporary jobs while traveling in order to pay for their living expenses, which included food and transportation. They planned to enjoy their vacation by hitchhiking within cities in Australia, which at the time didn't seem like a risky idea. 1 out of 100 young women were being killed while hitchhiking at the time. But given how many people did so safely, there was no widespread fear sparked by these crimes. Haley Dodd was certain that even with a friend by her side, her parents would forbid her from traveling by hitchhiking. She then assured them that she would be taking the bus instead. In July 1999, Haley and Lisa traveled to a place called Dangara. They already had a part-time job where they would work as day laborers on a nearby farm there. They were residing at a camping ground where they got a space to sleep for the night in exchange for a small fee. These camping grounds are very popular in Australia primarily due to their low prices. A few days before starting work, Haley made the decision to use the rest of her free time to travel to a family friend's farm near Murrah. She had once been there and wanted to visit them after a long time. She planned to hitchhike to the farm, but Lisa was reluctant to let her leave alone. Haley insisted that she need not worry and would return soon. As a parting gift, Lisa gave Haley herself the defense folding knife and some cash so she could call her from the phone booth. On the July 29th, at around 8 a.m., Haley left the camping site and headed towards the farm. Meanwhile, at the farm, family friends were expecting and waiting for her, but she never showed up. Being concerned, they decided to inform her mother. Margaret Dodd immediately called the police out of concern that something might have happened to her daughter. She first dialed the 0 emergency number and explained the situation at hand. After hearing her story, the operator concluded that there was nothing urgent about the situation. She, however, told Margaret to go file a missing person report at the nearby police station, which she did. Going through the timeline of events of that day, the detectives started looking for Haley. They started off by going to the campsite where Lisa was staying. After being told why they were there, Lisa was shocked to learn that Haley never made it to the farm. She was able to provide the police with a detailed description of each outfit Haley wore on that particular day, as well as a sketch of the earring Haley was wearing. She had purchased these earrings a few days prior to her disappearance. She was drawn to the piece of jewelry when she and Lisa went shopping to treat themselves to some inexpensive items. Haley had no idea that those earrings would hold the key to unlocking the terrible mystery of her disappearance at the time. Investigators released details regarding the missing teenager, including her description. Despite being almost 18-year-old, Haley appeared much younger. She stood at 152 centimeters tall and weighed a little over 40 pounds. As the investigation progresses, the first witness was easily found by the police. It happened to be the truck driver who had given her a ride that day. According to the man, Haley had reportedly knocked on his window at a gas station and requested a ride to a place called Mora, where the farm was. Although the trucker was en route to another farm, he agreed to give her a ride for the majority of the distance. She was later dropped off by the man above 50 kilometers from Moro, close to the town of Ashindra. He further reported that Haley had been in a cheerfully good spirits, talking about her trip the entire way. He had also given her $15 to get something to eat after she said she was running low on cash. In case she needed a ride back, he also left her his phone number. Since he traveled that road almost all the time, he wouldn't have minded giving her another ride. Detectives later received a number of calls from witnesses who claimed to have seen Haley in the vicinity. The police eventually came to the conclusion that Haley had been walking on foot along the northwest road towards Mora based on the witness's testimony. Evidently, she was unable to hitch a ride from a driver at the gas station. As a result of that, she then made the decision to walk alongside the road in an effort to hitch a ride. Another witness claimed that he gave Haley a ride to the Winjardi Road turnoff before she continued walking towards her destination. The following witness was a female driver who was passing by. She caught sight of Haley just as she was out of another car and walking towards Mora. More than 10 witnesses in total called the police. Detectives came to the conclusion that Haley was last seen at around 11:45 a.m. on the Northwest Road, about 50 kilometers from Mora. However, there was another witness who, despite not having seen Haley, nonetheless told the police something unsettling. According to the man, his engine was overheating, so he stopped on the side of the Northwest Road. While fixing up his car, he briefly heard a dog barking before a female piercing scream. Since it might have been far away, he was unable to see the source of the noise. The road traveled through a barren, flat area with little background noise. Giving all of this information, the police's prognosis was disappointing from the onset. Eddie Rowe, the lead detective, decided that they should search for the body rather than think about the possibility that Haley might still be alive. However, management forbade him from doing so. Haley Dodd's case was left at the status of the missing person case. A murder investigation would have given the police more options than a missing person investigation, but they lacked any leads that could have helped them find Haley. So they started looking for potential kidnappers right away. They were able to locate several local suspects in a short period of time, but the police eventually concentrated on 3 men. One of them was a teacher at a nearby school, another worked there as a part-time gardener, and the third lived close to where Haley had disappeared. Each of them offered an alibi and pleaded not guilty when questioned. Although the police were unable to find any evidence to the contrary, they were unable to conclude with certainty that they were innocent. However, things quickly changed drastically. A neighbor of one of the suspects went to the police. He revealed to them that on the day Haley Dodd went missing, Francis Work, a 43-year-old school gardener, had taken his car to go shopping in Mora. Around 1 p.m. later that day, Francis came back to his house, and he noticed that inside the car had suffered damage. The dashboard had signs of an impact, and the turn signal knob was broken as well. The neighbor was unable to ask him what had happened to the car because when Francis Work arrived home, he threw his shopping bags in the kitchen before mounting his motorcycle and leaving again. The police decided to re-interview Francis because they thought this story was strange. Francis, however, claimed that he was many miles away from the alleged location of Haley's abduction. He claimed that after getting home, he immediately rode his motorcycle to a party in the city of Perth. He said he wasn't able to make it down there because he went over the speed limit on the way there, which resulted in a serious accident that made him go to the hospital. With the information at their disposal, the detectives were able to ask the obvious question. Where was he going in such a hurry? Investigators decided to request a search warrant for his home after deciding that his own testimony was extremely strange. The police searched his home but were unable to uncover any evidence. Forensics also examined the car. They searched the car and took the seat's cover off in order to examine them properly in the lab. However, all these resulted in nothing, and Francis Work was let off the hook. Not long after that, he moved to Queensland on the other side of the country, leaving the detectives without any leads while the case was left hanging on the shelf. Detectives made attempts to move the case forward by locating fresh witnesses and evidence, but all efforts were futile. After 8 long years, in February 2007, Francis Work returned to the police radar. At that time, he was residing in a remote area of a small town. Next to his door lived an elderly couple who were relaxing one morning on their porch, when they suddenly became horrified to see a young woman running in their direction completely naked and covered in blood. When she requested for help, the couple immediately called the police. The victim claimed that the previous evening, she had attempted to get a ride. A man pulled up in front of her and offered to take her to wherever she was going. During the journey, the man then informed her that he had to go to one location in order to fill up his car with gas. They later pulled up to a house in the middle of nowhere, where he called to her inside and offered her some tea, which sadly she didn't deny. He attacked her shortly after that, and after a brief struggle, succeeded in taming and tying her up. The victim endured horrific violence and torture for the next few hours. Additionally, her attacker stole one of her earrings by ripping it off. This man was Francis Work, as you may have guessed. In the morning, the woman realized she could run once the rope was off her hands and her legs were free. She immediately started trying hard to loose the rope. After she succeeded, she watched out for Francis Work, waiting for him to get as far away as possible before dashing out through the back door. One smart move to note in the midst of this chaos was that the woman took off her necklace and threw it under the bed before leaving. She decided to leave some personal items in Francis's home out of concern that the police might not find any evidence to support her claim when she eventually reports him. And guess what? That single act of hers actually worked. After searching Francis' home, the police discovered the identical necklace and arrested him right away. After the trial, he quickly came to the conclusion that he could not get away with what he had done and made the decision to come clean. He then received a 12-year prison term. Although Francis' arrest was reported to the Western Australian police who handled the Haley Dodds case, they showed no sign of interest whatsoever. The 8-year-old cold case, which so closely resembled the facts of Francis Warwick's crime, was not revived by the police. The detectives only agreed to reopen the case at Haley's mother's insistence. However, they quickly came to the conclusion again that Francis was still innocent in the Haley Dodds case and that there was nothing they could do to change that. The police rebuffed Haley's family's repeated requests for a thorough investigation, saying that they had already done everything within their power. Haley's relatives spent tens of thousands of dollars on private investigators in a futile attempt to wait for law enforcement assistance. It was 6 long years before the case changed course. It was discovered in 2013 that the police had simply forgotten about the evidence, which ultimately proved to be the key to cracking the case. Tracy Horan, a medical examiner, submitted a request to reopen the Haley Dodds case. The reason was that the exact same car seat covers that had been taken from Francis' neighbor's vehicle in 1999 had been discovered in the evidence storage. Unexpectedly, it happened that for 14 years no blood, DNA, or other forms of evidence had ever been tested on the seat covers. When the forensics went through the covers more thoroughly this time, they discovered a woman's earring that had become tangled in the material. Detectives went back to the drawings Lisa drew for the police shortly after her friend vanished. They came across the drawing of the earrings Haley was wearing that day and were shocked to see that it was the same earring found in the covers of the car's seat. Experts also found a human hair that had been removed from the car's mats. DNA sample was taken from the hair, and it matched Haley Dodds' mother's DNA. That implied that the hair was almost certainly Haley's. However, the likelihood was not 100%, making it very challenging to bring charges against Francis as soon as possible. As soon as the information reached the media, the police came under heavy fire. This evidence was right under the investigators' noses for 14 years. But during that time, they never remembered it. Naturally, such a discovery altered the course of the investigation, and the detectives traveled to another region of the country to question Francis once more. Francis Work was still serving a jail term at the time for assaulting a woman in February 2007. He told the detectives the same story that he had told them 14 years earlier. He denied being involved in the murder and insisted that he was out shopping in Mora when Haley Dodd was kidnapped. The nearly 4-hour-long interrogation produced no results, so the police were forced to get the case ready for trial. He wasn't officially charged with Haley's murder until 2015, at which point he was deported to Western Australia. The trial started in late 2017. All of the evidence presented, according to Francis' defense, was circumstantial. His defense claimed that the earrings Haley Dodd purchased were both inexpensive and popular. Therefore, another woman might have left it in the car. Although not an exact match, the hair in the car showed a 100% match to Haley's DNA, though it would have been extremely unlikely to make a mistake here. That was sufficient for the attorneys, but the judge didn't find any of these arguments convincing. If Francis' crime from 2007 hadn't occurred, perhaps he would have still had a chance to escape punishment. However, he did more than just abducting the hitchhiking woman. He also stole her earring. The prosecution's theory that the man was hoarding the victim's earrings as trophies ultimately raised more questions about him. As a result, the judge sentenced him to 21 in prison after finding him guilty of kidnapping and killing Haley Dodd. All of these occurred while his prior sentence was still being processed. Francis Work was sentenced at age 62, but the story did not end there. The jury was of the opinion that Francis abducted, killed, and then hid Haley's body, which was never discovered. Francis also refused to admit to his crimes. In 2018, Haley's mother worked to pass a new law that states murderers are not eligible for parole if they refuse to reveal the location of their victim's body. Haley's mother repeatedly asked the killer to reveal where he hid her daughter's body, but he refused. 2020 saw the occurrence of another notable occasion. Francis' appeal to have his sentence overturned was accepted by the court, and a new hearing was scheduled. His attorneys continued to argue that he would not have had time to abduct Haley Dodd between his trip to Mora and his return home. However, the court stated that the time span gave him well enough chance to do so, especially given the haste with which he arrived home and immediately left for Perth on his motorcycle. Even though the hair and the earring were still considered to be two of the most important pieces of evidence against him, Francis was still successful in having his sentence reduced. The court reduced his sentence from 21 years to 18 years after finding him guilty of involuntary manslaughter. But because of a law that was passed in 2018, he would still be unable to leave prison if he refused to say where he hid Haley Dodd's body. The detectives continue to be busy because of another aspect of the entire case. They are confident that Francis has victimized numerous additional women, and that none of them have been able to escape his wicked ways. This psychotic man may have been offering pretentious rides to young women on the streets for years. Only he knows what happened to them. The disappearance of a woman in late 2005 was one of the most likely comparable cases. She had hitchhiked to another city and had vanished without a trace. Because Francis knew the victim personally, the detective in charge of the case is certain that he abducted her. But there is currently no evidence to pin him to the crime. It might turn up again in the police evidence room a few years down the road, but that wouldn't matter to the criminal. Francis would have been charged for the murder of Haley Dodd in 1999 if the police had conducted a more thorough inspection of the car. We currently have no way of knowing how many lives he destroyed in the years that followed. But sooner or later, the mystery may be unraveled. This entire story has another unsettling aspect. Do you recall that the police named 3 main suspects, including Francis, during the preliminary stages of the investigation? 5 months after Haley Dodd vanished, one of the suspects killed his wife. The second, who worked as a teacher, ended up being among the worst child predators in Australian history. Unfortunately, the police were powerless to stop them at the time of Haley's murder before they could harm someone else. The case of Sarah Pappenheim. Sarah Pappenheim was born on January 30th, 1997 in Minnesota to Donnie Odegaard and Jerry Pappenheim. She was their second child with an older brother named Josh, with whom she shared a close bond that grew stronger as they grew older. In the 2nd grade, Sarah's family moved from Minneapolis to Redding, California. She graduated from Foothill High School in 2015, where she was not only a diligent student, but also an enthusiastic member of the school band, playing the drums. Sarah had a deep passion for music, particularly foreign music and drumming. She was a skilled drummer and regularly participated in weekly jam sessions at various reading venues. Her drumming skills stood out, and she was a rare female presence on stage. At 18, Sarah returned to her native Minnesota with her mother and brother, following her parents' divorce. She continued to play drums at various Minnesota venues, which eventually led her to meet renowned blues guitarist and singer Bernard Allison. He was impressed by her performance, and Sarah began to occasionally perform at his concerts. By 19, Sarah had become a local blues sensation, earning the nickname Ronald McDonald due to her striking, wide smile. Josh's life was deeply affected by his parents' divorce. He had been grappling with depression and mental health issues for years. Those close to him at the time had no idea how desperate his situation would become. On an ordinary day in February 2016, Donnie received an unexpected visit from the police. When she opened the door, they asked about her relationship to Josh Pappenheim. After identifying herself as his mother, the officers delivered devastating news that would forever change her life. Tragically, 20-year-old Josh had taken his own life, leaving his loved ones reeling from the loss. As Donnie would later recall, Sarah cried so intensely that her tear ducts dried up. Under Josh's obituary, her message still remains, promising to love her son forever. Sarah and her brother Josh were extremely close. She was devastated by his passing and the fact that he had taken his own life. Rather than letting the pain overwhelm her, Sarah decided to pursue psychology to help people struggling with mental health issues in the future. Sarah had been in touch with Nico Carson, a guy from the Netherlands, for a while. She decided to move there and enroll at Erasmus University in Rotterdam, where she began studying psychology. Nico, being a native speaker, helped Sarah navigate her loss, assisted her with her studies, and supported her in any way possible. Although Sarah was dedicated to her studies and work, her passion for music never faded. She reached out to Bernard Allison, a fellow musician and friend she had performed with in the past, to share her excitement about finally saving up enough money to buy the drum kit she had always dreamed of owning. In January 2017, Bernard Allison went on tour in Europe with his band. On Sarah's 20th birthday, January 30th, she attended his concert in Germany with Nico, and as soon as Bernard saw her, he invited her on stage to play the drums alongside him, just like they used to do. Sarah lived in a third-floor apartment in a complex just a mile from the university in Rotterdam. As 2018 drew to a close, she was looking forward to spending Christmas back home in the United States. Her flight was scheduled about a week before New Year's Eve, but everything took an unexpected turn on December 12th. Doni Odegaard's heart sank when she saw a police officer standing on her doorstep, a sight that brought back painful memories of 2016, the year her son passed away. As the officer began questioning her about her daughter, her legs started shaking uncontrollably. She instinctively knew what the officer was about to tell her, yet she couldn't bring herself to accept the devastating news. The officer, convinced that he was speaking to Sarah Pappenheim's mother, delivered the heartbreaking news. Her daughter had passed away. Doni felt like she'd been punched in the gut. The news was too much to bear, and she lost consciousness. This tragedy was all too familiar. She had lost her 20-year-old son just a few years ago, and now her 21-year-old daughter was gone too. The girl lived in a third-floor apartment in a complex where most residents were students. For the past year, Sarah had rented an apartment there and shared it with Joel Schelling, a fellow student and talented double bass musician like herself. Their shared passion for music brought them together. Sarah was an outgoing and cheerful person, unlike her roommate Joel, who had a short temper and occasionally quarreled with her. Despite his difficult behavior, Sarah was loyal and didn't want to abandon him to his problems, possibly because she remembered what had happened to her brother. 6 days before her death, Sarah confided in her friend Adam Pryor in Wisconsin, expressing fear of Joel, who had told her he intended to harm 3 people he disliked. A couple of days before she passed away, Sarah also spoke to her mother on the phone, sharing her growing concerns about Joel's behavior. Her mother advised her to find a new place to live immediately and to keep her distance from Joel until she moved out. On Wednesday, December 12, 2018, at 12:20 p.m., Sarah and Joel got into a loud fight at their apartment, which prompted their next-door neighbors to call the police. When the police arrived, they found Sarah lying on the floor, unconscious and suffering from multiple stab wounds. Despite attempts to revive her, Sarah sadly died. Joel, her roommate, was not present at the scene. It seemed he had fled, and the police launched a search for him. After questioning neighbors on the same floor, the officers discovered that Joel had hastily left the apartment, taking a large double bass with him. This unusual detail was included in the description sent out to authorities less than 2 hours after the crime. The police eventually tracked down 23-year-old Joel Schelling at Eindhoven train station, about 60 miles from Rotterdam. As it turned out, Joel was heading to visit his parents, who lived in Eindhoven. During the train ride, he called his mother and confessed to killing Sarah. The judge ordered Schelling to be held for 14 days to determine if he suffered from mental health issues. An autopsy revealed that Sarah's body had 27 stab wounds, including several in her neck, abdomen, and back. 2 days after Sarah's death, Doni Odegaard traveled to the Netherlands to arrange for her daughter's body to be returned to their home country. This required raising $40,000, which the family was able to do with the help of supportive individuals. Doni's first priority was to discover if Sarah had reported to the police that her roommate was planning to attack 3 people. It turned out that Sarah had not contacted the authorities. However, she had reached out to social workers who assist people with psychological difficulties. These social workers visited Schelling and found him to be calm, straightforward, and coherent in his answers, giving them the impression that he was normal. The next day, Sarah had to contact social services again. This was because Schelling, in a rage, started hitting himself with a hammer and threatened to harm several people soon. Sarah was worried that Joel would discover she had reported him to the authorities. However, the social worker didn't have time to respond to Sarah's second request because she had already died. Schelling was accused of causing Sarah Poppenheim's death. He admitted his guilt, but claimed he didn't recall taking her life. He remembered the fight, but when he came to, he was already in the shower, cleaning himself. The trial began in March 2019. Sarah's mother, Doni Odegaard, attended every hearing, relying on an interpreter to understand the proceedings. During the trial, Schelling claimed he suffered from delirium and heard voices in his head. When the judge asked Schelling if the voices in his head had told him to fight Sarah, he said he didn't know and couldn't recall. He also claimed he didn't remember what sparked the fight between them. Before the verdict was announced in December 2019, medical experts testified that Schelling suffered from multiple mental health disorders and required long-term treatment. However, they concluded that he was still responsible for taking Sarah Poppenheim's life. The experts reasoned that Schelling remembered the start of the fight and physically struggling with Sarah, and he had the ability to choose whether to stop or grab the knife. He chose the latter and therefore should be punished. The prosecutor requested a 10-year prison sentence for Schelling, but the Rotterdam judge sentenced him to 6 years in prison followed by involuntary commitment to a psychiatric hospital. The court explained that it rejected the prosecutor's 10-year sentence request due to Schelling's youth and his significantly impaired mental state at the time of the crime. As a result, Schelling cannot be fully held accountable for the proven facts of the case. The court has stated that due to the seriousness and unpredictability of the crime, as well as the suspect's severe psychological disorders, there is a high likelihood of him committing another violent crime. The suspect requires long-term treatment and supervision in a clinical setting for his chronic conditions. The court views the psychiatric detention as a form of punishment for Schelling, who has expressed willingness to undergo treatment for depression and other disorders. Schelling will remain in detention for treatment until the court, which will review his progress every 2 years, decides that he is well enough to be released. Additionally, the court has ordered Schelling to pay €68,700 in compensation to Sarah's family. Doni Odegaard was outraged by the sentence, claiming it was not justice. In her opinion, the minimum sentence in America should have been at least 10 years. She pointed out that Schelling could have faced life imprisonment or even the death penalty, ensuring he would never have the chance to commit such a heinous crime again. Her main concern was that Schelling might be released on parole in just 4 years, a prospect she vowed to fight against using every means at her disposal to keep him incarcerated for as long as possible. An investigation was also conducted into the social workers Sarah had contacted. The conclusion was that they were not culpable, as they lacked the necessary expertise to identify the disorders more. Schelling was subsequently diagnosed with the case of Jassi and Mithu. In 1994, in the month of December, in the city of Jagraon in the Ludhiana district of Punjab, a boy named Sukhan Singh Sidhu, his nickname was Mithu, was standing at a rickshaw stand after playing a kabaddi match, waiting for a rickshaw to go back to his village. He had some friends with him who had come to support him during the match and to boost his morale. During that time in Punjab, there were some rickshaws like the ones you're seeing on your screen now. Kabaddi is a sport played between 2 teams in Punjab, where each player demonstrates their strength and smartness. Since Mithu was the #1 kabaddi player in his village, he was quite attractive and powerful. The rickshaw hadn't arrived at the stand yet, so Mithu and his friends were joking around. Suddenly, they noticed 3 women walking towards the rickshaw stand from the opposite road. As these 3 women approached, Mithu and his friends noticed that 2 of them were older, while the third one accompanying them was a very beautiful young girl. When the rickshaw arrived at the stand, all passengers got in, and the beautiful girl sat on the back seat while Mithu stood behind the rickshaw. During this journey, Mithu noticed that the girl kept looking at him repeatedly, and his friends also noticed this. However, Mithu couldn't talk to the girl. As soon as she arrived in her village, she got off the rickshaw with her family. Once again, she looked towards Mithu, and for the first time, their eyes met. Besides, she smiled when she looked at Mithu, and in response, Mithu also smiled. Then both of them went their separate ways. When Mithu started doing some other work after reaching home, he heard a girl's voice screaming, "Please help! I need help!" As soon as Mithu stepped out of the house, he saw that it was the same girl he had seen in the morning in the rickshaw and smiled at while she was leaving. After that, Mithu went to the girl, who had come on a scooter with her friend from her home. Here, Mithu first greeted the girl with a hi, and then tried to start the scooter but deliberately didn't start it. Then, Mithu asked the girl her name and also told her his name. Actually, the girl's name was Jaswinder Kaur, but her nickname was Jassi. After that, Mithu said to the girl, "I want to talk to you." Hearing this, Jassi got confused because she didn't understand Mithu's words. So, her friend, who came with her, translated Mithu's words into English for Jassi. Then, the girl said something in English, but Mithu didn't understand English, so Jassi's friend became a translator for Mithu here as well. After that, Jassi said, "We'll meet in Jagrayan village tomorrow." In fact, this village was about 15 to 20 minutes away from Mithu's house. When they met at that time, Mithu would be around 20 to 22 years old, while Jassi would be 19 to 20 years old. In addition, Mithu was born into a family that earned their living by farming, and he had only studied up to high school before choosing kabaddi as a career. Besides, he also drove a rickshaw in his free time. The next day, Mithu gets ready and reaches the village of Jagrayan. And then, after some time, Jassi also arrives there. For some time, they talk to each other. In the meantime, Jassi tells Mithu that she lives with her family in Canada and has come to spend the winter vacation at her maternal grandparents' house in India. Among the two women she was with yesterday, one was her mother named Maliat Kaur, while the other woman with her was Jassi's maternal uncle's wife, meaning Jassi's aunt. Apart from this, that day there was a little conversation between Jassi and Mithu, and then both went to their respective homes. But from that day on, these two meet regularly. Gradually, Mithu also realizes that Jassi's maternal grandparents' house is the wealthiest home in her neighboring village. Besides, Jassi's maternal home and Mithu's small two-room house were on the border of two villages, meaning Mithu's house was right behind Jassi's maternal grandparents' house. And Mithu knows this fact. After this, Jassi and Mithu eloped on March 15, 1999, avoiding the scrutiny of their families, and got married in a Gurudwara, which is a place of worship for Sikhs. After the marriage, Jassi returns home as if everything is normal, and no one suspects anything. However, the relationship that Jassi's family had been considering for her breaks down for some reason. After staying in Punjab for 2 months and marrying Mithu, Jassi leaves for Canada with her family. But before leaving, she promises Mithu that she will come back soon. After going to Canada, Jassi and Mithu start talking to each other on the phone again, and by now, Mithu's house also had a telephone line installed. Months passed by in this way, but at the beginning of February, some relatives of Jassi who were in India come to know about Mithu and Jassi's marriage, and they immediately inform Jassi's parents in Canada. After this, their love story takes a sharp turn. From this point, Mithu's parents start pressuring him, while on the other hand, Jassi's mother and uncle begin pressuring her to break the marriage. However, neither Mithu agrees to it, nor does Jassi consent to breaking the marriage. Although Mithu is tempted by money, and Jassi is tempted by expensive things, cars, and the lure of a luxurious lifestyle, neither of them is willing to break the marriage. One day, Jassi's mother brought documents for Jassi to sign so that Mithu could come to Canada. Jassi signed them all, unaware that the documents claimed Mithu had forced her into marriage and assaulted her. Later, Jassi came to Canada with her family. In reality, after Jassi signs this document, her family members send it to the Punjab police in India. And based on it, an FIR, First Information Report, is registered against Mithu for abduction, forced marriage, illegal weapons possession, etc., and he is also arrested. After the arrest, Mithu is brutally beaten in jail and stays there for several months. Meanwhile, when Jassi fails to receive any response to Mithu's letters and is unable to contact him over the phone, she finally learns from a friend that Mithu had been jailed on charges of abduction, forced marriage, and other offenses. Here, Jassi discovers that her mother, Maliat Kaur, had deceived her by obtaining her signature and implicating Mithu, causing significant difficulties for his family and friends. Furthermore, the Punjab police have arrested Mithu's family members from his home and imprisoned them as well. Then, a few days later, Mithu talks to Jassi, where he says to her, "If you wanted to divorce, Jassi, you could have just asked me. We got married with your consent, so why did you falsely accuse me?" After this, Jassi tells Mithu the whole story of how her mother and uncle got her to sign the wrong paper deceitfully. But now in Canada, Jassi was kept confined in her own home by her mother and uncle. Then, one day, Jassi gets an opportunity and successfully manages to come to India with the help of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP. She then comes to India and testifies in court that Mithu, his family, and his friends are all innocent. "I married Mithu of my own free will." After this statement, everyone, including Mithu, is released from jail. Then Jassi stays in India for some time. This time, Jassi tells Mithu that she will never go back to Canada again. It is said that along with the police, Jassi's father and brother also helped her escape from home. Jassi had come to India and started living with her husband, but both of them also knew that Jassi's family members would not remain silent. That's why, as soon as Jassi arrives in India, Mithu takes her away from home and they start living in hiding. Mithu took Jassi to her hometown in June 2000 while they were living at their home. Meanwhile, on June 12th, Mithu's family had organized a party in their village for Mithu and Jassi's wedding. So, on June 8th, Jassi tells Mithu that she wants to go shopping. Initially, Mithu refuses because he knew there was still danger, so leaving the house wasn't right. But then, when Jassi sits at home upset, Mithu also feels maybe he did wrong. Jassi left her home in Canada to be with him, and he couldn't even take her shopping. After that, they both leave for the market in the afternoon. It takes them a bit longer to return home. So, by the time they get back, it's already evening, and the sun has set. Because of this, Mithu's family starts worrying about both of them. A while later, Mithu's family begins searching for them. However, during the search, they receive devastating news that shakes Mithu's family to the core. They find out that Mithu is in a very serious condition, admitted to the hospital, while there's no trace of Jassi. When Mithu's family members rush to the hospital, they find out that Mithu's condition is extremely serious, and he is unconscious. Jassi is not there. Then, after several hours, when Mithu regains consciousness, he first inquires about Jassi. Only then do they inform Mithu about Jassi. A few days later, when Mithu recovers, he explains the reason behind his condition. Mithu says that after reaching the market, Jassi did a lot of shopping, and then they both also had coffee together. Later, as they started returning home from the market, their scooter stopped on its own 3 or 4 times. Twice, he sought help from a mechanic, and once he encountered his friend on the way. However, when the scooter started for the 3rd time, they noticed that they were being followed by 2 people on another scooter. After following the scooter riders for some time, they went ahead. But as soon as Mithu turned towards his village, he saw a car in front of him. At first, he saw from a distance that there was no one near the car. But as soon as he approached the car, suddenly, 5 to 6 men came out and stood in front of the scooter. One of them even attacked them, which caused blood to start oozing from Jassi's head. After that, Mithu held Jassi and started fighting back against those thugs. But then, one thug also attacked Mithu's head with a large rod from a nearby road. After that, Mithu became unconscious, and those thugs kept beating Mithu. Finally, thinking he was dead, they threw him into the nearby drain. A few hours later, late at night, some laborers passing by noticed Mithu lying there, and they picked him up and took him to the hospital. After learning this story, everyone sets out to find Jassi. This information is also given to the police, and now the police also begin to search for Jassi. After filing cases of assault and abduction against unknown criminals, the next day, on June 9th, Jassi is found, but she was not alive. In fact, Jassi had also been murdered and thrown into a canal, which was 45 kilometers away from her hometown. When Jassi's body is retrieved from there, it is discovered that someone had brutally strangled her to death. Additionally, Jassi's body bore dozens of deep wounds, indicating that she had been tortured cruelly before dying. When Jassi's body is found, the Punjab police also contacts Jassi's family. However, Jassi's mother, Maliat Kaur, and uncle, Surjit Singh, both deny recognizing the deceased as Jassi. But Mithu and his family, along with Jassi's father and brother, confirm that the body is indeed Jassi's. Now, the key question was, who had inflicted such a severe beating on Mithu, and who had brutally murdered Jassi? After Jassi's body was found, the charge of murder was added to the case, and the police embarked on the search for the criminals. During the search, the police managed to apprehend several major criminals in the vicinity based on suspicion. The police were so alert because although Jassi was Mithu's wife, she was actually a Canadian citizen. In the case of Jassi's death, suspicions quickly arose among certain individuals, and the police soon discovered who was involved in Jassi's murder. When the police rigorously interrogated these individuals, some criminals confessed to having committed Jassi's murder themselves and admitted to brutally beating Mithu as well. However, the question remains, who instigated all of this? During the investigation, when the names of certain individuals come up, nobody trusts anyone. Anil Kumar, a gangster involved in this incident, implicates Inspector Joginder Singh of the Punjab Police, claiming that he had given him a contract to kill Mithu a few days earlier. Now, the police immediately start searching for Inspector Joginder Singh and manage to arrest him shortly after. When questioned by the police, Joginder Singh explains that he carried out the murder because he received a phone call from Darshan Singh, Jassi's other uncle who resides in Punjab. Darshan Singh promised him 3 lakh rupees to kill Mithu. Now, the police ask Anil Kumar why he killed Jassi when he was given the contract to kill Mithu. Upon revealing the truth, Anil Kumar and his accomplice leave everyone astonished. Anil Kumar explains that after beating Mithu, they thought he was dead, so they threw him into the nearby drain. Then, following Darshan Singh's orders, they took Jassi to an empty farmhouse. As soon as Jassi regains consciousness upon entering the farmhouse, she begins to search for Mithu. Upon inquiry, the goons inform her that Mithu is dead. Now, they start talking to Jassi's mother, Maliat Kaur, who tells them to wait for a moment, and she will tell them what to do next. After this, Jassi's uncle and her mother have a conversation. And afterward, they called the goons again and instruct them to beat up Jassi and threaten her, besides asking her to testify against Mithu and come back to Canada. Despite being beaten badly by the goons, Jassi still refuses to return to Canada and testify against Mithu. After this, the goons once again talk to Jassi's mother and tell her that Jassi is not willing to listen to them. After this, Jassi's mother tells the goons that if Jassi doesn't listen to anything, they can kill her too. Initially, the goons refused to do so because their deal was only to kill Mithu for 3 lakh rupees. But Jassi's uncle, Surjit Singh, says a separate 3 lakh rupees will be given to them for Jassi's murder. After that, the goons brutally beat Jassi, attacking her body with swords, knives, and pieces of glass. Jassi is tortured badly, and finally, one of the goons strangles her to death. Jassi dies, and her body is lifted and thrown into a distant canal. Following this revelation, 13 people, including Jassi's maternal uncle, Darshan Singh, who resides in India, are arrested in this murder case. They are charged with abduction and murder, among other offenses. Jassi's mother, Maliat Kaur, and her uncle, Surjit Singh, who live in Canada, are also considered prime suspects. Now, since the victim and the accused had relations in Canada as well, the trial of this case begins in both India and Canada. During the trial in India, it is proven that when Jassi refused to leave for Canada without Mithu, Jassi's mother Maliat Kaur and uncle Surjit Singh planned that if Mithu is killed, Jassi will surely come back. After this, Surjit Singh contacts his brother Darshan Singh in India and assigns him the task of getting Mithu killed. Afterward, he contacts Inspector Joginder Singh of the Punjab Police and seeks his assistance in this matter. Following this, Inspector Joginder Singh arranges a meeting between Darshan Singh and a contract killer named Anil Varma. Subsequently, Anil, along with his gang, executes this incident. After a lengthy trial on October 21, 2005, the Sungura court sentences 11 out of 12 people as guilty. Among the convicted individuals are Jassi's other maternal uncle Darshan Singh, Police Inspector Joginder Singh, and contract killer Anil Varma. However, as time progresses, these individuals challenge the verdict of the lower court in the Punjab and Haryana High Court, where almost all the accused are granted bail one by one. In the end, only Jassi's other maternal uncle Darshan Singh, Inspector Joginder Singh, and contract killer Anil Kumar are deemed guilty and sentenced to imprisonment. However, all the convicted individuals challenged this decision of the High Court in the Supreme Court. Subsequently, proceedings begin here as well. And on April 16, 2015, Darshan Singh is acquitted and discharged. However, the rest of the defendants do not receive relief from here, and their sentence remains upheld. Apart from this, before delving into what happens in the courts of Canada, let's take a step back in the case. Due to being severely injured in the attack, Mithu remains hospitalized for a long time. While staying in the hospital, Jassi's final rites are also performed. However, as soon as Mithu recovers and returns home from the hospital, a series of 7 cases are filed against him one after another. There were some cases of illegal weapon possession with allegations of drug selling against Mithu, and pressure is also built by the police and Jassi's relatives to retract his statement and end the case. However, Mithu doesn't yield to anyone's persuasion and continues with the case. Meanwhile, in February 2004, a woman accused Mithu of rape. Upon these allegations, Mithu is immediately arrested and sentenced to Ludhiana Central Jail. Mithu stays in this jail for the next 4 years. But after 4 years, it is proven in court that the woman who accused Mithu of rape had connections with Jassi's maternal family, and she falsely accused Mithu for money. After this revelation, Mithu is released from jail after serving 4 years. However, despite this, there were still some cases pending against Mithu, and he continued to have dealings with the jail during this time. Besides Mithu, his brothers also faced different allegations, and behind these accusations was Jassi's uncle, Surjit Singh. When Mithu doesn't fear even fake cases and threats, around 2012, attempts are made to buy him off. In this case, Jassi's family offers Mithu 10 million rupees and a prime location of 14 acres of land to change their statement. However, Mithu remains steadfast and continues the fight for justice. Maliat Kaur and Surjit Singh, the main suspects residing in Canada, were extradited to India for the trial of Jassi's murder case, which began on January 6, 2012, in Canada. The police in Maple Ridge arrested Jassi's mother, Maliat Kaur, and her uncle, Surjit Singh, for conspiring against Jassi and arranging her murder. After 2 years, on September 9, 2014, the Supreme Court of British Columbia approves their extradition to India. Both suspects then appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada, which stays the lower court's decision and starts a new trial. On September 8, 2017, the Supreme Court of Canada orders Maliat Kaur and Surjit Singh to be sent back to India to face the charges. After the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, 3 police officers from Punjab immediately depart for Canada to take the accused into custody. However, in the meantime, the accused once again file a petition for review against the court's decision. As a result, the Punjab police have to return empty-handed. Although the review petition provided temporary relief for a few months, finally, on December 11, 2018, the Supreme Court of Canada rejects the review petition, leading to their definitive extradition to India. After the completion of legal formalities, both accused were repatriated to India by Canadian authorities on January 24, 2019. Upon arrival in Delhi, they were immediately arrested and transported to Punjab. They appeared in court the next day, granted a 4-day remand, then sent to Kapurthala jail as the trial commenced in Sangarur court. A total of 23 witnesses are presented by the Punjab police. And in addition to this, the call details of Jassi's mother and uncle are also submitted as evidence in court. From the call details, it is revealed that Jassi's mother and uncle had spoken on the phone a total of 266 times with the goons before and on the day of Jassi's murder. Mithu waits patiently while Jassi's family endures the prolonged delay of justice over the past 23 years. The Punjab police have received praise, but Mithu's quest for Jassi's justice remains unmet. On the February 27, 1974, Peter and Joan Lawrence welcomed their second child into the world, a little girl named Claudia. Peter Lawrence was a highly respected and successful solicitor, and the family lived comfortably in Yorkshire. Claudia was educated at the prestigious York College for Girls, and by all accounts had a very happy childhood. Although her parents would later divorce, Claudia remained close to both of them. She was sociable and friendly and had a great group of friends. As she got older, she discovered her passion for cooking, and after attending a local catering college, she quickly became a qualified chef. She worked in various restaurants and hotels in York, but soon grew tired of the unsociable hours and wanted a change. Claudia was a bubbly young woman who loved nothing more than being with family and friends, so she changed employment and began working at Goodricke College at the University of York. She was well-liked, and her employer described her as a reliable woman who was always on time. A year later, in February 2007, she settled into the area and bought a cottage about 3 miles away from Goodricke College. Life for Claudia was seemingly going well. Close to her house was the Nag's Head pub, and she was a regular there, becoming a well-liked patron of the business. Although she was close with her parents and older sister, Ally, she kept some aspects of her life hidden. She allegedly had a series of short-term relationships, but did not share this with people. Wednesday, March 18, 2009. Claudia clocked in at 6 a.m. to start her shift at work. Around 2 p.m., it was time for her to finish, and she was seen on CCTV leaving work on foot. Around an hour later, she was picked up again on CCTV, passing a shop close to where she'd lived, and she was also spotted by one of her neighbors. Shortly after this sighting, a colleague drove past her and offered her a lift home. The colleague dropped her off outside her door at 2:50 p.m. Throughout the evening, she caught up with her friends and parents over the phone. Her mother said that during their conversation, Claudia seemed like her usual self. She was chatty and relaxed. Mother's Day was coming up, and they discussed what they wanted to do to celebrate. Claudia told her mom that as her car was out of action and being repaired, she would need to be in bed early if she had to walk to work the next day. The following morning rolled around, and as it approached 6 a.m., the always punctual Claudia failed to turn up. Her manager knew this was out of character and called her mobile to check on her. Although her phone rang, it redirected to her voicemail. Her manager took no further action. Claudia also arranged to meet her friend Susie Cooper at the Nag's Head pub near her house that evening. Susie turned up, but Claudia did not. This was not like Claudia, and Susie tried to contact her. Claudia was often on her phone, a Samsung D900, and Susie became concerned when she heard nothing back from her. The following morning, Friday, March, Susie tried again, but she was met with no response. She decided to get in touch with Goodricke College to see if anyone had seen or heard from her. She was deeply worried when they discovered that Claudia had not been to work for the last 2 days. Susie contacted Claudia's father, Peter, that day to let him know that she hadn't been to work, and people couldn't get hold of her. Peter traveled to Claudia's home where he and Susie did a search of the house. Nothing was out of place, and nothing was disturbed. It looked like she had eaten breakfast as there were dishes in the sink, and her bed had been neatly made. Some recently used hair dye bottles and gloves were also found, but nothing of any real significance was there, and everything was where it should be. The only thing missing from the house was her mobile phone, a blue rucksack which she would usually take to work, and her hair straighteners. When considering everything, it appeared that Claudia had left to go to work as normal that Thursday morning, and something had happened on the way which meant she never made it there. At around 2 p.m. on Friday, March, the call was made to North Yorkshire Police to report Claudia as a missing person. Later that day, officers came to Claudia's house and met with her father. But as there were no signs of violence and she wasn't considered vulnerable, the police initially were not quick to act. The police believed that Claudia had probably chosen to go away for a few days and that she would come home soon. But just to be sure, they put out a request for the public's help and checked her usual route to work for any signs of her. But Claudia's family were adamant that she wouldn't leave without telling people. They argued it was more likely that she had been abducted. In the North Yorkshire area, around 3,500 people go missing each year. The vast majority eventually turn up after taking a few days or weeks away, and the police thought that this could have been what Claudia had done. But as time went on and no sign of her was found, and she hadn't contacted anyone, this was soon dismissed. The police had several theories about what could have potentially happened to Claudia. One theory was that she hadn't been met with foul play, but had had an accident or other medical incident on her way to work. This was soon ruled out by the police, however, as they thoroughly checked her routes and found no sign of her. Weeks would pass, and with no sign of Claudia, 5 weeks after she vanished, the police changed their inquiry. They said it had escalated from a missing persons case to a murder inquiry. Another theory was that Claudia had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time and fallen victim to a violent criminal or serial killer. But a conclusive result couldn't be drawn from investigating these claims, and cases of known serial killers who could have been in the area at the time were also looked into, but ultimately ruled out. Statistically, most murder victims are known to their killers. The theory that police soon made the top of their priority to investigate was that she had fallen victim to somebody she knew, with her different relationships making her potentially more vulnerable to an angry, jilted partner or something similar. The police checked the CCTV cameras following her route to work, but she wasn't found anywhere on the footage. As the case began to escalate, Crime Stoppers offered a reward of £10,000 for anyone with information that would lead to an arrest and conviction relating to Claudia Lawrence. The police received over 1,000 calls offering a plethora of information. A witness came forward to say they had seen whom they believed to be Claudia talking to a man on Melrose Gate Bridge at around 5:35 a.m. on the March 19th. The bridge was near to Claudia's home. He claimed that the man was smoking a cigarette in his left hand and had what they said was a skinny build. He was wearing a dark-colored hoodie with the hood up and dark-colored combat trousers. The woman with him was described as smaller than the man with mousy brown hair. She was wearing a blue waist-length jacket with buttons and pockets, but nothing really came of this. And to this day, the police are still following up leads for who they dubbed the left-handed smoker. The case brought the local community to a standstill, and people from all over the country were desperate for any news on the missing Claudia. One of the leading figures in the Anglican Church, the Archbishop of York, John Sentamu, made an appeal for anyone with information to come forward to the police. In June 2009, Crime Watch featured a reconstruction of Claudia's last known movements in a bid to generate more information. Later that month, her father, Peter, launched a YouTube appeal to try and help find his missing daughter. The annual Whitby Regatta was also used to drum up publicity in the search for Claudia Lawrence. Claudia was an avid user of her mobile phone, so this became a key piece of evidence for the police to investigate. Her phone records show that in the weeks leading up to her going missing, she had spent a lot of time in the Acrib area of Yorkshire. Claudia's phone was still on until just after midday on Thursday the 19th. It was then deliberately switched off. Cell phone tower data indicated that her phone had not left the local area during the time it was on. After examining the records further, they found that on the March 18th, a day before she went missing, she received a text message at 8:30, which she replied to. But just 45 minutes later at 9:15, she got another text, which she did not respond to. It was reported that the last text Claudia received was from a man who lived in Cyprus. Following on from the text message she received in February, the police revealed that they had extended their search to Cyprus. She had holidayed there several times, and it was also believed that she had looked for job opportunities there too. The man in charge of the investigation, Detective Superintendent Ray Galloway, said she knew several people who lived there and had received different job offers while visiting. He said that some of the people who had been spoken to were reluctant to offer information. Several months would pass with still no sign of Claudia Lawrence. Christmas and New Year's came and went, and her family faced their first painful holiday without their beloved daughter and sister. In March the following year, the police began searching Heslington and York based on information they'd received in the previous few days. On the 24th of that month, a muddy track near a play park was searched, and the next day, the search was moved to a field near the University of York. These searches, however, would turn up nothing. It was later considered that the search had been prompted by somebody providing false information. Detective Superintendent Galloway said that Claudia's relationships and love life could provide an explanation into her going missing. A journalist for Sky TV stated this was the only missing persons case they had covered where they had been threatened and warned to stay away. Not once, but twice. After an extensive initial investigation, the most likely theory police believed probable was that Claudia had left for work that morning, and that she had been abducted and murdered by a local man she knew. For years would pass, and Claudia's family was still no closer to finding out what had happened to her. In June 2013, the North Yorkshire Police announced that they had formed a new major crime unit, costing £300,000. In October of that year, they revealed they were opening several cold cases, one of which was Claudia Lawrence. The squad at the Major Crimes Unit re-examined the case and also conducted new forensic searches of her house. Science had moved on since the initial investigation, which allowed for more advanced techniques to be used. During these further tests, they found male DNA on a cigarette butt in her car. 5 years to the day after her disappearance, Crime Watch aired CCTV that had been discovered back in February 2009. It showed a silver Ford Focus hatchback driving along the road she'd lived on. The CCTV showed that as the car approached Claudia's house, the brake lights came on. Another vehicle that the police wanted to track down was a white Vauxhall Astra van that had been picked up on a bus's camera. It was parked on the opposite side of the road across from Claudia's house, and was there for at least 30 minutes around 9 p.m. on Wednesday, March. Before long, the case would take a surprising turn. Dee Mallon was now heading the investigation, and several arrests were promptly made. All the men arrested were believed to have either had relationships with Claudia or had insight into said relationships. In May 2014, the police arrested a 59-year-old man on suspicion of murdering Claudia Lawrence. But in November, he was released from bail without charge. In July 2014, another arrest was made. Paul Harris was the landlord of the Cone Pub and was arrested on suspicion of perverting the course of justice, but he too was released without charge. He explained that his only connection to Claudia had been that she had had a drink in his pub in the weeks leading up to her going missing, and apart from that, he had no relationship with her. On the 6th anniversary of her disappearance, police released CCTV that was spread through the media like wildfire. At 7:15 p.m. on the March 18th, just a day before she was considered missing, cameras near her home picked up some interesting footage. The footage shows an area near an alleyway at the back of Claudia's house. A person is seen walking towards the alley. Just over a minute later, they walk back out. Someone else is crossing the road ahead, and the person walking pauses to let them pass. The footage unsettled many, and the police urged the public to help find who these two people were. On the same CCTV camera around 10 hours later at 5:07 a.m., someone is spotted again walking backwards and forwards from the same alley behind Claudia's house. The police wondered if this was the same person, and what, if any, relevance this bore to the disappearance of Claudia. If it was of any relevance, this could have been linked to the witness that claimed to see someone they thought may have been Claudia talking to a male that was smoking on Melrose Gate Bridge. The timing was just 20 minutes apart and in the same location by her house. In February 2016, the North Yorkshire Police took the case to the Crown Prosecution Service, asking that 4 men be charged and put on trial for the murder of Claudia Lawrence. The Crown Prosecution Service refused, saying there was a lack of sufficient evidence. The 4 men had drank at the Nag's Head pub, but denied being involved in Claudia going missing. The police said that witnesses had refused to cooperate, and the second investigation was ended soon after. Stephen Fulcher was the senior investigating officer into the crimes committed by notorious murderer Christopher Hollowell. In his book detailing his work on that case, he noted the similarities between Claudia's case and that of Sarno Callahan, who was murdered by Hollowell in February 2011. He was also convicted of the murder of Becky Gooden in February 2016. Christopher Hollowell was interviewed about Claudia in prison, and flatly denied he had played any part in her disappearance and possible murder. The witness's account of seeing a skinny male smoking a cigarette with his left hand on Melrose Gate Bridge fit the physical description of Hollowell. Despite many people's theories surrounding Hollowell's possible involvement in the case, both North Yorkshire Police and Wiltshire Police have said there is no evidence to link Hollowell to the disappearance of Claudia Lawrence. Questions surrounding how the initial investigation was handled were asked, and people wanted to know why things hadn't moved quickly enough. After Claudia's disappearance, her father began a tireless campaign for a change in the law. In February, Claudia's law was passed which allowed for a guardian to be appointed if a person had been missing for more than 90 days. It meant direct debits could be stopped and financial affairs managed in their absence. Tragically, less than 2 years later, her father Peter died in February 2021 without ever finding out what had happened to his missing daughter. Friends and family remain hopeful that they will one day be able to answer the question, what happened to Claudia Lawrence? Peter Lawrence, Claudia's father, set up a website with all the relevant links and contact information, should you wish to leave a tip of any kind about Claudia's case. I've left a link to that in the description along with some of the sites you can visit to help keep Claudia's case as active as possible. Jamie Hahn was born on October 25, 1983. Growing up in Orangeburg, South Carolina, she lived with her 2 brothers and sister, Brett, Justin, and Ashley. Despite their parents' divorce and remarriage, Jamie remained a cheerful child. She attended a small yet renowned private prep school celebrated for its educational excellence. In junior high, Jamie visited the University of North Carolina with her classmates. She instantly fell in love with the campus and aspired to attend. Even as a student, she aimed to impact others' lives by joining the board of the Center of Hope to support troubled teens. Later on, Jamie engaged in various political campaigns. One notable campaign was Senator John Edwards' 2008 presidential run, a competitor to Obama. During this campaign, Jamie emerged as a prominent figure in North Carolina's Democratic Party. During one campaign, she met Nation and formed a deep professional relationship with him that later evolved from platonic to romantic. For months after their romantic moment, they announced their engagement and married on April 18, 2009. Their intense love was anchored in a deep friendship. Jamie and Nation thrived in their respective careers. Jamie ran her own political fundraising consulting firm, while Nation was a well-known online strategist, aiding politicians and nonprofits with their campaigns. Described by friends and acquaintances as exceptionally kind, tender, and generous, the couple was well regarded. They took their marriage vows seriously and actively participated in projects like the Coalition to Protect Young Families in North Carolina. Although they were childless at that time, Jamie and Nation planned on starting a family soon. They both enjoyed vibrant social lives. Jamie was known among her friends and family as a compassionate individual who had the ability to spread happiness wherever she went. Her talent and enthusiasm for politics led many to foresee a promising future for her. However, unexpectedly, their seemingly perfect world suddenly fell apart on April 22, 2013. Around 5:20 p.m., Jamie frantically ran from her house and sprinted a few dozen meters before collapsing unconscious in a neighbor's yard. Her body was drenched in blood. Onlookers on the street were shocked by the scene and shouted for someone to call 911. A neighbor, who saw the turmoil unfolding in his yard, immediately phoned emergency services. Through Jameen's disoriented words, he understood that someone named John, who seemed to still be inside her house, had assaulted her with a knife. He quickly applied a towel to the numerous wounds on her abdomen and urgently summoned an ambulance and the police. Arriving patrol officers traced the blood from the neighbor's yard back to the Hahn residence. Encircling the house, they commanded the individual inside to exit with hands raised. Moments later, a disheveled bald man emerged on the porch. The officers noted he bore wrist injuries and a stab wound in his abdomen. Due to his injuries, this unidentified man was transported to the hospital in an ambulance, escorted by a police officer. En route to the hospital, the wounded man grew distressed and tearful, expressing regret that this hadn't occurred sooner, and repeatedly murmuring a desire to die. Following his medical treatment, the police endeavored to ascertain his identity, reasons for being in the Hahn residence, and circumstances leading to this tragic event. They soon discovered he was 31-year-old Jonathan Wayne Brill, a close friend of Nation and a guest in their home. Jameen also knew John well. She had employed him as an accountant in her political consulting firm after he relocated to North Carolina. The couple had generously offered him accommodation in their home until he could find his own place. Nation and John hailed from the same hometown and crossed paths in 2000 during a church trip. Despite a 4-year age gap, they quickly struck up a friendship. As it often happens with childhood friends, they drifted apart when one went off to college, but rekindled their bond post-graduation. They became virtually inseparable. Jonathan even had the honor of being the best man at Nation and Jamine's wedding. In April 2009, the trio was akin to the Three Musketeers, following the ethos of one for all and all for one. They shared vacations, regular Monday dinners, and celebrated holidays together. To some neighbors, Jonathan seemed almost like an extension of the Han family, given how much time he spent at their home. This deep, seemingly unbreakable bond makes the violent incident that left all three with stab wounds in their own home all the more perplexing and tragic. Every Monday, Jami and Nation would host their mutual friend Jonathan for dinner. On that particular day, Broyhill arrived earlier than usual with the intention of discussing recent campaign details with Jami. The friends were deeply concerned about John's well-being as he had confided in them about his diagnosis of pancreatic cancer, a notably aggressive and often terminal disease. The Hans, in their caring nature, accompanied Jonathan to his medical appointments and were consistently present, offering every possible support in his arduous battle for life. There was an instance when Jami, overwhelmed with emotion, asked Nation if they should consider having a child soon so that their future offspring might have the chance to know Jonathan. Such was their affection and regard for their friend. They wished even their yet-to-be-born child could have the opportunity to bond with him. The recent diagnosis of cancer was a harsh blow, but it wasn't the health challenge Brill had encountered. Over the years, John had experienced multiple hospitalizations. He had once revealed to Nation that he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis during a gallbladder operation. Consequently, the Hans invited Jonathan to live with them temporarily, offering care and support until his health improved. On that fateful Monday, Jami and Jonathan were already engaged in work-related discussions in the kitchen when Nation arrived home and headed upstairs to change. Nation was startled by Jami's screams calling out his, and then John's name. Assuming that Brill may have fallen ill given his medical condition, Nation hurried downstairs midway. He was met with Jamine's terror-stricken voice, crying out that someone was trying to stab her. Rushing into the kitchen, Nation was confronted with the horrifying sight of his wife on the floor, bleeding profusely. John stood over her, wielding a large kitchen knife. As Brill and started advancing towards Nation, knife raised threateningly. Nation froze in disbelief. How could such a nightmare unfold in mere minutes? In a desperate act of self-defense, Nation grabbed the knife blade with one hand, while striking John in the face with his other hand. Amidst this chaos, he frantically urged Germaine to run for safety. Attempting to subdue a man who until moments ago was his closest friend seemed almost unreal. Despite her grave injuries, Germaine miraculously managed to rise from the floor and flee through the side door of their home. Once she was out, Nation, overcoming shock and tumult, pushed Jonathan aside and hurried after his wife. Outside, Jamine desperately made her way to the nearest neighbor's house for help. Unfortunately, no one responded to her urgent knocking. Summoning her remaining strength, she attempted to reach the next house, but collapsed unconscious in their yard due to her overwhelming injuries. Alerted by the commotion and drawn by the screams, passers-by quickly came to her assistance, while a neighbor called for an ambulance and the police. Meanwhile, Nation, panicked, searched frantically for Jamine. Following the trail of blood led him to discover her in a neighbor's yard. She was conscious, but in agony, clutching her side. Kneeling beside her, he took her hand and tried comforting her with promises of recovery and future anniversaries and vacations by the sea, though tears streamed down his face. As he spoke, clutching Jamine's hand, Nation was overwhelmed by thoughts of a life without her, and unable to fathom how their peaceful life had taken such a sudden turn. As they awaited help, a neighbor swiftly brought a towel to press against Jamine's bleeding abdomen. Unfortunately, the towel was quickly soaked with blood. Another compassionate neighbor elevated Jamine's legs onto a bag of leaves, trying to give some comfort. The ambulance was on its way, but to the onlookers the wait felt endless. Even though it was only a few minutes, Jamine's breathing grew labored, a clear sign of her critical state. When the paramedics arrived, they promptly administered life-saving measures. Nation, having suffered severe cuts to his hand while wrestling with the knife, also desperately needed medical attention. Both he and Jasmine were rushed to the hospital. During transport, Jasmine lost consciousness and upon arrival was taken immediately for emergency surgery. Meanwhile, Nation, overwhelmed with worry for his wife and oblivious to his own pain, received stitches. He was in such shock that he repeatedly tried to enter the ICU, desperate for any updates about Jasmine, but was denied access. Seated anxiously on a hospital bed, Nation was tormented by thoughts of Jasmine's condition. Over a dozen stab wounds, a severed artery, and severe liver damage. His only solace during those excruciating moments was hoping and praying for her survival. By some miracle, Jasmine did survive the surgery initially, but tragically, this hope was short-lived. She never regained consciousness. 2 days after this harrowing ordeal, Germaine succumbed to her injuries. The autopsy revealed a grim reality. She had sustained 24 stab wounds across various parts of her body, including her face, neck, back, hands, and forearms. However, the most lethal injuries were inflicted on her abdomen and chest, resulting in catastrophic damage to her lungs and liver. Meanwhile, Jonathan Brill had inflicted wounds upon himself and was hospitalized for 8 days to recover from his self-inflicted injuries. On Tuesday, April 30th, 2013, still needing medical attention with bandages on both wrists, Brill was transported on a stretcher to the magistrate's office in Wake County. The individual was formally charged with degree murder in the case Jasmine Han and assault with a deadly weapon on Nation Han. Due to the severity of the charges, he was held without bail and at Central Prison in Raleigh. This facility was specifically chosen because it housed a hospital wing, ensuring that Bree Hill would continue to receive the necessary medical treatment while in custody for his crimes. The tragic and sudden loss of Jasmine profoundly impacted many, leaving a lingering question. Why would someone she considered a best friend commit such a horrific act, robbing her of her future? In the wake of the tragedy, speculation swirled within the community about a substantial amount of money that had gone missing during the election campaign, managed by Germaine's team. Jonathan Brill, who had served as the accountant, officially ceased working for the company at the end of 2012. Despite this, he remained responsible for providing Germaine with financial details and assisting in the preparation of financial reports. It was suspected that Jasmine might have discovered the missing funds, which totaled over $50,000, and confronted Jonathan about this discrepancy. This confrontation could have triggered his violent outburst. On April 22, 2013, Germaine had invited Jonathan over for their regular Monday dinner and intended to discuss the company's financial issues. The exact sequence of events during Nation's brief absence remains unclear. However, it is widely believed that Jasmine might have challenged Jonathan regarding the missing funds during this time. As time passed, Nation's physical wounds began to heal, but emotional and psychological scars remained deep and unhealing. 6 months following this devastating event, Jasmine's family and Nation's, her grieving husband, scattered her ashes near Pulaski Memorial Baptist Church. This place was significant because Jasmine had dedicated her time and efforts as a volunteer there. In a poignant twist of fate, just a week before the tragedy, the Hans had requested the church's pastor to pray for Jonathan, who they believed was battling cancer. Did they know that soon, it would be they who needed the prayers of their community in the wake of such an unimaginable loss? The nation had to grapple with the truth that an individual he had known from childhood, whom he saw as his dearest friend, had completely shattered his life, and even more heartbreakingly, claimed the life of the woman he adored more than anything in the world. According to Nation, Jasmine was his anchor, his backbone, and his soulmate. He couldn't fathom how the sun could continue to glow without her. The trial of Brill commenced on March 4, 2015. The district attorney informed the jury that Jonathan, serving as Jenny's financial manager, had written 39 checks to himself, misappropriating around $50,000, the identical sum missing from the account. To rationalize his deeds, Brill claimed various health issues including brain impairment from multiple sclerosis, memory deficits, a gallbladder operation, and pancreatic cancer. Compassionate Jamie refrained from confronting John about such a sensitive matter during his challenging times. She tactfully sidestepped the issue, hoping Brill would identify and rectify the mistake. All seemed normal until she got a call from a debt collector. Then the district attorney unveiled a startling truth. The preceding year, the defendant's hospitalization occurred when he was admitted following an episode at Hans's residence. Prior to that, Jonathan hadn't sought any medical treatment, as his health records confirmed. All along, he had deceived Jamie and Nation about his health conditions. No gallbladder operation, no multiple sclerosis, and no cancer, but merely a manifest mental disorder and something dreadful. Within the search history revealed that the man had been seeking information on pancreatic cancer and specialists in this particular field, evidently to lend credibility to his falsehoods. He also looked up cruises that could be taken without a passport. John had arranged a one-way journey to Las Vegas for April 23rd, but canceled it on the 22nd, merely 2 hours before assaulting Jamie with a knife. Jonathan admitted to the authorities that he had indeed misappropriated the campaign funds and fabricated all his medical conditions. When the Hans escorted him to medical appointments, waiting in the car as devoted, caring friends, he merely roamed the hospital halls. In recent times, Jonathan grappled with depression and suicidal inclinations. He confessed to being tormented by voices urging him to harm others. He purchased the knife for himself, supposedly planning to use it in Vegas to end his life. Yet, he believed Jamine would confront him about the financial irregularities. When she did, he began to inflict wounds on himself. Jamine attempted to intervene, but at that point, he was so deranged and furious that he started assaulting his friend impulsively. Jonathan recalled attacking Jamie, yet parts of this episode were wiped from his memory. His lawyer and Jonathan himself realized that fully dismissing the charges was unfeasible due to the overwhelming evidence of his guilt. Still, they aimed to argue for temporary insanity to lessen the sentence. Before the jury retired to deliberate, Nation Han was allowed to speak. With a voice filled with sorrow, he expressed, "We lock our doors at night to block out the world's evil, but it's chilling to think what occurs when evil holds the key." He addressed these words to his former best friend. On March 19, 2015, the jury announced their decision. They ruled Jonathan Brill guilty of degree murder of Jamie Han and the attempted murder of Nation Han. The judge issued a life sentence without parole. Jamine's intentions were utterly pure, and her death was so senseless that even Jonathan later acknowledged in an interview that if he had been honest with the Hans, she would have forgiven him. Suddenly, their closest friend became their worst fear. This story defies any rational explanation. Phoenix Lucille Caldon was born Phoenix Reeves on May 23, 1988 to parents Goldia and Lawrence. Her father Lawrence adopted her soon after she was born, and her name was changed to Caldon. She was born in California, but the family moved to an area of Spanish for Lawrence's job. She was an only child. Inquisitive, bright, and creative, Phoenix showed incredible talent and promise from a young age. The Caldons were a deeply spiritual and religious family, and Phoenix would attend church regularly, and she was also in the choir. Friends of Phoenix said she led a very disciplined life, and that her parents, although were loving and supportive, were also very strict with high expectations. Friends claimed that Phoenix had expressed a desire to break away from her sheltered life and experience everything that came with school and college. She'd been mostly homeschooled from the 6th grade. She worked hard at all her studies and was a very high achiever. Her main passion, however, appeared to be music, where she excelled, playing violin and piano. She was also a regional junior fencing champion. In February 2007, she enrolled at the University of Missouri, and by this point had already moved out of the family home and into an apartment. Her parents signed the lease believing she was moving in with a friend. Her parents also said that it was around this time that Phoenix started acting differently and began arguing with them frequently. However, this was a big change for Phoenix. She had gone from a relatively sheltered upbringing to a completely new and open world at university, which may have caused some tensions between her and her parents. What her parents didn't realize, however, was that Phoenix was in a relationship with someone named Michael B., and she was actually living in the apartment with him. Her mother said that although she visited the apartment regularly, There was nothing to indicate she had a secret live-in boyfriend. Her friends speculated she may have felt this was the only way she could see Michael B, and she had to keep it a total secret. When Goldia found out about the relationship, she said that Michael B was not someone she would have approved of her daughter dating. Phoenix began to miss her college classes, which culminated in her failing to register for her fall semester, another fact her parents and friends would not find out about for a long time. During the early months of February 2011, it is said that Phoenix began taking money from the family safe. The money was in saving bonds, and although it was Phoenix's money, it was in her mother's name. A total of around $2,500 was taken, and where the money ended up remains a mystery. In February, she moved back into the family home. Her mother said this was purely down to finances. Phoenix was able to study at university and stay at home, and this was far more cost-effective than her parents paying out for an apartment. Little did Goldia know, but Phoenix was not attending university at this time. When she returned from college, everyone who knew Phoenix described her as a totally different person. Her friends said that she had started experimenting with drugs, arguing with her parents more, and pushing people away. Her best friend and neighbor Akira commented that she wasn't the friend she once knew. She said she seemed paranoid, irritable, and erratic, and she was convinced that she was being followed. During a brief and trivial argument with Akira, Phoenix pulled a knife and brandished it at her. She kept this 10-inch blade down the side of her car door with no explanation as to why. Although the pair would move past the fights, Akira could tell that something was very wrong, and no one could seemingly get to the bottom of it. Phoenix would often sit in her car for long periods of time, spending hours on her phone, and her mother began to wonder why she needed even more privacy than that of her own room in her own house. It was later discovered that Phoenix had two phones. One was on a family plan, and one she was seemingly paying for herself. It seemed that Phoenix's life was far more complex and complicated than anyone had realized. December 18, 2011 would start as any other day in the Colton household. Phoenix and her mom attended the Sunday church service at 11 a.m., where Phoenix played in the bell choir. Fellow churchgoers and her pastor said nothing seemed off or amiss with Phoenix that day. Phoenix and her mom traveled back in Phoenix's car, briefly stopping at a convenience store on the way. During the car journey, Phoenix said to her mother that she wanted things to get back to how they had used to be. Goldia seemed hopeful that this would be a step forward in their relationship. They returned to the house at around 2 p.m. Phoenix changed into some sweatpants and a hoodie and went outside to play basketball. Just after 3 p.m., Phoenix grabbed her phone, passed her father, who had just returned from work without engaging in conversation, and got into her 1998 Chevy Blazer and pulled away from the house. Assuming she was going shopping or visiting friends, Lawrence didn't think anything of this. But sadly, this would be the last time he would ever see his daughter, and that is where the December 18th takes a sinister turn. Phoenix always stuck to her parents' curfew of 1 a.m. and had never stayed away from the house all night. And when she still wasn't home the following morning, Goldia knew in her gut that something serious had happened to her child. When she phoned the St. Louis County Police Department to report her daughter as missing, she was met with a lot of pushback. The officer who took the call told Goldia that Phoenix was a 23-year-old woman and was old enough to make her own decisions about where she went. But Goldia knew despite this was simply not in her daughter's nature, and her age was irrelevant. The officer ran Phoenix's car number plate through the system and said it hadn't turned up anything. Goldia and Lawrence were now frantic with worry, so decided to take matters into their own hands. They phoned around the hospitals to see if anyone fitting her description had been admitted and began circulating flyers. They contacted various television networks begging for her case to be circulated, but the networks failed to pick up the case. No one was following up on the case or reporting on it, and the Colton family felt ignored and let down. Valuable time was being lost, and Phoenix's family were working incredibly hard to keep the case in people's minds, trying to make up for the lack of coverage and interest in it. About 2 weeks later, her parents finally located her car. It was sitting impounded in a tow yard, having been there since the day she disappeared. The car was discovered just a 25-minute drive away from her home at 5:30 p.m. This was around 3 hours after Phoenix had left her house. The car had been impounded less than an hour after it was found. In February 2018, the network Oxygen looked into Phoenix Colden's case. Investigative reporter Chandria Thomas and retired police chief Joseph Delia headed the investigation and began uncovering more information. Chandria Thomas was actually a huge reason that Phoenix's case was brought to the media's attention, and she fought hard to keep it there too. Joe and Chandria looked into the state of Phoenix's car was found in. There have been many convicting stories surrounding the car since the start of the search for Phoenix. It was originally reported to have been found on the side of the road. The engine was still running, the keys were in the ignition, and the driver's side door was open. Phoenix's shoes and purse were also in the car. Chandria and Joe met with Officer Perry, who initially found the car and told them that the doors were closed. No key was in the ignition, and apart from a few random miscellaneous items, there had been nothing of interest inside the vehicle. He said it looked like the car had simply been pulled over and parked, almost as if someone had run out of fuel. When Officer Perry ran the license plate through the system, it did not flag up as stolen or suspicious, and thus it was towed off. The reason this may not have flagged up was that the car was now in a different area that had a separate police department, meaning any connections to the missing Phoenix in Spanish Lake would likely not have been made. At the time the car was found, Phoenix was not yet listed as a missing person either. One thing that was determined about the car was that the only DNA found inside belonged to Phoenix and her parents. The location of her car rang alarm bells with Goldia. It was in a derelict, run-down, and dangerous area of East St. Louis, known for crime and drugs, and her mother said she would have had no business being in that part of town. Had the car been stolen, driven there, and dumped? Had she driven it there herself and left it? Or had she been snatched from inside the car? More evidence was garnered from the 2018 review of the case regarding her phone records. On the December 17th, just a day before she was last seen, she made a total of 10 phone calls to her secret boyfriend, Michael B., using the phone on her family plan. That final call was 116 minutes long. On the December 18th, 2011, phone records again showed that the last person she spoke to using the phone on her family plan was again Michael B. This call was made at 1:46 p.m. and lasted just 1 minute. It appeared from looking at the phone records that this was the last call Phoenix ever made from that phone. Although officers said they were keeping any further information about the phone records and coordinates of the phone close to their chest, while the case is still being investigated. Although people initially reported that Phoenix's boyfriend, Michael B., had been evasive, the investigating officers reported he was actually very cooperative, and they were confident that he was in no way involved in Phoenix's disappearance. A theory that was presented early on, one that remains a theory to this day, was that she had potentially been taken by a human trafficking gang. The St. Louis area remains one of the top areas in the country for human trafficking, and this fact couldn't be overlooked. The highway close to where her car had been found, Interstate 70, is referred to as the trafficking highway. This theory was further fueled when a picture of her allegedly began circulating on a sex website. But it is believed that this was most likely nothing more than a nasty hoax. Another common thought was that the pressure in Phoenix's life had resulted in her wanting to start afresh and leave everything behind. Her best friend, Akira, said that Phoenix had told her she'd wanted to pack her things and leave. But to where? Phoenix never said. The theory that she may have ran away has always been disputed by her family. Akira would also claim that Phoenix was secretly seeing another man alongside Michael B. His name was also Mike, and he was referred to as Cell Phone Mike. Akira believed this new relationship was most likely the reason for the second phone. One of Cell Phone Mike's ex-girlfriends was interviewed, and she said that Mike had been violent with her during their relationship, resulting in her filing a restraining order against him. She alleged that Mike had taken an interest in Phoenix's case and would often look it up online. When she asked him about Phoenix, he replied, "Why are you worrying about someone who's dead?" It remains unknown if he had any involvement in Phoenix Colden's disappearance, or if he was just making a speculative, albeit crass, comment. In a now infamous and haunting video, Phoenix films herself as she sits in the car. The full video has never been released, but Chandria Thomas and Joe Delia looked into it closely during their investigation. They took the video to an audio engineer to get a full and clear understanding of what it was Phoenix had said. She asks God to help her accept the things she cannot change and says, "I probably would have been in a better situation if I would have just stuck with how I used to be." She goes on to say, "The only person that won't let me down is me." She is clearly very emotional and distressed, and it was evident that Phoenix was struggling deeply with something. The video was recorded just 1 month before she disappeared. In March 2014, a reported sighting of Phoenix came in. One of Phoenix's friends from church was getting ready to fly back from Vegas, and all the passengers were boarding the plane. As she sat down, she says Phoenix walked past her in the aisle with a group of women and 2 older men. Her friend said she called out her name, and the lady turned around and looked at her. She said, "Sorry, do I look like someone?" and carried on walking. Her friend noted that the women all looked similar to Phoenix, and the men appeared to be around 10 years older than the women. When she got off the plane, she ran straight to the service desk and reported that she had seen a missing person. Although the police quickly began searching the area, no trace of the woman in question was ever found. Her friend said on a scale of 1 to 10 of how confident she was that it was Phoenix Coldham, she was a definite 9. Many tips came in that would lead the family and police nowhere. Everything from fake phone calls with people pretending to be the missing Phoenix, to tip-offs claiming that Phoenix was involved in a cult and couldn't escape. But one tip in particular would cost the Coldens dearly. A man provided seemingly credible information about Phoenix's whereabouts, and Goldner and Lawrence spent their remaining savings on a private investigator to follow up on this lead. The lead turned out to be nothing more than a cruel hoax. Goldia and Lawrence had reached their financial limit and were forced to make a quick sale on their home. They had to move out of the area and the family home that they had loved so much. During the 2018 look into Phoenix's case, Chandria Thomas and Joe Delia found that Phoenix had 2 birth certificates, one under Phoenix Colden and one under Phoenix Reeves. A private investigator looked into the certificate under the name of Reeves and found that there was actually a Phoenix Reeves. This Phoenix Reeves had no social security number and no associated birth date. The only thing that linked with that name was an address that was listed as being occupied between the dates of January 2012 and June 2012. Before January 2012, this Phoenix Reeves did not exist, and this person would cease to exist after June of that year. The person living in the house at the time of the 2018 investigation said she had been the sole occupier of that house since February 2002, and no one by the name of Phoenix had ever lived there. Although eerie and a most definitely interesting lead, it appeared that this was nothing more than a strange coincidence. One thing that is for certain is that since Phoenix disappeared, no money has been taken from her bank accounts. No forms of identification have been renewed, and her digital footprint is non-existent. Everything seemed to stop on December 18, 2011. Therefore, the possibility of this case ultimately being a homicide has never been ruled out. What happened to 23-year-old Phoenix Colden on December 18, 2011 remains a total mystery, and no trace of her has ever been found. Was she abducted on December 18th? Did she leave of her own accord to start a new life? It is still an ongoing case, and her family and friends continuously pray and hope for answers. Her parents believe that she is still alive and being held somewhere against her will. They have never given up hope that she will one day come home. If you have any information relating to the disappearance or whereabouts of Phoenix Colden, please contact the Spanish Lake Police Department. Milford is a charming coastal city located in Connecticut, United States. Situated on the Long Island Sound, it offers picturesque views and a vibrant community. Covering an area of just over 25 square miles, it has a population of over 50,000 people. Known for its beautiful beaches, Milford attracts visitors and residents alike who appreciate its scenic landscapes and waterfront activities. The city boasts a rich history dating back to colonial times, with a blend of historic architecture and modern amenities. The people of Milford would never know that a tragedy was about to befall there in 2022. But first, let's uncover the layers of her past. Julie Monig entered the world on July 19, 1982 in the charming town of Goshen, New York. She was blessed with loving parents, Gerald J. Monig and Sandra Barish Doper, who nourished her alongside her 2 siblings, sister Allison Barati Corcoran, and brother Peter Gerald Monig. Growing up, Julie thrived academically, attending the esteemed Monroe Woodbury schools and later graduating from Monroe Woodbury High School. She further pursued her education at Orange County Community College, expanding her knowledge and embracing new experiences along the way. After college, Julie Mano became a devoted medical assistant at Connecticut Coastal Obstetrics Gynecology and found joy in various aspects of her life. She embraced an active lifestyle, which was regularly engaging in running and walking to keep herself energized. However, her true passion lay in being a mother to her two sons, Nicholas Keith Turner and Sean Michael Turner. The details about her marriage and husband are unknown at this point. Julie's dedication and love as a single mother were remarkable, shaping the strong bond shared among them. Julie Minogue found love once again in 2017 and got into a relationship with a man from Roxbury named Ewan Anthony DeWitt. Together, they welcomed a son in 2019 named Luke Anthony Minogue into their lives. However, as time passed, difficulties arose in their relationship, which led Julie Salem walk in Milford, and their well-being remained her top priority. In 2022, Nicholas, the eldest son, was 21 years old and had bravely served his country in the Coast Guard, while Sean, at 17 years old, was a vibrant young man and was thriving as a high school senior. Her son with Ewan, Luke, was 3 and a bright light in their household. Julie herself was 40, and all seemed well for her and her 3 boys. But tragedy was waiting just around the corner. Late at night on December 6, 2022, 17-year-old Nicholas Minogue was startled awake by chilling screams. He didn't wake up at the first noise, and he dismissed it thinking that it could just be echoes from the neighborhood. But the cries were growing louder and more urgent, and he realized something was terribly wrong. Concerned about his mother's safety, Nicholas rushed down the stairs. As he descended, amidst the darkness, he caught a glimpse of a chilling scene. A man wielding an axe and his mother lying on the floor, her body drenched in blood. In the midst of the chaos, Nicholas heard the haunting words, "You didn't believe me," ringing in his ears. In a panic, the teenager raced upstairs and swiftly locked the door, determined to keep himself safe. He dialed 911 and urgently reported the horrifying scene which had unfolded before him. Determined to provide an extra layer of protection, he quickly placed a sturdy chair behind the locked door. With his heart pounding, he opened his window, desperately reaching out for help. Within minutes, police officers arrived and entered the house, but the teenager, gripped by fear, leaped out of the window. That's when he heard Milford PD shouts and realized it was not the intruder. Eventually, the authorities found the courageous teen and ensured his safety. In a devastating discovery, the police entered the kitchen to find Julie Minogue lying in a pool of blood on the floor. Her face and skull had been injured by multiple deep cuts. A chilling sight awaited them as they spotted a large axe resting on the stove nearby, carrying evidence of the horrific crime. Meanwhile, in the living room, Julie's young son, Luke, who was 3 years old, sat on the couch completely stunned and unresponsive. Not a tear nor a word escaped him, as if he was frozen in shock. The officer stayed by his side and offered him comfort and support until additional officers arrived at the scene. Following her tragic demise, Julie's body was carefully transported to the Connecticut office of the Chief Medical Examiner for a thorough examination. After conducting a meticulous autopsy, the medical examiner determined the cause of her death to be the chopped wounds and blood impact injuries on the head, torso, and extremities. The detailed findings provided crucial evidence regarding the nature of the attack, shedding light on the tragic circumstances surrounding her untimely demise. As the police took custody of the axe found on the gas stove, they meticulously combed through every inch of the area as they were determined to uncover any potential evidence that could lead them closer to the perpetrator. Inside the house, they embarked on an extensive search, carefully examining each room for any clues that could shed light on the heinous crime. The commotion attracted the attention of concerned neighbors who gathered nearby. The atmosphere was tense as the community was eager to support the investigation in any way they could. Amidst the growing crowd, a helpful neighbor came forward with an unexpected piece of evidence: Ring camera footage from outside his house at Longmeadow Complex. The police eagerly seized the opportunity, hoping that the footage might hold a crucial clue. As they watched the footage, they witnessed an unsettling sight: an individual walking with an axe in hand closely resembling the description provided by Nicholas. The discovery sent a wave of anticipation through the investigators as they realized they might have found a significant lead. The police began to look into who this man with the axe could be. That very day, on December 6, 2022, a crucial breakthrough took place when a concerned woman called the police, recounting a chilling phone call from her son. In her trembling voice, she shared the shocking revelation that her son just called her and said that he killed his girlfriend. The urgency in her words spoke in immediate response from law enforcement. Determined to unravel the truth, they swiftly tracked down the woman and engaged her in conversation. It was then revealed that the man responsible for this ominous confession was none other than Ewan DeWitt, the 42-year-old man who was once in a relationship with Julie. With this vital information in hand, the police dialed Ewan's number, hoping to engage him in a crucial conversation. However, their efforts were met with resistance as Ewan abruptly hung up the call. So it was important for the police to look into Ewan's history, which they believed could provide them vital information needed to proceed further. Born in the town of Roxbury in 1979, Ewan Anthony DeWitt possessed a diverse range of interests and pursuits. As a talented athlete, he pursued his passion for ice hockey and even reached the level of playing semi-professionally. Ewan's thirst for knowledge led him to obtain a bachelor's degree in history from Siena College, showcasing his intellectual curiosity. He was not a person who'd be satisfied from a single vocation, so he also embarked on the journey to become a firefighter. Additionally, Ewan also shared his expertise as a personal trainer. In February 2006, Ewan was arrested in Connecticut for driving under the influence and traffic offenses. He pleaded guilty, resulting in a suspended prison sentence and probation. After this, Ewan DeWitt's journey took an inspiring turn when he joined the prestigious ranks of the U.S. Marine Corps in February 2009, where he embarked on a path as a skilled weapons specialist and non-commissioned officer. He served his country for 5 years and attained the rank of Lance Corporal in February 2011. In a remarkable photo from his time in the Marines, Lance Corporal Ewan DeWitt is seen in action as a machine gunner. The picture shows him courageously operating a powerful M250 caliber machine gun on a vehicle during an important defense of the amphibious task and forced naval exercise. The event took place on December 3, 2011 aboard the USS Chima. With his leadership qualities and expertise, he assumed the role of a machine gun section leader in the esteemed 1st Reconnaissance Battalion. Ewan dedicated himself to his duties, serving multiple tours in Afghanistan, the Middle East, and other classified locations with his dedicated brothers. Ewan and his brothers' inspiring story was captured in a 2015 article in the Register Citizen, highlighting their collective efforts to restore a piece of history. Ewan's life took a darker turn when he faced legal trouble. In November 2019, the Milford police arrested him for assaulting a victim, which resulted in a protective order being issued by the court. The case remains unresolved as court records revealed that it was still pending. With his next court date scheduled for April 14, 2023, Ewan maintained his innocence by pleading not guilty. He was released on a $20,000 bond awaiting the judicial process to unfold. Ewan's troubled past included a disturbing incident in which he was arrested for his actions towards Julie shortly after the birth of her son. Reports stated that he'd thrown a large object at Julie Minogue and had also destroyed her phone to prevent her from calling for help. Fearing for her safety, Julie sought refuge at a neighbor's house in contact of the authorities. The incident highlighted the alarming nature of Ewan's behavior and its impact on those around him, adding another layer of intensity to the unfolding events. In 2021, he faced charges of assaulting emergency personnel and a female in Wake County, North Carolina. Court records indicated that he pleaded guilty and received a combined jail sentence of 95 days, although the exact duration of his incarceration remained unknown. These encounters with the law showcased a pattern of concerning behavior, raising further questions about Ewan's character and past actions. Behind Ewan to its troubled history, a darker pattern of violence emerged, specifically targeting Julie Minogue. Several protective orders were filed against Ewan due to previous instances of domestic violence. These orders were issued in November 2019 and January 2021 and were put in place to safeguard not only Julie, but also the children who were present during those incidents. One such incident involved Ewan being intoxicated and engaging in a heated argument with Julie. According to a statement provided by the victim's son, Ewan had thrown a playpen at Julie's head, which resulted in a distressing injury. While Ewan was in rehabilitation, Julie took steps to file a restraining order, seeking protection from his harmful actions. Despite this, Ewan was granted visitation rights, which left a lingering sense of unease and concern about the safety of those involved. In addition to their troubled relationship, Julie and Ewan DeWitt found themselves entangled in family court cases beginning in 2021. It all began when Julie filed a petition for child support for their son Luke in August 2021. In October 2021, a judge ruled in her favor and ordered Ewan to provide financial support. As tensions continued to escalate, Ewan took Julie to court in December 2021, seeking resolution regarding visitation rights. The court intervened and granted supervised visitation for Ewan in April 2022 with a scheduled hearing in April 2023 to further address the matter. These legal battles shed light on the complexities and challenges faced by Julie and Ewan as they navigated their post-relationship dynamics. As the investigation progressed, new details were revealed that on November 14, 2022, just 3 weeks before her death, Julie took a decisive step by visiting the Milford Police Department to file a complaint against Ewan. She alleged that he'd bombarded her with over 200 text messages within a span of just 2 days, despite the existence of a protective order that explicitly forbade him from contacting her. Officer Scott Nablin listened to Julie's concerns and diligently collected evidence of the text messages from her phone, further solidifying the case against Ewan. In a heartfelt plea for protection, Julie Minogue expressed her deep concern for her safety and the well-being of her children in a sworn affidavit submitted on November 17, 2022. Determined to put an end to the ongoing abuse, she stated, "I don't believe I should endure this mistreatment any longer." Fearful of the consequences, she detailed the relentless harassment she faced. Julie Minogue also wrote in the document that Ewan has got himself into a lot of trouble with drugs and alcohol, and I'm scared he's going to kill me. Officer Nablin, resolute in his pursuit of justice, meticulously crafted an arrest warrant, alleging Ewan's violation of the protective order. The document, filled with crucial details, was reviewed by supervisor, ensuring its accuracy and validity. They made sure that the arrest warrant application contained the requisite probable cause to support the charge that the text messages sent by Ewan DeWitt violated the modified protective order that was issued on January 15, 2021. On November 21, 2022, the court reopened the warrant application and made its way to the Milford State's Attorney's Office. However, the story took an unexpected turn as the Assistant State's Attorney, committed to thoroughness, sent the warrant application back to Officer Nablin and requested further information before proceeding. In this delicate dance between law and justice, every step forward demanded meticulous attention to detail. However, on December 1, 2022, Julie Minogue successfully obtained a civil restraining order from a judge. In the hearing, which lasted about an hour, Julie presented evidence of the text messages, Ewan's struggles with substance abuse, mental health issues, and a history of violence. She expressed concern for Ewan's well-being, describing his bipolar rage and erratic behavior, and emphasized the importance of him receiving proper treatment and therapy. Julie firmly believed that Ewan should not be allowed around anyone until he'd received the necessary help and support. Recognizing the imminent danger she faced, a no-contact restraining order was swiftly issued on December 1, 2022, providing a legal shield against any further interaction with Ewan. But this order took a darker turn when, 5 days later, Ewan killed Julie with an axe in her condo. Now all the evidence indicated that Ewan was the main focus of the investigation, and the search for him intensified as the police tirelessly canvassed the area around the Salem Walk condominium, leaving no stone unturned. Their efforts led them to a dive bar on Ocean Avenue in West Haven, where they sought the assistance of the local community. They approached patrons, informing them about the ongoing investigation and urging them to notify the authorities that they spotted Ewan DeWitt. It was during this concerted effort that two observant individuals caught sight of a person who matched the suspect's description. Eager to aid the investigation, they immediately flagged down the police, providing crucial information about the suspect's whereabouts. Engaging with one of the witnesses, who preferred to remain anonymous, the police learned that the individual had witnessed someone resembling the suspect wandering around the parking lot for a brief period. Eventually, the suspect entered a food truck located in the parking lot. Acting swiftly, the police converged on the scene. Without incident, they apprehended Ewan DeWitt on December 6, 2022, bringing him into custody and moving one step closer to uncovering the truth. The police initiated a rigorous interrogation of Ewan about the early hours of December 6, 2022. Initially, Ewan maintained a stoic silence, withholding vital information. However, after hours of intense questioning, a breakthrough occurred. Ewan finally confessed to the gruesome act of taking Julie's life with an axe. He revealed that he'd silently entered the house through the kitchen window, concealing himself in anticipation of his victim's arrival. When Julie eventually entered the kitchen, he launched an attack, wielding the axe with deadly intent. It was during this horrifying moment that Nicholas, Julie's son, descended the stairs and confronted the scene. Overwhelmed with fear, Ewan fled, leaving the axe behind on the gas stove. Ewan's admission sent shock waves through the investigation, bringing forth a chilling account of the tragic events that unfolded that night. During Ewan's initial court appearance in State Superior Court in Milford on December 7, 2022, Assistant State Attorney Alana Paul informed the judge about new developments in the case. She revealed that you had fully admitted to the incident. But even without that admission, she believed the evidence against him was substantial. Attorney Paul highlighted the presence of surveillance footage necessary. Emphasizing the gravity of the situation, Judge Arden Groggins set his bond at $5 million. The judge expressed concerns about Ewan's history of disregarding court orders and emphasized the importance of public safety. In light of the circumstances, Ewan was placed on suicide watch with a hearing scheduled for December 14, 2022 to further address the case. Finally, it was the day of the final decision. On December 14, 2022, in addition to the murder charge, Ewan DeWitt faced multiple other charges brought forth by the Milford police. These included criminal violation of a protective order, criminal violation of a restraining order, risk of injury to a minor, and reckless endangerment. By levying these charges, law enforcement sought to address the broader scope of Ewan's alleged actions and their impact. A hearing was scheduled for Ewan to its pending criminal cases on April 6, 2023. He has yet to plead. Prosecutors stated that Ewan already confessed to the murder of Julie Minaud. However, no further information has been released by the police about the hearing. In the statement, the family expressed their determination to take action and ensure that those who neglected their responsibilities are held accountable. They also expressed their hope that this case would serve as a catalyst for improved protections for individuals facing domestic violence and abuse. With their unwavering commitment, the family aims to bring about positive changes and prevent such tragic incidents from occurring in the future. This case involved a combination of diligent efforts by law enforcement and the heinous acts of a killer who killed his ex-girlfriend in a rage of anger. Lauren Agee was a 21-year-old student from Hendersonville, Tennessee. She lived with her mother, Sherry, stepfather, Michael, and her 3 siblings. She was in her year studying criminal science at university and had recently started a great relationship. Popular, funny, outgoing, and sporty, Lauren was thriving in all aspects of her life, and she showed a lot of promise for her future. Mid-July 2015, just a few weeks shy of her 20th birthday, Lauren told her mother, Sherry, that she had been invited to go to Wakefest on the July. Wakefest is a 3-day-long festival based at Center Hill Lake in Nashville, Tennessee. People compete in wakeboarding tournaments and water sports during the day, and party and dance throughout the night. For sporty and sociable Lauren, this was an exciting opportunity, but her mom, Sherry, wasn't as keen on the idea. Sherry quizzed her daughter on the details, including who she would be going with. Lauren said she was going with her friend, Hannah Palmer. Sherry didn't entirely trust Hannah because of how much she was in and out of Lauren's life and felt very uneasy about the situation. However, on Friday, July, Lauren and Hannah headed off for the festival. Sherry said as soon as her daughter started walking to the car, she begged her to come back for one last hug. She told Lauren to be careful and to take care. Lauren and Hannah were on social media documenting their road trip while en route to the festival. They arrived at Wakefest in the late afternoon, and sometime after, the girls met up with Aaron Lilly, Hannah's boyfriend, and his friend, Christopher Stout. Although the girls both knew Aaron, this was the time they were meeting Chris. According to witnesses, Chris was attracted to Lauren and appeared glued to her. But she was in a happy relationship and she wasn't interested. They all drank, danced, and partied in the bars into the late evening. Upon the group deciding to head to bed, Lauren received a shock. She was under the impression they would be sleeping in one of the cabins or on one of the houseboats. However, for unknown reasons, the sleeping arrangements were far from that. "We're in a canoe. Where's the house?" I'm like, "It's a cliff on both sides." "Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Where do we look at?" "Cat trap." They were actually camping at the top of a narrow cliff that stuck out over the water. Although it was never set up to be a sleeping location, it was common knowledge amongst everyone that this was somewhere you could go and camp if you chose to. Over the years, festival attendees had tied a rope to the trees that led to the cliff to help people reach the top. A few other people were camping up there as well, but Lauren's group consisted of Hannah, Aaron, Chris, and another slightly older man, Brixton Gambrell. Lauren had only packed a sleeping bag for the night, and it was evident that this new sleeping plan was not something she had prepared for. The cliff itself had a 90-foot drop down one side and an almost 50-foot drop down the other. The boys had built a tent for Hannah and Aaron to sleep in and a hammock for Chris and Lauren. This bothered Lauren as she had already made it clear that she wasn't interested in Chris. The hammock was suspended between two trees over the edge of the cliff, and this was undoubtedly hazardous and dangerous. The next day, Saturday the 25th, the group headed off for some more of the same, watching the water sports, drinking, dancing, and partying. At some point during the day, the group allegedly decided to do some cliff jumping. The cliffs in the area were steep and high, and the water was filled with hidden rocks. It was alleged that when Lauren jumped, she hit the back of her head and was left unconscious for a few seconds. Despite this, Lauren seemingly recovered and appeared back to her normal self later that evening. The group carried on into the night and nothing seemed amiss. As the evening rolled around, another friend of Lauren's named Cassie Franks, who was also at the festival separately, said she bumped into Lauren's group at the bar in the marina. Cassie was also the ex-girlfriend of Aaron Lilly. She, along with many others, said it was very apparent that Aaron's friend, Chris Stout, had taken a liking to Lauren, but the feeling clearly wasn't mutual. She reported that she felt like Lauren was having to put up with Chris, almost acting as Hannah's wingman. Lauren also raised her concerns with Cassie about going back to sleep on the cliff that night. Cassie knew the fear that Lauren was feeling all too well, as she had spent a night up there a few years prior. Lauren was so nervous that she asked Cassie if she could stay with her group instead. Cassie said she had to decline as they had no more room. At some point during the night, Lauren sent text to one of her friends saying that she wanted to come home and was no longer enjoying herself. She said her friends were being mean to her and she just wanted to leave. Eventually, the group decided to call it a night between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m. The next morning, Hannah, Aaron, and Chris said they all awoke to find Lauren missing. Her belongings were also by the hammock, but Lauren was nowhere to be seen. However, they didn't raise the alarm. They said that they had just assumed she had simply headed off down the cliff to start enjoying the day without them, but she left her shoes, phone, and purse. So although possible, this theory didn't seem to make much sense. Sherry was now panicking as she hadn't heard from her daughter since the Saturday, and it was now Sunday. She began frantically calling and texting her daughter, but to no avail. Tragically, at 4:30 p.m. that Sunday, a fisherman and his son made a gruesome discovery. Lauren Agee was face down and floating in the water. It was evident that she had been dead for some time. The police arrived on scene and began a recovery process. While this was happening, Aaron Lilly paddled around the corner in a canoe and went straight over to the police. He asked if they had seen his friend, as she had gone missing. Harry and Diana Elder, a couple who were also on the scene, said this encounter played on their minds. There had been no announcement to say that a body had been found in that location, and the timing of Aaron's entry onto the scene seemed odd. One of the officers on scene would later say that he believed Aaron had staged this encounter, and that the group likely already knew where Lauren's body was. Aaron, Chris, and Hannah were all brought back to the mainland and questioned. According to police, Aaron and Chris's demeanors appeared nervous. Aaron was overheard telling the others not to mention anything and to let him do the talking. Neither Aaron, Chris, or Hannah mentioned Brix Nagamber in their statements. Although no polygraphs were ever performed, they were all questioned individually, and the stories and accounts that the three had began to change and differ massively. Despite all of Lauren's belongings being there, Erin Lilly claimed that she had stayed at the bar in the marina and never came back to the cliff with them. This was disputed by Detective Prisiarchik. He was an off-duty police officer working as security for Wakefest. He remembered seeing all four of them in a canoe heading for the cliff that night at sometime around 2:30 a.m. Erin Lilly would later change his story and said that he believed Lauren had headed off to the cliff to meet an old boyfriend. Hannah Palmer told the police that Lauren had left that morning and joined a boat of unknown people. She assumed that she had gone to spend the night with them and would return in the morning. However, during a Skype interview, Hannah would later say that she wondered if Lauren had gone to the toilet during the night and fallen off the side of the cliff. That Skype interview was interrupted by Aaron phoning Hannah, telling her to stick to the story. In Christopher Stout's written statement, he referred to Lauren as the girl and said that Lauren had returned to the campsite for only a few minutes before saying she was leaving to meet an ex-boyfriend. He said he had then fallen asleep and didn't feel her get out of the hammock that they were both in. Just one day after the festival had ended, he spoke about how good the weekend had been on Instagram, showing no signs that anything sinister had occurred. In the background of the shots, Hannah and Aaron are also visible. It remains unclear as to whether or not Briggs and Gambrill gave any form of statement. Some of the interviews were recorded, and the group could be heard giving various different accounts. An autopsy was carried out and determined that Lauren's cause of death was blunt force trauma and possible drowning. She had a broken nose and fingers, and her body was bruised and battered. It was also determined that she had very little water in her lungs despite being submerged. Her blood alcohol level was twice the legal limit. She also had some distinctive markings and impressions on her body, including a triangle shape on her chest. Detective Chris Yarchik, who had watched her leaving that night, also helped in the recovery of Lauren's body. He said that he saw what he believed to be a bite mark on her chest, as well as substantial bruising to her thighs. He suggested at the time that a rape test kit be done, but no such test was performed, and her body was never swabbed for DNA. 911 calls were lost, text messages were erased, and recordings of some interviews weren't made, and the crime scene was completely contaminated. It was eventually concluded that she had fallen down the side of the cliff while intoxicated, and her death was ruled as an accident. It was also determined that there was no foul play involved, and it was nothing more than a very tragic, drunken incident. With this, DeKalb County Sheriff's Department closed the case. Sherry's gut instinct told her that this was wrong and begged for the case to be re-examined. These requests were all denied. Hannah Palmer, Chris Stout, Erin Lilly, and Brixner Gambrill were never considered suspects by the DeKalb County Sheriff's Department. Hannah and Erin married and moved to Florida where they had a baby. Chris Stout was in and out of jail due to various parole violations and DUIs, and Brixton Gambrill moved out of state and obtained a lawyer. None of them attended Lauren's funeral, and none of them have commented or publicly engaged with the case since it closed. Cassie Franks, Lauren's friend and Erin's ex-girlfriend, agreed with Lauren's mother Sherry, and she had concerns about what had happened that night too. She said that Erin was violent with her during their relationship and that he had choked, bitten, and beaten her. Cassie had taken pictures of her body after these attacks and even offered them to the DeKalb County Sheriff's Department. However, they declined to look at them, stating the case was closed and Erin wasn't a suspect. Erin also had a history of DUIs, as did Chris Stout. Just days after Lauren had been laid to rest, Sherry received a phone call from Ryan Mallinson, an officer with the White County Police Department. He, along with Chris Yarchik, was on scene when Lauren was found. Sherry said that he told her the investigation was not handled correctly, and he believed that the people she was there with was somehow involved in her death. Sherry then spoke with both he and Detective Chris Yarchik. Both were deeply concerned by the behavior they had seen from both investigators and Lauren's friends. Hannah, Aaron, and Chris continued to party for the weekend and were active on social media, despite the fact that Lauren was missing. Yarchik believed that the strange triangular print upon her body was a match for the tip of a canoe, exactly like the one he saw them heading off to the cliff in. However, that theory was quickly thrown out by the sheriff's office. They said that the mark had been made while pulling her onto the rescue boat. Yarchik, among with many others, believed that Lauren had already died when she went into the water, which could have explained the lack of water in her lungs. However, as Yarchik wasn't an officer with the investigating department, he had no authority to reopen the case. He did, however, encourage Sherry to pursue it. Off the back of this, Sherry hired a private detective by the name of Sheila Wysocki, and her course of action was to have Lauren's autopsy notes re-examined. This look concluded that Lauren had hemorrhaging in her throat. According to Sheila, the hemorrhaging was a result not of being strangled, but of being held down. Sheila also wanted answers from the police regarding the rape test kit and why one hadn't been carried out. The answer she received was that because Lauren had been wearing a tampon, she couldn't have been sexually assaulted. Therefore, no such test was deemed necessary. Sheila discovered that Lauren wasn't actually menstruating at the time. She contacted Lauren's GYN practitioner, and they found that the lining of Lauren's uterus confirmed she hadn't been on her cycle. Sheila also disputed the details surrounding the infamous cliff jump in which Lauren supposedly hit the back of her head. She argued that while Lauren did jump off the cliff, she didn't go into the waterhead nor did she pass out, and there was no bruising. Sherry, Sheila, and Chris Yarchik also ran some experiments and tests using a 105-pound crash test dummy. The dummy was thrown off both the 90-foot side of the cliff and the 50-foot side. On the 90-foot side, the current of the water at the time wasn't consistent with where Lauren's body had been found. If she had fallen in, she would have floated towards the marina in the opposite direction. The drop on the 50-foot side was so filled with ledges, trees, and rocks that it seemed impossible to roll continuously to the bottom without something getting in the way. They used the crash test dummy almost 50 times, and every time garnered the same result. A witness named Chris Brown came forward and said that he had seen who he was sure was Aaron Lilly on the night Lauren was last seen alive. He claims that at around midnight, he saw Aaron coming out of the water, spluttering and spitting water out for several minutes. Aaron said that he had almost drowned swimming over to the marina area. This tip was turned over to the DeKalb County Sheriff's Department, and they advised that should they want to pursue this lead, they would be in contact. But that call never came. His statement remains a gray area, however, as the time frame of midnight doesn't match up with the 2:30 a.m. time that the majority of witnesses talked about. During an interview with Crime Watch Daily, the family's private investigator, Sheila Wysocki, said that she had been following up on some false stories that had been circulating around social media. She said some of the information was coming from an IP address in Florida, matching the same street that Hannah and Aaron's house was on. Sheila and Sherry believed that this was no coincidence. Sheila was convinced that the answers lay with Hannah Palmer, Aaron Lilly, Christopher Stout, and Brixton Gambrell. In February, Lauren's family filed a $10 million wrongful death lawsuit against the four of them in a bid to force them to talk. Aside from Chris Stout, they all ended up pleading the amendment. Because Chris Stout was in jail at the time, pleading may have impacted his sentence, so he took part in a deposition. This lawsuit also highlighted a lot of flaws in the handling of the case, and officers were forced to admit that a lot more could and should have been done. In February, Sherry's wrongful death lawsuit against the group was dismissed, ruling that there was insufficient evidence. Circuit Court Judge Jonathan Young threw the case out, deeming it to be ridiculous and pulled out of thin air. Sherry was told that it may only be possible to proceed if she agreed to a gagging order preventing her from talking about the case publicly, something she felt would hinder rather than help. After the lawsuit was thrown out, over 20,000 people signed a petition begging for the case to be reopened. At the start of February 2019, the Nashville Court of Appeals overturned the ruling made regarding Hannah Palmer's potential involvement in the case. It was unanimously referred to as a clearly erroneous assessment of the evidence. The court ruled that Sherry absolutely had a clear and legal right to sue for wrongful death. Despite all of this, the case currently sits in limbo, and Lauren's family and Shiga Waisaki continue their fight for answers and justice for Lauren Agee. At this stage, it is unknown whether or not the full story about what happened that night will be brought to light. But Sherry Smith is determined to fight for her daughter for as long as it takes. In February, the body of 36-year-old Sabrina Payne was found in a field near Tremont, Illinois. Sabrina was a black female who was known to support a drug habit with prostitution. Sabrina had last been seen at her home 2 days before her body was found. The original autopsy failed to determine a cause of death, leaving some of the detectives to believe she had overdosed. One detective, however, felt uneasy about that assumption. His suspicions were confirmed as more bodies were found in Peoria and Tazewell counties over the next year. On February 5, 2004, the body of 36-year-old Barbara Williams was found in a ditch near Edwards, Illinois. She was found clothed and lying face down in the snow. She had been seen alive between 9 and 10 p.m. the night before. An autopsy showed that she had multiple contusions and abrasions on her body. Toxicology showed that she had fatal levels of cocaine in her blood. At this point, police were not ready to call this a murder or entertain the idea of a serial killer preying on black drug-addicted prostitutes. In February, 32-year-old Shakanda Thomas was reported missing. She had last been seen by her family in August. Shakanda was known to disappear at times, but when she didn't come back after several weeks, her family reported her missing. Shirley Entrap was also reported missing in February. She was seen 3 days before she was reported missing. Tamara Walls was reported missing in February after not being seen for 3 weeks. All 3 missing women were also black females known to support a crack cocaine habit with prostitution. 36-year-old mother of 8, Laura Lawler, disappeared from her home after leaving with a man and woman. Her longtime partner searched for her, but only was able to determine she had been with a man named Larry. Her boyfriend and father to her 7 daughters and 1 son describes Laura as the love of his life and a beautiful soul. The two had experimented with crack cocaine, and Laura seemed to struggle with addiction before her disappearance. On September 25, 2004, Linda Neal was found on King Road in Tazewell County. She was found nude along the side of the road. Linda, like the other women, was known to be part of the drug scene in Peoria. At this point, police had determined there was likely a serial killer stalking black females in the Peoria area. A task force was formed, which one detective states would have occurred much quicker if the victims had been white females. While police desperately searched for the killer, they kept a close eye on women in the community at risk. Despite their efforts, on October 15, 2004, Brenda Irving's body was found in a ditch near Farmington. Brenda was found nude, and an autopsy determined that she had been strangled and suffered blunt force trauma to her head. She also had fatal levels of cocaine in her system at the time of her death. Her children had feared for their mother's safety, as she had known many of the women who had been killed or disappeared from central Illinois. Brenda struggled with drug addiction. Despite detectives' best efforts, the case proved difficult to solve. They followed thousands of leads, but finally got the lead they were waiting for in February. 35-year-old Vicky Boomer was arrested for theft. From jail, she told authorities that she thought she could help them find the serial killer preying on her fellow sex workers. She believed that a man who had picked her up in July 2004 was responsible. Boomer explained that in July, a man named Larry Bright lured her to his mother's home while they shared alcohol and drugs. Once she was intoxicated, she said Bright attacked her, attempted to rape her, and pulled a knife on her. Somehow, Boomer was able to escape. Police were at first skeptical as Boomer asked for a plea deal in exchange for her testimony. Why hadn't she reported this back in July? Why wait until she was under arrest? Vicky Boomer claimed she was scared of being arrested for outstanding warrants, which is why she did not come forward in July 2004. A search of her criminal history confirmed the warrants, so detectives decided to take a look at the man named Larry Bright. Larry Dean Bright was born in Peoria, Illinois, on July 8, 1966. He served a 2-year stint in prison at age 19 for burglary and carjacking. According to Larry's family, the time Larry spent in prison changed him for the worse. Larry became more angry and violent and began using drugs. Larry had an injury, which started an addiction to prescription opioids and later crack cocaine. He also developed an addiction to pornography, preferring videos with black women. Larry lived with his mother in a tiny guest house behind her home. Larry enjoyed gardening, creating a beautiful garden bed of flowers for his mother. When the police arrived at Larry's home following the tip, they noticed the beautiful flowers in the garden. Larry was placed under arrest for the unlawful restraint of Vicky. They questioned Larry about the murders, but he denied having any information about the murdered and missing women. Throughout the interview, Larry smoked several cigarettes. Detectives planned to take one of the cigarette butts and test it for DNA, but Larry ate them before leaving the interrogation room. Larry declined to give DNA voluntarily. Police searched Larry Bright's home on January 20, 2005. The investigators dug up the garden, finding several small bone fragments and ashes that were later determined to be human. When the police questioned Larry again, they told him they were digging up his mother's flowers. At this point, Larry broke down and confessed to multiple murders. He even led investigators to the remains of some of his victims. Larry explained that around July 27, 2003, he picked up Sabrina Payne on the south side of Peoria. He drove her to his home, which he shared with his mother. He claimed the two drank and used cocaine before having consensual sex. Larry said he did not intend to tell Sabrina, but he became enraged, thinking Sabrina was trying to rip him off. He strangled her to death and dumped her body near the cornfield where she was found. Larry confessed to picking up Barbara Williams in February 2004. Again, he used drugs and alcohol with his victim. He stated that he once again lost control of his anger and killed Barbara. He claimed he caught Barbara stealing from him. He dumped her body along the road where she was found the next day. The prosecution believed that after the first two murders, Larry developed a bloodlust. At the time of his arrest, he said, "I knew them I would kill, the others I would pick up. I went out hunting." Larry also confessed to killing Laura Lawyer. He burned her body in his backyard burn pit, burying the remains in his mother's yard. He said he wanted to destroy the bodies to avoid getting caught. He confessed to killing Tamara Walls and burning her remains. Her jawbone was found in the backyard. He admitted to strangling, beating, and burning Shirley and Trapp. Shakanda Thomas had the same fate after being picked up by Larry Bright. He burned the woman and buried the ashes in the yard. Because of his attempts to creamy his victims, he was nicknamed the Bone Crusher. Larry said that he attempted to burn Linda Neal and Brenda Irving as well, but the attempts were unsuccessful due to the weather. He dumped both women along the side of the road. Larry was facing the death penalty following his January 2005 arrest. In an attempt to spare his mother the embarrassment of a trial and avoid the death penalty, Larry Bright pleaded guilty to 7 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of drug-induced homicide on May 30, 2006. Bright's murders were not considered racially motivated, but detectives believe he was just attracted to black women. He is one of the very few serial killers who chooses victims outside of his race. Larry was sentenced to 7 life sentences without the possibility of parole to be served concurrently. He was also given an additional 30 years for the drug-induced homicide. As part of the plea deal, Larry will be required to serve 100% of his sentence with no parole consideration. Larry is currently housed at the Shawnee Correctional Center in Vienna, Illinois. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars, but that brings little peace to the families of his victims. The loved ones of Larry's victims want people to know that the women he killed were more than just drug addicts or prostitutes. They were people. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends. The serial killer dentist of St. Louis, Clennon Engelman. Dr. Clennon Engelman was born on February 6, 1927 in St. Louis, Missouri. Dr. Engelman grew up on the south side of the city and felt a deep connection to his neighborhood. After serving in the military, Dr. Engelman used his GI Bill to go to Washington University and become a dentist. He opened his dental office on the south side of St. Louis, serving the community he had always loved. Dr. Engelman, who went by Clen, was married to a woman named Edna Ruth, but they divorced in 1956. By 1958, both Clen and Ruth had remarried. Clen was operating his dental office and appeared to be successfully serving the St. Louis community. On December 17, 1958, citizens in Forest Park noticed a bloody man stumbling. The man, James Stanley Bullock, soon passed from his injuries. These injuries were caused by a gunshot. No one could figure out why someone would shoot 28-year-old James Bullock. James Bullock was born on April 17, 1931 in DeSoto. He was raised in Shiloh, Illinois by his grandparents and later his aunt after his parents passed away. According to an article from 1938, the then 7-year-old was living with his grandparents in 1938 and enjoyed attending school and fishing. James later served in the military before returning to St. Louis to work and go to college. Back in St. Louis, James met Edna Ruth, the ex-wife of Dr. Glenn Engelman. The two married, and 6 short months later, James was dead. An employee at a local sanitarium initially claimed James was there 4 days before his murder, asking to be admitted because he feared for his life. His wife and aunt said this was not true, as the three had dinner together on that night. According to his widow and aunt, James was not afraid for his life, and they knew no one who would want him dead. However, Edna Ruth benefited greatly from her husband's death. Ruth had life insurance policies totaling $64,088. While under questioning, Edna Ruth made several weird statements, including telling the police she was married before, but her husband did not know. Who was she married to? Her husband's dentist, Dr. Glenn Engelman. Edna Ruth had lied to James and his family and lied on the marriage application about being married before. Police questioned a local career criminal who was out on parole for an assault at the time of the shooting. They weren't able to tie him to the murder of James, but they did note he lived near Dr. Engelman's office. Dr. Engelman and Edna Ruth both refused to take a polygraph test and denied any involvement in the murder of James Bullock. Dr. Engelman's new wife, Ida, refused to be questioned by the police. A patient provided an alibi for Dr. Engelman. However, another witness said that they tried to find someone at the office around the time and the office was empty. Edna Ruth invested part of the funds she received after becoming a widow and a doctor. Been bored being a dentist, so he often ventured into other areas of business. This included buying a trike strip along with a partner, Eric Fry. Dr. Engelman had grown to be close friends with Eric and his wife, Sandy. On September 26, 1963, Eric and Dr. Engelman were at the drag strip using dynamite to explode and then fell abandoned cisterns on the property. Eric was lying on his stomach near one of the cisterns when the dynamite exploded quicker than anticipated. Eric was killed instantly and found lying in the bottom of the cistern. Coroner H.D. Steinbeck ruled the death accidental. Mr. Frey's wife had an insurance policy on her husband, which she invested part of into Dr. Engelman's practice. Dr. Engelman divorced Ida and married his third wife, Ruth, in 1967. The couple shared a son, but Ruth heeded the close relationship her husband had with a young woman who worked in his office named Carmen Miranda. Dr. Engelman offered to train Carmen to be a dental assistant in his office. Edna felt uncomfortable with the flirting between the doctor and his young assistant. Dr. Engelman, however, claimed he was trying to help people in his community. He hired Carmen's brother, Nick, as well at one point. Ruth was relieved when Carmen met a married man named Peter Home. Just a few months later, however, Carmen and Eric were walking in a rural area in Pacific, Missouri. The couple were exploring an area known to have caves and scenic paths. A shot suddenly fired, hitting Peter in the head. Peter died instantly and a hysterically Carmen flagged down the help. Nearby, police found an X on a tree made with tape. The area was familiar to locals as a hunting area and police believed that the shot was accidental. Police believe someone was target shooting at the accident accidentally struck Mr. Home. Carmen had a significant amount of life insurance on her husband, totaling $60,000. This is equivalent to around $300,000 in 2024. Dr. Engelman and Ruth divorced soon after, at which time Dr. Engelman married young Carmen, whom he had known since she was a small child. His son lived with Edna, his ex-wife. Despite being married to Carmen, Dr. Engelman and Ruth still met regularly for sex. Dr. Engelman Consume had extramarital affairs, which included previous affairs with Carmen, Ruth, and even Sandy Fry, the wife of his business associate Eric Fry, who was killed by dynamite. Another of Dr. Engelman's affairs was with a patient named Barbara Boyle. On November 3, 1977, someone pretending to be from the farm girl walked up to the farmhouse owned by Arthur and Vernita Gueswell in Edwardsville, Illinois. Soon after entering the home, the elderly couple were attacked and both were shot in the head. The wealthy couple left $340,000 to their son, Ronald Guswell. Guess who Ronald Guswell was married to? Barbara Boyle. On April 4, 1979, less than 2 years after the murder of his parents, Ronald Giswell was found dead inside his car outside a hotel in East St. Louis, Illinois. The man had been beaten and shot to death. He had been missing for 4 days when his body was found. Following her husband's murder, Barbara collected his inheritance in addition to several life insurance policies. The equivalent sum of money today would be nearly $1,700,000. Guess who she cut to? Dr. Clennon Engelman. Following the murder of Marmal Guiswell, authorities were starting to notice the trend of connected deaths to Dr. Engelman. His patients and community, however, only saw a generous man committed to helping his community and its citizens. Dr. Engelman was not the greatest dentist, however. He often did a sloppy job of making casts for dentures and dental appliances, requiring the work to have to be redone by the dental lab several times. His business was struggling, however, and he soon found himself in debt with a dental lab owned by Sophie Barrera. Sophie Barrera owned a South St. Louis dental laboratory and had grown tired of waiting for Dr. Engelman to pay up by 1980. She filed a lawsuit against the doctor that was set to go to court just a few days after Sophie was murdered. On January 14, 1980, Sophie entered her vehicle in South St. Louis. Shortly after, the vehicle exploded. Police found remnants of a bomb under her charred vehicle. Sophie had told her son before she was in fear of being killed. She believed Dr. Glenn Engelman was dangerous. Dr. Engelman was questioned for 3 hours and then released. Police were certain he was responsible for Sophie's death, but they had to prove it. The public also wondered if the bombing was related to another bombing in the area that was carried out between two mob families fighting for control over St. Louis labor unions. The evidence indicated, however, that this was not a mob hit. The number one suspect was the man who owed Sophie $15,000. Dr. Engelman had to be stopped, but the police weren't sure how to do it. Detectives soon began having conversations with Dr. Engelman's ex-wife and mother of his son, Ruth. Ruth told police nothing at first, but eventually started to talk. She explained that Dr. Engelman often bragged about killing people. He told her that he had a superpower: he was able to kill without remorse. He had admitted to killing Eric Fry, Peter Home, and the Cuswell family. It was his side hustle, killing for profit. Ruth agreed to help the police, but none of her testimony could be used in court because Dr. Engelman confessed to her while the two were still married. He was protected by spousal privilege. Ruth decided to wear a wire, however, and met up with Dr. Engelman to exchange their son and sometimes just to socialize. They were still having a sexual relationship despite Dr. Engelman's marriage to Carmen. She tried to get Dr. Engelman to confess to her again by asking to write questions. He didn't seem to take the bait at first, and Ruth feared he would kill her next. Ruth suggested police plant a bug in her bedroom and she would invite the dentist over for sex. Dr. Engelman was suspicious, however, and did not say anything that could lead to his arrest. Ruth then met him at a diner wearing a wire, and this time he commented on being homicidally intimate with the widow of one of his victims. He admitted to the murders in great detail, providing just what police needed for an arrest. He explained that he found murder more sexually satisfying than sex. His ex-wife was given a new life in the witness protection program. Carmen, who was no longer married to the dentist, and her brother Nick were brought in for questioning to corroborate the allegations against Dr. Engelman. As possible co-conspirators, they asked for and were granted immunity to testify against the dentist. Carmen told quite the story. She said she was working for the dentist when he suggested she find someone with good benefits to marry. He told her about Eric Fry, whom he said he directed Sandy Fry to marry with all intentions of murdering the insurance proceeds. Soon after she was married, Carmen said Dr. Engelman told her where to go and made sure her husband was shot and killed. He staged it to look like a target shooting accident. Clennon Engelman was finally arrested and charged with murder in 1980. Carmen testified at Dr. Engelman's first trial, for which he was convicted of murdering Peter Hom and given 50 years in prison. The dentist then pled guilty to the murder of Sophie Barrera to avoid the death penalty. Serving a list sentence for that murder in Missouri, Dr. Engelman was back in court by 1985 in Illinois. In 1984, Robert Handy, a conduct and acquaintance of Dr. Engelman, admitted to authorities that he had taken part in the murder conspiracy of the Geiswold family. He implicated Dr. Engelman, who had bludgeoned Harmeld Geiswold and Shahim, as well as Ronald's widow, Barbara Boyle. Dr. Engelman was given 3 life sentences for the Geiswold murders. He also was convicted of federal mail fraud and given a 30-year federal sentence. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, including conspiring with his first wife to kill her husband, James Bullock, in 1958. Edna Ruth was never charged in the case due to lack of evidence. Barbara Boyle went on trial for the murder of her in-laws, Arthur and Vernita Giswell, and husband Ronald in 1985. The jury acquitted her of the murders of Arthur and Vernita by convicted her of conspiracy to commit murder in the death of Ronald Giswell. Barbara Boyle was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 1985. She was granted parole in February 2009. Dr. Engelman enjoyed his notoriety in Missouri, often comparing himself to legendary outlaw Jesse James. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, but the actual number is unknown. Unlike other serial killers, Dr. Engelman was inspired, at least in part, by greed. He also seemed to revel in his ability to not feel remorse. Dr. Engelman died of diabetes-related health issues in 1999 at age 72. He was incarcerated in Jefferson City at the time. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.